Shi Miao was roused from her slumber by the sound of a heated argument. The unpleasant sensation of being jolted awake was familiar, but ever since she had ascended to the status of a high-level dungeon boss, no one dared to disturb her with such trivial squabbles. After all, her morning temper was notoriously fierce, and her attacks indiscriminate. The monsters would rarely dare to intrude unless it was imperative that she address an urgent matter. Thus, such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, unless a high-ranking player had brazenly encroached upon her territory. With a concerted effort to suppress her irritation, Shi Miao slowly opened her eyes, only to find her pockets devoid of her usual magical implements. As a sorceress dwelling within a horror-themed dungeon, Shi Miao was never without her cherished accoutrements, guards, dice, and scarves. Consequently, the absence of these items signified something amiss, and she was jolted fully awake, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. This was not a backdrop from the apocalyptic stage she was accustomed to. Instead, she found herself seated on a bench amidst several unfamiliar faces in an environment shrouded in dense fog that obscured visibility beyond a mere 20 meters. The fog was a familiar symbol, a harbinger of the dungeon's periphery. However, she was not supposed to find herself in a dungeon outside of the apocalypse stage. Monsters were meant to be confined to their respective realms, never able to traverse into others. Moreover, she had inexplicably lost her signature black robe, replaced by a knee-length burgundy dress adorned with intricate lace and exquisite embroidery, reminiscent of a medieval sorceress. Standing at 163 centimeters, she was of average height among humans, but among the towering bosses of the dungeon, she was decidedly short. Thus, she typically cloaked herself in her black robe, which allowed her to appear taller while maintaining an air of mystery and authority. Now, clad in this dress, she felt utterly devoid of any semblance of awe-inspiring presence. A cold breath escaped her lips as she dared not envision the expressions her colleagues might wear upon seeing her in such an outfit. As she scrutinized her surroundings, the individuals nearby also began to sense the strangeness of their situation. A couple, who had previously been bickering, now huddled together, the girl timidly peering out. "Where are we?" The impeccably dressed man, his eyes wide with fear, exclaimed, "Get us out of here." At that moment, a man who had been standing apart from the group took a step forward, as if privy to some vital information, and spoke, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." His unusual action naturally drew the attention of all, including Shi Miao. During the brief interval, she had observed the peculiar assortment of individuals trapped in this alternate reality. Among them were the couple, a professional woman, a heavily tattooed man, the suited gentleman, the man who had just spoken, and a young adult. Including herself, there were a total of 8 individuals. None of them appeared to be seasoned players who had been struggling for survival in a game for long. Confronted by the seemingly knowledgeable man, the tattooed man displayed signs of agitation. "Did you bring us here? Damn it, are you trying to get us killed?" He considered himself physically capable, yet when he attempted to grab the man's collar, he was effortlessly subdued, his arms pinned behind him. "You!" he exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the man had no intention of further engaging him and continued, "Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. Did any of you receive a black letter?" Noticing the surrounding individuals were hesitant yet silent, he sighed. "That was an invitation to the survival program game. My name is Su Xian, and I arrived here slightly earlier than the rest of you." The survival program was a real-life escape game designed to identify individuals with superior genetic traits, thereby contributing to human evolution. This was the program's self-explanatory introduction, but to the players ensnared within, it was simply a hellish ordeal. They had been inexplicably thrust into this scenario, forced to participate in a series of horrifying dungeons to accumulate points in pursuit of elusive freedom. Within the survival program, injury was a common occurrence, and the specter of death loomed incessantly overhead. You can learn more about the specifics once you clear the dungeon, Su Xian concluded. In any case, you must complete the tasks assigned by the system. In the beginner dungeon, your priority is to survive if your abilities are lacking. Do your utmost to avoid the dungeon boss. He succinctly articulated the grim realities of the dungeon, and before the astonished newcomers could voice their questions, a mechanical voice emanated from above. Beginner Dungeon Briefing concludes in 10 minutes. Players, please prepare for the game. Dungeon World Content Loading Beep. Unidentified bug detected. System restarting. Unidentified bug detected. Restart failed. System restarting again. Shi Miao furrowed her brow, an unsettling intuition suggesting that this so-called bug referred to her. After all, she lowered her gaze. In a certain sense, she was no longer considered human. She had long since become the gatekeeper boss of the apocalyptic stage, which disqualified her from humanity. Although Su Xian had never encountered a system restart before, time was of the essence in the survival program. Seizing the fleeting moment, he urged, "Let's all introduce ourselves to facilitate future group explorations." The newcomers exchanged glances, recognizing the urgency of the situation, and without hesitation, began to introduce themselves in turn. When it was Shi Miao's turn, her introduction was succinct. "I am Shi Miao, of Chinese and French descent. With European heritage." Her azure eyes starkly contrasted with the dark-haired, dark-eyed individuals around her, making her stand out conspicuously. From the outset, she had sensed the subtle glances directed her way. Upon hearing her introduction, the girl from the couple could not help but murmur, "I was wondering why they snatched up even kids. I almost thought there were no anti-addiction measures in games abroad." Shi Miao found herself momentarily speechless. Chapter 2. Ao Kimidai University. She was indeed of mixed heritage, and her appearance was comparatively youthful among the apparitions. However, in the human realm, might her looks be considered ordinary? Su Shuren nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to the next person. Shortly after everyone had introduced themselves, the system, either disregarding the anomaly or harboring a contingency plan to deal with Shi Miao, the supposed bug, resumed its announcements. Reboot successful. Loading instance. In the next instant, several lines of bold text materialized before everyone's eyes. Instance name: Ao Kimidai University participants. 8 duration: 24 hours. You are exchange students arriving at Ao Kimidai University. However, a series of uncanny events will soon lead you astray. These words manifested directly before them, intangible yet undeniably clear. Such an unorthodox phenomenon amplified the trepidation among the newcomers. However, perhaps due to this being a novice instance, the system's guidance was remarkably explicit. A survival-based instance, requiring no exploration or deep engagement with the instance boss. Merely enduring for a day would ensure success. Shi Miao nonchalantly adjusted her slightly creased bow, concealing the amusement in her eyes, and emulated the other novices by gazing into the distance. As the system's message faded, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing the university gates emblazoned with the name Ao Kimidai University. Unlike conventional school gates, these were not open and inviting. The structure was enclosed on 3 sides, obscuring the view within and exuding a somber and oppressive aura that instilled unease. Do we really have to go in?" the female office worker asked, wiping perspiration from her brow, still clinging to the hope that someone would rescue them. Su Shuren sighed. "We can only save ourselves. Let's go. We must face it eventually." He took the lead, approaching the gatehouse and gently rapping on the glass. "Hello, we are the exchange students here to register." The security guard within appeared no different from an ordinary person. He looked up and stated in an official tone, "Please provide your identification for verification." Identification? Where would they obtain such documents? Just as the novices were perplexed, Su Shuren swiftly reacted, patting his jacket pocket. "Oh yes, one moment, please." As he spoke, he retreated a few steps, lowering his voice. "Instances sometimes issue identity cards. Check your pockets. Your documents should be there." Indeed, following his advice, several newcomers discovered their respective identity cards. However, Shi Miao paused, glancing downward. Her dress, it had no pockets. Shi Miao was dismayed. Before she could speak, the male member of the couple exclaimed, "Honey, I have your ID card here." As he finished speaking, the young man from the group hesitantly approached, holding out an ID card bearing Shi Miao's information. "We seem to be siblings in this instance," he said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Here's your ID. See, siblings?" Although she knew that such considerations were inappropriate in a perilous instance, Shi Miao was momentarily bewildered. Why siblings and not sister and brother? She protested inwardly. Despite her discontent, she forced a smile and thanked him sweetly. "Thank you." She recalled the self-introductions of the other players. This newfound brother, named Lu Zian, was not much older than her, but possessed a more mature appearance than her own youthful face. As a fragile, mage-type boss, Shi Miao relied on her ingenious magical skills for survival. However, most magic required props, so, without a suitable weapon, she was left with only her vulnerability. It was best to be obedient for now. After verifying the documents, the security guard remotely opened the school gates. You need to go to room 413 on the 4th floor of the administration building to register with Professor Wu. 4th floor, room 413. This room number combined all the ominous omens of both Eastern and Western cultures. It sounded incredibly unlucky, but regardless of how ominous it seemed, the players had to steel themselves and search for it. However, the cautious newcomers failed to notice that, behind them, the previously normal security guard had turned back to face the television in the room, but his head remained fixed, his dark eyes staring directly at them. Then, the corners of his lips slowly curled upward, revealing a chilling smile in the dimly lit gatehouse. The next moment, Shi Miao, positioned in the middle of the group, abruptly turned around, as if sensing something. She saw the security guard and Oppo's head fall off. It was literally falling off. The security guard was frantically trying to reattach his head, which had detached due to excessive rotational speed. Before he succeeded, Shi Miao noticed that his neck was empty, the wound smooth and unnatural, and there was no blood at the point of separation. It was evident that the security guard had ceased to be human long ago. Shi Miao puffed. Although it was quite frightening, why were the friend and Oppo's flustered movements so amusing? Shi Miao averted her gaze and, seeing the female office worker looking at her with a mixture of fear and curiosity, calmly said, "It's nothing. I just saw a colleague with poor professional skills." Colleague? The female office worker looked bewildered. What colleague? The campus of Ao Kimidai University was not particularly large. Following the map posted next to the gatehouse, the group quickly located the administration building where Director Wu and Oppo's office was situated. As the journey had been uneventful, many players had lost their initial apprehension. The tattooed man even sneered, arms crossed. ISN and Oppo's. This just doing a task? One Oppo's. That's so scary about it. Ignoring his ignorant comment, Shi Miao ran to the bulletin board in front of the administration building, carefully read all the notices and memorize the floor plan of the building before returning. There are stairs in the southwest and northeast corners. Let an Oppo's, go. The administration building at Ao Kimidai University had only 4 floors, so there was no elevator. They had to walk up the stairs. The group casually walked to the stairwell, preparing to ascend, but as they walked, the chatter gradually subsided. Lu Zian rubbed the goosebumps that had formed on his arms and whispered, "Has anyone else noticed that it in Oppo's? It's getting colder?" Indeed, it was getting colder. They felt as if they were walking through a freezer, with cold emanating from all sides. As he finished speaking, Shi Miao sensed something was amiss. Wait, the footsteps are wrong. Although her talents and props were temporarily stripped away, her acute hearing remained. The players stopped, the sound of their shoes on the steps ceasing, but a rustling noise continued to reach their ears unabated. The tattooed man, who was walking at the back, turned around with a shiver. Chapter 3. The chase. A grotesque creature, bloodied and grotesque, lay in wait on the ground, leaving a trail of crimson behind it. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the group of visitors. As it moved, a drop of blood splattered onto a green plant at the foot of the stairs, and in an instant, a visible white smoke began to rise from the plant as if corroded. Moreover, it crawled with alarming speed, closing the distance to Brother Flower Arm in mere moments, its corrosive blood almost touching him. Ah! Brother Flower Arm and Oppo's pupils constricted as he screamed and charged forward, leaping over 3 steps in a single bound. Help! Su Shur and Oppo's, and quickly turned and ran ahead, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Run! Up to the 4th floor." No! Lu Zian yelled back. It's a ghost wall. There are only floors 1 to 3. Despite being at the original 4th floor position, the sign on the wall indicated it was the 1st floor. In the back, Shi Miao, with no time to think, shouted, "Get inside the building. We'll go down the other side later." Having practiced indoors for so long, her athleticism was woefully inadequate. She could endure running on flat ground. But climbing stairs like this was unsustainable. Lu Zian and Appo's eyes lit up as he abruptly halted, flinging open the heavy door at the stairwell, then stepping aside to brace the door with his hand. The creature was right behind Shi Miao, and as Lu Zian waited, his heart raced, urging himself not to flee. He waited until Shi Miao was inside before slamming the door shut and pulling her into a sprint. His speed far surpassed that of the athletically challenged Shi Miao, who felt as if she might take flight. Perhaps the creature had not yet caught up, but she feared she might collapse from overexertion. "Slow down," Shi Miao struggled to say. "What do you mean, slow down? If you don't hurry, you'll be gone," Lu Zian shouted. "Shi Miao, that makes a lot of sense. I should just keep pushing on." The relentless creature pursued them like a nightmare, and soon, the corridors and stairs of the first to third floors were stained with highly corrosive blood. One misstep could lead to injury. The sudden sprint left everyone breathless. One miscalculated step onto a bloodstain left the suited man's palm shredded and in excruciating pain. It can't be chasing us forever, can it? Even though the creature in Appo's speed was not excessively fast, if this continued, they would surely be doomed. Shi Miao, her lips drained of color, was drenched in sweat. After barely managing to turn a corner, she glanced at the clock hanging in the corridor and gasped. "Just wait 3 more minutes. Class will start then." The bulletin board in front of the office clearly indicated the lunchtime, and a conspicuous clock hung in the first-floor corridor. The university was populated mainly by faculty and students. And at the start of the narrative, the restrictions on the creature were substantial. Any harmful ones would be limited. Thus, it was highly likely that the pursuers were students bound by a class schedule. Once lunchtime was over, the anomaly would likely cease. But what if it doesn't have a class? The suited man protested, fearing for his life. Lu Zian, his temper flaring, retorted, "If it doesn't need to, then just keep running. What else with the arguing? Are you a lever or something? Is there another way out?" The suited man fell silent. Though uncertain, Shi Miao's words reignited the players and Appo's confidence, and they continued to drag their aching legs into a run. In the end, Shi Miao was so fatigued she could hardly move. The stench was overpowering, and the blood seemed to pour like concentrated sulfuric acid, nearly burning through the soles of their shoes. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Shi Miao seized a potted plant from the corridor, summoning her strength to hurl it at the creature. Her aim was impeccable. The pot struck the creature squarely in its grotesque face, momentarily halting it for 2 seconds. Ding, ding, ding. The players had never found the sound of the class bell so melodious. Yet, as the bell rang, the creature, still sprawled on the ground and shaking off dirt, remained unmoved. The white-collar woman at the back was paralyzed with fear, sitting on the floor. "Class has started. If we don't return, the teacher will take attendance," Shi Miao shouted. As her words echoed, the creature paused as if bound by an unseen force, compelled to retreat, and the players were suddenly enveloped in darkness. In the next moment, the clean and tidy staircase reappeared before them, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Only the blisters from the corrosive blood on their bodies bore witness to their harrowing experience. With the crisis averted, Shi Miao collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise. Among the group, her condition was the most dire. Being of Eurasian descent, her complexion was already paler than the other girls, and her lack of physical activity made her look even more ghostly. The sudden exertion had overwhelmed her. Her vision darkened, her heart raced painfully, and her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. She couldn't sit down directly. It might lead to shock. Lu Zian extended his hand. "If you can in Appo's stand, lean on me for a bit." Struggling, Shi Miao leaned against the wall, rubbing her nearly numb calves. "Thank you for earlier." Lu Zian scratched his head, feeling bashful. "I didn't really help much. It was your idea that saved us. Whether by running into the building or making it to class on time, all the solutions had originated from this seemingly delicate girl. She was the true heroine of the ordeal." The other players, though not as exhausted as Shi Miao, were also weary and leaned against one another for support. Just as they prepared to take a moment to rest before ascending to room 413, footsteps echoed from above. Perhaps the earlier experience had triggered a stress response among the newcomers. The white-collar woman jumped, her face ashen. "No way, not again." her stamina completely depleted. The pain from her corrosive wounds throbbed, leaving her with no strength to run. If another creature appeared, she would be reduced to begging for mercy. Fortunately, the figure descending was not a monster, but a tall, slender young man. He stood with an upright posture, his features strikingly handsome. His elongated, elegant eyes softened his rugged visage, and he held a book in his hands, exuding an air of languid grace. He was an exceptionally well-proportioned NPC, captivating in appearance. Chapter 4. Shang Hung felt an intense envy towards the figure before him. He was extraordinarily tall, towering above at least 185 centimeters, with legs that seemed to cover ground in mere strides. Was and AMP. Oppos, the survival plan reputed for selecting exceptional individuals? Why then? Was this NPC chosen for the game, while a short and fragile girl was brought in instead? Observing the group in distress, the young man raised an eyebrow. What seems to be the matter? Are you unwell? Do you require assistance to the infirmary? Sushur and Oppos, and, finally catching his breath, replied, We and Oppos, refine really. We're exchange students and took a longer route, hence the rush. Exchange students? The young man nodded in understanding. Ah, so it's you. I've been waiting for you. Please follow me to register. Sushur and Oppos, and quickly realized, Ah, we are here to report. You must be Teacher Wu? Shang Hung subtly acknowledged this identity with a nod. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the mixed-race girl in the group. He had been hastily recruited by the system, much like how there are hierarchies among bosses. Players in the survival plan also possess varying levels. As a top-tier player, Shang Hung was assigned special tasks by the system, supervisory missions. The survival plan is a peculiar game, seemingly indifferent to human life. Yet at times, it adheres to an inexplicable order, as if bound by some unseen rule. These supervisory missions exemplify such regulations. Top-tier players are thrust into scenarios of originally low difficulty that unexpectedly incorporate high-level challenges. Within these scenarios, they assume the identities of NPCs to stabilize the situation, ensuring that higher-level players do not disrupt the narrative. While these tasks may seem to aid malevolent forces, should the scenario be truly corrupted, the players within are often met with annihilation. Given Shang Hung and AMP, Oppos' unique role, he was inclined to accept these supervisory missions whenever possible. However, each player undertaking these tasks remains oblivious to the specific threats lurking within, relying solely on their own discernment. Such occurrences were routine for Shang Hung. Yet he hesitated as he surveyed the players entering the Aoki University scenario. This E-rank scenario, while more challenging than the standard F-rank beginner scenarios, typically made identifying threats straightforward. Yet, this panting group, weary and disoriented, seemed devoid of any formidable presence. The only anomaly was the girl who appeared most unwell. Why did she regard the NPC with envy? Upon encountering the pivotal NPC, the players dutifully followed him to room 413 for registration. After documenting their identities, Shang Hung retrieved 8 student cards from a drawer, instructing them to collect their keys from the dormitory and textbooks from the academic office. He then glanced towards the mixed-race girl at the rear of the group, who was discreetly rubbing her legs, feeling a momentary pang of sympathy. This girl did not seem capable of enduring further fright. The players each exhibited distinct temperaments, ranging from gentle and affable to aloof and reclusive. Yet Shang Hung stood alone as the stoic observer, often deemed cold-blooded by others. He maintained a detached stance, offering aid only to those he deemed deserving. Despite his hardened disposition, ever since his encounter with the pallid Shi Miao downstairs, he found his attention inexplicably drawn to her, even now uncharacteristically wishing for her to rest peacefully. This was inappropriate. He had come to fulfill a mission, and identifying the danger was paramount. Shang Hung quickly reassured himself, his previously cultivated amiable demeanor increasingly reverting to his natural indifference. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to escort you to the cafeteria. Huh? Lu Zian instinctively questioned, but isn't it already past the lunch break? Not to worry, Shang Hung replied. The faculty cafeteria closes at 2:30. We still have time. Although his tone remained suggestive, no player dared to oppose his directive. Moreover, the faculty cafeteria was indeed one of the prime locations for gathering information. After a brief hesitation, they resolved to accompany teacher Wu to the cafeteria. The Aoki University cafeteria sprawled across the eastern side of the teaching building, with the first two floors designated for students and the third floor reserved for faculty. Upon entering the student cafeteria, they were greeted by the glaring words painted in crimson on the wall: "Waste is shameful." Lu Zian stood beside Shi Miao, whispering, "To be honest, I think making food inedible is the true waste." Upon hearing this, Shi Miao's curiosity about the cafeteria's culinary reputation intensified. Born in Europe and raised within the confines of the survival plan, her exposure to human society was scant, with most of her knowledge gleaned from the supernatural realm. Her companion, Uncle Eric, had previously enlightened her about human cafeterias, describing them as places as daunting as A-rank scenarios. "Help yourselves to whatever you desire," the refined professor stated as he returned from the counter. "I've already spoken with the kitchen staff. Take your time. I must attend to some work." The players nodded eagerly. After bidding farewell to teacher Wu, they scrutinized the cafeteria more closely. Having missed the peak meal times, few faculty members occupied the space. The serving counter was straightforward, displaying staples, meat dishes, vegetarian options, and soup in a neat line. Intrigued, Shi Miao approached the counter but frowned upon recognizing the dishes within the warming trays, her expression betraying a rare moment of confusion. "Kiwi, why is it being stir-fried with potatoes?" The group fell silent. Lu Zian coughed lightly. "You might want to ask the kitchen staff about that." He had merely spoken offhandedly, well aware that no one dared to question an NPC. After all, they were formidable entities. Who would risk approaching them? Unexpectedly, Shi Miao turned back, earnestly inquiring of the kitchen lady wielding a metal spoon. "Excuse me, why are fruits stir-fried with vegetables?" Su Shiren's eyes widened in horror. It was evident to anyone that something was amiss with the so-called cafeteria staff. Behind a transparent glass, towering women, each seemingly capable of bursting out of their aprons at any moment, stood with pale faces and unnaturally upturned lips. "Come back. It and Oppos. Es dangerous." Su Shir and Oppos, and felt as though lead weighed down his legs, nearly paralyzed by fear. Just as he was about to shout, the kitchen lady before Shi Miao spoke up, albeit hesitantly. "This is our specialty dish." Though her words were stammered, she indeed answered Shi Miao's question. Chapter 5. Cafeteria, Turmoil Yet. Bewilderment lingered on Shi Miao and Oppos' countenance. Just as she was about to inquire further, Su Shir and Oppos, and, finally realizing the situation, abruptly pulled her back. "Have you lost your senses?" The veteran player, who had been incessantly providing information, hissed. "What if they become enraged and go berserk?" Shi Miao opened her mouth, intending to convey that she discerned no malice from these cafeteria aunties. As a boss on the Doomsday stage, she had encountered numerous players. Among them were those who fanatically followed her, those who fearfully evaded her, and those who harbored deep-seated hatred, desiring to flay and disembowel her. During her performances, she needed to precisely gauge the audience and Oppos' sentiments. Thus, Shi Miao had long been trained to readily distinguish gazes under different emotional states. Moreover, as a product of the same instance, Shi Miao was even more familiar with the emotional fluctuations of these NPCs. She could keenly perceive the danger in the stairwell and discern that the security guard and cafeteria aunties harbored no significant malice toward her. However, this sixth sense-like intuition was impossible to convey to Su Shiren, as she lacked definitive certainty and could not risk misleading others. Consequently, Shi Miao hesitated for a moment and then obediently lowered her head, apologizing. "I understand. I wanted Oppos. To do it again." Su Shiren and Oppos, and Oppos' words caught in his throat, unable to be uttered. He paused, swiftly glossing over the matter. "Let in Oppos' discuss what to order." "I don't and Oppos. Do you think we should order any meat dishes?" The tattooed man returned after circling around. "Who knows what kind of meat they and Oppos reusing?" Su Shir and Oppos, and nodded, then hesitated as he gazed at the vibrant slogans on the wall. "To be safe, let in Oppos. Order sparingly and avoid wasting food." Eventually, everyone except Shi Miao ordered a portion of rice and a vegetable dish. Shi Miao ordered only rice. When questioned, she honestly replied, I feel that those dishes are rather unique. My stomach is delicate, so I oppose, rather not try them. Indeed, subsequent events proved her decision to be a judicious one. Lu Zian, who had been urging Shi Miao to order a vegetable dish to prevent the rice from being too dry, wore a complexion as verdant as the dish itself after tasting the first bite. To put it mildly, the dish and Oppo's flavor defied categorization as simply unpalatable. It was unfathomable how these NPCs had managed to transform otherwise normal vegetables into an intensely tangy concoction that was both bitter and salty, as if an entire can of salt had been poured into it. In contrast, the rice seemed exceptionally normal, with no other flaw besides being excessively dry due to insufficient water. As the players stared at the food before them, unable to swallow, for teachers sat down at the adjacent table. Shen Qing's mother came again today. A young female teacher gently shook her head, her expression filled with helplessness. A fellow teacher sighed. Alas, who would have thought that such a thing could happen at a university? If you ask me, it in Oppo's, all Zhao Chun and Oppo's fault. Otherwise, that child Shen Qing wouldn't have gone missing. Who knows what's become of her now? Upon hearing their conversation, the players immediately perked up, feigning to eat while their attention was entirely focused on them. Another teacher, however, disagreed with their assessment. Don't make excuses for Shen Qing. It takes two to tango. They're both adults, and Zhao Chen didn't do anything to her. If you ask me, she deserves it. As the teacher spoke, Shi Miao felt the surrounding temperature plummet. She abruptly turned her head toward the group of cafeteria aunties. The aunties, who had been intermittently asking her if she wanted to add a small steamed bun, now had pupils that were pitch black, their eyes devoid of any white, intently staring at the teachers who were speaking. Curse-like black gradually spread across their necks. With a series of cracking sounds, they slowly took their first steps. Previously, regardless of what the players had ordered, they had never left their original positions. The teachers, engrossed in their conversation, were completely oblivious to the unfolding events. However, I heard that the Zhao family compensated Shen Qing and Oppo's as parents for this. The teacher continued. Actually, her family didn't and Oppo's lose out. College students aren't and Oppo's worth much these days. They wanted Oppo's earn much even after working. And it and Oppo's just a disappearance. Maybe she and Oppo's LO return someday. The teacher who initiated the topic frowned. Such matters can and Oppo's be calculated in this way. There and Oppo's nothing that can be done. She and Oppo's already missing. Su Shuren intently stared at the aunties who had emerged from behind the windows, whispering, "We're not sure if they'll attack indiscriminately. So everyone, run immediately. Don't hesitate." Bang! Ayua! The teacher's screams mingled with the loud clang of a metal ladle hitting the ground. The metal ladles used for serving food had now become the aunties' best weapons. They wielded the long-handled ladles, repeatedly slamming them onto the teacher who had been the most outspoken. Perhaps due to their monstrous form, the ladles and Oppo's hardness had been enhanced. The teacher initially attempted to flee, but the ladle landed on the back of his head once more. His head was a bloody mess, and he collapsed to the ground, his struggles gradually diminishing. Help me." The teacher reached out to the tattooed man, who was closest to him. Bang! Another loud thud. He ultimately paid the price for his words. The auntie, wielding a ladle covered in brain matter, slowly turned her jet-black eyes toward the tattooed man. Another auntie followed suit within moments. Ayua! The tattooed man was terrified by the splattered brain matter. He trembled violently, frantically turning to flee toward the exit, only to be violently thrown back. "I can Oppo's get out. Why can Oppo's I get out?" Despite having once operated in the gray areas, this was the first time he had witnessed such a horrific death up close. His first instinct was to run, but the cafeteria doors, which had previously allowed free passage, seemed to be locked shut, unmoved by the players' efforts, not even a sliver of an opening. To make matters worse, the enraged aunties became increasingly bloated and swollen as their transformation progressed, their abnormality immediately apparent. Some had already reached the players and begun attacking them. Lu Zian was momentarily caught off guard and found himself surrounded by 3 NPCs. He could only grab a chair nearby for self-defense, desperately searching for an opportunity to escape. Just as a ladle was about to strike him, a series of rattling sounds echoed from nearby. The abnormal noise caused the antis to pause momentarily. Lu Zian seized the precious opportunity, swiftly running away. When he reached a safe distance and looked up again, he was stunned for a full 2 seconds. Chapter 6. Background of the copy. Wait a moment. What about his fragile, helpless sister? Who is this person darting around, smashing a tray against the monster's head? Surely, it cannot be his unfortunate sister. In Shi Miao's eyes, there burned an unwavering determination and persistence, and upon closer observation, she seemed to exude a hint of excitement. It was unclear when she had darted to the food counter, but she forcefully sent a towering stack of trays crashing to the ground, the clattering sound echoing throughout the cafeteria. Just as the NPCs instinctively turned to look, she swiftly seized several clean trays and made her escape. However, she did not flee towards the entrance. Instead, she purposefully dashed into the monster-infested area, the very spots where the teachers had previously dined. The chaos among the cafeteria staff was ignited by the teachers discussing matters that should have remained unspoken. Shi Miao had never been one to beat around the bush. She would not pass up a suitable source of information. Holding aloft a tray, she unflinchingly intercepted a lethal blow aimed at one of the still salvageable teachers. With a clang, she ducked under an attack from a monster on her right. Returning to the side of the teacher she had just saved with an exceedingly agile maneuver, grabbing the dazed educator and making her escape. Aware of her limits and weaknesses, she never lingered in battle. Once a task was accomplished, she would flee at the earliest opportunity. She darted about like a nimble fish, her skirt tracing graceful arcs as she tugged the teacher NPC to safety while evading attacks, all the while hurling trays into the distance. The metallic trays clattered loudly against tables and floors, and the frenzied NPCs, lacking discernment, would instinctively turn towards the noise, thus buying precious time for everyone. There had to be tasks we had yet to complete. Su Shur and oppose, and, having pushed against the door only to find it immovable, abandoned brute force and turned his thoughts inward. What else could be done? His gaze shifted to the wall, where 4 bold red characters stood out distinctly. Waste. Yes, Su Shuren finally recalled that the food remained uneaten. Due to the bizarre flavor of the meal, players had consumed at a sluggish pace, and their focus on the teacher's conversation had allowed the matter of their meal to slip from their minds. In reality, wasteful behavior might only invite moral condemnation. But in this terrifying game scenario, it was highly possible that the cafeteria constituted a task point, and failure to consume the food as required would prevent them from leaving. As soon as Su Shuren voiced his realization, Shi Miao comprehended the underlying clue and pulled the NPC she had chosen back to the table where they initially dined. While Shi Miao navigated this with remarkable ease, other players found themselves in a much more arduous situation. The number and size of the rampaging cafeteria staff made the experience increasingly difficult for the player group, with nearly everyone enduring the sting of iron spoons. Just as Shi Miao managed to take a couple of bites, she noticed someone at the entrance seemingly on the verge of collapse. She was not a saint. She could not risk returning to save someone. Yet she was not the type to witness her teammates perish without attempting to intervene. Although she had once been a boss within the game, she understood that one must act according to their role, and she could not continue to behave like a boss. Neither extreme altruism nor excessive coldness was advisable. Thus, Shi Miao handed the stack of empty trays she had been clutching to the NPC she had been protecting, instructing, "I still need to eat, so please throw these away from me, as far in the opposite direction as possible." In mere minutes, the female teacher's worldview was reshaped, and she nodded vacantly. "Oh, okay." Detecting that key NPC has not perished within the designated time frame. System assessment in progress. Ding. New plotline emerging. Main storyline updated. In the very next second, after the female teacher tossed the first tray, the system's official announcement followed suit. The newcomers present, unfamiliar with the implications of a plot update, remained unfazed, while Su Shuren broke into a cold sweat. Newcomers, blissfully unaware, were fearless. However, as an experienced player, he understood the significance of a storyline update. It indicated that someone had uncovered a critical clue overlooked by previous players. The abundance of scenarios within the survival program meant that even seemingly similar instances could not be navigated using the same strategies, thus making change less frightening than the prospect of an upgrade. Within the survival program, there existed 7 levels of scenarios: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with S-level scenarios being the rarest of encounters. Although E and F-level scenarios still posed a high mortality risk for newcomers, they were relatively safe for seasoned players possessing a certain number of points and items. Su Shiren was acutely aware of his limitations and had spent the past month guiding newcomers, remaining within the confines of these 2 levels. As he grappled with confusion in his mind, unable to fathom the cause of the anomaly in the scenario, the system spoke again. But this time, only Shi Miao could hear the announcement. Judgment successful. Player Shi Miao gains 500 points, and the point shop is now accessible. Unknown scenario boss affection level increases. Player Shi Miao acquires random drowning illusion debuff. Shi Miao, why should affection come with a negative status? That seems unreasonable. Does it mean the more they like her, the more they wish to kill her? Of course, she understood that reasoning with a boss was futile, so she did not dwell on it. After finishing her meal, she continued to hide with the NPC she had temporarily acquired, seizing opportunities to hurl several trays. The cafeteria erupted in a cacophony, reminiscent of a symphony orchestra in performance. Meanwhile, her teammates did not lag behind, despite the unpalatable food. They could only gulp down their meals in the face of imminent death. When the last player finished their meal, Shi Miao, already near the door, grasped the NPC she had painstakingly captured with her left hand and yanked the cafeteria door with her right. The previously invisible barrier dissipated in an instant. They were finally free to leave the cafeteria. Simultaneously, in the 4th floor office, Shang Heng just settled back into his chair, heard the system prompt. His expression momentarily grew serious. While many announcements were only audible to the players themselves, he was there for oversight and thus privy to more information. Shang Heng had handled numerous oversight tasks, yet never had a player instigated a plot update so early in the game. The entities within these scenarios typically met their end in horrific ways and were exceedingly wary of humans. It was a feat for players to avoid inciting their ire, let alone genuinely understand their obsessions. Chapter 7. Once upon a time, after successfully escaping from the cafeteria, the players sought a nearby shaded area, awkwardly huddling together once more. The female teacher, who had been forced to confront a twisted fate by Shi Miao, appeared dazed, trembling as she looked at the group. You witnessed everything that just transpired, didn't you? There are numerous inexplicable events occurring here. Su Shiren took on the role of mediator again. Having spent time guiding newcomers, he had become adept at eliciting information from NPCs, even those who were uncooperative. Through his reassurances and gentle persuasion, the teacher finally recounted all that she knew. The stories unfolding within the campus were of a few familiar types. Shun Qing was the belle of the literature department, though her family background was modest. Her beauty was striking. Since enrolling at Qingmu University, she had always attracted attention. With her cheerful and extroverted personality, coupled with her consistently high academic performance, she was well liked by her teachers. However, all this beauty came to a halt upon the return of exchange student Zhao Chun. Coming from a privileged background, Zhao Chun had been spoiled throughout his life. Nothing had ever eluded his grasp. This time, his affections were set on Shun Qing. He soon began an intense pursuit, but Shun Qing seemed uninterested in his type and repeatedly rejected him. The arrogant young master, unable to tolerate such refusals, soon resorted to extreme measures. The teacher, who had taught Shun Qing an elective course, spoke with a tone of regret when recounting these events. Ultimately, what transpired remains unclear, but the outcome was that Shun Qing went missing while Zhao Chun transferred abroad for his studies, leaving Shun Qing's parents to frequently visit Qingmu University. They had brought their daughter here, only to be met with a certificate of her disappearance. With a sigh, the teacher remarked, "To be honest, I still cannot believe that all those events stemmed from Qing. She was such a kind-hearted girl, always so carefree. Alas, I will write my resignation letter shortly. You all, take care of yourselves." After bidding farewell to the teacher, the man in the suit uncertainly inquired, So she isn't just missing. She has passed away? Su Shiren nodded, affirming that it was likely. An accident must have led to the girl's untimely death, followed by a series of anomalies that resulted in the university entering the survival program. Upon hearing this, Shi Miao rested her chin on her hand and asked, "What exactly does it mean to enter the survival program?" Su Shiren pondered for a moment and explained, "You could understand it as the instances within the survival program being drawn from realities that once existed in the universe, possibly not only on Earth but also on other planets." He paused before continuing. The survival program collects all scenes from the universe that could potentially give rise to supernatural phenomena, and these scenes subsequently exist independently within the program. Shi Miao nodded thoughtfully. According to this explanation, her own memories began to make sense. She had always remembered having a family in her youth and having traveled to many places. Yet, after her 10th birthday, she found herself confined within a theater. There are no parents, no close friends, only Uncle Eric, the Black Cat Iroh, and other NPCs involved in magic performances. In the years that followed, she could never leave that place, growing up within the theater. So, she must have been collected by the survival program? However, a new question arose. You mentioned that the survival program game only appeared 2 years ago. Shi Miao casually perched herself on an artificial rock, her expression slightly perplexed. Su Shiren affirmed with a simple Although he was merely a novice player, he understood this fundamental detail. Regardless of how long the players felt trapped within the game, it was undeniable that the survival program had indeed only descended upon Earth 2 years prior. So what should we do now? Has the danger passed? Listening to Shi Miao and Su Shiren discussing other matters, the female office worker hesitantly looked up. Su Shiren contemplated for a moment and replied, "Perhaps for now, there is nothing to worry about. We just need to get the keys from the dormitory later. The danger is likely to manifest at night. I need to visit the restroom," the office worker expressed with a hint of relief. However, before she could finish her sentence, the tattooed man interrupted. "Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the story's background? The women's restroom is definitely dangerous. There are 2 rules in horror movies. 1, being alone will lead to trouble. 2, the restroom is bound to encounter ghosts. In a scenario centered around a bullied girl, the women's restroom must be perilous." Yet, the office worker displayed visible hesitation. She was well aware of the danger. However, having consumed too much water, she urgently needed to go to the restroom during a relatively safe moment. Otherwise, it would be all the more embarrassing if danger arose later. Shi Miao stood up and said, "Let's go." Noticing the office worker's momentary daze, she added, "I will accompany you." She had some suspicions about the dungeon's boss and saw this opportunity as a chance to observe further. "Shi Miao," the office worker whispered, crouching on the ground, her fingers trembling and fear evident in her tone. "Did you hear that sound?" In the dimly lit restroom, a delicate mixed-race girl was intently staring at her reflection in the mirror. Upon noticing a slight discrepancy between her movements and those in the mirror, her lips curled into a faint smile. Responding to the office worker's voice from the adjacent stall, she calmly shifted her gaze to the nearby sink, tightening the dripping faucet while stating, "I heard it. It's nothing, just a loose faucet." Having completed that task, she extended her finger to touch the mirror surface. In the next instant, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through her. A blinding light enveloped Shi Miao, followed by an all-consuming malice that surrounded her. An immense pressure bearing down from all directions. Cold liquid rushed into her nostrils, and a sensation of suffocation compelled her to struggle. Unable to breathe, she could not even manage a cry for help. A profound despair enveloped her like a colossal glass dome, trapping Shi Miao in a world of drowning. Yet, something felt amiss. She was not truly drowning. This was merely a debuff of random drowning hallucinations. Upon realizing that it was all an illusion, Shi Miao forced herself to remain calm, relaxing her limbs and ceasing her struggles, allowing the darkness to fill her mind. Crisis often symbolizes opportunity. Although this approach was fraught with danger, her curiosity about the dungeon's boss had been piqued long ago, and this was an excellent chance to uncover everything. In the flowing sea of time, the events of the past rapidly unfurled before Shi Miao's eyes. Chapter 8. The life of Shen Qing in this boundless ocean of memories. Shi Miao has come to witness the brief, yet vibrant life of a cheerful and gentle girl. Born in a third-tier city, her family, though not affluent, enjoyed a harmonious existence. She grew up alongside the boy next door, their childhood friendship blossoming into a strong bond. Both excelled academically, ultimately gaining admission to Qingmu University after successfully navigating the Gaokao. As a previous teacher had remarked, she was well-liked in school, and her first 2 years were filled with joy. However, a turning point emerged with Zhao Chen's return. Frivolous actions accompanied by rampant rumors began to spread, casting a shadow of coercion and despair across the once serene waters. The feeling of suffocation intensified, and just as Shi Miao felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness from lack of oxygen, she grasped tightly a shard of glass in her hand. Shard of glass. This is a piece of glass worth 50 points, lacking any special abilities, yet may serve as a means of physical awakening when trapped in an illusion. After saving an NPC, the system rewarded Shi Miao with points, allowing her access to the shop function. Within the shop, there were no offensive items, yet numerous healing and mundane objects were available. Although 500 points seemed substantial, Shi Miao quickly realized that even a single stamina potion cost over 1,000 points, rendering her meager amount insufficient for meaningful exchanges. Moreover, she bore a debuff of random drowning illusions that could only be dispelled with an item. After some contemplation, Shi Miao perused the shopping list and ultimately exchanged her points for an unremarkable shard of glass. A sharp pain surged through her palm as crimson blood spread across the azure sea. Shi Miao perceived her surroundings flickering. One moment, she was in a dimly lit restroom. The next, submerged in the endless depths of the ocean. She fought valiantly to maintain her composure, struggling to lift her hand from the water. And with the shard of glass, she forcefully slashed at her arm. In an instant, the water receded and the world tilted. Coughing violently, Shi Miao staggered back, instinctively grasping the sink, as uncontrollable coughs racked her body. Fortunately, the method of physical awakening proved effective. What happened? Is everything all right? A woman in business attire rushed into the stall, regarding the drenched girl with caution. Are you okay? Supporting herself against the sink, Shi Miao instinctively glanced at her arm, noting the small wound. Nothing serious, just a result of being dragged into an illusion. The injury, inflicted in the realm of fantasy, manifested as a mere scratch in reality, its pain far less than the blisters left by earlier corrosive monsters. Despite the minimal physical harm, her mind was still flooded with the recent sensations, and her eyes brimmed with physiological tears that glistened as she looked up. The businesswoman, momentarily stunned, approached. But before she could speak, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent stall. Ah! The chilling cry reverberated throughout the floor, abruptly ceasing. Startled, the businesswoman forgot her earlier concern and instinctively shrank behind Shi Miao. She had been eager to use the restroom, despite initial disapproval from others. Yet, with Shi Miao's willingness to accompany her, the other gentleman's resistance faded. After all, normal physiological needs were unavoidable. It was best to attend to them in relative safety. Thus, Shi Miao remained with the businesswoman while the suited man accompanied Lu Zian. Now, however, the scream had originated from the suited man. By the time Shi Miao and the businesswoman arrived, the monster had vanished. Yet Su Shiren still stood before the mirror, tense and alert. Nearby, the young couple was retching, while Lu Zian and the tattooed man wore grim expressions. Upon witnessing the scene in the restroom, the businesswoman gasped, a chill running down her spine. My heavens! The suited man's demise was horrific. His hand had been horrendously corroded, and now, it appeared he had encountered some dreadful creature. His legs below the knees had completely vanished, and his upper body was similarly ravaged, with bones faintly visible and his eyes wide with terror. Beneath him, the marble sink had turned pale, its primary component being calcium carbonate, indicating acid corrosion. Shi Miao noted this clue and raised her head, pondering what had transpired. She had never expected that a mere 10 minutes apart could result in a player's death. E and F level instances were labeled as beginner instances due to their minimal difficulty, designed for newcomers. The entities within these instances were not particularly strong, providing a cushion for inexperienced players. They had been together throughout the day, and the only time they had separated was now. Surely the suited man hadn't encountered a boss? Su Shiren shook his head, his expression grave. No one had witnessed what had occurred. The suited man had accompanied Lu Zian to the restroom. To ensure safety, 2 individuals entered each restroom, leaving 4 outside. The male and female restrooms at Qingmu University were identical, without distinctions between stalls. So once inside a cubicle and the door closed, it was impossible to see what transpired outside. Thus, not only Su Shiren, who had rushed over upon hearing unusual sounds, but even Lu Zian, who was also in the restroom, appeared bewildered, completely unaware of the events that had unfolded. Consequently, they were left to search for clues in their surroundings. The campus restrooms featured a distinctive large mirror, now splattered with blood as if the suited man had been dragged into it. Yet, something felt amiss if he had been pulled into the mirror. His upper body should have been the first to be harmed, not his legs. Shi Miao pondered thoughtfully, observing the ground. There was little dirt, only a significant amount of spilled water, likely a result of careless laundry washing. One had to tread carefully to avoid slipping. Mirror water. These 2 words were all too familiar to Shi Miao, as she had just been drawn into a drowning illusion through a mirror's medium. A flash of insight coursed through her mind, connecting the clues. After saving the NPC, the plot had been updated, and she suddenly spoke as punishment. I received a random drowning illusion debuff just moments ago. Her voice echoed in the empty restroom, slightly distorted. I was drawn into the illusion upon touching the mirror. Chapter 9. Blood. Shi Miao and Oppos. S tone was remarkably calm, yet Su Shiren and Oppos, and stood astonished, mouth agape. You managed to escape from the illusion by yourself? Shi Miao nodded, puzzled. If I didn't escape, would I have waited for someone to save me? They don't even know me. Who would take the risk to rescue a stranger? Su Shiren, momentarily caught in contemplation, conceded her point. He relaxed, reassured that the consequences of the unfolding plot were borne solely by Shi Miao. He pondered her words deeply. In a quest, identical elements do not randomly manifest. There must be a connection among them. Shi Miao meticulously traced the water stains on the ground, eventually lifting her gaze. As anticipated, this was indeed the area where the blood on the mirror was most concentrated. She crouched down and calmly stated, "The water on the ground is connected to the mirror." When the suited man stood here, the ground suddenly gave way. He could only scream before being plunged into another dimension. When others arrived, his body was expelled from the mirror. The entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Upon comprehending this, a chill cascaded down the players' spines, their hearts plummeting into despair as they hastily retreated from the water's edge. In merely 3 seconds, even allies nearby would be unable to render assistance. A suffocating sense of hopelessness enveloped them, their faces pale with bewilderment over the bleak future. Under such overwhelming power, could they truly survive? As panic gripped them, Shi Miao slowly rose, reassuring them. But there is no need to worry too much. Surely, such a formidable specter has a lengthy cooldown period? She directed her gaze towards Su Shiren. He snapped back to reality, emerging from the eerie silence, warmed by her words. Right, novice quests don't typically present such scenarios. Shi Miao nodded, continuing, moreover, we have already touched upon the essence of this quest, have we not? Shenqing likely met her fate due to drowning. In numerous campus ghost stories, mirrors are common elements through which spirits traverse, offering little insight. However, water is different. Aquatic tales are not frequently encountered in a school setting. Considering Shi Miao and Oppos' previous random drowning illusion, alongside the mirror connected to water, the remainder of the narrative was relatively predictable. Adjacent to the office building was a lake prompted by Shi Miao's subtle cues. One of the young couple recalled that the lake was a flowing body of water that connected to the outside world. Shi Miao smiled, thus rendering the disappearance more plausible. Realization dawned upon the group. A coherent storyline unfolded before the players. Shenqing, who had grown up blissfully, encountered the reckless Zhao Chun upon entering university. After enduring coercion and harm, she fell victim to malicious attacks, drowning in the lake. as the school's lake was linked to external waters. Her death went unnoticed until days later when her roommate sensed something amiss, leading to her being reported missing. Perhaps due to the humiliation and resentment surrounding her death, Shunqing's vengeful spirit manifested, entering the survival program and becoming one of its specters. The tattooed man became animated, exclaiming, "So, as long as we do not malign Shunqing and minimize contact with mirrors and water, we should be safe, right?" The suited man perished due to contact with water, while Shi Miao was already afflicted with a debuff and subsequently touched the mirror. If we avoid these, wouldn't that ensure our safety? Su Shi nodded. That seems plausible, but there is still an inconsistency. Shi Miao pointed towards the mangled body of the suited man, highlighting a critical flaw in their logic. Where did the corrosive creature originate? She recalled a vivid presence in Shunqing's memories. Her childhood companion and neighbor, Wu Xingluo. The surname Wu inevitably reminded Shi Miao of the pivotal NPC, Director Wu, encountered at the quest's onset. Such coincidences regarding surnames are seldom found in quests, as Eric, her uncle, had informed her. For instance, in their apocalyptic stage, the boss and NPCs bore no familial ties, thus avoiding identical surnames to prevent misleading players. Dreadful. Do we really have to seek out that tall figure? The other players remained oblivious to Shi Miao's intricate thoughts, only feeling an unsettling chill creeping down their spines. Indeed, no matter how one viewed it, Shunqing had no connection to the corrosive entity. Her method of attack involved water or other NPCs, entirely unlike the direct assaults of the corrosive creature. However, the primary objective was merely survival, so the challenge seemed manageable. Previously, Shi Miao had pulled a dogtail grass from the thicket, now idly swaying in her hand. "Suga, is it time for the game to automatically transport us to the system space?" Su Shun affirmed, "Yes, once the 24-hour period concludes, regardless of injuries. As long as we still breathe, we can return to a safe location. In that safe zone, healing can occur through accumulated points. Players need not persistently engage in the quest, as the system has arranged a transit area where they are safe and can receive treatment for their injuries." Reassured by his response, Shi Miao turned, dogtail grass still clutched in hand. "Then let us head back to the dorm to retrieve the key. Survival is paramount. I will visit the library later to see if I can find any relevant reports in the school newspaper." Yet, she had no intention of merely surviving to complete the quest. She remained bewildered as to why she had arrived in another quest as a player and was utterly unaware of the events transpiring in the apocalyptic stage. She yearned to unravel the truth, but as an ordinary player, such knowledge was beyond her grasp. She needed to confront the quest bosses, for perhaps from them, she could glean the truths she sought to uncover. Though this course of action might not guarantee success, it remained her only glimmer of hope. Whether regarding the apocalyptic stage, Eric Illo, or her own circumstances, she was determined to seek clarity. Chapter 10. The Little Deceiver. In order to uncover the truth she sought, Shi Miao needed to engage with every boss within her reach and earn their acknowledgement, thus securing superior points and items during the system's evaluation. However, her attempt to gather information from the school newspaper was abruptly thwarted, primarily due to the presence of the tall NPC, Professor Wu, who awaited her outside the dormitory building. More accurately, he was waiting for her alone. Shang Hong scarcely diverted his attention to the other players, his focus singularly fixed on Shi Miao. "Shi Miao," he called, his voice as smooth and deep as ever. "I need to speak with you. Please step outside." The tone of his voice and the nature of the dialogue caused Lu Zian to gasp. His gaze toward Shi Miao transformed. "Take care. Who would have thought university students could be summoned for private consultations?" Shi Miao, expressionless, hesitantly remarked, "Teacher, I haven't collected my dormitory key yet. May I retrieve it first?" Shang Hong, extending his hand, jingled the key he held. "I have it here." Even the tattooed big brother cast a sympathetic glance toward Shi Miao. Shi Miao thought to herself, "Did I provoke this NPC in any way? Surely, just because I glimpsed the memories of his relatives, he wouldn't pursue me with intent." Amidst the pitying gazes of other players, Shi Miao gritted her teeth and approached Shang Hong, only to realize she barely reached his shoulder. Why the discrepancy? She pondered, frustrated. We are both natives of the instance. Why this differential treatment? She twirled a blade of grass around her finger, as if using it to vent her frustrations. Noticing the discontent radiating from the girl beside him, Shang Hung paused, sensing an oddity. Why did he perceive that this girl before him did not fit the traditional mold of a high-risk individual? Her emotional fluctuations were palpable, her likes and dislikes vividly displayed upon her face, which was precisely what had ensnared Shang Heng's thoughts from the outset. Typically, dangerous individuals in the game mirrored high-risk populations in reality. They were well-informed, privileged, wielding both wealth and power while delighting in manipulating others, remaining aloof and inscrutable. Yet, Shi Miao was utterly distinct. She embodied a childlike spirit, marked by countless little gestures, a frail physique, yet brimming with audacious ideas. Such an individual would find it challenging to ascend to the ranks of seasoned players in the game, let alone thrive in the real world. She was vibrant, fervent, and imbued with a profound curiosity and passion for all things, displaying an innocence that was rare. Shi Miao followed Shang Hung to the lakeside. The in-game season was summer, and the warm breeze swept through the willows by the lake, revealing a misty expanse over the azure waters, reminiscent of the moments before the system relayed the instance's information. Just like the scene outside the theater, having been perturbed by the unwarranted targeting, Shi Miao suddenly found herself calm. What was the point of harboring grievances against an NPC? Everything was mere data. NPCs were bound to fulfill their preordained actions. Even if it weren't her, another player would likely be the target. Are you from Wangping County, Shi Miao? Shang Hung inquired casually, shifting his gaze. Shi Miao paused, recalling the address on her identification card that the gatekeeper had inspected. Her memory was keen, even without deliberate effort. The details etched on the card remained vivid in her mind. Her tone lifted with excitement as she replied, I am. Could it be that Professor Wu is from there as well? Shang Hung nodded affirmatively. Instantly, Shi Miao's eyes sparkled. Then she feigned a pause, hesitating before saying, oh, by the way, I remember that a few older siblings from our county got into Qingmu. Indeed, but that was 3 years ago, Shang Hung replied, his gaze drifting as if lost in reminiscence. Thus, seeing your information today was quite a surprise. Shi Miao quickly deduced that Wangping County was likely a relatively underdeveloped area, and the number of university graduates emerging from it was probably limited. Even if Professor Wu and Wu Xingnuo were not relatives, they would surely recognize one another. A kind-hearted director emerging from small town, possessing a wealth of information and influence. Failing to capitalize on this NPC would be a disservice to the identity card she had obtained. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, the young girl continued to weave her tale, without faltering. 3 years ago? Was it sister, Xinqing? I was quite young then, and often sought her out to play. A little deceiver indeed. For reasons unknown, as he observed the child attempting to extract information from him using merely an address. The term resonated in Shang Heng's mind. Though Shi Miao's actions were commonplace within the game, he found himself inexplicably irritated, as if she had deceived him countless times before. Suppressing this strange sentiment, Shang Hung maintained his composure, continuing the conversation while subtly revealing various tidbits of information. Their dialogue persisted until evening approached. As the dinner hour drew near, Shang Hung did not prolong Shi Miao's stay. He gently patted her shoulder and said, it's getting late. You should go eat. Shi Miao, feeling enriched by their exchange, looked up at Shang Hung with renewed vigor, saying, thank you for your assistance today, teacher. I will certainly strive to study harder from now on. Shang Hung hesitated for a moment, then replied, good luck. This girl would only spend a day within the instance, yet she spoke of her resolve to study diligently. Truly, she was a little deceiver, employing no sophisticated tactics in her schemes. As dusk fell, he silently watched her turn and briskly head toward the dining hall. The light of the setting sun illuminated her form, her naturally curly hair dancing gently, creating a scene that seemed to leap from a painting. A fleeting memory flickered through Shang Heng's mind. A girl clad in a burgundy knee-length dress, barefoot upon the stage, casually tossing dice into the air, deftly maneuvering playing cards in a horizontal shuffle, then casually lowering her gaze toward him. The expression in her eyes mirrored that of Shi Miao's when she last looked at him, imbued with gratitude, yet more so with curiosity, as if she were beholding a being entirely distinct from herself. Yet, the features of that girl seemed veiled, her visage obscured, save for those extraordinarily vivid blue eyes that Shang Hung could never forget. He longed to discern her face clearly, but the memory of that fleeting glimpse vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. He found himself in a daze, instinctively reaching for a nearby willow, yet still unable to steady himself. In an unseen moment, he murmured softly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, "Please, do not erase her existence from my memory." Chapter 11. Finding my mirror. Having acquired ample information from the NPC, Shi Miao ventured to the cafeteria for dinner. Just beneath the dormitory, she once again found herself ensnared in a drowning illusion. This time, however, the experience was markedly gentler compared to her previous near-death suffocation. After a bout of intense dizziness and nausea, she was propelled ashore by invisible hands. The surroundings felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the lakeside at Qingmu University where she had spent the afternoon with Teacher Wu. She silently acknowledged the truth. Shen Qing had indeed perished by drowning. Shi Miao swiftly grasped the situation before her and tentatively inquired, "Shen Qing?" The previously clear, azure sky darkened in an instant, and the tranquil lake's surface erupted into ripples as a vague figure gradually solidified. The girl possessed striking features and short black hair, her athletic attire failing to conceal her graceful figure. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Shen Qing described by Teacher Wu. Shi Miao blinked, her thoughts momentarily straying. This sister is so tall. Are all the NPCs in this scenario unusually tall? Just as she activated her ability to listen to Shi Miao's thoughts through the medium of water, Shen Qing's expression softened slightly at the childlike demeanor of her interlocutor. With a hint of resignation, Shen Qing replied, "It's me." After a brief pause, she added, "You should call me Senior." Shi Miao readily complied, "All right, Senior Shen." Shen Qing fell silent once more. Taken aback by the unexpected innocence of this child, she had inadvertently drawn into the illusion. Yet, Shi Miao did not afford her much time for contemplation, straightforwardly asking, "Senior, is there anything I can assist you with?" Her words seemed to act as a switch, and a thunderous roar echoed from behind, as torrential rain cascaded down. Shen Qing was reminded of that fateful night, the same deluge, though then she had the presence of a frail childhood companion by her side. Apaisons timide. Yet the only time they had bravely resisted was for her sake. Regrettably, the price of that defiance had been unbearably steep. Lowering her gaze to conceal the blood-red hatred and overwhelming fury in her eyes, she murmured, "Naturally, there is. Why should the virtuous suffer while the wicked roam free? The guilty ought to endure torment and anguish for eternity. Their bodies should rot, barred from reincarnation, forever trapped in the realm of their sins. Find my mirror and return it to me." Once the illusion dissipated, Shi Miao leaned against the wall to regain her composure before re-entering the dormitory. The corridor lights flickered ominously due to unstable voltage, casting an unsettling pallor. Ignoring this minor inconvenience, she inspected several staircases as indicated on the floor plan. As anticipated, the top fifth floor only allowed access via the elevator or through a single shared staircase for both male and female dormitories. Logically, to ensure privacy, male and female dorms typically do not interconnect. Yet, in this scenario, nothing was impossible. Where there was existence, there were corresponding clues. For instance, individuals from the male dormitory, or perhaps malevolent spirits, could traverse to the female quarters. Suppressing her thoughts, Shi Miao closed the iron door to the staircase and turned towards the room indicated by her key. Just a short distance behind her, a dormitory door creaked open, and a pair of dark eyes fixated on the girl before them. The eerie green emergency light flared as the main lights extinguished, prompting Shi Miao to glance back, only to find emptiness. Pausing momentarily to quell her unease, she pushed open the door to her designated room. The professional woman and her girlfriend, Li Tingting, glanced up, visibly relaxing upon recognizing her. Li Tingting could not suppress her exasperation. "You've finally returned. We can lock the door now." Lock the door, Shi Miao echoed, puzzled by the necessity. Li Tingting responded matter-of-factly, if we don't lock it, we'll be waiting for monsters to arrive. Xian said that the restrictions on spirits lift at night, and we can't contend with them. Shi Miao nodded, yet hesitated, but the monsters in this scenario are corrosive. Do you think she glanced at the wooden door, her expression inscrutable? How long can it hold? Li Tingting's face fell. Oh no, forgetting to lock the door is useless. Suddenly confronted with the futility of locking the door, Li Tingting became frantic. Should we move a chair in front? This would only buy them a few extra minutes, but if truly targeted by a monster, escape would remain elusive. Shi Miao sighed inwardly. While it was indeed true that monsters roamed at night, it also presented the optimal opportunity to gather information and resources. The Survival Plan S system store was limited to conventional items and exorbitantly priced defensive tools, none of which sufficed against higher-level scenarios. In this game, players were categorized according to the highest level of scenario they had successfully completed. S-class scenarios were rare and sought after. However, she understood that clearing an S-class scenario yielded enough items and points to elevate a player into the upper echelons, granting them authority within human society. Successfully completing an A-class scenario designated players as advanced, B-class as intermediate, and C and D-class as novice players. As for those who had only cleared E and F-class scenarios, they were not recognized by the system, merely maintaining the basic necessities for survival. Thus, even if it was merely for a more comfortable existence, she needed to ascend swiftly, especially since she wished to inquire about the scenario's boss. Clearly, novice scenarios provided the easiest means to establish contact with the boss. Although she had yet to decipher the role of Shun Qing's childhood companion in the overarching narrative, she had already discerned the connection between water and mirrors. Her immediate priority was to locate the mirror and assist Shun Qing in regaining her strength. However, the search for the mirror posed a significant risk of encountering that corrosive monster, whose ability to corrode was utterly insurmountable. Thus, evasion remained paramount. As Shi Miao sank into contemplation, Li Tingting was already donning her clothes, preparing to venture out. The professional woman instinctively queried, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find my boyfriend." Under the dim light, Li Tingting's fingers trembled. None of us three girls stand a chance against that monster. Her earlier experiences had made it painfully evident that her strength was laughable in the face of such a colossal entity. When confronted with such a formidable creature, escape was her only option. Chapter 12 Side Quests. If it were not for her boyfriend repeatedly holding her back, she would have likely become food for the monsters long ago. Therefore, she must leave. It is imperative. Only by staying in the boys' dormitory, protected by her boyfriend, can her chances of survival be significantly increased. The office worker comprehended her implication and, astonished, stood up. "Are you really just leaving? What about us?" Li Tingting had a boyfriend who could accept her, but what about Shi Miao? People are inherently selfish. Without close relationships, how could one expect help in a perilous moment? Li Tingting scoffed, "It's your own issue if no one is willing to help you. It has nothing to do with me." Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, Shi Miao's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. "You can't stay in the boys' dormitory any longer." The corrosive monster was most likely Zhao Chun, a debauched youth in life. Originally, Shi Miao had harbored doubts about whether Shun Qing had been bullied in life. But after conversing with Teacher Wu and the two NPCs and deducing the entire timeline, she realized that this possibility was slim. First, Shun Qing had gone missing and died before Zhao Chun disappeared. Second, the corrosive monster posed a threat due to the corrosive nature of its blood, not because it possessed any corrosive abilities itself. Third, Shun Qing needed to obtain her mirror to seek vengeance, indicating that she could not move freely, while the corrosive monster roamed the office building at will. Thus, it could be confirmed that the corrosive monster was indeed Zhao Chun. As a former student, it was restricted to returning to the teaching building during class, implying that it was likely also confined to returning to the dormitory at night. This monster, Zhao Chun, had been male in life and would appear in the boys' dormitory at night. Shi Miao leisurely tapped the table, calmly gazing at Li Tingting. Based on the current information, Zhao Chun was the perpetrator. Thus, even if he had transformed into a grotesque monster, his sins remained unforgivable. allowing such a loathsome entity to continue devouring lives, enhancing its power and potentially evolving into a boss. Shi Miao could not bear such a future. Generally, almond-shaped eyes appear the least intimidating. Yet Shi Miao's clear azure eyes bore an otherworldly eeriness and coldness. Like an emotionless, abyssal creature, her outwardly docile demeanor served merely as a facade to mislead, while her true self was cold-blooded and deranged. Li Tingting, standing at the door, involuntarily shivered. She took a few awkward steps and asked, "Shouldn't we go inform them?" Shi Miao shook her head. "No need. I ran into Lu Zian on my way back, and I've already spoken to him." In the afternoon, Shi Miao had been called away by an NPC, while the remaining players busied themselves forming teams to search for clues. Meanwhile, Lu Zian had just returned from the library, and upon seeing her, he approached with immense delight, immediately sharing all the clues he had gathered throughout the afternoon. The school newspaper office indeed contained newspapers from several years ago, which provided a brief overview of the events at that time, though the coverage was succinct and official, revealing little truth. However, one thing struck him as peculiar. "I found something odd about the newspapers from the past 3 years in the school newspaper office." The young man frowned, appearing perplexed, as if the events seemed repetitive and lacking substance, merely cycling back and forth without any new developments. At that moment, Lu Zian's words echoed in her mind, and now Shi Miao had discovered the reason. The dormitory at Aoki University was a standard 4-person room, with a bunk bed and a desk configuration. In addition to the 3 players, there was also an unknown NPC roommate who had never appeared. This roommate's desk displayed a textbook with the title page boldly labeled Grade 13 Intellectual Property, Sun O. However, according to the information displayed on the identity cards they had received, they were clearly Grade 17 students, meaning even if this Sun O were a senior, the grade still did not match. Furthermore, during meals, the teachers referred to Shun Qing as missing, and her family had not ceased their search for their daughter. Legally, a natural person can only be declared dead after being missing for 4 years or after 2 years of unexplained absence. Yet in everyday life, being missing for 1 or 2 years is sufficient for outsiders to speculate on the possibility of death, rather than uniformly stating that someone is merely missing. Time appeared to have been frozen at this university 3 years ago. Shi Miao murmured, "But why?" The teacher Wu's choice of words differed from those of the others, consistently referring to Shun Qing as a matter from 3 years prior. This subtle dissonance prompted her to question teacher Wu's identity for the first time. Before she could ponder further, she heard the heavy tolling of a bell nearby, followed by intermittent announcements over the corridor's loudspeaker. "The current time is 8 p.m. Lights out. All students, please rest in your dormitories. Do not go outside. If you leave the dormitory and any accidents occur, the school will not be held responsible." Just as the warning-like announcement concluded, a system prompt reappeared before the players' retinas. Side quest: uncover the hidden secrets. Eligible players. For completion time limit, 3 hours. Failure to uncover the secret within the time limit will result in the player being disqualified and becoming an NPC. Completion reward: C-grade attack item X1. As the 2 girls next to her hesitated, Shi Miao decisively clicked the button to accept the quest. The office worker, upon seeing her action, exclaimed in distress, "Why did you accept it directly?" Such a task, which could lead to death if not completed, appeared exceedingly difficult. Why was Shi Miao, a girl, being so impulsive? Yet, Shi Miao remained unfazed, asserting, "This task is manageable. Not accepting it would be a loss." This instance of the dungeon lasted a total of 24 hours, concluding tomorrow afternoon. Thus, whether crisis or opportunity would manifest tonight. Her original intent was to venture out to find the mirror and speak with Shun Qing, and she was determined to go outside. Moreover, this side quest offered a reward. She was currently in need of an attack item, so encountering such a fitting task was naturally worth pursuing. However, the office worker still felt uneasy. What if you can end AMP? AMP, Oppos, T completed. You will be stuck here forever as an NPC. While rummaging through her belongings at the desk, Shi Miao looked up, somewhat puzzled. What is wrong with being an NPC? Her casual inquiry left the office worker momentarily stunned. Don't you want to return to reality? Chapter 13. The Long-Tongued Monster Reality? Shi Miao echoed, followed by a light chuckle. Lacking friends, the notion of reality seemed no different to her than any other instance. Thus, she shrugged nonchalantly. It would be wonderful to go, but it mattered little if she couldn't. The office lady, silent, poked her companion, Li Tingting, and gestured toward Shi Miao. Do you think she and Oppos has had a quarrel at home? Though unspoken, Li Tingting understood her implication and nodded in agreement. I think so. At just 21, Shi Miao was at that tender age where one possesses thoughts of their own, yet remains unable to fully embrace independence. And her attire was quite anime-like. So, the office lady hesitated as she reopened the side quest. Her nature was always conservative, and had she adhered to her initial instincts, she would certainly have refrained from undertaking this task. After all, the objective of the instance was merely to survive another day, with the task nearly halfway completed. Any unforeseen complications were unwelcome. Yet, being a person who valued gratitude, she had been keenly aware of Shi Miao's actions earlier in the afternoon. She could not bear to watch a girl explore alone. Moreover, she understood the inherent dangers of the survival plan. She was well aware that peril often accompanies opportunity. To endure in this realm, one must exhibit both caution and audacity. Ultimately, the office lady gritted her teeth and clicked to accept the quest. In the very next moment, a message appeared before all players. Side quest participant limit reached. The office lady stared in disbelief at Shi Miao. Had someone from the boys' dorm taken the quest as well? Shi Miao nodded, likely referring to Su Gu and Lu Zian. The burly man, though seemingly fierce, had only sought to survive after encountering repeated frights. And when the others split up to find clues, he had chosen to remain behind. What about me? You both accepted the quest. What am I to do? Li Tingting Kuden and Oppos. Help, but inquire. While someone out there undertaking tasks might draw the attention of monsters, what if a creature ventured into the dormitory? She would be left utterly alone, without even a scapegoat should something go awry. Contemplating this, she tugged at the office lady's arm. Can the side quest be cancelled? Shi Miao has company. Stay with me. The office lady, who had always been accommodating, shook off Li Tingting's grip. I want to be with Shi Miao. Meanwhile, Shi Miao, the focus of the conversation, paid little heed to the two girls beside her. She rummaged through her roommate's NPC drawer, retrieving a flashlight and a fruit knife. After securing the knife to her leg with a piece of rope, she stood up and declared, "Let's go." These items could be exchanged at the system store, but with her limited points, it was prudent to conserve resources for the time being. Li Tingting attempted to pull the office lady back, but the latter frowned and hurried after Shi Miao. Thus, the two departed the girls' dormitory. Lu Zian had anticipated that the night following the acceptance of the side quest would be arduous. However, he had not foreseen the sheer brutality of the creatures here. His heart raced, and his calves felt numb from prolonged running. Despite his efforts to steady his breathing, he felt as though the sound of his breath was loud enough to attract the wandering monsters. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, but he understood that mere evasion would not accomplish the task. Summoning his courage, Lu Zian cautiously rose to peer through the window. In the next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes loomed before him. Hiss! Lu Zian's pupils constricted, and without a second thought, he burst through the opposite door and fled. Behind him, a massive, shadowy figure pursued relentlessly. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the grotesque sight of three gaping, blood-red mouths crammed together on a single face. With features so densely packed, they seemed to meld into one. A long, serpentine tongue extended from those mouths, undulating in the air like a tentacle, an abomination beyond comprehension. Lu Zian cursed quietly as he desperately sought the restrooms within the academic building. They had not ventured into the classroom structure that day, leaving them entirely unfamiliar with its layout. Moreover, it seemed the building had transformed by night. The hallways appeared to twist in a bias loop, making it impossible to locate the bathroom. The three-mouthed monster behind him was far swifter than the corrosive creatures, and although Lu Zian was physically fit, he could not withstand such relentless exertion. To make matters worse, he was growing fatigued while the monster's speed remained unabated. Hiss! The dark tongue, akin to a venomous serpent's forked tongue, slithered up his back. Lu Zian felt a sudden, tingling sensation akin to being injected with a sedative, causing his limbs to grow weak. This was disastrous. His mind began to cloud, and he shook his head vigorously, exerting every effort to remain alert. He had not anticipated that monsters could paralyze a player's nerves. Even though he had yet to be fully caught, in his current state, he could not endure much longer. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the distance. "This way is the restroom. Hurry!" The office lady's head appeared, and upon seeing the monster behind him, her face blanched with fear, her voice involuntarily rising as the flashlight trembled in her grip, seemingly intent on retreating. Shi Miao's voice rang out. "Don't back away. As long as you don't expose your whole body, you'll be safe. It's fine to show just your arm. Steady the flashlight. He needs the light to find you." The office lady obediently replied. Even though fear gripped her heart, she steadied the flashlight. Upon hearing Shi Miao's voice, Lu Ziyan felt a wave of relief wash over him and immediately pushed himself to run faster towards that direction. Along the way, he encountered numerous walls, yet the light from the flashlight served as a beacon, guiding him unwaveringly. Lu Ziyan hesitated for but a moment before charging straight at a wall. Instantly, that wall vanished as if it had never existed. It was all an illusion. A glimmer of hope sparked within Lu Ziyan, and he cast aside all doubt and hesitation, plunging headlong towards the light. The numbness in his back clung to him like a shadow, but with a target and direction. Lu Ziyan stumbled onward until he reached the restroom, where Shi Miao and the office lady awaited. Just as he crossed the threshold into the restroom, the long-tongued teacher monster followed closely on his heels, its webbed claws viciously snagging at his clothing. Thankfully, Lu Ziyan had already leaped into the restroom. The creature's beady eyes fixated intently on him, lingering for a moment over the scrap of fabric it had caught before reluctantly turning away. Realizing that the monster could not enter the restroom, Lu Ziyan finally felt a weight lift from his heart, only then noticing that Shi Miao seemed to be carving into the wall with a small knife. The knife's efficiency was dismally poor, resembling more of an ornate engraving than anything else. Chapter 14. The Secrets Within the Walls. Lu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, stuttering slightly. Shi Miao. Before him stood a girl clad in a splendid, beautiful dress, who, in a fit of irritation, discarded her small knife and, like a magician, produced a shovel. With this new tool in hand, she continued to wreak havoc upon the wall without so much as glancing up. In the stillness of the night, the noise created by Shi Miao and Appo's wall smashing was substantial. Logically, she was an easy target. Yet astonishingly, not a single ghostly entity approached. The office lady explained. Shi Miao suggested that there might be clues related to a side quest or the core of the instance here, so we came to investigate. Upon discovering that the wall was damp, we decided to break it down. Lu Ziyan responded with a dry, "Oh," his mind still somewhat disoriented. Setting aside the question of how they deduced there were clues here, the act of smashing the wall itself seemed rather reckless. However, as the office lady had pointed out, the wall indeed felt moist. Such a structure should typically resist violent dismantling with a shovel, yet it appeared as if it had recently been rebuilt. The cement still not fully cured. Under Shi Miao's relentless assault, the inner concrete was soon revealed. Lu Ziyan could not fathom what clues might be concealed here. Just as he stood up and took a few steps, he caught sight of a half-decayed finger. The presence of a finger within the wall was unmistakably ominous, and all present understood its implications. Lu Ziyan stood frozen. Concealed within the bathroom wall was the body of a person. Moreover, it appeared to be a relatively fresh corpse, one that had only recently begun to decompose. Was this what Shi Miao referred to as a clue? But how did she know a corpse was hidden here, and whose body could it possibly be? Shi Miao wiped the sweat from her brow and continued to carefully smash the wall, centering her efforts around the finger. With her actions, the previously distant teacher-like monsters began to congregate once more at the bathroom door. They found themselves in the women's restroom, while the corpse was secreted away in the wall beside the sink, a considerable distance from the entrance. Yet, the monsters had begun to scratch frantically at the door. The once invisible barrier began to take form under the relentless clawing, with the monsters' long tongues trailing on the ground, their blood-red eyes fixated on the few individuals inside. The office lady stumbled back in fright, her mouth agape. Shi Miao glanced back and noted the vivid depiction of a long-tongued creature. By the way, where's Brother Liu? With that inquiry, Liu Xian's chaotic thoughts returned to the harrowing events of 20 minutes prior. Given the current perilous situation, he seized the shovel from Shi Miao's hands, continuing her work while recounting his experiences. Indeed, Liu Xian had accepted the side quest alongside Su Shiren. Although Su Shiren exhibited a conservative player style, retreating at every opportunity would ultimately lead to a short-lived existence in the survival plan. The items available in the system shop were severely limited, and acquiring offensive or life-saving items could only be achieved through three means. First, fulfilling a ghost wish to gain a chance at a prize draw, the quality of which depended entirely on the player's luck. Second, completing side quests for reward items. And third, trading items or points with other players. As a conservative player, Su Shiren naturally lacked any substantial assets for trade, thus rendering the third option unviable. As for fulfilling a ghost's wish, novice players might not fully grasp the concept, but for veteran players like Su Shiren, it was all too familiar. This required not only sufficient combat prowess and psychological fortitude, but also keen reasoning skills and high charisma to win over crucial NPCs, thereby obtaining clues as swiftly as possible. To fulfill a ghost wish, players needed to thoroughly understand the instance boss's backstory, including how it met its demise and what it desired, in order to assist the boss in achieving its wish. The entire process was exceedingly arduous. Moreover, with the game featuring protective measures for low-level players, high-level players were precluded from entering lower-level and novice instances, triggering a supervision task upon entry. This made it impossible to dismantle the instance through brute force. Upon reflection, it was evident that only a select few top-tier players could fulfill a ghost's wish and resolve their obsessions. In summary, for players like Su Shiren, the sole avenue to acquire items lay in side quests within lower-level and novice instances. This particular side quest was not too difficult to surmise. The experiences gained at the cost of the suited man indicated that lakes, bathrooms, and all places with mirrors were unsafe. However, danger also implied the presence of clues. Considering the possibility of corrosive monsters in the bathroom, Su Shiren and Liu Xian instinctively assumed the side quest was related to the lake. After all, the quest bore a striking resemblance to one initiated by Shenxing. Yet, at the lakeside, they found no clues and instead encountered several long-tongued monsters. At that time, 3 monsters pursued them, prompting Su Shiren to utilize an item that concealed their presence for a minute, rendering them undetectable to both NPCs and monsters alike. The office lady grasped the implication. So you got separated? Liu Xian nodded, explaining, I thought there were no clues by the lake. Perhaps the lead was still within the teaching building. However, one monster followed me, and that S when you saw. There really was a corpse. While he spoke, he continued his work, and soon the outline of the concealed corpse became discernible. The body had taken on a grotesque appearance, with decaying parts exposed, saturating the air with a foul stench. Yet, the clothing clearly identified the corpse as female. As the monsters continued to pound against the invisible barrier at the entrance, Shi Miao slowly approached the female corpse, crouching down and extending her hand. Shi Miao? Liu Xian grasped her hand anxiously. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly approaching the corpse? Don't tell me you're being possessed or taken over. Shi Miao looked at him, somewhat bewildered. I'm fine. Just keep smashing. After saying this, she lowered her gaze to the corpse, her voice soft. Shenxing, your method of vengeance is truly simplistic and brutal. No sooner had Shi Miao spoken than Liu Xian and the office lady felt an immediate drop in the surrounding temperature, causing them to shiver involuntarily. It was as if they had been abruptly transported from the heat of summer to the depths of winter, their skin reacting to the frigid atmosphere with a multitude of goosebumps. Chapter 15. Shenxing's obsession. Not only that, but the commotion at the door had diminished significantly, as if even the spirits were aware of a more terrifying presence within the room. A layer of frost formed on the adjacent mirror, revealing a faint silhouette, its pale hand pressing against the glass surface. In the next moment, a distinct fingerprint appeared on Shi Miao's neck, and her feet gradually lifted off the ground. It was as if a creature from the mirror was choking her. Her entire being was suspended in a state of being grasped by the neck. The girl's face flushed, yet she did not struggle. Instead, she managed to utter with great difficulty, "Senior, don't you want to reclaim your body?" Upon hearing these words, the specter in the mirror paused and retracted its hand. As the hand vanished from the mirror, Shi Miao, still grasped by the neck and struggling to breathe, leaned against the sink and coughed uncontrollably. Despite her discomfort, she managed to smile. Excellent. She had successfully compelled Shunqing to emerge. It seemed that Shunqing had regained a modicum of rationality due to Shi Miao's words, her tone tinged with helplessness. "It was my folly. Do not provoke me, for I am prone to rage at this moment." Shi Miao rubbed her neck and gazed at the mirror. "Rage?" Shunqing replied, "Indeed. The closer I am to the body, the stronger my power becomes, but I simultaneously lose my sanity." At this revelation, even the bewildered office worker and Lu Zian could discern the identity of the specter before them. It was none other than the boss of this scenario, Shunqing. Shi Miao then glanced at the specter at the door, implying, "Even indiscriminate attacks will be preferable to being rendered immobile, as we are now." She had deduced how Shunqing had met her demise. During her idle moments back in the dormitory, Shi Miao meticulously pieced together all the clues. The apparitions haunting the school, the kind Shunqing described to the teachers, the debauched Zhao Chun, the elements of water and mirrors, the corrosive creature in the office building, and Shunqing's corpse hidden within the teaching building. The possibility of an accident could be ruled out, and considering Shunqing's demand for a mirror, along with the corrosive creature's activity confined to the first 3 floors, it became evident that Shunqing had committed suicide, while her childhood friend Wu Xingnuo had truly perished at Zhao Chen's hands. Wu Xingnuo was a relative of teacher Wu, and Zhao Chun, burdened by guilt, dared not enter the 4th floor where teacher Wu and Appo's office was situated. Following this logic, the remaining narrative unfolded swiftly. Shunqing had indeed been harassed by Zhao Chun, yet her spirited nature and refusal to submit, combined with her popularity in school, dissuaded Zhao Chun from exerting force upon her. This was evident in the attitudes of both classmates and teachers toward Shunqing. However, in certain aspects, she and her childhood friend resembled individuals born into the wrong gender. While Wu Xingnuo also held firm principles, he was notoriously easy to intimidate and possessed a gentle temperament. His soft nature, coupled with a lack of physical activity and social interactions outside of his friendship with Shunqing, rendered him utterly defenseless when faced with Zhao Chun. Enraged by repeated rejections and accompanied by several cohorts, sought retribution. This was evident from their initial encounter with the corrosive creature in the office building, as it mirrored Zhao Chen's tactics of cornering players, reminiscent of his past actions against Wu Xingnuo. The narrative's antagonists often embodied the manifestations of their obsessions, and in this tale, Shunqing's emotions were profoundly represented. Due to Wu Xingnuo's reclusive nature and infrequent social engagements, Zhao Chun could easily conceal his crime, resulting in Wu Xingnuo and Appo's silent demise. Yet, Shunqing soon sensed something amiss and traced the source to Zhao Chun. She felt anger and frustration, but was powerless to avenge her friend. With her abilities and societal standing, she realized that any action would be futile against him. Shi Miao and Appo's, as previous conjectures reached an impasse, but upon returning to the dormitory and observing the paper forms on her roommate and Appo's desk, she finally comprehended the events that were to unfold next. Aokum University had a supernatural society, and Shunqing was its vice president. With a pre-existing interest in the paranormal and sufficient knowledge, Shunqing, filled with a desperate urge for vengeance against Zhao Chun, chose to enact her revenge in an inexplicable manner at the end of the academic term. She jumped into the lake. It appeared that Shunqing had indeed conducted significant research, carrying a small mirror with her, intending to use it as a medium for revenge after her death. After all, many protagonists in supernatural tales could traverse through mirrors. However, perhaps due to an unforeseen mishap, Shunqing, while able to move through mirrors, lost her own. Moreover, she unnecessarily sent a message to Zhao Chun. Although Shi Miao could not ascertain the specific content, she was confident that Zhao Chun had seen Shunqing's corpse and, in a state of panic, concealed her within the walls of the newly reconstructed teaching building's restroom. Shi Miao deduced the restroom's relevance from the suited man. The element of the mirror was uncommon. Yet when she was drawn into the illusion and recognized the connection between the mirror and Xinqing, the suited man was similarly drawn into the mirror through the element of water, meeting his demise by corrosion. The methods of the spectre's killings often correlated with their experiences at the time of death, and the suited man's fate provided Shi Miao with a clue. The outcome of Xinqing's vengeance would undoubtedly involve the death of Zhao Chun. The specifics, however, could manifest in two ways. Either mimic Wu Xingnua's method of death or replicate her own demise, perhaps adding a twist. It was highly probable that Xinqing had not witnessed Wu Xingnua's murder, thus eliminating the first approach. Considering the premise of corrosion, Shi Miao formulated an audacious hypothesis. Could it be to submerge Zhao Chun in a vessel filled with strong acid, rendering his body unrecognizable while incorporating elements of drowning? Instantly, she recalled the pale marble sink in the teaching building. The sinks in Aokum University's teaching building were arranged in a long row, designed with sufficient depth for students to wash their clothes. If one were to obstruct the drain, it could indeed create a pool filled with a strong acidic solution. Moreover, marble surfaces easily turn white upon contact with corrosive liquids. Thus, upon encountering the side mission, Shi Miao knew precisely where she would venture that night. Chapter 16. The truth, regardless of whether the secrets pertained to Xinqing or Zhao Chun, they were undoubtedly concealed within the restroom of the teaching building. The only uncertainty remained whether the task would lead them to the male or female restroom. Thus, compared to Su Shiren and Lu Zian, who were at the lakeside beckoning spirits, Shi Miao and the office lady experienced a rather smooth endeavor. With the discovery of Xinqing's remains, Shi Miao could finally piece together the final fragment of the narrative. Xinqing's decision to execute her plan at the end of the semester was originally intended to safeguard her classmates' normal study and lives. Yet it inadvertently granted Zhao Chun ample time to unearth her body by the lake. Devoid of a mirror and with her body concealed, Xinqing's power was significantly diminished. Perhaps it was this very reason that compelled her to act in the restroom, the location nearest to her corporeal form. However, due to her weakened state, even though Xinqing achieved her vengeance, it transformed Zhao Chun into a grotesque creature, oozing corrosive fluids and wreaking havoc across the campus. Thus, the core task of this instance is, in fact, to assist in resolving the matter concerning Zhao Chun. Shi Miao fixed her gaze upon the indistinct silhouette in the mirror. Calmly speaking, Xinqing remained silent. Yet, it was of little consequence now, for the system's notification had already revealed everything to them. Ding! Congratulations to player Shi Miao for earning the title. If you don't do it, you won't die, waiting a millennium for a reunion. As the instance's boss finally welcomes a kindred spirit like you. Player Shi Miao, points 3,000, side quest completed. Players who finish the side quest may draw reward items during the settlement phase. Ding! Congratulations to player Shi Miao for seeing through the illusion and uncovering the source of the boss's obsession. Congratulations on your outstanding performance. The system allows you to choose whether to activate live broadcast mode early. Please make your selection. The system notifications chimed incessantly, some broadly announced, while others were directed solely at Shi Miao. All notifications symbolized one thing. The players had successfully completed their side quests, and Shi Miao had identified the core task correctly. Following the last announcement, a prompt appeared before Shi Miao, asking, "Would you like to activate live broadcast now?" Beneath the two buttons, there was a cautionary note. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed no. After all, the surrounding environment did not seem conducive to reading cautionary notes or avoiding potential traps. With the conclusion of the side quest, the environment became increasingly distorted. The barrier at the entrance was barely holding back the lurking female spirit, and blood began to seep from the restroom walls, with Lu Zian confirming that it bore corrosive properties without even needing to touch it. The restroom lights flickered a few times before plunging into darkness, a chilling aura suffusing the entire space. After being frightened multiple times, the office lady had mustered considerable courage. Although she still trembled with cold sweat, she stammered, Shi Miao, are we supposed to go to the lakeside to find a mirror? But the corridor. It seems we can't leave. In the pitch blackness that rendered vision impossible, their hearing became acutely sensitive. They could hear the faint rustling and the scratching of nails against the walls in the corridor. Surrounded by peril, Lu Zian attempted to push open a window, but it was firmly nailed shut. Shi Miao hesitated for a moment, then recalled the innermost stall, saying, "Let's go through the ventilation duct. I remember this restroom has a rather large vent. We should be able to crawl out." They were on the ground floor, so as long as they landed safely without encountering any spirits, they should be secure. The spine-chilling sounds grew ever closer, and the darkness made it nearly impossible to discern their surroundings, preventing them from seeking any leverage. After a struggle, Shi Miao finally found the vent, but realized that her height required her to find something to stand on to climb up. Lu Zian noticed her awkwardness and, inappropriately, burst into laughter. Shi Miao immediately turned towards the sound, exclaiming, "No laughing. Hurry up." Lu Zian stifled his laughter, crouched down, and said, "Don't worry. Just step on my shoulders and go up." Given Shi Miao's height, she could indeed climb up, but it would be cumbersome and time-consuming. In light of the urgency of their situation, she set aside her pride, allowing Shi Miao to step on his shoulders. She expressed her thanks and swiftly crawled out of the vent. Just as the three of them landed, they felt the ground beneath them give way, and a flash of white light enveloped them. The world before them shattered like a broken mirror, revealing deep, dark fissures. With a crash, they tumbled from the outdoors back into the restroom of the real world. And it wasn't Appos, just the three of them, Su Shi and Appos, and who had been missing for some time, also appeared here. His condition was grave. Perhaps he had encountered a troublesome spirit while alone, his arms marred with wounds, blood dripping from his injuries. Yet, despite his injuries, Su Shi had, in a sense, benefited from the side quest, having not only preserved his life, but also acquired an item. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Shi regained his composure, first expressing his gratitude to the trio before inquiring, "What happened? Did you obtain an item that saved me?" Lu Zian appeared somewhat bewildered, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed something amiss. The wall that had been shattered earlier was now restored, the restroom's temperature rising, and the frost-laden mirror returning to normalcy. "Is this the inner and outer worlds?" He pondered aloud. "After completing the task, we return to the shallower, polluted world, which is why Brother Su is back." He questioned with uncertainty. In certain games, there exists a concept of inner and outer worlds, where the degree of pollution gives rise to different realms. One world may be populated by fewer spirits and deemed safer, while the other is its complete opposite. The office lady, trembling and leaning against the wall, remarked, "It feels somewhat similar." The corridor in that previous world was distorted. It must belong to the same realm as the ghostly staircase. Shi Miao added, "Yes, but describing it as inner and outer worlds might not be entirely accurate. I believe it reflects the varying degrees of control held by the boss. The previous world likely exhibited greater control by Zhao Chun, whereas this one is under Shun Qing's influence." This conclusion was substantiated. From the outset, Shun Qing had endeavored to maintain the campus's semblance of normalcy. She had indeed succeeded for a time. Even though the security guard was a spirit, he had frantically tried to assist Shi Miao as she quickly turned away. In retrospect, it seemed that he was likely an NPC with relatively benign intent under Shi Qing and Appos as governance. Chapter 17, he recognized her as Miao. Yet the players swiftly ventured into the stairwell, an activation point belonging to Zhao Chun, and were subsequently drawn into his realm. In that world, however, Shi Qing maintained a degree of control, with the school bell serving as her activation point. This implies that upon arriving at specific locations, or during particular events, players would traverse into different worlds. Thus, the recent occurrences can be easily elucidated. After they undertook the side quest and departed from the dormitory, they were pulled into a world where Zhao Chen's influence was even more pronounced. This realm was characterized by chaos and disorder, yet for reasons unknown, it momentarily exuded a facade of tranquility. Initially, upon transitioning, the specters within the world were relatively few, and the corridors of the teaching building retained their ordinary appearance. However, as time progressed, the environment grew increasingly surreal and terrifying. One could surmise that had they not escaped through the ventilation shaft and completed the world switch, they would have soon confronted the eerie corridors and an overwhelming multitude of apparitions. Lu Zian and the office lady both contemplated this chilling thought, leaning against the wall in trepidation. Meanwhile, Miao, after piecing together the situation, directed her gaze toward the doorway. With the world shift, the wandering monsters had vanished, though it was highly probable that the corrosive entities still lingered in the male dormitory. Her task of retrieving the mirror was yet unfinished. Indeed, this moment should have been the most opportune for locating Shun Qing's lost mirror. With this in mind, Miao turned to Lu Zian. Did you bring a flashlight when you came out? The expanse of the lake was indeed vast, and the area illuminated by a single flashlight was rather limited. Of course, Lu Zian instinctively responded. What are you discussing? A deep, melodious voice resonated from the doorway, causing all four players, including Miao, to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, the youthful and striking profile of a young man appeared before them. Shang Hung continued to embody the image of a refined professor, but as he fixated on the retreating child, he inquired with pointed emphasis, Miao, did you not claim you would study diligently? What brings you to the teaching building at this late hour? Miao found herself at a loss for a reasonable explanation, hesitatingly responding, studying? Shang Hung, this dismissive tone. It feels oddly familiar. He felt a faint throb of a headache returning. Suppressing his discomfort, he maintained an unwavering gaze. Do you presume the teacher is a fool? The office lady behind him quietly reminded, you didn't bring any books. No books? They had come to the teaching building to study. Was this a study session conducted via mobile phones? Miao fell silent. Yet, adhering to her principle of as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others, she calmly slid down to apologize. Teacher, I was wrong. The internet here is quite good. We merely wish to take advantage of it. Shang Hung. It is quite late. The dormitory will be closing soon. You should return. He paused, casting a knowing glance at the petite child beside him, implying, early to bed and early to rise promotes growth. Meow. She suspected this NPC was subtly implying something about her, and she had found her evidence. Ultimately, under Shang Heng's watchful eye, the players had no choice but to return to their respective dormitories. Standing at the foot of the female dormitory, Shang Heng observed the visibly disheartened child, raising an eyebrow slightly. What is the matter? After an entire afternoon and evening filled with activities, are you still unsatisfied? Shang Heng had previously cleared this instance as a newcomer, though he had not discovered the Spectre's obsessions at that time. The survival plan excelled in balancing player capabilities with instance difficulty. Advanced players, unless engaged in supervisory tasks, could not enter novice levels or low-tier instances. Moreover, novice levels were typically survival-oriented and time-limited, making it nearly impossible for anyone to uncover the true main storyline upon first entering the game. Even among elite players, few could discern the Spectre's obsessions. Hence, Miao's deductive abilities indeed suggested she was no novice. The system's assessment held validity. She resembled a seasoned player replaying the game, possessing an inexplicable understanding of the Spectre's and Oppo's habits. However, through observation, Shang Heng found himself unconvinced by the system and Oppo's classification of Miao as a high-risk individual. Indeed, Miao possessed considerable clues. Yet these were acquired through inquiry rather than coercive means. The teachers engaged in casual conversation within the cafeteria, including this guiding NPC, and even the boss, Shun Qing himself, had divulged numerous pieces of information to her. She had a knack for asking questions and was particularly favored by the Spectres. Undeniably, a player who garnered such affection from both NPCs and bosses possessed significant potential. Shang Heng was acutely aware that, as humans, their greatest adversary had always been the survival plan's game system. Even though the system granted players the ability and tools to combat the Spectres, it merely prolonged their mortality. Fundamentally, the true threat to humanity lay in the arbitrary abduction of individuals into the game by the survival plan. This was precisely why Shang Heng, upon assuming the role of supervisor for high-risk groups, refrained from directly targeting them. After all, from the perspective of the survival plan, humans who could potentially jeopardize the game, and those who abuse their powers to oppress their fellow humans were regarded as equivalent high-risk groups. He himself had once been marked as such. Moreover, aside from these substantiated reasons, another clandestine motive compelled Shang Hung to disregard his task and allow Miao the freedom to navigate the instance. He felt a peculiar familiarity with her. Beyond fleeting images, this sensation stemmed primarily from an instinctive response. It was akin to the instant he first noticed Miao, when a young girl rubbed her legs. He instinctively felt an endearing tenderness toward her. Crucially, he perceived Miao as a child, and thus attributed her heightened curiosity to her youth, considering it a mere childish whim. However, this almost indulgent sentiment was uncharacteristic of Shang Hung. He prided himself on fairness and impartiality, treating everyone with the same demeanor. He was, after all, a machine devoid of emotion, frequently traversing instances. Despite no explicit rule stating that accumulating a certain number of points would grant him an exit, Shang Hung seemed to be tirelessly amassing points as if he had other wishes the system needed to fulfill, even though he harbored no such desires. Before encountering Miao, Shang Hung had questioned whether his memories had been tampered with by the system. Yet, his recollections remained coherent, devoid of signs of alteration, save for one troubling instance. The S-level instance, Doomsday Stage. However, Miao could not possibly be connected to an S-level instance. After confirming this repeatedly, Shang Hung briefly cast aside his doubts. Yet now, that long-dormant sense of dissonance and peculiarity surged back to the forefront of his mind. Chapter 18. Contact information for NPCs. Although Shang Hung was lost in thought, it was only a matter of moments. As Shi Miao approached the dormitory building, a sudden impulse caused her to turn back toward Shang Hung. The handsome young man stood tall and elegant, illuminated by the streetlights, his shadow stretching long behind him. Shi Miao was struck by a sense of his solitude. Perhaps it was his striking features, but Shi Miao had to admit that this Mr. Wu was quite handsome. Aside from his height, he was flawless. Shi Miao, an avowed admirer of beauty, found that Mr. Wu perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences, and she was tempted to poach him for the Doomsday Stage. However, she was no longer the boss of the Doomsday Stage, but an ordinary player. Once her mission was complete, she might never see him again, let alone have the chance to recruit him. The realization made her reluctant to leave. With a challenging day ahead, the professor, as a guiding NPC, might disappear later on. This could be her last chance to see him. Moreover, he had provided valuable assistance with the plot's reasoning, so she felt obligated to bid him farewell. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Shi Miao returned to the dormitory building and Appo's entrance, gazing intently at Shang Hung. "Mr. Wu, will you always be here?" she asked. If only he would be, so she could one day return to this instance and rescue him. She added silently to herself. The young woman in the elegant knee-length dress had bright eyes, as if they were lit with an unquenchable flame. Shi Miao's features were more striking and refined than conventionally cute, but her demeanor still conveyed a sense of youthfulness, making her appear younger than she was. At just over 20, she could easily pass for a high school student with a bit of deliberate artifice. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin radiant like jade, and her figure was slender and graceful. Every movement was imbued with a captivating charm. Strangers were often inclined to treat her kindly because of her appearance, and Shang Hung, who already held her in high regard, was even more susceptible to her allure. He replied, gently and honestly, "The teacher may not always be here, but we can exchange contact information." Shi Miao and Appo's eyes lit up. "Okay," she exclaimed. The survival project was a game of the soul, so having something unique to him would make it easier to find him later. With the primary goal of obtaining his contact information, she quickly gave Shang Hung her phone number from this instance. Shang Hung paused momentarily, looking at the string of numbers before reciting a short sequence. 17,364? Is it your office number? Shi Miao murmured, looking up at Shang Hung with a smile. "Teacher, I'm going back now. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely take your class. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely take you out. Oh, and I need to find a way to make him a little shorter before I take him out," Shi Miao thought to herself. Shang Hung, unaware of her thoughts, nodded slightly and watched her enter the dormitory building, only turning away after she had disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the female office worker, mindful of the dangers of being alone, waited for Shi Miao to return before heading back to the dormitory together. She turned on the room's lights with a snap. "Hey, where's Li Tingting?" The room seemed even messier than when they had left, and Li Tingting, who had been pacing around earlier, was nowhere to be found. Shi Miao went straight to the chair and sighed in relief as she sat down. She probably went to the men's dormitory to find her boyfriend. There are no signs of a struggle. She hadn't felt tired while escaping and searching for clues, but now that she was sitting down, she felt utterly exhausted. Shi Miao didn't have the energy to move a finger and just wanted to fall asleep. The side quest had taken up too much of her evening, and if she didn't rest, she would have to stay up all night. The female office worker knew this as well, but as she was about to tell Shi Miao to make the bed, she saw her curled up in the chair like a lazy cat, nodding off. Her beautiful almond eyes closed. Did she fall asleep so quickly? The female office worker knew that Shi Miao had been exhausted all day, so she quietly made their beds before gently nudging Shi Miao. "Shi Miao, don't sleep here. Go to bed. I've already made it." The lazy cat didn't even open her eyes, mumbling, sleepy. The female office worker softened her voice instinctively. "So, let's go to bed, okay?" Shi Miao hummed in response, barely regaining her senses, and obediently climbed into the made bed, even reaching for the blanket. The female office worker couldn't help but smile, coaxing Shi Miao like a child. "You don't need a blanket. It's summer. You'll get a heat rash." In response, Shi Miao bunched up the blanket and pressed it under herself. The female office worker felt her heart melt. Despite being in an instance filled with dangerous ghosts and the constant threat of death, she felt a rare sense of security. Perhaps it was Shi Miao's competence throughout the day, or perhaps it was the naivete and obedience in her behavior. In any case, the female office worker suddenly felt that the instance was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Shi Miao's sleep was restless. She woke up with a start as the sky outside the window began to lighten, feeling as if she had stumbled into empty space. When she reached up to touch her face, she found it covered in tears. Shi Miao stared blankly at her wet hands. Why was she crying? She hadn't cried in a long time. She had been dreaming all night, but she couldn't remember what she had dreamed about. But the sense of loss from the dream had affected her state. However, this emotion didn't last long, mainly because the breakfast in the cafeteria was so unpalatable. The young woman stared at the bowl of plain porridge in front of her with a look of anguish, reluctant to take a second bite. The female office worker tried to stifle a laugh. "Didn't we try it yesterday? The food here is terrible." Shi Miao scooped up a spoonful of porridge with a look of resentment and swallowed it with a frown. When she was in the doomsday stage, Eric always told her that human society's cuisine was delicious, making her very curious. But now, she felt that she would never have any expectations for human food again. It was truly awful. As Shi Miao struggled to finish her breakfast, the male dormitory players, covered in bloodstains, arrived late. The female office worker felt uneasy at the sight of the bloodstains on their bodies. Chapter 19. The Monster Uprising. Shi Miao raised her head, swiftly surveying the distant players, and solemnly remarked, "Two are missing." As they approached, Shi Miao and the office lady discerned which two were absent. The young couple had perished. Lu Zian, somewhat fatigued, rubbed his temples and said they had already died when Su Ge and I returned, leaving only Brother Chong lay behind. However, corrosive monsters had not appeared. It remained a mystery what transpired the previous night that led to the demise of the couple. But judging by the reactions of the heavily tattooed Brother Chong Lei, it must have been an abominably terrifying scene. Brother Chong Lei could hardly articulate coherent sentences, appearing as a startled bird, flinching at the slightest sound, and frequently shouting in alarm. As a result, Lu Zian and Su Xian had spent the entire night without rest. Fortunately, they had not slept, for around 4 in the morning, the corrosive monsters reemerged. Upon encountering the familiar beast once more, Chong Lei, whose mental state had begun to wane, screamed loudly, his pupils dilating in sheer terror. With a mentally unhinged companion and the ever-looming threat of monsters, Su Xian and Lu Zian were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Upon seeing Shi Miao, Lu Zian hastily seated himself opposite her to voice his grievances. Once he had finished, he suddenly remembered to inquire, "All right, that monster has appeared twice on our side. How about yours? It did not appear, interjected the office lady. Last night was remarkably quiet. We heard no strange noises at all. Lu Ziyan could hardly contain his envy. Su Xian had already gleaned Shi Miao's intention to fulfill the monster's wishes, and he was genuinely astonished. Despite having survived in this grim reality for a month, he had only encountered compliant, low-level players. He had never witnessed or experienced any players successfully accomplishing the monster's desires. Su Xian contemplated that such a feat was impossible. No one could achieve this on their first venture into the instance. They would surely die. Yet, he recalled how Shi Miao had instinctively understood the monster's attack limitations in critical moments, and how she had swiftly uncovered the narrative thread that had eluded others. Suddenly, he found himself uncertain. After a night of reflection, he ultimately resolved to take a risk alongside Shi Miao. Su Xian could not fathom why he would place his faith in the capabilities of a newcomer. Yet whenever he gazed into Shi Miao's eyes, he saw boundless courage and determination. He decided to embrace this one chance. If they succeeded, it would be a triumph. If they failed, he had already endured enough of a life fraught with uncertainty. After breakfast, the four-member team, comprising the surviving and stable-minded individuals, escorted the volatile Brother Chong lay back to the dormitory. Lu Ziyan, with little regard for delicacy, directly bound him to a chair. Observing her brother's skilled handling of the situation, Shi Miao could not help but inquire, "I recall. Brother Lu, you are a student, correct?" Lu Ziyan nodded, realizing the implication behind her words, and chuckled heartily. "My family's circumstances are modest, so I take on part-time work at school, which is why I am quite familiar with tying things up." He paused momentarily before adding, "Rest assured, I've secured him well. He won't escape." The others took a step back, their expressions a blend of incredulity and concern. After securing Brother Chong Lei, the quartet trudged laboriously to the lakeside. Today's Qingmu University was significantly more perilous than the previous day. Stripped of its once serene facade, every entity, from the cafeteria staff to the security personnel, as well as the wandering students, exhibited inhuman traits. Some wore smiles so radiant they seemed on the verge of splitting, while others bore grotesque injuries, their bones exposed and innards spilling forth. After witnessing an NPC deliberately disembowel itself, the office lady could no longer contain herself and rushed to a nearby trash bin, ready to retch. However, upon reaching it, she froze in shock. Inside the bin lay a pair of eyeballs. "Ah! Help me!" she screamed, and the other three immediately recognized the imminent danger, but the crisis had already begun. The office lady's scream acted as a trigger, with her cry. The surrounding monsters surged toward the players with frenzied abandon. Without hesitation, Shi Miao exchanged her points for a powerful hook from the system shop, deftly yanking the office lady back to safety. Her current points were ample enough that redeeming a couple of items did not weigh heavily on her conscience. Preserving her companions' lives and ensuring their survival was paramount. The area was akin to a nightmarish procession of spirits, with ghastly apparitions manifesting before the players, obstructing their path to the lakeside. Portions of the campus were indeed built atop a mass grave, as the students' vibrant life force could suppress the malevolent energies. Yet, in a horror instance, the absence of this life force rendered the campus a veritable hell for players. Although the monsters possessed limited combat prowess and could be repelled by physical force, their overwhelming numbers were insurmountable. Lu Ziyan kicked aside an approaching limbless specter and exclaimed, "This won't do. Does anyone know what we're looking for? I'll lead a charge." Clustering together made it nearly impossible to reach the lakeside. But if one group could divert some of the monster's attention, it might afford another group a chance to break free. The office lady, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Shi Miao knows more. She should go." In the survival plan, no matter how timid or fearful one had previously been, the instinct to survive compelled individuals to grow. After all, few players would risk their lives to save others when confronted with monsters. Once she spoke, the office lady instinctively gravitated towards Su Xian, dodging the monster's onslaught while pulling out her phone. Although there was no network in the instance, downloaded songs could still be played. Su Xian understood her intention. gritting his teeth as he fended off several monsters with the wooden stick he had just acquired, and urged, "Let us go. We need to distance ourselves." Soon, the resonant strains of good luck comes echoed across the campus. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie them with red ribbons. The monsters, while intellectually inferior to humans, possessed heightened auditory and visual senses. Even amidst the overwhelming scent of humanity, many monsters were drawn to the lively melody, allowing the office lady and Su Xian to lead them further away. Meanwhile, Shi Miao exchanged a glance with Lu Zian. In the next moment, they took off running. Though sporadic monsters still obstructed their path, it was no longer as treacherous as before. Lu Zian used his strength to forcefully repel the creatures, and soon, they reached the lakeside. Chapter 20. Piercing malice even upon reaching the lake. A considerable distance remained to fulfill the core task. This was due to the diminutive size of the mirror contrasted against the vast expanse of the lake. Moreover, an incessant horde of specters trailed the players, drawn by their scent. Although this lake existed within a game instance, it was not interconnected with the outside world as it would be in reality. Otherwise, a mere small mirror would easily drift away with the current. Nonetheless, the surface area of the lake within the confines of the game was ample enough for players to search for a while. Furthermore, as this lake was part of a game instance, the search process was fraught with peril. Lu Zian struck down a familiar long-mouthed specter and turned to see Shi Miao, now without her outer skirt, leaving only a camisole and petticoat. Concern etched on his face, he asked, "Are you all right?" Shi Miao appeared somewhat fatigued. Not quite the picture of someone capable of confronting the lurking dangers beneath the water. While remaining ashore would present its own multitude of specters, it would surely be less strenuous. "I can manage. I've exchanged a few words with Shunqing and have some experience with near drowning. I should find it easier," Shi Miao replied nonchalantly, her attention still fixated on her dress. The ensemble was indeed exquisite, a gothic lace gown that she had grown fond of over time, despite initial discomfort. However, its opulence rendered it a burden within the instance. While she had managed to wear it thus far, entering the water would surely complicate matters. Swiftly, she discarded the lace skirt, took a deep breath, and, meeting Lu Zian's worried gaze, resolutely stepped into the depths of the seemingly bottomless lake. In the next moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped Shi Miao. The water lapped at her calves, and soon, she could feel her legs becoming numb. This frigid sensation penetrated beyond the surface. It felt as if her very soul was on the verge of freezing. The unending cold and despair surged within her, sapping the strength to even struggle against it. Her lips turned pale, and her legs trembled as they submerged into the water. Lu Zian stood anxiously on the shore. "Are you all right? If it's too much, let me go. Don't push yourself." Although they had only known each other for a day, the bond they had formed was strong enough for Lu Zian to regard Shi Miao as a sister. "I'm fine," Shi Miao gritted her teeth. Having faced far worse torment on the apocalyptic stage, she inhaled deeply, bent down, and fully immersed herself in the icy depths, then opened her eyes. A landscape littered with bones. The corpses were in varying states of decay. Some were nothing more than stark white skeletons, while others still retained a semblance of human form. Regardless of their condition, they all shared one common action: outstretched hands, reaching for Shi Miao in a desperate attempt to grasp her. Had Shi Miao been an ordinary human, she would have undoubtedly heard tales of water spirits seeking substitutes and could have deduced the situation. Alas, Shi Miao was a monster, lacking normal social interactions and formal education. Her understanding of the world came solely from the other NPCs she performed alongside. Despite their affection for this clever and obedient little sister, the lessons they imparted were limited. Thus, Shi Miao scrutinized the throng of water spirits for a few moments, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Are they attempting to shake my hand? How remarkably hospitable," she mused. But no, she was not a mere guest. She had become a delectable morsel to these specters. Realizing the predicament, she resolved not to retreat, but to advance. Stepping over the skeletal hands and seizing one of the water spirits by the arm, applying a slight force. Crack! Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Even Shi Miao herself was bewildered as she swam closer to the shore and found a spot devoid of water spirits to stand. In truth, she need not have sought them out. The remaining water spirits had retreated in fear, wary of this seemingly delicate young girl who had just demonstrated her formidable strength. What? What did you just do, Shi Miao? Lu Ziyan gaped in astonishment. Shi Miao innocently looked up at him, as if to say it was merely an arm of a water spirit, albeit rather fragile, easily snapped. Her strength was indeed notorious when she played as a boss. Ordinary playing cards could be hurled into walls like daggers. Had her transformation into a human retained that strength? Could it be that with further training, she might become a formidable combat player herself? As Shi Miao inexplicably grew excited, Lu Ziyan and the water spirits shared a simultaneous sense of foreboding. Though unsure of her thoughts, they sensed an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, Shi Miao remained blissfully unaware of their trepidation. Though still somewhat perplexed, she recognized the urgency of the moment, confirming her newfound ability to obliterate water spirits. She gradually began to unleash her potential. Initially, a few overconfident water spirits approached, intent on dragging her into the abyss. Yet, as they neared her, they were struck by a paralyzing realization. They could no longer move. A profound terror coursed through them, a chilling dread they had not felt even in the presence of the formidable Shun Qing and Zhao Chun. The overwhelming fear engulfed the water spirits. Those who had ventured close to Shi Miao found themselves helpless against an inevitable fate of disassembly. With a series of cracking sounds, Shi Miao created a vacuum around her, rendering the previously restless water spirits utterly subdued. Without the hindrance of the water spirits, the search became significantly easier. However, time was of the essence. They had squandered too much time already, and with less than 3 hours remaining until the instance's conclusion, conducting a thorough search was becoming increasingly difficult. After a while, Shi Miao resurfaced to catch her breath, lost in contemplation. The current method of searching was untenable. As time progressed, the aberration within the entire school would only intensify. Even if she managed to locate the mirror within the time constraints, she could not be sure of an opportunity to return it to Xinqing. She remained uncertain whether merely finding the mirror constituted the completion of her task, or if she must also return it to Xinqing. Moreover, the chilling water had begun to induce a feverish tremor within her. The coldness of the lake was not merely a matter of temperature. It was composed of the resentment and unwillingness of those who had met untimely deaths. This malevolence coalesced within the waters, seeking to transform any human who dared approach into a vessel for their spirits. A normal person might find their soul exchanged within mere minutes of encountering this lake. This was one of the reasons Shi Miao insisted on entering the water herself, rather than allowing Lu Ziyan to take her place. Chapter 21. Memories in the Mirror. In the past, Shi Miao was a monster, and according to her own understanding, she appeared to be an S-class boss in an advanced dungeon. This implied that her soul possessed remarkable resilience. If Shi Miao still wielded her original weapon, no creature from Aoki University combined would stand a chance against her. Although her strength had been deliberately suppressed by the system after becoming a novice player, erasing most of her advantages, her resistance to such adversities remained superior to that of ordinary players. Yet, as she continued her search, Shi Miao was uncertain whether she could endure until the end. After all, while her soul was formidable, her body was frail, weaker than that of an average person. Thus, relentless searching was not a viable option. Moreover, since the survival plan aimed to select exceptional humans, the criteria for complete clearance undoubtedly required a dual assessment of both intellect and strength. There must be something she had overlooked, something glaringly obvious. Shi Miao swiftly surveyed her surroundings and tentatively took a step forward. As her focus shifted away from the search, the changes in her sensory perception became strikingly vivid. It seemed that the further she ventured into the lake, the slower the water flowed, each step akin to traversing a quagmire. The once clear waters gradually morphed into the hue of blood, and the air grew increasingly frigid. Shi Miao's complexion paled further, her breath exuding a chilling mist, and both swimming and walking became increasingly arduous. She had long learned to disregard the once searing pain, for it had dulled into numbness. The final 10 steps drained her of all strength and consumed considerable time. However, by this point, the passage of time had lost its significance. At last, Shi Miao beheld the so-called mirror. Before her, the water began to flow against gravity, surging skyward, splashing wildly and momentarily obscuring her vision. Yet soon enough, the tumultuous waters settled, revealing a grand water mirror before her. Without needing to glance back, the absence of Lu Xian's startled exclamation confirmed that she had been transported to another realm. The malevolent waters that once surrounded her had ascended to the sky, and the distant currents defied logic by remaining still. Thus, the area around her transformed into an expanse of emptiness, allowing her to scrutinize her surroundings meticulously. The once rapidly circulating waters, now transformed into a mirror, seemed to flow at a languid pace. Yet Shi Miao knew this was merely an illusion of relative stillness. In reality, should she attempt to reach out, the force of the water could easily fracture her wrist. Consequently, Shi Miao stepped back slightly, seeking to comprehend the significance of this water mirror. In the next moment, her reflection materialized within the mirror. The previous manifestation had leaned more towards the properties of water. Had she not been aware that in this dungeon, water and mirrors were inseparable, she might have failed to deduce that the vast torrent before her was indeed the mirror she sought. However, the situation had changed. It began to exhibit the characteristics of a mirror capable of reflecting the objects before it. Under Shi Miao's gaze, the mirror first portrayed her own form, and then, in an instant, the image shifted. That was. Shi Miao turned to glance at the wine-red dress she had placed on the shore, astonished as she turned back to the water mirror. Why had she once worn this very garment on the apocalyptic stage? The girl within the mirror sat alone on the stage, her expression solemn as if deep in thought, a hefty tome laid open upon her lap. After an indeterminate period, she finally resolved to set the book aside, rising to her feet, her fingertips dancing gracefully as her innate power surged forth. Such talent, though seemingly ethereal, could be solidified by Shi Miao's formidable strength. Thus, an ancient door materialized before the girl in the mirror, catalyzed by the force of her curse. The Shi Miao beyond the mirror turned to scrutinize her surroundings meticulously, as if to engrave every detail into her memory. Then, with unwavering resolve, she advanced toward the great door. A surge of panic gripped the Shi Miao outside the mirror, instinctively urging her to halt the actions of her mirrored self. She could not comprehend why, nor could she recall having ever done such a thing. Yet her body's instinct screamed that she must not, absolutely must not enter. Come back. It's all a deception. She cannot leave the apocalyptic stage. If she does, she can never return. But just as she was about to touch her mirrored self, a searing pain radiated from her wrist, jarring Shi Miao back to her senses. She stared down in astonishment. Her fingertips had been sliced open by the razor-sharp water mirror, blood welling from the wound and, under the influence of the flowing waters, diluting, rendering the surrounding lake still relatively clear. In an instant, clarity returned to her. The importance of hands to a magician was self-evident. Shi Miao treasured her hands dearly. In previous encounters with corrosive creatures, she instinctively braced herself against walls with her elbows. This was not a deliberate avoidance of her hands, but rather a deeply ingrained instinct to protect them. Yet now, in her effort to prevent herself from entering that door, she had momentarily forgotten to safeguard her hands. What did that door symbolize? Why did her body resist her entering it so vehemently? What memories had she lost? What experiences had she undergone? How had she transitioned from a boss to an ordinary player, only to be categorized by the system as an aberrant bug? Shi Miao retained no memory of the events that transpired within the water mirror and, regaining her composure, desired to draw closer for a more meticulous examination. However, when she attempted to gaze into the mirror once more, she discovered that the once mighty water mirror had vanished entirely. On the shore, Lu Xian had narrowly escaped another monstrous pursuit, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. What had transpired? Had he discovered something? Shi Miao, as if awakening from a dream, paused her forward motion. Not yet. Wait for me a moment. She realized she had once again entered an illusion. Otherwise, The lake would not have returned to normal in an instant. Shi Miao resolved to set aside the previous anomalies and continue her dive into the water in search of the mirror. This time, she exerted little effort and soon uncovered the true mirror at the lake's bottom. Chapter 22. I am waiting for you. The mirror, no larger than a palm, appeared rather ordinary and unadorned, making it difficult for Shi Miao to associate it with the magnificent water mirror from earlier. The mirror was merely lodged between two stones. Shi Miao held her breath and submerged herself, retrieving it with ease. Just as her fingertips brushed the surface of the mirror, a system notification rang in her ears, audible only to her. Ding! Congratulations! Player Shi Miao has found a B-class item, Stasis Mirror. It seemed rather illogical for a novice dungeon to feature a B-class item. Moreover, what do the names Stasis Mirror signify? Could it be that she was witnessing past events? Yet, she had no recollection whatsoever. A tempest of emotions surged within Shi Miao, but her hands remained steady as she grasped the mirror and pulled it from the water surface. In an unnoticed corner, a drop of diluted blood silently fell onto the mirror, causing it to gleam momentarily. Meanwhile, Shi Miao hurried back, for at the instant she acquired the mirror, the world around her began to accelerate in its distortion and collapse. The sky darkened abruptly, and black fissures appeared in the air, reminiscent of the time they transitioned from Zhao Qin's dominion to Shun Qing's, as if the very fabric of reality were shattering. On the shore, the wind howled fiercely, whipping up clouds of dust that obscured vision. Shi Miao could only see Lu Zian desperately clinging to the trunk of a large tree, his mouth moving as if trying to convey something to her, though she could not decipher his words. The lake surged violently, rendering it nearly impossible to stabilize oneself amidst the tumultuous waves. In the chaos, humanity felt exceedingly insignificant. Moreover, Shi Miao could only be deemed a mediocre swimmer. Lacking any formal training, she struggled to protect the mirror, determined not to lose it again, while also striving to reach the shore, quickly exhausting her strength. After choking on water once more, Shi Miao noticed Lu Zian seemingly preparing to leap in to rescue her. Yet, the moment he touched the water, his gaze turned vacant, and he fell backward as if struck. The malice within the water was overwhelming. Only Shi Miao, cloaked in a human guise, yet a creature nonetheless, could endure a while longer, while the others succumbed to disorientation upon mere contact. Thus, no one could save her. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Shi Miao clutched the mirror tightly and let out a soft sigh. To perish just before clearing the dungeon due to a wave. It felt rather vexing, even for a monster, let alone an ordinary player. Lu Zian gazed at the unconscious Shi Miao, drenched in Professor Wu's arms, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Something felt amiss. Had this NPC ever shown them such tenderness? Where was her clothing? A low voice escaped his lips. Realizing his oversight, Lu Zian hurried to the shore to retrieve Shi Miao's discarded dress. Shang Hung then used the dress as a blanket to cover Shi Miao's body and adeptly commenced the rescue. Though Shi Miao had lost consciousness, her breathing persisted, negating the need for CPR, thus making the rescue swift and straightforward. Coughing, Shi Miao gradually opened her eyes. Just awakening from her stupor, she appeared disoriented, meeting Shang Heng's gaze with a blank stare. The young girl was soaked, her eyes glistening with tears from choking on water, as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. Shang Heng's heart softened, prompting him to adopt a gentler tone. Are you all right? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Shi Miao muttered, the mirror. Shang Hung paused, bemused by her fervent dedication. His silence was interpreted by Lu Zian as the NPC not comprehending their mission, and he swiftly responded to Shi Miao, it's to your right. Shi Miao immediately struggled to sit up, oblivious to how long she had been unconscious or the events that had transpired. Her only thought was the urgent need to return to the teaching building to find Xinqing. We must go back. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Lu Zian nodded hastily, moving to support Shi Miao, whose legs were still weak. Meanwhile, Shang Hung silently observed as Shi Miao staggered to her feet, turning her back on him as she prepared to leave. A subtle irritation arose within him. He understood that to Shi Miao, He was merely an NPC within the dungeon, and since there would be no future interactions, farewells were unnecessary. Yet, he felt a tinge of negativity. His mission had failed the moment he instinctively rushed to save Shi Miao upon sensing her peril. His task was to eliminate her as a high-risk individual, yet he had rescued her instead. But what of the young girl? Upon awakening, she had not uttered a single word to him, speaking only to Lu Zian. As Shang Hung lowered his gaze, resigned to leave the dungeon and return to the system space, a clear female voice called out to him. Professor Wu. He jolted, lifting his head. The bright, cheerful girl smiled radiantly, resembling a small sun. Thank you today. If the opportunity arises, I'll treat you to. Shi Miao hesitated, recalling the unappetizing fare from the cafeteria. Consequently, she confidently declared, I'll cook for you. Shang Hung regarded her with a light, fleeting smile. He, already handsome, had previously maintained the reserved demeanor befitting a teacher, akin to a distant flower, only to be admired from afar. Yet now, the lofty figure of a deity had gracefully descended to the mundane realm. All right, he replied softly, I will wait for you. Upon hearing Professor Wu's response, Shi Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she turned and dashed towards the teaching building. She hadn't intended to ignore him. She merely struggled to regain her bearings upon awakening. Whether rousing from sleep or regaining consciousness, her thoughts tended to be straightforward and singular, causing her to focus solely on the main quest, entirely forgetting the NPC who had been aiding her. Given that Shun Qing, as the boss, could not locate her mirror, it indicated the lake was indeed perilous. Shi Miao had genuinely feared for her life within the novice dungeon. To perish now, when she could potentially wield greater influence in the future. While she did not regret her decision, she undeniably felt a sense of frustration. Until her complete loss of consciousness, she had believed her demise was inevitable, never anticipating that an NPC would come to her rescue. Perhaps it was time to reassess her primary objective, Shi Miao mused. Such a kind individual as Professor Wu should not be confined within the confines of a mere campus dungeon. If she could transform from a monster into a player, there must be a way to elevate Professor Wu to the status of a player as well. Chapter 23. Aoki University. End. Shi Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her steps were unusually light as she swiftly led Lu Zian away from the lurking specters hidden in the corners of the campus. Successfully returning to the ground floor of the teaching building, she thought to herself that she finally had the opportunity to make a new friend. Inside the teaching building, Shi Miao and Lu Zian found the exhausted office worker and Su Shuren, who were hiding in the stairwell's corner. Their small team was successfully reunited as they returned to the restroom they had visited earlier. Before reaching the restroom, Su Shuren took a moment to glance at the time. In 5 minutes, they would be able to leave the confines of Aoki University. The teaching building was the least corrupted area of the campus. Yet even here, numerous hands emerged from the water-stained floor, reaching out to grasp the players' ankles. Moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the desiccated bones within. These specters had long since perished. Shi Miao fell silent for a moment before hopping over to the restroom corner, seizing a mop and vigorously scrubbing the floor. The other 3 players were taken aback, while the corroded monster that had just begun to crawl out was equally astonished. How can this be? Under Shi Miao's almost unfathomable display of force, those arms finally vanished. Shi Miao sighed in relief, standing before the mirror as she called out to Shun Qing. Senior, I found the mirror. The room's temperature dropped once more, frost accumulating on the mirror's surface as a familiar figure began to solidify. Shun Qing reached out nostalgically, taking back her mirror. The mirror she had long sought was, in fact, quite ordinary, adorned with an ostentatious cartoon design that clearly marked it as a product from a 2-yuan store. Yet this seemingly mundane mirror had been cherished by Shun Qing for over a decade, even remembered in her final moments. It was the first birthday gift given to her by her childhood friend who had passed away. Shun Qing stored the mirror away, her gaze shifting to the trembling, corroded monster in the corner. Having reclaimed her body and obtained her most treasured mirror, her strength now surpassed Zhao Chen's by several folds. With her presence, Zhao Chen could no longer commit heinous acts that affected other students and faculty. Moreover, She had avenged her childhood friend. Gazing at the beautiful reflection of the girl in the mirror, Shunqing felt a pang of nostalgia for her former self. Once, she had been just as radiant and bold, brimming with confidence and courage. Alas, those days were irretrievable. "Thank you," Shunqing said to Shi Miao, her voice unusually gentle. "While I would love to chat with you further, it's time for you to go, Junior." As the plot reached its conclusion, the degree of corruption within the Aoki University instance had peaked. Even the walls of the teaching building, the slowest to mutate, began to dissolve, signaling a complete transformation was imminent. All changes indicated one undeniable truth to the players. 24 hours had passed, and they could leave Aoki University. Shi Miao stated earnestly, "Perhaps I will return in the future." She wished to bring Teacher Wu out of the game, necessitating another visit to this instance. Shunqing smiled softly. Her remaining energy could barely sustain the instance, leaving no room for any promises. Beep! Congratulations to players Su Shiren, Shi Miao, Lu Zian, Kai Yao, and Chang Lei for clearing the game and assisting the instance's boss in fulfilling its obsession. Commencing individual player settlement. As the system's prompt sounded, the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously. After a brief moment of dizziness, Shi Miao slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a vast expanse of white. Curiously, she extended her hand and felt around, soon discovering that she was enclosed within a 5-meter by 5-meter space. The system's electronic voice provided an update. The system is settling. Please refer to the player manual to understand the survival guide of the survival plan and purchase essential supplies. No sooner had the electronic voice finished than a hefty book materialized before her, presumably the player manual. As Shi Miao had been struggling to comprehend human society, this book's appearance was a timely blessing. Given its weight, she opted to sit down and leisurely flip to the table of contents. Her naturally curly hair fell across her chest, and after a couple of unsuccessful attempts to toss it aside, she casually tucked it behind her. Calming herself, Shi Miao meticulously read through the player guide, uncovering a wealth of information she sought. She learned about the structure of the instance, methods of clearing it, and the specific operational techniques for the human player panel. While many questions lingered in her mind, she had gained a deeper understanding of the human world. After an indeterminate amount of time, the system finally completed the settlement of the previous round's information. The monotone electronic voice echoed, "Congratulations to player Shi Miao for successfully clearing the game and becoming the first player to resolve the boss's obsession in an E-level instance. You have earned the titles. If you don't do it, you won't die in 1,000 years of waiting for a kindred spirit. You have successfully obtained 4 lottery chances. Congratulations to player Shi Miao for acquiring a B-level item, the stasis mirror, and a C-level item, a broken horn dagger capable of harming specters." Shi Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that merely touching the mirror would allow her to bring it out of the instance. Due to her discovery of new plot elements and completion of the boss's obsession, player Shi Miao's score reward was quadrupled, totaling 1,600 points. Upon hearing this, Shi Miao put thoughts of the stasis mirror aside as she swiftly calculated the prices of various items in the player manual. If the reward was quadrupled, then clearing an E-level instance would typically yield only 400 points. This meant that the other 3 players, who had spent an entire day in terror and evasion, had accumulated points that, after accounting for housing and food expenses, would barely sustain them for a day and a half, just enough to survive the most basic of requirements. How dismal was that? They had to continue into another instance without even having had adequate rest. Existing within the instance made it impossible to recuperate properly. If they were to enter another instance, the mortality rate would surely soar. Why was the survival plan so eager to thrust players back into the instances? During her rapid reading, Shi Miao had garnered a rudimentary understanding of the societal conditions within the survival plan for players. Chapter 24. Lottery. The player's leisure space within the survival plan can be perceived as an utterly secure realm, devoid of phantoms and peril, akin to the ordinary world we inhabit. However, residing here necessitates the continuous expenditure of points. Every sip of water, each morsel of food, and even shelter demands payment in points. As long as one possesses an ample supply of these points, life within the survival plan can be quite comfortable. It mirrors the human world, with currency transformed into points. Yet the channels for acquiring this liquid asset are fraught with danger. In essence, while chaos looms, a modicum of stability and order remains intact. Contrarily, unlike the real world, the disparity among players in the survival plan is starkly pronounced, even among those who are not openly antagonistic. A mere one of elite players commandeer 80 of the game's resources and points, enjoying the finest provisions, while a single high-level dungeon run suffices to cover their daily expenses for a month or two. In contrast, lower-tier players often struggle to even gather enough points for mere survival, tirelessly toiling through dungeons each day. The root of this predicament lies in the nature of high-level dungeons, which are high-risk endeavors promising substantial returns. A single high-level dungeon run can yield points equivalent to 100 low-level runs. In a survival plan, mere existence represents the most basic of life's necessities, and to thrive, the points accrued from low-level dungeons are patently insufficient. Thus, stagnation at low-level dungeons is not an option. One must strive to qualify for high-level dungeons as swiftly as possible. Unbeknownst to the system of Shi Miao's intentions, it dutifully continued its announcements. As players had not activated the live streaming feature, no additional rewards were available for this dungeon run. It was then that Shi Miao recalled that the system had indeed hinted at the option to enable live streaming while in the dungeon, a feature she had overlooked due to time constraints. Given the multitude of pitfalls within the survival plan, a cautious approach seemed prudent. With this realization, she began to peruse the live streaming instructions anew. Live streaming is a unique feature. Upon activation, the points earned from the dungeon run can be doubled upon settlement. Moreover, players remaining in the player space can observe these streamers' broadcasts via the forum, learning and emulating their strategies for clearing dungeons. However, few players actively choose to enable this feature, a decision Shi Miao understood well. Live streaming can easily expose a player's strategies, and should they enter a PvP, player versus player, dungeon, their chances of success diminish substantially. The survival plan comprises both PvP and PV, player versus environment, modes. Although PvP scenarios are infrequent, no one knows which type of dungeon they will draw before entering. Once live streaming players engage in combat, their strategies become transparent, leading to predictable outcomes. This reality accounts for the fact that, despite every elite player having access to the live streaming feature, only a handful actually utilize it. Conversely, novice players, eager to amass points and items swiftly, tend to activate the feature frequently. Yet, they remain oblivious to the futility of possessing numerous items without having successfully cleared a sufficient number of dungeons. When genuine crises arise, the only reliable ally is oneself. Having clarified her thoughts on live streaming, Shi Miao shifted her focus to the next task. She accessed her personal menu to review her attributes. Name, Shi Miao. Age, 21. Strength, 23. Intelligence, 88. She felt no surprise at her rather low strength value. The roles of intelligence and strength within the dungeons are evident. The former denotes reasoning ability, while the latter signifies combat prowess. After confirming these values, she carefully examined the descriptions of the two items she had acquired. The C-grade offensive item received as a side quest reward appeared quite unassuming. C-grade item, a broken horn dagger capable of inflicting damage on phantoms. Remaining uses 5. Despite its damaged state, it remains a dagger, though its efficacy is uncertain. It seemed to be a melee weapon, ill-suited for her fragile build, and the uncertainty surrounding its attack power significantly diminished its practicality. Nevertheless, it could alleviate her immediate predicament. Shi Miao's gaze fell, and she proceeded to inspect the next item. B-grade item, stopping mirror. No remaining uses, a mirror of unknown purpose, yet it appears to reveal past events. Specific uses are left for players to discover. It allows glimpses into past occurrences, yet cannot be utilized. Shi Miao's expression turned pensive. She had always believed her memory infallible, yet the images reflected in the mirror were entirely unfamiliar to her. Regaining her composure, she momentarily set aside her unease and opened the lottery page, preparing to test her luck with 4 draws. Her fortune during the apocalyptic stage had been erratic. Many times, she suspected herself to be a mere vessel of fate, making it challenging to discern whether she was favored or cursed. Before pressing the lottery button, Shi Miao silently prayed, "Please, grant her another stroke of good fortune." The weapon lottery machine resembled a colossal gumball dispenser. Upon pressing the draw key, a small ball would pop out. After completing her first draw, she dared not look, closing her eyes and pressing the button 4 times before finally opening her eyes to behold her little spheres. The first ball revealed an E-grade item, a warning bell, with 3 uses remaining. The second ball yielded an F-grade item, a bandage capable of healing 5 of her wounds, with but 1 use left. Marvelous thus far. None of the items had proven useful. Despair began to creep in. The gumball machine could not possibly be rigged. Trembling, she reached for the third ball, only to unveil yet another F-grade item, a cloth that could wipe away any liquid mess. What on earth could justify calling such a thing an item? Shi Miao felt her spirits plummet. Who could have anticipated that after finally securing a few lottery chances, she would end up with a collection of useless trinkets? With dwindling hope, she grasped the final ball and twisted it open. A grade item, word spirit pen, a growth-type item, usable once every 2 days. In the realm of game dungeons, the distinction between reality and illusion is perilously ambiguous. When wielding this pen, anything spoken has a 50 chance of becoming reality. In an instant, Shi Miao's spirits soared, her previous frustration dissipating like mist. Chapter 25. S-Class Instance. Doomsday Stage. Perhaps she truly possesses a streak of luck. The item she drew this time was remarkably impressive. Although she still failed to obtain the playing card she yearned for, the word Spirit Pen, with its unparalleled ability to alter right and wrong, proved to be extraordinarily powerful. Lacking a suitable weapon rendered her combat prowess considerably feeble, often relegating her to relying on her wits to extract information. The word Spirit Pen significantly augmented her chances of deception success. Given the 2-day cooldown for items could not be accumulated, she resolved to use it immediately, eager to test the limits of this remarkable tool. After a moment as contemplation, the young girl grasped the pen firmly, declaring, "I am 7 meters tall." She disregarded any reservations. This was the first invocation she had to make. As she spoke while holding the word Spirit Pen, a petite, multifaceted die materialized before her, spinning until it came to a halt, revealing a line of translucent text above it. 13100. Major failure. Your invocation has failed, perhaps due to the incredibility of your statement, rendering it impossible to manifest. Shi Miao. Does even the system doubt that I could reach 7 meters? Fuming, Shi Miao hastily stuffed several items into her backpack and perused the player manual for a while. The location she occupied was merely a space for system calculations and draws. To truly comprehend the dynamics of player society, she needed to venture into the player's leisure area. She had yet to ascertain whether she had entered a parallel world or traversed through time, thus requiring further clues and information, all of which could be found in the player's leisure space. With a thought, a door materialized before her. Upon crossing through it, she found herself in the player's leisure area, greeted by a panorama of cyberpunk architecture. Buildings of ultra-futuristic design were interspersed with vibrant neon lights, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows amidst the throngs of people. The leisure space of a survival plan was divided into various zones, and the cluster of buildings before her was primarily designated as a residential area, where novices would also appear directly. Every player traversing this space moved with purpose, each hastening towards their own destinations. Shi Miao observed her surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Though she was indeed a modern individual, her early entry into the survival plan, coupled with the medieval backdrop of the Doomsday Stage instance, meant she had never encountered such a technologically vibrant scene. A striking mixed-race girl stood at the teleportation point, gazing around with a round pair of almond-shaped eyes, resembling a kitten exploring a new home. Shang Hung took a sip of his drink, his focus fixed on the girl not far away. "I heard you finally failed a mission," he remarked. The red-haired youth strolled over nonchalantly, propping his hands on the table and effortlessly settling himself atop it. "Is this prisoner Q again, or perhaps the puppet master?" Shang Hung frowned slightly. Neither. Get down. Was this person incapable of remembering not to sit on the table every time? The red-haired youth muttered under his breath. So rigid. Shang Hung. You'll never find a girlfriend this way. Shang Heng's voice deepened. Chu Tinghai. The red-haired youth, Chu Tinghai, pouted and obediently descended from the table. Sighing, he mused that only someone as serious and stern as Shang Hung could exist within the game. Observing other players, he thought they should call Shang Hung not the arbiter, but rather the principal. However, having been a long-standing friend of Shang Hung, Chu Tinghai could vaguely infer the unspoken meanings behind Shang Heng's words. Though Shang Hung was taciturn, he was always courteous to others, never deliberately ignoring a conversation. The fact that he chose not to respond regarding Prisoner Q indicated that Shang Heng's recent mission failure had no connection to either Prisoner Q or the Puppet Master. This revelation genuinely surprised Chu Tinghai. After all, Shang Hung was the pinnacle of combat strength within the survival plan. Both Prisoner Q and the Puppet Master were top-tier players, their skills leaning toward conservatism, akin to two elusive rabbits that had evaded countless traps. Capturing either of them was no small feat if they could escape Shang Heng's grasp. It would not be entirely astonishing, but if it were not them, Chu Tinghai found it hard to fathom who else could possibly elude Shang Hung. Yet Shang Hung was disinclined to elaborate on the oversight of the mission. Downstairs, Shi Miao was engaged in conversation with another player, visibly preparing to exit this area. Shang Heng's fingers unconsciously curled, as if questioning Chu Tinghai, or perhaps himself. Did no one remember what transpired during that S-Class instance? Chu Tinghai found this inquiry somewhat perplexing. Are you referring to the Doomsday Stage instance? Wasn't it just you who emerged from that S-Class instance while conscious? If you don't recall what happened, it's safe to say no one else does, either. As he spoke, he let out a sigh. If you ask me, the current top-tier players hardly match your caliber. No one compares to your generation. Chu Tinghai was not merely flattering Shang Hung. He spoke the truth. It was well known that player ranks within the survival plan were meticulously categorized. Above the advanced players, there existed a classification of top-tier players. Since the inception of the survival plan on Earth, 2 S-Class instances had been activated. The first batch of top-tier players were those who successfully cleared the inaugural S-Class instance, thereby earning the moniker of S-Class players. Initially, many believed that the S-Class instance held clues for escape, prompting a multitude of players to enter. The first S-Class instance, designated 4083, was set in a world 2,000 years in the future, boasting an expansive map that accommodated numerous players. Even though no one discovered an escape route within that instance, every surviving player emerged with a trove of high-level items, instantly becoming elite within the survival plan. With such precedents, even with the knowledge that S-Class instances were perilous, countless individuals still rushed into the second instance, the Doomsday Stage, for the allure of items. The outcome was grim. Aside from Shang Hung and 2 other S-Class players, every other participant perished within the instance. No player dared to stream live from such a high-level instance, and the 3 survivors could not divulge any hints regarding the Doomsday Stage. The reason was simple. The other 2 players had succumbed to madness, while Shang Hung had lost all memory of the instance. Thus, the era of S-Class players waned, and the term gradually fell out of common usage. As for the current top-tier players, they were merely the top 50 selected by the system based on their rankings. Chapter 26. The informant Shi Miao attentively listened to the chattering of the plump boy beside her, who was eagerly imparting knowledge. She had just been gazing around the residential area when she quickly caught the attention of this boy, who called himself Little Informant. Due to his lackluster skills in both deduction and combat, he made a living by selling information to earn the points necessary for survival. Typically, he traded secrets among high-ranking players, but today, with some free time, he decided to rest here and fortuitously encountered Shi Miao. A solitary girl in the game often found herself at a disadvantage. Although Little Informant was driven by profit, a flicker of kindness remained within him, prompting him to assist the young girl, at the very least, to help her avoid unnecessary detours. Shi Miao, who preferred to avoid trouble, readily paid the fee of 50 points to learn what she sought after hearing it would provide her with valuable insights. After completing her novice dungeon task, her gray player panel transformed into one that allowed normal operations. While many features remained locked to her, she was at least able to engage in trading with other players. As they walked and chatted, little informant inquired, "Hey, was that novice dungeon difficult for you?" His accent hinted at a northeastern origin. Shi Miao reflected on the Qingmu University dungeon and concluded that it was not particularly challenging. Although numerous creatures inhabited the dungeon, their abilities were weak, and the expansive map allowed for evasion with a bit of stamina. Moreover, both NPCs and bosses were remarkably accommodating, providing hints aplenty. Guessing the plot proved to be no arduous task, at least not for Shi Miao. Little informant nodded in understanding. It must have been the simplest survival class F-grade dungeon. Otherwise, you certainly don't appear capable of clearing higher level ones. He continued, "Now, where was I? Yes, you can learn about other matters later, but you must understand the top-tier players right now." Lowering his voice, he emphasized the most formidable among them, Shang Hung, the Arbiter. The Arbiter? Shi Miao mimicked his hushed tone, curious about the reason behind such notoriety. Little informant cautiously scanned the surroundings, as if fearing eavesdroppers, before pulling her into a corner. Once he felt secure, he elaborated, "He is exceptionally cold-blooded and ruthless. Whether male or female, any player he deems as evil will be left to their fate, regardless of their pleas for mercy." Shi Miao was puzzled. She did not comprehend the notion of cold-bloodedness in this context. If he already considered someone a villain, why should he save them? Would he not merely be enabling them to harm others again? Even though she felt this perspective was somewhat subjective, an individual need not shoulder the responsibility for another's life, especially within a survival game. However, she refrained from voicing her opinion and simply inquired, "What about those he perceives as good?" "He will save them," Little Informant affirmed. "That and oppose. That's why we refer to Shang Hung as the Arbiter. Once he judges a player, their fate is essentially sealed." With that, Little Informant resumed walking along the main road, continuing to introduce her to the remaining players. He paused momentarily, remarking that while the others possessed formidable abilities, few, aside from the Arbiter, took on regulatory missions. Under the Survivor program, top-tier players were prohibited from entering lower-grade dungeons unless assigned a task, so there was no immediate need for her to be informed about them. As they conversed, they swiftly exited the small residential area. Just as they departed, two young men emerged from the shadows of a nearby building. Chu Tinghai glanced quizzically at the silent Shang Hung, questioning his hasty descent. He was perplexed. Having just observed the renowned informant Little Informant engaged in conversation with a clearly novice female player regarding Shang Hung. Surely, it wasn't merely to hear others' opinions of him? Shang Hung cast his gaze downward, remaining silent. Unlike in the dungeon, where he assumed the persona of Teacher Wu, his true self was rather taciturn and indifferent. He possessed his own principles and had never been concerned with the opinions of others. However, at that moment, as he listened to the informant describe him as cold and unfeeling, Shang Hung found himself unexpectedly attuned to the perceptions of others. The young girl had indeed smiled at him within the dungeon, but that smile had been directed at the gentle, innocent NPC, Teacher Wu, not at him, Shang Hung. Under Little Informant's guidance, Shi Miao spent 100 points to acquire the right to a single room for half a day. Aware that novice players possessed limited points, Little Informant could not elucidate every potential pitfall within the Survivor program, so he prioritized the most critical information. Resting well in the dungeon proved challenging. Thus, he needed to ensure Shi Miao had ample time to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Miao's points were relatively abundant. She had always adopted a laid-back attitude, and even with many questions lingering in her mind, she intended to familiarize herself with the leisure space before diving back into the dungeon. The flow of time in the dungeon differed from that in the leisure space. Shi Miao had completed her task by noon, but she arrived at the leisure space in the morning during the bustling hours filled with activity. Shi Miao relished the lively atmosphere. In the apocalyptic stage, she had grown accustomed to solitude, with only Eric and the little black cat daring to approach her, and they were often preoccupied. Friends were few and far between for her. She yearned to witness the essence of human society, wondering if it differed from that of the dungeon world. However, Little Informant remained oblivious to her thoughts, merely recognizing her as a newcomer and informing her about the prohibited actions within the game. After a leisurely stroll filled with introductions, Little informant finally led Shi Miao to the food street before preparing to depart. This area is the commercial district. Ahead is the snack street, with the trading post and auction house on the left. If you have time, take a look. You might stumble upon some treasures. If you have no further questions, I shall take my leave. We can connect anytime if you need anything. Shi Miao mimicked Little Informant's gesture and waved goodbye. Once he departed, she shifted her gaze back to the front, the snack street. She couldn't help but recall the dreadful experience from her previous dungeon. Yet, after a brief exploration, she did not encounter the grim culinary disaster of fruits and vegetables combined. The food along this street emanated delightful aromas and appeared utterly tantalizing. Shi Miao found herself shamefully tempted once more. 10 minutes later, gazing at her arms laden with numerous plastic bags, she reluctantly relinquished the sweet potato with plum sauce. The snack street was not crowded with players, allowing for many vacant seats, and Shi Miao quickly settled down, happily arranging her snacks worth 300 points upon the table. Chapter 27. The NPC escaped the instance indeed. She was about to consume a meal that could rival the points earned from completing an E-grade instance. The culinary delights at the snack street were a stark contrast to the fare offered in the dining hall of Qingmu University, akin to the difference between paradise and hell. The sweet aroma of milk tea, the soft and glutinous handmade dumplings, the chewy fried meat, the crispy yet tender fried rice cakes, and the flavorful sauce of the beef pie. Shi Miao felt she had finally grasped the joy of being human. How wonderful it was! This was the pinnacle of human gastronomy, even if it were not for the purpose of regaining her memories. The allure of delectable food compelled her to strive for points through successful completions. Just as the young girl was engrossed in her meal, a shadow loomed before her. Shi Miao quickly swallowed her food and looked up. That glance rendered her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, as she continued to stare blankly, Shang Hung reminded her with a hint of exasperation, "The juice from the beef pie is about to spill out." Oh! Shi Miao finally snapped back to reality and swiftly took a hearty bite of the beef pie. Yet, even as she lowered her head to eat, her mind remained in a daze. An NPC had escaped the instance? The handsome and tall young man before her exhibited a rather indifferent expression, seemingly detached from his striking appearance. However, his actions were in stark contrast to his demeanor. Rather than taking a seat, Shang Hung silently placed a serving of sweet potato in front of Shi Miao, the very snack she had wished to purchase, but had to abandon due to her inability to carry it. Confused, Shi Miao glanced at the sweet potato and then back at the oddly familiar young man, Mr. Wu. "Hello, Shi Miao," Shang Hung said, suppressing a smile at her bewildered expression. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Shang Hung. I temporarily took on the role of Mr. While overseeing tasks at Qingmu University." Shi Miao's response was a delayed, "Oh, huh? You're the arbiter." The slight smile that had graced Shang Hung's lips quickly vanished at her words. He vividly recalled the descriptors used by Xiaoling Tong when discussing him. The young girl before him, undoubtedly raised in a nurturing environment, was innocent, fervent, and obedient, and likely held disdain for his cold-hearted demeanor. In truth, Shi Miao had not yet graduated from elementary school when she entered the survival program. Her usual conduct was anything but demure. After a brief moment of surprise, she focused intently on the person before her. "How wonderful," she murmured. "I no longer have to abduct people." Unbeknownst to her, prior to realizing that Mr. Wu was actually the player Shang Hung, she had genuinely wished to rescue him from the system. Shi Miao herself was quite adaptable and generally laid back. Over the years, her emotions had rarely fluctuated dramatically. She led a life of monotonous routine, practicing, performing, cleaning up after errant NPCs, and dealing with various players comprised the daily existence of an S-grade instance boss. There had been no changes, no upheavals. To suddenly develop a strong desire to extricate someone from an instance and keep them by her side was an utterly novel feeling. Surely, she could not be a superficial admirer? Shi Miao quickly raised her head. Yes, indeed, she was. Shang Hung possessed a traditional Chinese visage, sculpted features, gentle phoenix-like eyes, and a tall, elegant stature. Yet his aura diverged from the typical reserved and tranquil demeanor of a Chinese individual. While Shang Hung spoke little and was, in a sense, reserved, The ironclad coldness he exuded from countless instances and training was inescapable. He resembled a sword sheathed in its scabbard, its sharpness evident even before it was drawn. At that moment, the striking yet subtly formidable young man inquired with a hint of confusion. Abduct people? No, no. Shi Miao had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. And upon realizing Shang Heng's reaction, she hastily shook her head. Shall we exchange contact information? She certainly remembered the peculiar numbers Xiao Lingtong had mentioned, but from the outset, she had never viewed Shang Heng's actions as problematic. In a perilous instance game, surviving was an arduous task. Thus, saving others was an act of kindness, while neglecting to do so was simply self-preservation. Having witnessed many players betray one another while she played the role of a boss, she naturally kept her distance from such individuals. Yet Shang Heng was different. He was not self-righteous and genuinely offered assistance when possible, a trait befitting a true ally. Shang Heng, who had been tightly clenching his hands behind his back, finally relaxed his grip, although he was yet to ascertain Shi Miao's true feelings towards him. The mere act of her seeking contact information suggested she did not harbor any animosity. 17364, the young man softly stated. The number I provided you in the instance is my contact information. It was only then that Shi Miao comprehended the peculiar sequence of numbers Mr. Wu had given her in the Qingmu University instance. After joyously adding Shang Heng to her contacts, she warmly invited the young man to join her in her meal, exclaiming, I promise to treat you to something delicious. Do try it. Shang Heng paused momentarily. She had promised to cook for him, yet as the instance concluded, it had transformed into treating him to food. Truly, she was quite the little trickster. Nevertheless, while he pondered this internally, his exterior remained impassive as he obediently took a seat across from Shi Miao. Neither was aware of any discrepancies. Shang Heng, due to his unique upbringing, had little experience interacting with women, thus remained oblivious to the differences in social dynamics compared to his interactions with men. Shi Miao's situation was even more extraordinary. At 21 years old, her first decade was spent as a child, followed by 11 years within the survival program, where she had encountered not a single male human, let alone any ordinary living being. Thus, while one sought to engage more with Shi Miao in hopes of recovering lost memories, the other unabashedly indulged in her admiration for her newfound, charming companion as they shared food and drink. The meal unfolded in an atmosphere that was both awkward and surprisingly harmonious, a remarkable spectacle. Shang Heng was not particularly loquacious, and given this was their first meeting after exiting the instance, he wished to avoid making it feel like an interrogation. Despite his myriad of doubts, he refrained from pressing Shi Miao with questions, instead thoughtfully adjusting the snack boxes to ensure she could access them more comfortably. Yet after arranging them, Shang Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had no recollection of performing such an action before, yet he felt a strange familiarity and ease in the process, as if he had done it countless times before. Chapter 28. A vulnerable disposition. Shang Heng pressed his lips together, with an increasing number of doubts swirling in his mind. Yet, he refrained from voicing any inquiries. The little girl had just emerged from the instance, a time when she was most fatigued. It was best to allow her to eat well and rest properly. Other matters could be addressed later. There was no rush. It was precisely this paternal affection that made Shang Heng's only moment of enthusiasm throughout the entirety of their time together the proposal to escort Shi Miao back to rest. But I wish to visit the trading post over there. The little girl discarded her trash into a bin, gazing longingly at Shang Heng. However, the straightforward Shang Heng remarked, The valuable items, they're far too expensive. You cannot afford them. Shi Miao replied, I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity. Shang Heng glanced at her and ultimately acquiesced, rising to his feet. Yet, as he had stated, the prices of useful items in the trading post were exorbitant. There were indeed cheaper items, but they were so lackluster that they were less appealing than those found in the system shop. After a brief exploration, Shi Miao quietly returned to Shang Heng's side. The reason for their separation was Shang Heng's highly recognizable face. Shi Miao wished to avoid drawing attention to herself as a newcomer in the game. Thus she had requested he wait outside. The little girl approached him with a languid demeanor, suggesting it was time to depart. Having grown accustomed to Shi Miao's vivacious nature, seeing her so listless made Shang Heng's heart soften involuntarily. He inquired gently, "Is there something you particularly desire?" "Yes," Shi Miao replied in a subdued tone. "I am a magician, yet since arriving here, I have had no tools." She lamented the absence of her dice and cards. Recently, she had seen a player selling a set of D-grade playing cards. However, their quality was so inferior that they could not even compare to her previous cards, let alone serve as practice ones. Despite this, the price of that deck was far beyond her current means. Feeling disheartened, she remained oblivious to Shang Heng's stunned expression. In the fleeting moments of recovered memories, the details were scant, and the girl on stage was indistinct. Yet one truth was glaringly evident. The girl from his memories was a magician, adorned in a burgundy knee-length dress, with azure eyes, fond of performing magic. And there lingered a vague sense of familiarity intertwined with an unprecedented softness in his heart. All of this led Shang Heng to the realization that Shi Miao was indeed the person he had been searching for, the radiant light in his lost memories. After sufficiently exploring the trading area, Shang Heng escorted Shi Miao back to the modestly rented cabin. Just before departing, he could not help but advise, for the next instance, "You might consider taking on a D-grade quest to accumulate some experience before tackling others." If his outrageous suspicion held any truth, it was likely that Shi Miao was not adept at socializing. In the instances, discerning the benevolence or malice of others was equally paramount, especially when one could not ascertain whether their so-called companions would use them as stepping stones for their own survival. Shang Heng did not elaborate, and thus Shi Miao interpreted his words in another light. "Indeed, my current capabilities do not permit me to engage in higher-level instances," she nodded earnestly. Standing on a step 2 levels higher, she was finally able to meet Shang Heng's gaze. "Shang Heng, after I complete the next instance, could you recommend some training methods?" Shi Miao still habitually referred to Shang Heng as teacher, considering it peculiar to call him by the name of that NPC. She had taken the liberty to address him as Shang Heng. She believed herself to be exceptionally clever. When it came to training, who could possess more experience than Shang Heng? Surely, she could shed the title of a fragile beginner and become the first powerful output-type magician in the survival plan. The little girl looked at him with anticipation, her soft, half-long curls cascading behind her, resembling a fluffy lamb, exuding an irresistible urge to be touched. Shang Heng raised an eyebrow, suppressing his burgeoning impulse. "That is acceptable, though it may be quite exhausting," he replied honestly. Shang Heng's upbringing had been markedly different from that of an ordinary individual. He first grasped a wooden firearm at the age of 8 and was dispatched with a team at 14. Even in reality, he was akin to a human weapon. This was also the reason he hesitated to approach Shi Miao after hearing the little spiritess words. After all, she appeared to be a young lady raised in a privileged household, embodying a blend of cleverness, cunning, kindness, and gentleness, two individuals from entirely divergent worlds. Ultimately, he could not resist. It was midday, and every time he contemplated this, a twinge of regret washed over him. He had intended to wait until the little girl had cleared a few instances, allowing her to better acclimate to the violent nature of the game before reappearing. But the instinct to grasp a piece of driftwood when drowning was an innate one. Much like himself, Shi Miao tilted her head. "I'm not afraid of hardship." She and Shang Heng were polar opposites in temperament. One was reticent and shy, while the other was refreshingly straightforward. Besides, with teacher Shang Heng by her side, she feared nothing, no matter how arduous the task. After her deliberate declaration, she successfully earned a wide-eyed, astonished look from Shang Heng. Yui stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The expression of the typically impassive young man, startled, was quite amusing. Shi Miao could not help but stifle a laugh. In that moment, she felt she had discovered something infinitely more intriguing than magic. With a playful smile, she said, "Then I shall take my leave for now. We will reconnect once I emerge from the instance, shall we?" Shang Heng, still in a daze, nodded. "All right." Truly, she thought to herself, he is remarkably easy to manipulate. She could not fathom why others described Shang Heng as an unyielding figure, a cold-hearted specter devoid of mirth. Yet, Shi Miao found him quite susceptible to her whims. Within the instance, perhaps due to character constraints, he appeared less stiff. However, once they returned to the safety of the player's space, his awkward demeanor became strikingly apparent. At least in her eyes. After parting ways with Shang Hong, Shi Miao returned to her room, drawing the curtains and turning off the lights. Blissfully sinking into her bed, she planned to rest for the night and, once rejuvenated, directly enter the instance. Maintaining magical tools was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the added burden of a power ceiling, she needed to ensure Shang Hong was well taken care of, which required accumulating more points. The instance was the most effective means of earning points. Thus, she resolved to embark on several more. Shi Miao fell into a deep slumber, as she was naturally prone to sleepiness. Furthermore, the other NPCs in the apocalyptic stage indulged her, leading her to often remain holed up in her room after becoming the boss. Thankfully, the survival plan had no rigid clock-in and clock-out system. Otherwise, Shi Miao would undoubtedly be perpetually late. Chapter 29. Spade Manor. When Shi Miao was inexplicably drawn into Qingmu University, she had not had enough sleep. Later, due to the need to complete a task, she only managed to rest for 3 to 4 hours that night, leaving her utterly fatigued. The bed in the small cottage was remarkably soft, likely freshly aired by the landlord, with the quilt faintly imbued with the scent of sunlight. In such a comfortable setting, Shi Miao indulged in a full 10 hours of sleep. When she finally opened her eyes again, the world outside her window had already been enveloped by the night. Stretching languidly, she finished the meal she had packed earlier and adjusted her little dress. Apart from the points spent on food today, her only other expense was for clothing. Shi Miao genuinely cherished her wine-red knee-length dress. However, it was rather impractical for a hasty escape. Thus, she opted for a more convenient dress of the same hue. Once she had prepared everything, Shi Miao calmly clicked the button to enter the instance. Due to the differing flow of time, players need not concern themselves with the hour of day. They could enter the instance at any moment, matching with players selected for the same level. Gazing at the instance level interface, Shi Miao instinctively directed her attention to the label indicating a D-level instance. After pressing the button, a slight dizziness washed over her. When she slowly opened her eyes once more, she found herself seated in a moving carriage. The carriage was relatively spacious, yet with 6 adults crammed inside. It felt somewhat cramped. Players arriving at a D-level instance were no novices, thus none were bewildered by their current predicament. Each was keenly observing their surroundings. However, they soon realized they had not been directly transported to their destination, leaving them unable to survey the area. Shi Miao quickly scanned the other players inside the carriage and was astonished to spot a familiar face, Lu Zian. Lu Zian always radiated vitality. Even after merely resting for an afternoon, he appeared invigorated. He, too, obviously recognized her. Encountering an acquaintance in such an eerie and unfamiliar environment was undoubtedly delightful. Yet Shi Miao averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. Lu Zian appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped her intention. Meeting a familiar face was pleasant. Yet in an environment fraught with uncertainty, it was prudent to avoid drawing attention to oneself. Although low-level instances rarely featured player versus player (PvP) modes, one could never be too cautious. Among the 6 individuals, apart from Shi Miao and Lu Zian, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman appeared to be an ordinary office worker. Of the 3 men, 2 donned typical attire, lacking any distinctiveness. However, one was clad in an iron mask and a dark robe, exuding an air of mystery. Having assessed her fellow players, Shi Miao turned her gaze towards the sealed windows of the carriage. Although she knew little about their situation, it seemed their identities this time were rather precarious. In the midst of silence, an electronic voice resonated within the minds of each player. Beep, loading instance. Please prepare for the game. As the mechanical voice faded, bold text materialized before their eyes. Instance name, Spade Manor. Number of participants, 6. Completion requirement, uncover the hidden secrets of the manor. The manor under the blood moon harbors an ominous air. As creatures resurrect in the shadows, travelers from afar, will you uncover the secrets of the manor and escape unscathed? Once the system prompt concluded, the carriage ceased its motion, evidently having reached its destination. The players wasted no time, disembarking one after another. A three-story building emerged before them. Bathed in the orange-yellow hues of the setting sun, its European-style ornate doors resembling the maw of a monster, awaiting delectable offerings. The ominous blood moon and darkness had yet to materialize. The beginning was safe. Every seasoned player knew that the first day was typically the most secure. Crises usually commence from the first night, and players often entered instances during daylight, affording them ample time to understand the background. However, as dusk approached, their window for exploration was limited. Shortly after the players had gathered before the grand entrance, a butler clad in a dark tailcoat and white gloves appeared, slowly pushing open the doors. He scrutinized the players, as if recalling previous instructions. Although the players were completely unaware of what the butler had said, they all nodded in unison. Satisfied, the butler turned, beckoning them to follow. "Please come inside. The Count will be returning shortly. Do not disturb him." Under the butler's guidance, the players entered Spade Manor. The manor presented a conventional configuration of a villa coupled with a garden, its area far less expansive than the previous instance, likely devoid of any lurking apparitions. Upon a cursory glance, the manor seemed largely unremarkable, save for the unusually towering flowers in the garden. The excessive height of the plants was certainly abnormal. Perhaps they had been nourished by blood, a common trope. Shi Miao discreetly compared her height to that of the flowers, feeling disheartened to discover that these roses stood nearly 2 meters tall. Their identities this time appeared to be those of servants, necessitating the selection of agile tasks to facilitate exploration. As she pondered this, the butler halted at the foot of the staircase. "Now let us assign tasks," he declared, gathering the attention of the group. "There are primarily 3 duties: cleaning rooms, watering the roses, and doing laundry. You may." As the butler spoke, Shi Miao concurrently deliberated. Each of these tasks bore potential dangers, yet cleaning rooms could entail an encounter with the suspected boss, the Count. Yesterday, the little communicator had elucidated the fundamental differences between high, medium, and low-level instances, particularly regarding the number of death triggers. In low-level instances, death triggers were exceedingly rare, with fatalities primarily resulting from player errors. Conversely, in higher instances, the number of death triggers associated with specters and bosses escalated with the level. Considering her own experiences, when she played as a boss, she possessed 8 death triggers, whereas Eric had only 3. Thus, at the outset of the instance, with little knowledge of the narrative context, it was wise to maintain a distance from a boss. Quickly dismissing the task of cleaning rooms, she found that the garden was equally unapproachable, should anything go awry. Her height might render her invisible to the other players. Chapter 30. The Pint-Sized Earl. Upon careful deliberation, she concluded that attending to the laundry would be the most prudent course of action. As Shi Miao completed her mental calculations and prepared to volunteer for the task, the butler paused mid-sentence, bowing respectfully. "Lord Blair, welcome back." The assembled players immediately turned their attention to the source of the greeting. In their collective imagination, the Earl would undoubtedly be a tall, imposing figure, radiating the authority of a seasoned leader, either a young or middle-aged man. However, what was this diminutive figure before them? Lord Blair's stature barely reached 1.40 meters. His features were undeniably handsome, yet his countenance bore the unmistakable traces of youthfulness. His age appeared to be no more than 12 years. Moreover, Shi Miao hesitated, scrutinizing the miniature Earl. Why did this boss appear so disconcertingly familiar? Behind her, Chi, having meticulously adopted a nondescript appearance to blend into the background, widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Was Shing's luck truly so abysmal that he had been randomly assigned the role of the boss? The Earl raised his head, his gaze seemingly drawn to their location. I shuddered, immediately suppressing any expression that betrayed his altered appearance, and stood rigidly at attention. Despite his tender years, the Earl's tone was remarkably mature. "Are these the newly recruited servants?" The butler inclined his head. "Indeed, my lord." The Earl raised a hand. "I require a maid to tidy my chambers. Let her be the one." His height was indeed remarkable, compelling the butler to stoop slightly in order to follow the direction of his pointed finger. Shi Miao, She stared in astonishment as Lord Blair's finger unerringly targeted her. In the previous instance, Shi Miao had been singled out by Teacher W for special instruction and had been forcibly saddled with a drowning debuff by the boss, SHNQing. Although she had encountered no real danger and had even gleaned valuable clues, could her luck truly be so consistently unfortunate that she would be the first to be targeted by the boss in this instance as well? The butler cast a discerning gaze upon Shi Miao, grudgingly approving of her appearance. Very well, my lord. Shi Miao. Her assignment had been decided by 2 NPCs, without any input from the person most directly affected. Given the surrounding environment, it was evident that the instance was set in the 19th century, a period in which the disparity between master and servant was profound. Servants were bound to obey the commands of their masters. However, she, a character with a fragile constitution, was now to be confined with the primary antagonist. Was there any hope for her survival? Unable to voice her objections, Shi Miao could only force a strained smile as she tilted her head upward. Very well. Lord Blair. Lord Blair's gaze lingered on Shi Miao for a moment before he offered a nearly imperceptible nod and turned to ascend the stairs. Despite his youth, none of the players dared to underestimate him. The 19th century, as depicted in history books, was an era of immense complexity. The wave of revolution spurred scientific advancements, and diseases began to emerge from the shadows of witchcraft, progressing towards modern medicine. However, the anxieties born of social stratification continued to cast a dark shadow over the hearts of all. Given this backdrop, Lord Blair's presence in the survival program suggested that his abilities were exceptionally potent, his resentment exceptionally strong, or both. Once the Earl's diminutive figure had disappeared from view, the players collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and turned their attention back to the butler, awaiting his next instructions. As seasoned players, they understood the importance of proceeding with caution in instances that revolved around exploration. The butler proceeded to assign tasks to the players, then gestured towards a nearby corridor. First, proceed to the 3rd room on the left side of the corridor and seek out the maid. SIL. Change into your uniforms and commence your duties. Your work schedule is from 1 to 5 in the afternoon and from 8 to 10 in the evening. You are free to rest during the remaining hours. The players committed these times to memory. Failing to report for duty was likely to be the most basic trigger for death. This instance offered a generous amount of free time, reducing the need to take unnecessary risks by neglecting their duties in favor of exploration. Having outlined the work locations and schedules, the butler followed the Earl upstairs, leaving the players to remain on the ground floor. After exchanging glances, several players immediately headed towards the corridor. There would be ample time to share information later. They couldn't afford to waste this rare opportunity for relatively safe exploration. The corridor on the left was clearly visible and did not appear to be particularly long from the outside. However, as soon as Shi Miao stepped into the corridor, she sensed that something was amiss. The other players had vanished. Shi Miao instantly became alert. She was unsure whether this development was a standard occurrence for all players or whether she had once again been singled out, becoming the first target of the instance's malevolent entities. However, she remained calm, raising her head to carefully observe the corridor. The corridor was far longer than it had initially appeared. A series of oil paintings hung neatly on the walls, each depicting individuals with unsettlingly lifelike eyes. They appeared unable to move their bodies, but their eyes darted about, as if alive. Being scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes was a chilling experience. But not for Shi Miao. Before becoming a player, she had performed on stage daily, and her audiences had been diverse. She had even encountered audience members who were nothing more than severed heads, so a gallery of onlookers posed no particular challenge. Shi Miao paused, then resolutely ignored the wall of paintings and quickly extended her arms to manually measure the distance between the two walls. The corridor's lighting seemed to be faulty, flickering erratically with no discernible pattern. Shortly after another blackout, Shi Miao heard the sound of liquid trickling, accompanied by a pungent, metallic odor reminiscent of rust. It was the scent of blood. Creatures spawned from the darkness slithered down the walls, leaving trails of blood in their wake, eager to devour the young woman. Delicious human. Hif hif. In their eyes, the tender flesh of the frail girl was the ultimate delicacy. They could scarcely contain their eagerness to devour Shi Miao and transform her into another painting. Amidst the eerie surroundings, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Shi Miao and Appo's lips. Len Appo's, SC who devours whom. Her inventory of props was limited, so she knew the precise location of each item and could retrieve them even in the dark. In the next moment, a ripping sound echoed through the darkness. Before the paintings could react, the two flanking Shi Miao felt their blood flow being obstructed. The paintings? You need to use this blood to drag me into the wall, right? Shi Miao, having violently torn the previously acquired cloth that can wipe any liquid clean into strips, clutched a wad of fabric in each hand and pressed them firmly against the wall directly below the two paintings on either side of her. Chapter 31. The paintings in the corridor, the viscous blood flowed downward, thoroughly absorbed by two pieces of fabric. Not only were they unable to coalesce into tentacles, they could barely stir. The painting exclaimed, "How could this be? This F-grade prop is truly remarkable. Its absorbency and tear resistance are exceptional, and it is certainly worth keeping." Shi Miao expressed her satisfaction. After all, she had once been the boss of an S-grade dungeon. Despite often referring to herself as a fragile mage, she was not genuinely weak. Armed with a suitable weapon, she was a formidable force, and though she was now unarmed, she merely needed to employ some cunning strategies to navigate her predicament. If Shi Miao simply wished to preserve her life, it would be relatively easy. Although she lacked training and her endurance was inadequate, she still possessed the strength and experience befitting a boss. It seemed her unconventional actions had startled the flowing blood. As the sound gradually diminished, "I still have plenty of this fabric," Shi Miao thought, maintaining her composure while employing a ruse. "And, on the first day, you must have restrictions. Only the paintings on either side of my standing position can attack me, correct?" Her bold and confident words belied her silent preparation to grasp a dagger. Indeed, the fabric prop was highly effective and had no usage limit. But one issue persisted. There was insufficient fabric and far too many paintings. Judging by the extent to which the blood from two paintings had stained the fabric, it could only withstand the onslaught of two more, allowing her to advance a single step. The corridor ahead seemed interminably deep. Even if other players could dismantle it forcefully, it would require considerable effort. Moreover, Shi Miao was unwilling to inflict real harm on these paintings. They were merely servants, and wantonly damaging the manor's possessions could easily attract the butler's ire. If merely increasing the likelihood of being targeted was acceptable, her greatest fear was that the butler might expel them from the manor entirely. Thus, Shi Miao could only gamble on the uncertainty of the paintings regarding her hidden cards. As soon as her words fell silent, the flowing sound ceased entirely. A wave of relief washed over her, confirming her gamble had paid off. She removed the damp, liquid-stained fabric and peered into the palm of her hand. In a previous dungeon, she had inadvertently touched a water mirror, resulting in an injury to her hand. For a magician, the hands are of utmost importance. Any issue with them would render many complex magical maneuvers impossible. Injuries sustained within a dungeon do not vanish automatically upon exiting, yet within the player's leisure space. Any non-fatal wounds can be healed with sufficient points. Her hand injury had not been severe, thus she had spent over 200 points to remedy it. Yet, within a single day, she had squandered 700 to 800 points, leaving her with only a little over 2,000 from her original 3,600. This compelled Shi Miao to exercise caution and avoid further injuries. Currently, her palm bore merely some reddened marks from the violent tearing, which was not overly concerning. Noting that her hand remained unscathed, she raised her gaze once more. If she was not mistaken, these paintings ensnared players by drawing them into the walls through the blood they shed, ultimately leading to their demise. However, the restrictions placed on the boss during the dungeon's first day were excessively stringent. The attack range of the paintings was limited, and the criteria for a so-called death opportunity were rather severe. It seemed that only when she panicked and unwittingly entered the attack range of another painting would she truly encounter a death opportunity, finding herself in genuine peril. This was not difficult to deduce, especially given the earlier volume of the liquid's flow, yet only the two paintings on either side had attempted to touch her. In summary, employing unconventional tactics to deceive the low-level dungeon specters to ensure her escape should not pose a problem. The primary reason was her lack of alternatives. She had no knowledge of how other players would handle such a situation. It was certainly not her intention to frighten the paintings. Indeed, it is absolutely not. Shi Miao maintained her smile, continuing to coax the intellectually limited paintings hanging on the wall. Since I have a method to evade these two paintings, I naturally possess other means to deal with those ahead. Wouldn't you agree? She paused, unsurprisingly receiving no response. Considering the uncertainty of the butler's lethal opportunities, Shi Miao could not ascertain whether damaging the paintings was a viable solution, so she continued to intimidate. I wonder if you'll feel pain if the blood you shed gets pierced? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My profession is magician, and I strike true every time. Shi Miao's words increasingly resembled those of a villain, yet the effectiveness of her discourse was undeniably gratifying. Almost the instant her words settled, the lights in the corridor blazed to life, their brightness nearly doubling. It was as if the message was clear. Please proceed forward and cease your torment of them. Is there truly someone like this? They have already transformed into paintings, and yet she wishes to pierce them. Ruthless, terrifying, inhuman, were the promised desserts. Who on earth brought this dreadful woman here? Observing the unfolding scene, Shi Miao's lips curled into a smile. Dungeons typically do not present unavoidable death traps from the outset. It was precisely for this reason that she dared to execute a ruse. Fortunately, the paintings did not probe further, and she had successfully navigated the first hurdle. Once the lights illuminated, the paintings resumed their slumber, and the crisis temporarily dissipated. It was then that Shi Miao noticed several other players still standing where she had entered the corridor, while she had already positioned herself before the doorway of the third room. That of Maid Sarah. Only she had been subjected to the painting's assault. Realizing this, Shi Miao pressed her lips together, concealing her contemplation. Since the first dungeon, she had sensed that the system was deliberately targeting her. Although she could not ascertain whether the system had detected her boss identity, it was evident that it had recognized her abnormality from the beginning. Otherwise, it would not have repeatedly singled her out. If this were indeed the case, then it was entirely reasonable for her to be the first to encounter such an occurrence. The other players were undoubtedly aware that Shi Miao had experienced something unusual, yet with a distance between them, they could not simply shout out their inquiries. Chu Tinghai was eager to approach, for although Shang Hong remained silent, his demeanor had already made Chu Tinghai acutely aware of Shi Miao's uniqueness. Hadn't that aloof arbiter pursued her into a low-level dungeon? This enchanting young lady held significant meaning for Shang Hong, and he felt compelled to look after her. However, he had crafted an image for himself as an ordinary player who had just cleared 3 low-level dungeons and could not act recklessly. So he could only suggest to the others, shall we proceed as well? Chapter 32. Maid Sarah. Chu Tinghai spoke wisely, and thus, despite the unsettling atmosphere of the corridor, the group proceeded with trepidation. Fortunately, they encountered no immediate peril and soon arrived at the door of Maid Sarah's chamber. As Lu Zian approached, he instinctively darted to stand beside Shi Miao, whispering with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Shi Miao gently shook her head, reassuring him that she was fine. Although her hands were stained with blood, it was merely the residue from the oil painting. She herself had not been harmed. Ouyang Wei, another girl in the group, inquired, "What just happened? You vanished in the blink of an eye." Shi Miao refrained from disclosing her method of passage, instead only mentioning the peculiarity of the oil painting. Upon hearing about the painting and Oppo's anomaly, the masked player Chun Chen solemnly remarked, "This is quite troubling. There are oil paintings everywhere." Indeed, as Chun Chen pointed out, the corridor was densely populated with oil paintings, making them rather conspicuous. However, a closer inspection revealed that numerous corners of the manor were adorned with these artworks. Nevertheless, the oil painting crisis could be addressed later. Their immediate concern was Maid Sarah. Based on prior discussions, Chun Chen, having successfully navigated 3 intermediate dungeons and 11 novice ones, was undoubtedly the most experienced player, naturally assuming the role of leader among them. At this moment, he turned his gaze toward Shi Miao, who had been frequently targeted since the beginning, and said, "You should open the door." Lu Zian instinctively shielded Shi Miao, glaring at Qin Shun. No one knew what kind of NPC Sarah was. If she were to attack upon opening the door, Shi Miao, with her poor physical constitution, would surely be unable to escape. Why was it that, despite the presence of 4 men who seemed more capable of fleeing, it was Shi Miao who was tasked with opening the door? Qin Shun shrugged, maintaining his focus on Shi Miao, and spoke earnestly. Someone must open the door. He recalled how the Count had specifically designated this girl to perform cleaning duties. Everyone understood the necessity of keeping a safe distance from the boss, so Shi Miao, who was compelled to confront the boss from the outset, had long been marked for death in his eyes. Since death was inevitable, it would be better to let her scout the way. Upon hearing Chan Chen's words, Shi Miao remained calm, but Lu Zian clenched his fists in frustration. Why must it always be Shi Miao? His sister had also been singled out in the previous dungeon, yet Shi Miao had led them to safety. Just as Lu Zian contemplated continuing his argument with Chan Chen, Shi Miao gently patted him as if to soothe him, stepping out from behind his protective barrier to stand before the door. She understood Lu Zian's concern for her well-being, but she was more attuned to the silent stance of the other players. In this dungeon, she and Lu Zian possessed the least experience, while the other players had at least completed 3 novice dungeons. Shi Miao was indifferent to whether others regarded her with respect. However, those who blatantly treated others as stepping stones certainly deserved a lesson. But not now. She approached the door, raised her fingers, and lightly knocked. "Hello, Sister Sarah. I'm a new maid." Footsteps soon echoed from within, and after a brief pause, the door swung open. Maid Sarah surveyed her visitors, ultimately focusing her gaze on the girl nearest to her. "You are the new. Oh my God, what just happened?" The blood-soaked fabric could be tucked away in her inventory, yet Shi Miao and Appo's blood-stained hands were beyond her ability to conceal, in stark contrast to the other players, who appeared clean and composed. Shi Miao looked particularly disheveled. She lowered her gaze, her voice soft and timid. I accidentally got dirty." She stammered as she spoke, yet Sarah did not react with anger. Instead, she welcomed Shi Miao inside, her eyes filled with compassion and sympathy. The other players left outside could only watch in disbelief. Chun Chun was momentarily stunned, his mask hardly able to conceal his astonishment. How could this be? Why was this dungeon and Appo's NPC showing such interest in Shi Miao? The butler was fair and impartial, and while the Count could be seen as intentionally targeting her. What Sarah? Regardless of the perspective, it appeared that Maid Sarah had taken an immediate liking to Shi Miao upon their brief encounter. Having stepped inside, Shi Miao quickly understood that this NPC seemed to harbor a fondness for her. Although the affection of an NPC could be perilous, it could also be advantageous if wielded wisely. Consequently, Shi Miao blinked rapidly, her beautiful azure eyes shimmering with moisture. "Hello, Sister Sarah. I am a new maid, Shi Miao. I had a small accident and got a bit dirty." She was so endearing that it was hard to believe she had just been intimidating a group of oil paintings in the corridor. Even the most accomplished actress would applaud her performance. Sarah felt her heart melt at the sight of her. Sarah had noticed the other new maids outside, but none of them had piqued her interest. With a preference for European aesthetics, Sarah found Shi Miao to resemble a porcelain doll, compelling her to treat her kindly. From Sarah's perspective, the delicate, beautiful girl standing there appeared like a living painting, her expression one of sweet innocence and vulnerability, evoking a motherly instinct within her. At over 40 years of age, Sarah regarded Shi Miao as she would her own daughter. She instinctively softened her tone. "I understand. It's all right. Please wait a moment. I will fetch you another set from the laundry." However, just as Sarah was about to leave, she felt a gentle tug at the hem of her garment. The fragile girl looked up with pleading eyes. "Sister Sarah, may I accompany you?" Seeing the little angel in distress stirred Sarah's maternal instincts. As a well-known NPC in the Spade Manor, her combat prowess ranked just below that of the Count and the Butler. Moreover, unlike the Count and the Butler, whose motives were more predictable, Sarah's outbursts were far less discernible, rendering her a source of unpredictable danger. Her wrath could be sparked by numerous trivialities. A poorly washed garment could provoke her fury. Stale food might incite her hysteria. And even players who arrived at her for clothing after having been assigned tasks could find themselves unfortunate victims of her ire. As a result, many players often had to relinquish several defensive items to ensure a successful escape. The survival plan game categorizes dungeons into 4 levels: novice, low, intermediate, and high, with the novice dungeons being the most frequently repeated. Therefore, although the specific strategies for clearing each dungeon may differ, the general direction remains informed by the experiences of those who came before. In the game, players of intermediate level and above automatically gain access to a forum feature, enabling communication and information exchange. Regarding the Spade Manor dungeon, several known strategies for surviving its more lethal points are quite clear. For instance, Maid Sarah, being an excessively maternal NPC, tends to show leniency towards young and obedient girls. Chapter 33. Talent. This was precisely the reason why Chu Tinghai had remained silent earlier. He understood that Shi Miao would likely be favored by Sarah, hence he refrained from knocking on the door unnecessarily. Although Shi Miao was still a novice player and lacked the insights gathered by those before her, she possessed an understanding of the characteristics of supernatural beings. Within moments, she reached a similar conclusion and swiftly maximized her own benefits. The unfolding events transpired just as Shi Miao had anticipated, proceeding quite smoothly. Sarah indeed did not decline her request, tenderly ruffling Shi Miao's hair and saying, "Very well, you may accompany me." As Sarah stepped forward and opened the door, she was met with a throng of players crowding the entrance. When confronted by them, Sarah's demeanor was far less gentle than it had been with Shi Miao. "All right then," she remarked, furrowing her brow as she turned to Qin Shun. "What is the purpose of that mask? Are you disfigured and unable to show your face?" The Count and Appo's estate has no need for unattractive servants. Qin Shun and Appo's expression shifted through various shades, yet he could only endure under Sarah and Appo's scrutiny, gazing at the robust arms of her maidservant, and muttered, "No, I will remove it at once." Sarah, dissatisfied, let out a cold huff. "Do not let me see your issues again." After a brief pause, she decided to spare the other servants from her ire for the moment, suggesting, "Their uniforms are in the laundry. Let's go and change." Upon hearing her words, the group followed Sarah toward the laundry room. The laundry was located at the end of the corridor on the left side of the first floor. As Sarah led the way, she educated Shi Miao about the layout of the estate. The kitchen and laundry were on the ground floor, and meals could be collected from the chef at any time throughout the day. "Oh, by the way," she turned back to Shi Miao, inquiring, "What are your duties?" When it came to her responsibilities, Shi Miao felt a surge of irritation. "I clean the Count and Appo's chambers. If it weren't and Appo's tea for the Count, I would certainly vie for a position in the laundry." Given Sarah and Appo's leniency towards her, as long as she did not act recklessly, working in a laundry would undoubtedly pose no problems. Sarah paused, considering then, "Remember to avoid touching the Count and Appo's personal belongings. He values tranquility, so be gentle in your movements." Shi Miao nodded, continuing to discreetly extract information, committing every detail to memory. Behind them, other players trailed closely, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation for critical clues. Unfortunately, Shi Miao seemed inexperienced, having failed to elicit any significant information after prolonged questioning, and Sarah did not offer any voluntarily. Qin Shun, feeling a twinge of disappointment, dared not engage in conversation. Thus he silently followed, listening intently. He had long anticipated entering the Spade Manor instance, and had already speculated on the main storyline. To him, the secrets of a 19th century European manor could only revolve around a count forcibly abducting a virtuous maiden, leading to her disgrace and eventual suicide. Nothing particularly surprising, if it weren't for the fact that the Count appeared far too young to commit such acts. Qin Shun felt he could have cleared the instance almost immediately. He was inwardly anxious. Qin Shun had entered this instance to escape vengeance. Since joining the survival program, he had quickly amassed a considerable array of items through ruthless methods, living a more comfortable life in the program than in reality. However, his smooth sailing did not last long. His success in clearing instances was built upon the lives of fellow players, each time entering an instance at the cost of another's life. Having harmed so many, trouble was bound to follow, and indeed, Chen Shun found himself being hunted by the brother of a player who had perished due to his actions. The player he had deceived was merely a novice attempting an intermediate instance for the first time, unable to grasp the drastic increase in difficulty between entry-level and intermediate instances, leading to a tragic demise. While the player's death was unfortunate, he happened to have an older brother who was a seasoned player. Aware of his inability to escape the grasp of a high-level player, Chen Shun, in his desperation, recalled the exchange module on the forums, where some players possessed the ability of foresight. The survival program was a game deeply entwined with real-world stakes. After successfully clearing their first sea-level instance, players would awaken their unique talents. These talents varied in nature, but with sufficient cultivation, they could yield unforeseen results within the instances. Top-tier players and advanced players were the cream of the crop, each possessing their own unique abilities. For instance, the judicator could pass judgment, the seer could foretell events, the creator could conjure a miniature world, the disguiser could assume the appearance of any player, and the collector could summon imagined antiques from his mind for attacks. Unable to access the seer by Ju, Chen Shun sought out another player possessing foresight, requesting assistance in divining his fate. Unfortunately, that player's abilities were limited. He could not provide specific details, but indicated that Chen Shun must enter a D-level instance, Spade Manor, to alter his circumstances. While it was challenging to specify entry into a particular instance, it was not entirely impossible. Chen Shun expended nearly all his points, leveraging countless connections, ultimately securing a pass for directed entry into the D-level instance. He had staked everything on this instance, leaving no room for error. Unsure whether he needed to acquire a specific item or merely clear the instance, he prepared for all contingencies. 5 players should suffice for reconnaissance, he mused. The distance from Sarah's room to the laundry was quite short, and with Sarah leading, the process of changing clothes went smoothly, with only a few mischievous water ghosts appearing in the laundry. Shi Miao, possessing keen insight into supernatural entities, easily discerned their lack of power, concluding she could handle them effortlessly. This realization left her feeling even more frustrated. Why hadn't she come to do the laundry? How vexing. Once again, she found herself reminiscing about her former life. Had she still been on the apocalyptic stage, whether with dice or cards, she would never have feared a mere child. Nevertheless, considering the backdrop of a 19th century European instance, the likelihood of encountering playing cards seemed rather high. If only she could determine whether they could serve as items to be taken out of the instance. Yet, regardless of the uncertainty, there remained a glimmer of hope. Although she could not ascertain the specific year corresponding to Spade Manor, based on the villa and garden's design, Shi Miao was convinced that playing cards had already been invented within this instance. Chapter 34. The discovery of playing cards. The early playing cards were introduced to Europe in the late 14th century. For a noble of such high rank as the Count, it would be quite normal to have a deck of cards at home. Despite the slim chances of obtaining such a prop, Shi Miao was unwilling to give up. She had grown accustomed to being a mage. Even though her profession allowed her to wield any object as a weapon, she still needed a suitable weapon to rely on. A dagger seemed far too unbefitting for a mage. With a treasure-seeking spirit, Shi Miao, though still uncertain about the task of cleaning the Count's room, was no longer as resistant as before. Knock, knock, knock. She raised her hand and rapped gently on the Count's door. Good day, Count. I'm Shi Miao, the newly appointed maid. Unsure of the proper etiquette for a maid to converse with her master, she was relieved that the system did not impose stringent expectations on players in this regard. Soon, the voice of Count Blair echoed from inside, granting her permission to enter. With a freshly laundered cloth in hand, she stepped into the Count's chamber, feigning timidity as she lowered her head and said, I am here to clean your room. Seated in a chair, Shang Hung replied with a non-committal awkwardly adjusting his clothing as he sought a more comfortable posture. The age of the body he now inhabited was rather youthful. He struggled to reach the desk while seated, lacking the imposing presence typical of a dungeon boss. To compensate for this shortcoming, Shang Hung took a few books from the bookshelf to elevate himself, thereby enhancing his stature. Draping a black cloak after drawing the curtains, he felt his aura intensify. He remained oblivious to how this action might resonate with Shi Miao, considering both were in a rather pitiable predicament, one kneeling on the chair and the other propping books beneath him. However, it must be noted that Shang Heng's appearance as the dungeon boss in the Spade Manor was an unfortunate necessity. He wished to spend more time with Shi Miao to reclaim his lost memories, yet he could not enter a low-level dungeon as a high-level player. After careful deliberation, he discovered a third method for entering the same dungeon as Shi Miao. This involved having Chu Tinghai use a directional entry item to precisely join the dungeon where Shi Miao resided. In doing so, Chu Tinghai, as a top-tier player, would activate a supervisory mission upon entering the low-level dungeon, allowing Shang Heng to accept the task and enter the dungeon himself. Yet, reality diverged slightly from Shang Heng's expectations. He had anticipated assuming the butler's role, but found himself directly replaced by the dungeon boss, Count Blair, a mere child. While transforming into a child was not a significant issue, the crux of the matter was that he had become a dungeon boss. Even if he possessed the memories of the original, he was not the boss himself and could not replace Count Blair to facilitate Shi Miao's passage. Moreover, in this childlike guise, Shang Heng was reluctant for Shi Miao to recognize him. Fortunately, the disparity between his childhood and adult appearance was substantial, and given their brief acquaintance, it was unlikely she would connect the dots. Thus, instead of exchanging pleasantries, he instructed her directly, "Go wipe the cabinet, but do not touch anything else. Be gentle." Shi Miao cautiously lifted her gaze. The Count's room was excessively dim, with heavy curtains obscuring the scant light from outside. The flickering candles failed to illuminate the space adequately, leaving her with an indistinct impression that the Count seemed taller. No, that couldn't be right. How could he have grown taller in just a few minutes? She must have misjudged due to her nerves. It was akin to her earlier sensation that this boss bore a resemblance to Shang Heng. Even if Mr. Shang were to undertake a supervisory task, he could not take the place of the boss. After all, for players to complete the dungeon, the boss must be present. So, it likely wasn't Mr. Shang, she pondered. For Shi Miao, darkness and the unknown symbolized danger, urging her to seek stability and success. Thus, the half-blood girl acquiesced and diligently began to wipe the cabinet with her cloth. Of course, the duration of her cleaning was mirrored by the length of time Shang Heng observed her. They were situated in Count Blair's study, where the cabinet housed numerous books and collectibles. Shi Miao meticulously wiped, not allowing her focus to waver until she reached the second cabinet, where she hesitated momentarily. Straightening her back, she seized the opportunity to wash her dirty cloth in the restroom, striving to steady her rapid breaths. It was then she caught sight of a deck of playing cards, and, judging by the packaging, it appeared to be of considerable collectible value. The outer casing featured a clock face as the backdrop, adorned with roses from a garden, their outlines embossed in gold. The curled petals exhibited a rainbow sheen, imparting a vivid, three-dimensional effect to the exquisite roses. Just a glance left Shi Miao utterly captivated. The craftsmanship of that deck of cards could undoubtedly rival the finest in the contemporary world. Setting aside her freshly cleaned cloth, she rinsed her hands in cool water. When she lifted her gaze again, the ambition in her eyes had been carefully concealed. After ensuring the cards were properly positioned, she resumed her previous task, diligently wiping away the dust from the cabinet's surface. During her work, Shi Miao noticed numerous peculiarities. Aside from the dolls that inexplicably began to move among the collectibles, the books soaked in blood, and the letters filled with curses, there was nothing in the Count's study that posed a threat to the players' lives. These anomalies seemed solely intended to intimidate her. Much like the oil paintings in the corridor, maintaining composure would easily allow her to evade danger. It was only through panic that one might truly find themselves in peril. Quietly noting all these details, she began to form a tentative opinion of the Count, who had remained silently engrossed in his reading. Just as she completed her task, Count Blair's voice rang out in timely fashion. "Once you are finished, return and close the door behind you." Shi Miao bowed slightly and exited, recalling that Selah had mentioned the new servants' quarters were located on the second floor. Descending from the third floor, she turned into the corridor on the second floor, only to see a gap in the door of the room closest to the stairs. A red-haired youth peeked out, beckoning her with a wave. Shi Miao recognized him somewhat. He introduced himself as Lin Hai, a player who had completed 3 low-level dungeons. "Had you finished your work? Come quickly. While it is still light, let us sort through the clues, Lin Hai urged in a hushed tone. Understanding the wisdom in his words, Shi Miao entered the room, eager to share insights and avoid the potential pitfalls of the game. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Chun Chen's troubled expression, and his companion, Lu Zian, was covered in injuries from their rose irrigation tasks. Chapter 35. Brother and sister Lu Zian sat on the bed, tending to his wounds. Perhaps due to the pain, his expression was somewhat peculiar. When Shi Miao entered, he forced a smile, mustering what little spirit he had left. Shi Miao paused for a moment, then hurried to his side. How did you get hurt? Don't move. Let me apply some iodine. The numerous scratches covering Lu Zian's body made self-application quite laborious. However, he did not hand over the iodine bottle. Instead, he turned his head away, revealing a hint of reluctance. His unusual demeanor raised Shi Miao's suspicions. Having traversed dungeons with Lu Zian, she understood that this straightforward brother was typically open-hearted, sharing everything with her, his half-sister. Such a kind and novice individual, if unable to find suitable companions, would undoubtedly be among the first to perish. Despite being pulled along by him on several occasions, Shi Miao secretly wished for Lu Zian to survive. She first snatched the iodine bottle from his grasp, listening to other players recount their experiences while subtly writing the character in the palm of his hand. Lu Zian paused, imperceptibly nodding in response. He remained uncertain whether he had merely slipped or had indeed been pushed by Chun Shun. Both Lu Zian and Chun Shun were assigned to work in the garden. After changing clothes, they proceeded to the garden, where flowers towered 2 meters high, growing wildly in the soil. Even though Lu Zian was tall, he felt a sense of oppression as he stepped into the midst of the flowers. Their primary task was to water the plants. Lu Zian, unable to discern any clues in the surroundings, focused intently on his task. However, as the liquid began to flow from the watering can, he hesitated. He initially suspected that the roses and soil might be abnormal, never considering that the water itself could be the issue. The red liquid, tinged with a metallic scent, soon led him to unsettling conclusions. Was the substance used for watering not water, but rather diluted blood? Due to Shi Miao's incident, Lu Zian harbored a dislike for Chun Shun, deliberately keeping his distance after entering the garden. While he tried not to interpret Chun Shun's actions in a negative light, the moment Lu Zian noticed something amiss with the watering liquid, Chun Shun rushed toward him in a panic. The ground. Perhaps in his haste, he stumbled over the protruding roots. As Chun Shun was about to fall into the soil, Lu Zian instinctively pulled him back, leading them both to flee. Yet, they had ventured deep into the garden, and at that moment, the roses awakened, brandishing their branches in pursuit. The two found themselves in a precarious situation. As they hesitated, Lu Zian suddenly felt his feet slip, accompanied by a vague force pushing from behind. Preoccupied with escaping, he failed to notice the damp earth beneath him, causing him to fall, his arm brushing against a thorn, blood immediately gushing forth from the wound. At that moment, Chun Shun stood just a couple of steps ahead, seemingly oblivious to the unexpected arrival of their teammate. As he ran toward the exit without looking back, Lu Zian quickly realized that the roses became exceedingly agitated upon contact with his blood. The liquid intended for watering, though perhaps processed, had kept the roses calm. However, the unrefined blood from his fresh wound incited a frenzy among them, as if they had long been deprived of sustenance. His survival hinged on an item acquired from the previous dungeon. Though it was Shi Miao who fulfilled the ghostess wish, Lu Zian had also secured an additional lottery chance by clinging to her coattails, winning an E-grade defensive item. While the item was of low rank due to its single-use nature, its defensive capabilities were commendable. Coupled with a C-grade offensive item gained from a side quest, Lu Zian miraculously escaped the garden. When he finally lifted his head, battered and bloodied, he was met with the concerned face of Chun Shun. Rather than inquiring about his injuries, Chun Shun asked, "Did you discover anything? How did you manage to escape?" His sole interest lay in learning how to evade the roses, showing no regard for the life of his companion. Lu Zian, who had once harbored a youthful desire to protect others, felt his spirit dampen. Though he had successfully escaped, he was left severely injured, his F-grade item depleted, leaving him with only a C-grade offensive item, a poison-drenched long blade, while his companion, engaged in the same task, sought clues at the cost of his own life. Could he truly survive in such conditions? In all honesty, Lu Zian felt a sense of despair creeping in. He was an optimistic soul, yet such individuals often found it easier to surrender in the face of survival challenges. Their vision of a world filled with goodness clashed with the harshness of reality. However, Shi Miao returned. The moment she entered the room, her eyes fell upon him, and she rushed to his side, inquiring about his condition, swiftly grasping the situation. Sensing the gravity of his injuries, she gently patted his shoulder, avoiding the wounds, and sat beside him. While listening to other players recount their tales, she discreetly slipped Lu Zian a small item, an F-grade item, a band-aid that could heal 5 of his wounds, with only 1 use remaining. Shi Miao had initially deemed this item inconsequential. It seemed useless for minor injuries and ineffective for severe ones. Yet for Lu Zian, it held some value, as his wounds, though numerous, were not deep. She handed it over with utmost nonchalance, as if presenting an inconsequential trinket, while Lu Zian nearly shed tears at her gesture. That was a precious healing item. The tall youth sniffled, his hand trembling as he accepted the item, as the brother and sister sat on the edge of the bed, engaged in small actions. The other players continued sharing their experiences. Lu Zian and Chun Chun had already recounted their encounter with the roses. Ouyang Wei, assigned to clean the villa, along with Lin Hai and the robust man Sun Chao, decided to team up for safety in numbers. After some discussion, they resolved to proceed together, believing they could assist one another in times of danger. They soon encountered the haunting oil paintings lining the corridor. Sun Chao, despite being an experienced player, faltered under the pressure, his nerves fraying as he found himself overwhelmed, causing him to flee in panic, which inadvertently spurred Ouyang Wei and Lin Hai to follow suit. Chapter 36. The jumping oil painting, countless bloodied hands clutched desperately at them, threatening to drag them into the oil painting. At last, Sun Chao regained a semblance of reason amid the chaos, his face ashen as he withdrew a powerful offensive item from the prop bar. With all his might, he struck at the painting that ensnared him. The artwork, inherently fragile, was violently torn, leaving a gaping hole that rendered it a pitiful sight. This act allowed Sun Chao to escape, enabling him to attack other paintings. As he defaced the 4th painting, the blood no longer dripped from the canvases. The 3 stood in trepidation, astonished to find that the imminent threat of death had dissipated. After listening to their harrowing experiences, Shi Miao lowered her gaze, concealing her contemplations. She harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances of the butler and maid's demise, yet lacked concrete evidence to affirm her theories. In the 19th century, the roles of butler and maid were inherently elevated above that of a common servant. Upon discovering that their subordinates had vandalized their employer and amp, oppos, as possessions, would they truly not feel anger? However, these musings were mere conjectures for Shi Miao. Faced with the obviously malicious Chun Chun, who seemed intent on provoking her at every turn, she remained silent. She refrained from voicing her assumptions, and, when it was her turn to speak, shared a brief account of her own experiences, such as the cursed letter and the inexplicably mobile doll. Before the others could deliberate on how to evade the pursuit of the supernatural that night, a series of chimes echoed from outside. Shi Miao counted and noted it was precisely 9 bells. The tolling might serve as a nocturnal signal. Despite their anxiety, they each returned obediently to their respective rooms. The villa within the estate was quite spacious, and with so few permanent residents, even the lowest-ranked servants were afforded their own quarters. Uncertain about whether the room's location concealed any deadly traps, Shi Miao avoided the 2 rooms closest to the corridor and casually selected one before entering. Upon stepping inside, she realized, much like the Count's study, that the room was excessively dim. She fumbled in the darkness to light the candelabra. It seemed that the Black Spade Manor's setting predated the widespread adoption of electric lighting, with only a few kerosene lamps placed in the Count's room and the first-floor hall. The players, being the most ordinary of lowly servants, could only rely on candelabras for illumination. Illuminated by the candle's glow, Shi Miao surveyed the room. It was modest in size, leaving little space after accommodating a single bed and a wardrobe. A window, outward opening, was present, but it appeared impossible for a person to escape through it. After a thorough examination, Shi Miao and Appo's attention fell upon the painting hanging above the bed. Squinting, she felt an odd familiarity with the artwork and uncertainly inquired, "Are you the third painting on the right side of the corridor?" The painting remained silent. Shi Miao slapped her forehead, realizing, "Oh right, did I drain you of your blood? Is that why you cannot speak?" Still, the painting remained mute, while the expression of the noblewoman within became increasingly contorted. "Did you expect a painting to converse? Should I crawl out to converse with you instead?" The noblewoman was fuming, preparing to teach Shi Miao a lesson later. Shi Miao's deductions about their abilities were remarkably astute. Exploration-type instances are inherently more challenging than survival ones. And since this was merely a lowly D-grade instance, all major bosses were unable to genuinely harm players before the first night fell. Otherwise, when Chun Chun deliberately used an item to cause Lu Zian to fall, Lu Zian would have already met his demise. Chun Chun not only caused the fall, but also placed an item on him that attracted supernatural entities. It could be said that if the roses in the garden had not been significantly weakened by restrictions, the sheer number of them could have easily exhausted Lu Zian using a ghostly sea tactic. Nonetheless, even with diminished abilities, the supernatural beings could still manipulate players into unwittingly committing more and more errors, gradually lifting the prohibitions. For instance, while the oil paintings could indeed be resolved through brute force, once the surface was irreversibly damaged, the meticulous butler and maid would then be able to act against the players during the night. It was this mechanism that emboldened the noblewoman to confront Shi Miao once more. She was determined to avenge the humiliation Shi Miao had caused her, eagerly awaiting the moment when this newcomer dared to strike her, knowing the butler would come to shatter her door. The noblewoman's plans were meticulously calculated, yet she never anticipated that Shi Miao had no intention of confronting her directly. Instead, she approached the wardrobe. The painting exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh? Aren't you concerned that I am hanging here? Aren't you going to deal with me first?" However, Shi Miao completely disregarded her, leisurely opening the wardrobe and emptying its contents. Inside were two sets of servant attire, one male and one female, along with a finely crafted pair of scissors and an empty gift box. Shi Miao raised an eyebrow. She pondered whether the player's choice of rooms was unpredictable. Did the system place the items the moment they selected the room, or had both sets of clothing been preemptively stored? The latter proved to be the case, simplifying her task. She glanced briefly at the painting hanging before her and then shifted her gaze to the items on the bed. Although the purpose of the scissors and gift box remained unclear, it certainly made things easier. Shi Miao took the scissors and the male servant's outfit, deftly cutting the clothing into numerous strips of fabric, then manually tying them together. Thus, a remarkably sturdy rope was born. Removing her shoes, she stepped onto the bed, facing the panicked expression of the noblewoman, and used the newly fashioned fabric rope to bind the painting as if it were a gift, even playfully tying a bow at the end. Next, she took the other end of the rope and secured it to the wardrobe handle, then carried the painting to the window, suspending it outside. A beautiful oil painting should not be destroyed, but I am not accustomed to sharing my bed. Shi Miao chuckled softly, gently patting the anxious painting that longed to stomp its feet, yet had none, before finally, slowly releasing her grip. The rope tightened instantly, and the painting plummeted due to gravity. With a sharp sound, the rope became taut, leaving the wretched and pitiful painting suspended in midair, swaying gently with the evening breeze. The height was perfectly aligned with the first-floor window. When the wind blew strongly, the painting would even collide with the glass. If it could speak, the noblewoman in the painting would surely be exclaiming in frustration. NGWGD WCNM. Chapter 37. The Crisis of the Night after bidding farewell to the malevolent painting. Shi Miao exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was this particular artwork which had already lost much of its capacity to inflict harm. Otherwise, she would have truly been at a loss for how to handle the situation. Once again, Shi Miao surveyed the room and successfully discovered a head lurking beneath the bed. The grotesque object peered out from the opaque floorboards, its gaze reminiscent of a demonic voyeur, sending chills down her spine. Shi Miao pressed her palm against the bed frame, her expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "Quite dedicated, aren't you?" Just a solitary head, staring with wide eyes, was indeed quite terrifying. It aptly reflected the old adage that in supernatural tales, heads never remain properly attached to their necks. However, as she contemplated sleep, Shi Miao frowned at the stained carpet and whispered a subtle threat. "You wouldn't want to swing like your sister, the painting, would you?" Her complexion, already pale, was further drained by the absence of dinner, leaving her somewhat lightheaded, were it not for her intact limbs and her head still firmly on her shoulders. She would scarcely resemble anything more than that solitary head. In the next moment, it vanished into the crevice of the floorboards, leaving her uncertain if it had ventured to another room to terrify other players. Shi Miao straightened her posture, rubbed her forehead, and, having confirmed that everything was in order, returned the item to the wardrobe. Then, accompanied by distant screams from an unknown room, she settled into bed. Her sleep patterns were typically prolonged. If she did not rest at night, she would easily succumb to drowsiness during the day. Thus, she seized the opportunity to rest while it was safe. Just before drifting off, she pondered, were the specters in this manner perhaps too diverse in nature? The count, the butler, and the maid represented one style, while the roses and the painting bore similar offensive capabilities. But what of the head? Aside from purely supernatural scenarios that eschew logic, most instances adhere to thematic conventions regarding the types of bosses that appear. For instance, in the apocalyptic stage where she found herself, the bosses included herself, the magician, alongside a clown who served as the host, a headless man performing, and a drowning woman, all essential NPCs for the magic show. By this logic, the presence of the painting and the roses in Spade Manor seemed normal. Yet what was the significance of that head? Was it merely a random intrusion to frighten players? With her myriad questions left unanswered, Shi Miao surrendered her thoughts and embraced rest. Not long after she lay down, she fell deeply asleep. Her naturally curly hair splayed beneath her, her delicate features embodying an illusion of innocence and sweetness. She possessed a harmonious blend of European and Asian traits, almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips, her facial contours smooth and her bone structure exceptional. In simpler terms, she resembled the enchanting girl next door, yet her personality was as audacious as that of a streetwise rogue. Shortly after Shi Miao succumbed to slumber, the ever-watchful Shang Hong, who had been dozing lightly in the study, awakened with an inexplicable sense, due to his incessant training and forays into the realm of survival. His sleep had been drastically curtailed. Even with a mere 4 to 5 hours of rest each day, he rarely felt fatigued. However, he had just inexplicably slipped into a light slumber. He quickly realized that this anomaly was the residual consciousness of the true Blair. Elite players undertaking supervisory tasks could utilize their own bodies and gifted items. The actual NPCs or bosses' bodies and consciousnesses were temporarily concealed by the survival plan. Yet, they could still witness everything transpiring within the instance, and the lingering consciousness could influence the players engaged in their missions. As Shang Hong struggled to fully awaken from his drowsiness, an ethereal chime echoed through the air, resonating like a haunting suggestion. The bell tolled a total of 12 times. It was midnight. At the very first chime, Shi Miao awoke, instinctively grasping the pair of scissors and fixating her gaze on the door. The wooden door was not perfectly sealed against the wall, leaving gaps both above and below, through which she could glimpse the light of the corridor. Upon the 9th toll, the candlelight flickered ominously, the illumination from the corridor wavering as if beset by some dreadful omen. At the 12th chime, silence enveloped the world, and the light outside extinguished entirely. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs reached her ears, and Shi Miao held her breath, making not a sound. Soon, the footsteps grew nearer and nearer. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, accompanied by the butler's polite inquiry. "May I come in?" He stood at the door adjacent to hers. Inside that room was Sun Chao. Sun Chao, trembling with fear, huddled beneath the covers, his eyes tightly shut, too terrified to utter a word. By day, he had projected an air of bravado, but that confidence was predicated upon his belief in the strength of his fists. Prior to entering the survival plan, he was merely a humble office worker, leading a monotonous life defined by a predictable routine. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. Previously, he had latched onto the coattails of a powerful figure, successfully navigating a mid-level instance. And during the lottery, he had drawn a B-grade offensive item, a longsword. For someone who had long dwelled in the lower echelons of C and D-level instances, the B-grade weapon rendered him virtually invincible. Thus, when he encountered the painting, he had wielded the long sword to escape. However, the current situation was far more perilous than his previous encounter with the painting, and he dared not take any risks. The butler was clearly a pivotal NPC. Although Sun Chao had yet to witness him in action, his instincts warned him not to tempt fate. Even the simplest-minded individuals became cautious upon entering the survival plan, especially since the system had cautioned them about dangers lurking at night. Yet, he never anticipated that even silence and refusal to open the door would not deter danger. Receiving no response, the butler's crimson gaze flared, and with a resounding crash, he struck the door with his fist, followed by a series of relentless blows. "Open the door. Let me in." The wooden door, already flimsy, began to tremble under the assault. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Shi Miao recalled the harrowing account recounted by Ouyang Wei. "Thanks to Brother Sun Chao, we would have been drawn into that painting. Should we not destroy the other paintings in a manner that might ensure our safety?" At that time, the others had deemed her thoughts overly simplistic, yet none had considered the repercussions of vandalizing the paintings. Now, the bloody consequences were poised to unveil themselves to all players. Unfaithful servants must pay the price. The night in the manor was as dark as ink, and the towering butler, wielding his staff, entered with an air of elegance, only to be met with piercing screams that reverberated throughout the floor. With a thunderous crash, all sound came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 38. The two waves of spirits as dawn broke the following day. Players emerged from their respective chambers, each displaying the telltale signs of sleeplessness, dark circles under their eyes. Upon their arrival, many had deliberately avoided Sun Chao's room. Only Chan Chun dared to glance inside as he passed by, and that brief glimpse filled him with revulsion. After a moment to compose himself, he paled further while counting heads. "Wait, why are there only 4 of us? Where is Shi Miao?" A total of 6 players had entered Spade Manor. With Sun Chao dead, there should rightfully be 5 remaining. "Apologies for my tardiness," a melodious voice rang out from behind. The mixed-race girl rubbed her eyes and sauntered out, exuding a nonchalant laziness that starkly contrasted with the exhausted appearance of the others. Chun Chun felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance, but just as he was about to reprimand Shi Miao, the girl, still half asleep and somewhat lethargic, suggested, "Let us inspect the scene before breakfast." Her words cast a heavy pall over the group once more. In silence, they approached the door to Sun Chao's room. The door had been violently breached, leaving a gaping hole, through which the horrific scene inside was revealed. Blood soaked the entire bed, and dismembered body parts littered the area. Sun Chao's head lay upon the pillow, his wide eyes staring blankly towards the entrance. A dark, bruised mark marred his neck, suggesting he had been slain in an instant. Caught unawares. Ugh! A chorus of retching sounds erupted from behind. Despite enduring the struggle for survival in the survival plan for quite some time, the gruesome sight of dismemberment was a rarity that sent chills through every player who beheld it. Surprisingly, Lu Zian displayed a remarkable capacity for composure. Though his complexion was far from healthy, he did not succumb to the overwhelming nausea that afflicted the others. He understood that he would soon venture into the perilous garden, where perhaps the next victim could be himself. With this thought, however, he found a strange sense of calm. If death was inevitable, he could only endeavor to prolong the process. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zian was the first to crawl through the hole to examine the scene, with Shi Miao following closely behind. Hot on their heels was Lin Hai, who had been lurking in the background, seemingly unnoticed. He retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and, pale-faced, approached the bed. Shi Miao paused, recalling his self-introduction from the previous night. During their introductions, players had shared their professions. Despite Lin Hai's rebellious crimson hair, he was a doctoral candidate in clinical medicine from Peking University, making him the most academically accomplished among them. The horrific scene before them left the trio with grim expressions, and without much exchange, they moved directly to the bedside. The closer they drew, the more pungent the metallic scent of blood became. Concurrently, a question arose in Shi Miao's mind. There had only been a singular thud last night, and Sun Chao's scream had abruptly ceased thereafter. Judging by the state of the corpse, it appeared that the butler had delivered a fatal blow to Sun Chao's neck with a blunt object. Yet, such a strike should not have resulted in the complete dismemberment of his head, nor should there have been such a jagged cut on his neck. The edges were not smooth, resembling marks left by tiny creatures gnawing away. The overwhelming stench of rust made Shi Miao feel slightly nauseous. She rubbed her temples and stepped back after surveying the body parts. Conflicting clues began to coalesce in her mind. The childlike Earl Blair, the numerous letters bearing curses found in the Earl's study, the strict butler and maid, and the threatening paintings that incited players to break the rules. All these elements intertwined with the chaotic spirits and the two distinct types of injuries on Sun Chao's body. Curses and order. These two fundamental aspects formed two entirely different threads. Shi Miao felt she could essentially deduce the core concept of the Spade Manor scenario and the approach required to complete it. However, being an investigative narrative, the background story of this scenario was undoubtedly more complex than the previous one. To avoid leading others astray with any logical missteps, she resolved to confirm her findings further before drawing any conclusions. Lacking experience in examining corpses and unwilling to linger in the room any longer, she exited once she had gleaned the information she sought. As she emerged from the gaping hole, Chun hurriedly approached. "Did you find anything?" Ouyang Wei, unable to bear the scene any longer, pulled Shi Miao aside to a spot farther from Sun Chao's room. "Let us wait for them to come out and discuss it," she suggested, perceiving Chun's lack of social awareness. Blocking Shi Miao at the door was hardly considerate, especially given her visibly distressed expression. As one of the two women present, Ouyang Wei had taken a liking to Shi Miao. However, accustomed to following orders and valuing Chun's extensive experience, she had refrained from commenting on his obvious targeting of Shi Miao. Yet, after a night of reflection, Ouyang Wei began to realize that the esteemed figure was not as formidable as she had imagined. He offered no solutions regarding the painting and had only a rudimentary understanding of the deadly roses in the garden, knowing even less than the novice player Lu Ziyan. Overall, he seemed somewhat ineffectual and overly reliant on directing others. After Ouyang Wei gently declined his advances, Chun appeared to finally grasp that his persona was crumbling. His expression shifted numerous times before he resigned himself to leaning against the wall, seeming to accept Ouyang Wei's suggestion to wait for Lin Hai and Lu Ziyan to emerge before continuing their discussion. It wasn't too long before the two inside rejoined the others. Regarding the cause of Sun Chao's death and the state of his body, Lin Hai provided an explanation akin to Shi Miao's. The cause of death was likely that singular sound from the previous night, most probably inflicted by a spirit wielding some sort of elongated weapon against Sun Chao's neck, leading to his demise. Lu Ziyan chimed in. "I suspect it was the butler. He carries a cane." Chapter 39. The Frog Prince Lin Hai continued to elaborate, affirming that the fatal injuries were indeed inflicted by the butler, while the dismemberment likely occurred post-mortem. He hesitated for a moment, noting that the method of dismemberment seemed rather peculiar, not resembling that caused by a blade. Lu Ziyan added, "It bore a resemblance to the gnawing of insects." Having just witnessed a gruesome scene, his complexion was rather pallid, and he deliberately positioned himself further from the doorway. Including the incident at Qingmu University, he had encountered corpses 4 times, yet regardless of the frequency, such sights were still unbearable. In contrast, Lin Hai exhibited a greater psychological resilience, maintaining his composure as he continued, "Yes, it resembles the work of termites. Yet, none of the known NPCs possess such capabilities." The players present understood the implications of this. A death by a swift blow was far less agonizing than the slow, tormenting demise inflicted by small creatures, which offered little means of evasion. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Wei suddenly grasped the situation. recalling the hint that creatures would resurrect in darkness. Could it be that these monsters were the ones? This suggested that they would face 2 waves of ghostly assaults during the night. Chun Chun furrowed his brow, affirming this suspicion, albeit uncertain whether the second wave of monsters emerged solely due to player fatalities or if they had their own designated triggers for death. The events of the previous day were vividly etched in everyone's minds, even if they had not initially comprehended the consequences of damaging the oil painting. The sight of Sun Chao, who had not even had time to grasp his longsword before his demise, left them with some speculation regarding the butler's death trigger. The butler could not abide the destruction of items within the manor. If a player damaged any item beyond a certain threshold, he would descend upon them during the night. However, mere knowledge of this was insufficient, not to mention that the butler's death triggers likely encompassed more than just the destruction of items. The small insects that had ravaged the corpse left them utterly perplexed. The system prompt indeed stated that creatures would resurrect deep into the night. Yet the specifics of which room these entities would occupy and the order of their appearance remained a mystery to the players. Despite their myriad uncertainties, when mealtime arrived, the players proceeded to the dining hall on the first floor. As they passed through the parlor, Lu Zian suddenly glanced curiously out the window. What was that? Shi Miao also took a look, responding with calm assurance. Oh, that is the oil painting lady from my room. The fabric ropes fashioned from clothing were just the right length to hang the painting outside the first floor window. With the morning breeze, the painting gently swayed, revealing the tormented visage of a noble woman to the gathering spectators. Chu Tinghai. Apologies, he could not contain himself. Shi Miao walked back with remarkable calmness. Sorry, I was a bit dazed when I got up. I'll return to retrieve the painting. You all head to the kitchen first. Lu Zian, feeling uneasy about her being alone, offered, I'll accompany you. Shi Miao acknowledged with a soft sound. Observing their retreating figures, Chu Tinghai raised an eyebrow subtly, unaware of the profound sibling bond established in the previous instance that Lu Zian and Shi Miao shared. Thus, he could not help but misconstrue the situation. Chu Tinghai resolved to advise Shang Hung to seize the opportunity to take action once they exited this instance. Otherwise, his wife might be whisked away one day. Retrieving the painting proved to be a straightforward task. Shi Miao untied the knot binding it to the wardrobe, tugged the painting back upstairs using the fabric strip, and then freed it from its constraints to re-hang it on the wall. The noble woman who had swayed in the air all night no longer harbored thoughts of vengeance. Her sole desire was to escape from the clutches of this devil. Consequently, she refrained from uttering threats or rolling her eyes, merging into the wall as soon as she was hung, hastily fleeing. Shi Miao was momentarily taken aback. The painting could merge into the wall. Lu Zian tapped on the wall, equally perplexed, for the structure appeared entirely ordinary. The two examined a large white wall for several minutes, yet could not discern any significance, ultimately descending to partake in breakfast. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, they immediately sensed a disquieting atmosphere. Shi Miao quickly surveyed the surroundings. Not only was there no sign of Count Blair, but even Sarah and the butler were conspicuously absent, leaving only a few players standing alert, their gazes fixed upon the window connecting the kitchen to the dining area. The kitchen at Spade Manor was semi-open, with a window replacing what would traditionally be a wall. However, this was not the source of the players' concern. Shi Miao shifted her focus to the lower edge of the open window. There, a greenish-blue frog was perched on the sill, croaking incessantly from its vocal sac. The frog's dark eyes scanned the players, and upon verifying that the surviving players had assembled, it raised a webbed paw to gesture behind it, inflating its vocal sac to articulate, "Your breakfast is here, ribbit." Behind it lay stacks of breakfast-laden plates. Shi Miao blurted out, "The frog prince? Do we need to kiss him awake?" Chu Tinghai, feigning fear, inadvertently choked on his own saliva. His expression was one of indescribable bewilderment, momentarily unable to suppress his chatter. Surely, the prince had not sunk to the level of a chef? In support of his best friend's quest to pursue his beloved in a low-level instance, Chu Tinghai had commendably adopted a pseudonym to facilitate Shang Hung's opportunity. Desiring to keep their intentions concealed from either the system were Shi Miao. He had diligently played the role of an inconspicuous player named Lin Hai. Chu Tinghai felt confident that as long as he did not reveal his identity, no one would uncover his true self. After all, he was a master of disguise. Yet, he was now struggling to maintain his composure. Who would see a frog and think of a fairy tale, let alone consider kissing the frog prince? Who would ever kiss an ugly frog? They were not insane. Shi Miao obediently heeded his suggestion, rephrasing, "That must be a curse." Since the moment she had seen the Count yesterday, she had harbored suspicions regarding the presence of cursed elements in this instance. If the cursed letter from the bookshelf had provided her fanciful theories with a modicum of theoretical grounding, then the talking frog served as undeniable evidence. Balancing a plate in her hands, she attempted to pry more information from the frog. "Chef brother, how long have you been working in the manor? The food looks truly delicious." Other players. "Wait, are you seriously conversing with a frog? Are today and Oppos young girls so psychologically resilient?" Little did they know, Shi Miao regarded the frog merely as a colleague with an unusually peculiar appearance. Chapter 40. The Food of Roses. Shi Miao has two close companions, Eric, who is in charge of the magical transitions, and a small black cat that can speak. After spending a decade with them, her perspective on non-human NPCs has become akin to her view of other NPCs. They are merely colleagues, differing only in appearance. After all, who dictates that humans must befriend other humans? Clearly, her own little cat is equally delightful. For this reason, Shi Miao does not shy away from conversing with the rather unappealing frog chef, but rather engages in dialogue with it patiently. The frog chef has not spoken to a person for a long time, and, retreating slightly, croaks, "I have always been the chef of the manor." Shi Miao nods thoughtfully, choosing not to press the evidently socially anxious chef further, and returns to her seat with her plate. It must be said that, at first glance, this breakfast appears quite ordinary. Shi Miao possesses a keen sense of smell, and upon leaning in for a whiff, she detects no off-putting odors, prompting her to take a few sips of milk followed by a bite of toast. After observing her meal for a while, Chunshin finally feels secure enough to partake in breakfast himself. He is cautious by nature, usually waiting for other players to scout the path before taking action. After breakfast, it is time for exploration. As most of the work occurs in the afternoon and evening, the morning hours allow everyone to form groups freely for investigation. At the onset of the dungeon, Shi Miao had deliberately pretended not to know Lu Ziyuan to avoid drawing attention. But now, with one being targeted by the boss and the other covered in wounds, there is no longer any need for such pretenses. Therefore, Shi Miao strides over to Lu Ziyuan and suggests, "Let's explore the garden together." That is where Lu Ziyuan is scheduled to work in the afternoon, and perhaps her early visit might unveil some escape routes. Lu Ziyuan readily agrees. However, neither of them anticipated that a red-haired youth, who introduced himself as Lin Hai, would approach them with a friendly demeanor, asking, "May I join you?" Shi Miao hesitates, pondering that the garden may not harbor many clues. Lin Hai smiles and counters, "How can we know without searching?" Thus, at Lin Hai's request, the three of them set out to explore the garden, while Chen Shun and Ouyang Wei remain in the villa to investigate the first floor. Before entering the garden, Shi Miao picks up a stone from the roadside and tosses it into the garden. In the next moment, the roots and branches of the roses surge toward the direction of the fallen stone, only to retreat to their original positions upon realizing it is an inanimate object. A chill runs down Lu Ziyuan's spine. Last night, he had faced a tangle of roses, their thorns repeatedly tearing at his flesh, akin to an unending nightmare. Shi Miao presses her lips together, realizing the garden is indeed as she had imagined. Here, merely entering might signify touching the brink of death. She steadies her mind and asks Lu Ziyuan to recount his experiences from the previous day. Quickly, she identifies a crucial point. "You mean, your task is to water the flowers?" "The water resembles blood, albeit a bit more diluted." Lu Ziyuan nods, somewhat perplexed. Shi Miao turns her gaze toward a rose bush nearly 2 meters tall. "Did the roses exhibit any unusual behavior while you were watering them?" Under her questioning, Lu Ziyuan begins to recognize a potential issue. It seems, no. The ground at the garden entrance is uneven, causing Chun Shun to stumble as he enters. inadvertently spilling a bit of water from his watering can. Subsequently, Lu Ziyan diligently waters the flowers, and during those moments, the roses remain unresponsive. After hearing Lu Ziyuan's account, Shi Miao forms a hypothesis. She retrieves the small watering can from the entrance of the garden and takes out the shards of glass she exchanged for in the previous dungeon, measuring it against her arm. Then, with a decisive stroke, fresh crimson blood gushes forth from the wound, flowing into the watering can she had prepared beforehand. Lu Ziyuan is taken aback, hurriedly seeking to exchange for bandages to tend to her injury. However, Shi Miao gently shakes her head, instructing the two men beside her to fetch water, bring a bucket of water. Having developed a habit from a previous dungeon, Lu Ziyuan does not hesitate and immediately sets off to get the water, leaving Lin Hai still in a state of uncertainty. As a top-tier player, Chu Tinghai understands Shi Miao's rationale. Until they ascertain the exact cause of the rose's lethal potential, finding a method to delay it is a prudent course of action. The tasks within the manor do not inherently contain fatal traps. This implies that while the roses are indeed ferocious, the servants engaged in watering them possess a glimmer of hope. It is only those who fail to recognize that hope who will truly become mere bones beneath the flowers. The act of watering itself is simple, rendering the water used particularly significant. Yet, while Chu Tinghai comprehends this intellectually, he subconsciously finds it hard to believe. How could it be possible? A girl who has just completed a beginner dungeon. How could she possibly discern this so swiftly? He has long known that the girl whom Shang Hung, the martial enthusiast, holds dear is no ordinary woman. Yet he still did not anticipate Shi Miao's intuition to be so astute. Though Chu Tinghai remains still, Shi Miao does not mind much. As Lu Ziyuan soon returns with the water, the youth, having only experienced one dungeon, still carries an innocence in his dealings, but has subconsciously grown accustomed to following Shi Miao's requests and commands. He may not be the smartest player, but he possesses a strong sense of justice and is willing to heed Shi Miao's words, which is precisely the type of ally she desires. Only then does Chu Tinghai realize, picking up Lin Hai's belongings and accepting the water Lu Ziyuan has brought, combining it with Shi Miao's blood. The makeshift watering solution fills a large bucket, and after Lu Ziyuan hands her sterile gauze and cotton for stopping the bleeding, he leans closer to observe, noting that the watering solution from last night bears a striking resemblance to this one. Shi Miao affirms, testing it by sprinkling water while tossing in stones. Lu Ziyuan follows her instructions, and to his astonishment, he discovers the roses retain a calm and harmless demeanor, entirely devoid of the ferocity they had displayed merely moments before. Seeing this, Shi Miao exhales in relief, gently patting Lu Ziyuan on the shoulder. Fortunately, today we can still ensure your survival. Lu Ziyuan also realizes that as long as they have enough diluted blood water, it suffices. The total blood volume of a healthy adult is approximately 4,000 to 6,000 milliliters. While this sounds substantial, it pales in comparison to the multitude of roses in the garden. The roses feed on human blood, but direct exposure to fresh blood can incite their rage. Only diluted blood is optimal. Chapter 41. Incinerated fragments. Lu Ziyan, carrying a full bucket of blood, walked and sprinkled as he went, and as expected, the roses remained still. Shi Miao frowned as she walked a few steps into the garden. The soil was full of bones. Lu Ziyan approached with a shovel, ever so perceptive. "Sis, where do we start digging?" Shi Miao cautiously pointed to the entrance. "Let's start there. If something goes wrong, it's easier to make a getaway from the entrance." Without a second thought, Lu Ziyan followed Shi Miao's instructions and thrust the shovel down. Standing to the side, Chu Tinghai was dumbfounded. "Wait, dude, are you serious? You're really digging just like that? Aren't you afraid of unearthing something messed up? There seems to be a corpse down here. Hey, Lin Hai, what are you standing there for? Dig with me." Lu Ziyan turned around and saw Chu Tinghai standing there, transfixed. His tone was so matter-of-fact that Chu Tinghai only realized something was amiss after he had already shouldered the shovel. He pointed at Shi Miao. "What about her?" Lu Ziyan straightened up. "With the two of us here, why would we make Shi Miao exert herself?" Chu Tinghai. "Oh, you guys just spoil Shi Miao like this. You're going to ruin her sooner or later." While the two of them were digging up bones, Shi Miao wasn't idle either. She circled the rose garden and discovered, in addition to the grim bones, some incinerated fragments of paper in the soil. Although these papers had been burned, one could still discern that they were the same type as the cursed letters in the Earl's study. Seeing this as a clue, Shi Miao focused all her attention on them, diligently trying to distinguish and find these fragmented pieces of paper. However, the number of these fragments was too small. Even after Shi Miao walked through the entire garden with a watering can, she only found 7 or 8 pieces the size of a finger joint. She sat on the white brick ground with these fragments in hand, trying to discern the words on them. "You are a demon. Brother, someone save me?" Shi Miao flipped through them one by one, her brow furrowing. Although her English was passable, she was still unfamiliar with proper names. After attempting to decipher them for a while, she gave up and requested external assistance. "Lin Hai, could you come over here for a moment?" Lu Zian and Chu Tinghai had also reached the end of their digging. They had unearthed a total of 3 corpses in this small area, both male and female, indicating no particular preference for the gender of the victims. Judging by the density of corpses in this small area, the entire garden contained no fewer than 200 bodies. The mere thought of this sent chills down everyone's spines. Moreover, there was another crucial clue. Every corpse that was unearthed showed signs of having been burned, without exception. Watching this scene, Shi Miao thoughtfully looked at the pieces of paper in her hand. These pieces of paper had also been burned. Shi Miao had initially assumed that the one who wrote the letters for help had been discovered by the people in the manor, and that was why these letters had been incinerated, but now it seemed that was not the case. It seemed that Black Spade Manor had once experienced a major fire, which had incinerated many clues. While she was thinking, she tossed the found pieces of paper to the 2 men. "Translate these. They should be clues." Many of the words on the paper were religious terms that neither Shi Miao nor Lu Zian and Lin Hai recognized. The 3 of them could only piece them together, guessing at the information on the paper. "The Earl is detaining people in private." Lu Zian's expression was hard to describe. "I originally thought so too, but isn't the Earl a child? And shouldn't the Earl be the boss?" He paused, then looked at Shi Miao as if seeking confirmation. "Or is it like the last instance, where there are 2 dominant entities, but the boss is only one of them?" Shi Miao gently shook her head. "It shouldn't be. The abducted girl hasn't appeared yet, except for these burned pieces of paper." Her voice was very soft, leaving no trace. Shi Miao had indeed speculated that there were 2 factions of entities with different positions in this instance. The known Earl, butler maid, and oil painting clearly belonged to the same style. However, the mysterious insects that appeared late at night, as well as the heads under the bed, were completely unlike the former, which was in line with the system's description of creatures resurrected from the darkness. Then, what about the abducted girl? Which faction did she belong to? The 3 of them flipped the small pieces of paper back and forth for a long time, but couldn't make heads or tails of them. Unable to connect the clues herself, Shi Miao urged the 2 boys to think. "What do you think is the connection between the abducted girl and the entities in the villa? Just brainstorm. The more outrageous, the better." Hearing this, Lu Zian began to exert his imagination. Maybe this girl is related to the current Earl's father?" Chu Tinghai sorted it out before understanding his logic. Wait. Are you saying that the abduction of a girl happened in the previous generation?" "Yes. This girl gave birth to the current Earl after being brought to the manor, but her resentment was too great, so that's why there are resurrected entities here. In fact, those entities are here to avenge the girl." Lu Zian spoke more and more smoothly, and after finishing, he looked at Shi Miao with anticipation. "Sis, please comment on whether he's right." Shi Miao actually felt that this guess was not very reliable, although there was no clear basis. The abnormality in the young Earl's study was obviously not caused by misplaced anger, and if it was as Lu Zian said, the young Earl's father would not be completely invisible as he was now. Moreover, the young Earl was obviously over 10 years old. If it was revenge after a woman had been violated, there would have been more than 10 years to harm passers-by, and there shouldn't only be 200 bodies in the garden. However, what Lu Zian said was a possibility after all, and she hadn't thought of other possibilities yet. Therefore, Shi Miao did not directly refute or affirm it, but only said, "It's a possibility, but evidence is still needed." The clues in the garden were very fragmented, and sprinkling blood water had also affected their efficiency to some extent. Therefore, by the time the three of them reburied the corpses and put away the pieces of paper. It was already time for lunch. Since they would start working in the afternoon, which was obviously a tough battle, none of them lingered too much. After tidying up, they came to the dining room. There were still no other NPCs in the dining room. Only the frog chef was busy in the kitchen. Chen Chun and Ouyang Wei had already arrived at the dining room. Seeing Shi Miao and the others coming, they greeted them. "Did you find anything?" Seeing that Shi Miao and Chu Tinghai didn't stop him, Lu Zian told Chen Chun his guess, and after finishing, he asked, "What about you guys? Any gains?" Ouyang Wei smiled wryly. "You don't know. The two of us have been really tormented this morning." Chapter 42. Brother and sister Ouyang Wei and Chen Chun initially intended to search for clues on the first floor of the villa. However, upon arriving in the hall, they encountered the butler, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, who regarded them with a watchful eye while leaning on his cane. "Shouldn't you two be resting in your rooms?" he inquired, his expression devoid of any warmth, sending a shiver down Ouyang Wei's spine. Consequently, the pair found themselves compelled to retreat to the second floor. They attempted to wait until the butler departed before descending again, but each time they ventured downstairs, he remained steadfastly in his original position, observing them with an impassive demeanor. It was as if he required no respite, stubbornly guarding the hall. After several cautious attempts, Chen Chun, fearing the butler's ominous presence, refrained from further descents. With the butler and maid monitoring the first floor and the count overseeing the third, their only option left for exploration was the second floor. In addition to the 6 rooms occupied by players, the second floor housed 3 storage rooms. Thus, Ouyang Wei and Chen Chun spent the entire morning rummaging through these storage areas for clues. The rooms appeared to have been neglected for ages, thick with dust that prompted immediate coughing upon entry. Lacking windows, the storage rooms remained dim even during the day, compelling Chen Chun to retrieve a candelabrum for illumination. Despite the abundance of items within the storage rooms, tangible clues were alarmingly sparse. After a morning of diligent searching, both Ouyang Wei and Chen Chun emerged dusty and disheveled, discovering only that a former mistress of the villa bore the same surname, Blair. "Same surname, Blair?" Shi Miao paused. "Did you ascertain the connection between this mistress and the current Count Blair?" Ouyang Wei shook her head gently. "No. Our only clue was derived from a collection of letters evidently penned by a lovesick young girl, each signed with a name." As she spoke, she handed several letters to Shi Miao. "Oh, the handwriting." Lu Zian pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket, comparing it meticulously. It appeared to be the work of a single individual. While he focused on the script, Shi Miao's attention was drawn to the content itself. The letters contained a heartfelt poem, lavishly adorned with florid language describing a beautiful romance, which Shi Miao conveniently overlooked. At a glance, she noted the mention of brother within the letters. The same term appeared in the charred fragments of paper. Shi Miao continued reading, discovering that the writer's descriptions of her brother were overwhelmingly negative, characterizing him as pedantic, harsh, and excessively critical, explaining why he was so unlikable. The relationship between the writer and her brother was evidently fraught with tension. The sister was depicted as a progressive woman, enamored with someone of lowly status, opposing the stagnant aristocracy, yearning for freedom and love. In stark contrast, her brother represented traditional values, burdened from a young age with the responsibility of family legacy. Despite their kinship, their sentiments seemed to clash, as though they were adversaries who had never shared a common thought. Shi Miao placed the letters on the table, recalling the young yet imperious count. Could it be that this mistress is the current Count Blair's sister? She conjectured softly, emulating Lu Zian's analytical approach. She mused that the sister had fallen in love, only to be rejected by her brother due to her suitor's humble origins. However, there was a gap in their findings. The manor had suffered a devastating fire. Shi Miao paused, continuing, perhaps the sister perished in the blaze, and for some reason, her brother was transformed into a child. Ouyang Wei found merit in her reasoning, pondering whether the sister had cursed her brother posthumously. The manor indeed bore elements of curses and witchcraft. The Count's chamber contained explicit references to curses, and the kitchen featured a frog chef reminiscent of a fairy tale-esque curse prince. The corridor's oil paintings appeared to imprison real individuals within their frames, while the garden's blood-soaked flowers suggested some arcane ritual. Although the clues seemed scattered throughout the narrative, they coalesced around the theme of curses. However, if this were indeed a post-mortem curse, one would expect the sister to manifest during the night. Chu Tinghai interjected, "This poses a dilemma. The system notification had clearly stated that awakened beings would appear at night, and as a deceased spirit, the sister would likely materialize under such circumstances. Isn't it still before the blood moon?" Chen Chun interjected, realizing he had yet to contribute anything of substance. Perhaps the sister possesses formidable powers, and the system has imposed this blood moon condition to prevent her from leading us to our demise. Other players nodded in agreement, appearing to accept his hypothesis. Yet, Shi Miao felt a lingering disquiet. While the narrative flowed coherently, the absence of crucial information was glaring. What had transpired to result in the sister's death in the fire? Moreover, had she truly harbored aspirations of revenge from beyond the grave, or was it mere fantasy? Perhaps she desired to rebel. Yet her brother's overpowering presence rendered her powerless, akin to Shun Qing in the previous scenario. Shi Miao sensed that vital insights were amiss. Relying solely on conjecture and deduction in such a truth-revealing scenario was perilous. Any misstep in reasoning might doom them to failure. Furthermore, while such scenarios lack defined completion timelines, successful players could not offer clear strategies. However, the blood moon was evidently a significant temporal marker, possibly indicating the appearance of formidable specters beyond their control. Should they fail to navigate through the challenges before the blood moon's full ascent, they risked encountering dire consequences. The missing pieces of information, undoubtedly, lay within the first and third floors. Compared to the first floor, accessible to all players, the third floor posed greater peril. Given the task assignments, only Shi and Ouyang Wei were permitted to ascend. Reflecting on this, Shi Miao couldn't help but smile wryly. Why is it always me tasked with such formidable challenges? Not only was completion a concern, but Shi Miao also remained preoccupied with the deck of cards in the count study. Although it seemed premature to contemplate acquiring tools when their lives hung in the balance, the desire for effective implements had never left her mind. All these matters entwined with one individual, the now transformed child, yet still inscrutable, Count Blair. Chapter 43, The Most Beautiful Rose. After lunch, the time for work began. Shi Miao stood at the door once more, holding a cloth, and just as she was about to knock, the wooden door was pushed open from the inside. She instinctively lowered her head and found the Count looking at her, his expression unreadable. "Let's clean up later," he said. "Come take a walk with me first." Shi Miao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied, tossing the cloth into the bucket. "Where would you like to go?" "The garden." Although Count Blair was likely in his 30s or 40s, he appeared to be merely a child of 10, delicately sculpted and adorably charming. He evoked feelings of tenderness and affection in anyone who beheld him. Upon closer inspection, the young Count bore a resemblance to Shanghong, and it remained to be seen whether he would still resemble him as he grew older. As they descended the staircase together, Shi Miao's mind wandered. They did not encounter Lin Hai and Ouyang Wei in the villa, likely because they were occupied elsewhere. However, as they approached the garden, the sight of the two working became clear. Having practiced in the morning, Lu Zian now seemed quite adept at watering the flowers, even taking the time to observe the villa, searching for any evidence from its exterior. The insects were either native to the villa or had crawled in from outside while dormant during the day. He had noticed earlier that Sun Chao's window was securely closed. If they had entered from outside, it was crucial to determine how they had done so. Naturally, this distracted demeanor did not escape the notice of the Count and Shi Miao nearby. Shi Miao discreetly retrieved her warning bell, a passive E-grade item that would ring if a creature threatening a player's life approached. At present, the bell remained silent, providing her with a sense of relief. She quietly tucked it into her pocket and tentatively inquired, "Do you have a fondness for roses?" Despite having spent considerable time in each other's company the previous evening, Shi Miao had not engaged in much conversation with the Count and was uncertain of his character. Thus, she refrained from directly asking him. As she might have done with an NPC at Aoki University, opting instead for a more indirect approach while remaining prepared for a hasty retreat. Observing the cautious girl, Shang Hung felt a tinge of novelty. In the previous scenario, Shi Miao had not merely feared him. She had treated him as a mere information provider, one to be discarded after use. He had expected that in this scenario, transformed into a child, she would exhibit greater boldness. Yet, after waiting for some time the previous night without her posing any questions, her gaze had been fixated on the deck of playing cards in the bookcase. Indeed, Shang Hung had long since discerned Shi Miao's ulterior motives regarding the boss's collection. Being an emotionally expressive person, she was easily read by Shang Hung, who had developed a keen insight into human emotions through his numerous encounters. Thus, he could grasp her innermost thoughts with just a glance. He had contemplated gifting the playing cards to her, but they were, after all, the Count's personal belongings, making the decision difficult for him. He merely possessed Blair's memories, while the true essence of Blair resided in an unknown realm. Therefore, regardless of Shi Miao's desires, such matters would have to wait until the scenario approached its conclusion. With the memories of Blair, Shang Hung naturally had an answer to her question regarding his fondness for roses. Generally, he did not hold much affection for them. Not fond. Shi Miao was taken aback. If you don't like them, why cultivate an entire garden of roses? Or perhaps, it is indeed the case that Count Blair does not cherish them, but it is his sister who adored and planted the roses? Though beautiful, the roses appeared monotonous. If a typical child had spoken in such a manner, it would have been amusing and endearing, prompting affectionate gestures and laughter. Yet, spoken by the Count with such a serious expression, it revealed a hint of solemnity and loneliness. I do not like roses, yet I wish to find the most beautiful one in the world, a quest that seems eternally elusive. The Count and Apo's gaze lowered, weariness evident. Let's return. Shi Miao responded softly, concealing the glimmer in her eyes. She realized she had unraveled the purpose of the gift box and scissors in the room. The Count sought the most beautiful rose in existence, while the player's task was to locate that rose and present it to him. However, the term most beautiful was inherently subjective. Beauty varied from one person to another. Thus, a more precise term was needed to describe the rose they sought, likely hidden within various clues. She needed to piece together the fragmented clues, such as the circumstances surrounding the sister's death and the timing of the curse. For the moment, Shi Miao could not focus on the first layer of clues. She had to place her hopes on the third layer. "My Lord Count," she said, slightly bending her knees at the study's entrance to align her height with his, "does your bedroom require tidying?" As a Count of the old era, Blair held a pronounced sense of class distinction. He was a Count, inherently elevated above others. Thus, Shi Miao endeavored to gauge his thoughts, lowering her own stance and relinquishing all decision-making power to him. Even if Count Blair declined her offer to tidy up, she would eventually need to enter. But she felt it prudent to make the attempt. Who knew what might happen? Before she could finish her thoughts, a clear youthful voice rang out before her. "Go ahead. But remember to return everything to its rightful place after you finish cleaning." This was an invitation to search. A wave of joy washed over Shi Miao, though she maintained her composure, obediently lifting the bucket and walking at a measured pace toward the study. Gently, she pushed the door open and stepped into the Count's bedroom. The moment she entered, her facade crumbled entirely. She locked the door behind her and rolled up her sleeves, heading straight for the bedside table. Just as she had suspected, humans often stored significant information there. On the table, she discovered a summoning-type grimoire. Its pages were slightly yellowed, filled with numerous annotations, indicating that someone had diligently studied it. The girl gazed in disbelief at the peculiar descriptions of various entities within the book, feeling a sense of disorientation. Isn't this story set in the 19th century? Even if there are some scientifically implausible creatures, they should still belong to a more modern context. How has it suddenly regressed to the Middle Ages? What is this? A desire to summon a devil to fulfill wishes. Wait a moment. Summon a devil to fulfill wishes? Slowly, Shi Miao flipped the grimoire back to the page detailing the summoning of a devil. Chapter 44. The Deadly Summons in the Grimoire. Apart from the essential annotations and marginal notes, there were sinister remarks hinting at desires such as "damn him. If I eliminate him, I can live happily with Lester." Shi Miao pressed her lips together thoughtfully. While tidying up the study last night, She had not gleaned much information, yet she had seen the handwriting of Count Blair. The script in the grimoire was not the Count's, but belonged to the owner of a burnt note. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck her. What if her sister's death was entirely, or perhaps indirectly, disconnected from Count Blair? The Count might have disapproved of her sister's affection for a commoner, even attempting to tear them apart. With no recourse, her sister might have resorted to the magic book hidden in their home, seeking to wish away the obstacle to her love, her own brother. This could explain why Count Blair appeared as a child, and the true cause of her sister's demise. It was entirely plausible for someone cursed by a demon to revert to a childlike state. As for her sister, demons epitomize malevolence, darkness, and greed. They do not satisfy, but rather tempt mortals into further transgressions. Her sister believed she had successfully enlisted the demon and Oppos, as help to eliminate her brother, thinking that a mere offering of blood would suffice, unaware that the true price was her very life. A great fire obliterated all traces of her sister's existence, erasing the magic circle inscribed during the summoning. Henceforth, no one would ever know what truly transpired. Shi Miao continued her search of the Count's chamber, and the information she uncovered increasingly corroborated her suspicions. Her sister did not perish because of her brother, nor was there any injustice surrounding her death. It was all self-inflicted. Furthermore, it appeared that the elder generation had never favored the Count either. Beneath the book lay several photographs, depicting elegantly dressed individuals embracing a lovely girl, while a boy, also their offspring, stood forlornly to the side. There are myriad reasons for a child to be unloved by their parents, but those were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that from Count Blair's youth, he had been isolated by them. Shi Miao could hardly contain her incredulity. Her sister's pursuit of free love was entirely reasonable. However, her brother's relentless obstruction, even confining her at home, was undeniably wrong. Yet, these errors could have been reconciled. Her sister's call to the demon was the epitome of hubris. Why choose death when life was an option? And why drag her brother in her folly? It was utterly preposterous. The clues within the bedroom were abundant, yet without the foundation laid by the evidence found in the garden. It was impossible to deduce the truth solely from these. After meticulously combing through all the available clues, Shi Miao hastily dusted the room's ornaments and slipped out of the Count's chamber. As she emerged, she found the study door ajar, with the Count standing by the window, gazing into the distance, an indescribable solitude enveloping him. Shi Miao sighed inwardly. In this tale, there were no absolute rights or wrongs. Both brother and sister had their failings, and the sister's extremity ultimately led to the present calamity. She mused that she might finally grasp the most exquisite rose that Count Blair yearned for. Later, during dinner, an unexpected incident occurred. The diligent frog, who had assumed the role of chef, had vanished, leaving a foul odor wafting from the window connecting the kitchen and dining area. Chun and Oppos. S expression turned sour. Did this mean they were to cook for themselves? Silence fell over the group. Eventually, it was Lin Hai who stepped forward, stating, "I can't cook, I can only assist. Who among you knows how?" Before he could finish, he let out a yelp, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Unfazed, Lin Hai reached out, discovering he was indeed barred from entry. The players exchanged glances, each attempting to enter one by one, only to find that only Lu Zian and Chun, the ones tasked with tending the roses, could access the kitchen. Chun took a step back, exclaiming, "Why me? I refuse to go in." After 2 days, even Ouyang Wei's admiration for him as a seasoned player had waned, and she frowned. "Are you suggesting Lu Zian should go in alone? What if he encounters danger?" Chun thought to himself that it was precisely the fear of danger that deterred him from entering. He was a quintessential, self-serving individual, primarily concerned with his own survival. The two sides were at an impasse, and Shi Miao, arms crossed, interjected, "I discovered some crucial clues in the Count's bedroom." As everyone's attention turned to her, she continued, "However, the condition for sharing is..." Shi Miao pointed at Chun. "You will accompany Lu Zian inside." Her azure gaze held an emotionless coldness that struck fear into Chun, causing him to shudder. Cursing inwardly, he begrudgingly made his way to the kitchen, muttering, "Damn you. Just wait until I catch you at a disadvantage next time." Shi Miao shrugged, unaffected by his words. Yet, Despite Chun Chen's assistance, trouble still found Lu Ziyan. Unfamiliar with the locations of the ingredients, he had to open each compartment of the refrigerator one by one. When he opened the last one, a pair of skeletal, icy hands suddenly seized his arm, attempting to pull him inside. Lu Ziyan's eyes widened in horror as he struggled against the grip. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, preventing him from being fully dragged in. Only his upper body was ensnared, while his lower half remained outside. Unable to enter the kitchen, the other players could do nothing but watch in a frenzy as Chun Chun frantically pulled at Lu Ziyan's legs. Though Chun Chun valued his life, he understood that if he turned and fled, Shi Miao would provide him with no information. At the outset of the game, he had thought Shi Miao was doomed once the Count set his sights on her. But now it seemed she possessed the most comprehensive knowledge and the clearest storyline among them all. He had misjudged her, yet now he could only take it one step at a time. Given Shi Miao's close relationship with Lu Ziyan, should anything happen to him, Shi Miao might very well direct her ire at Chun Chun. He was relying on this chapter to escape his pursuers, having invested thousands of points into it. He could not afford any mistakes. Thus, he resolved to save Lu Ziyan, refusing to flee. Chapter 45. The hand emerging from the freezer, Chun Chun steeled himself as he reached for Lu Ziyan's feet, desperately attempting to rescue him from the clutches of the malevolent entity. Yet, it seemed that the restraints of the specter were only just beginning to lift, as the two struggled in vain for what felt like an eternity. The temperature within the freezer, which housed the apparition, was significantly lower than that of a standard appliance. Within mere minutes, Lu Ziyan began to succumb to the cold, his movements growing increasingly feeble. Chun Chen's mind raced. His earlier confidence in confronting Lu Ziyan stemmed from his belief that navigating a D-level quest would be a simple endeavor. With only the two of them present, he envisioned a scenario where Lu Ziyan's demise would leave no witnesses, allowing him to concoct a narrative that the unfortunate incident was merely a result of carelessness. In doing so, he could deduce the circumstances surrounding the garden's fatality, thereby evading the dangers that awaited in the coming days. However, the landscape had drastically changed. Now, all players were bearing witness to his every move, and any failure to rescue Lu Ziyan would yield disastrous consequences. Consumed by frustration, Chun Chun felt as if he could shatter his own teeth in anger. Why were there so many meddlesome players? Their incessant cliques left him with no room for error. As Lu Ziyan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Chun Chun gritted his teeth and swiftly gestured in the air. In an instant, a pair of pristine white gloves materialized in his hands. These gloves, a practical item he had acquired long ago, had remained unused as he anticipated selling them at the marketplace. Now, however, he had no choice but to employ this item. Upon donning the gloves, Chun Chun and Appo's strength surged, enabling him to gradually pull Lu Ziyan from the icy grasp of the freezer. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of energy to contend with the specter still lurking within the confines of the freezer. The unexpected ordeal left Lu Ziyan, despite his formidable mental fortitude, momentarily dazed and disoriented. From a distance, a pair of pale, bony arms began to emerge from the freezer, sending a chill of dread through Lu Ziyan. But in the next instant, he felt a small blanket draped over him, and the eerie arms retreated back into the freezer. Confused, Lu Ziyan wondered what was transpiring. Straining to turn his head towards the entrance, he caught sight of Lin Hai and Ouyang Wei huddled by the dining table, too fearful to approach. Tai Miao stood nearby, holding 2 cups of warm water, accompanied by the maid, Sarah. Sarah's icy gaze swept over the scene, causing the previously animated arms of the freezer to fall still. Just as Lu Ziyan exhaled a sigh of relief, a new wave of anxiety surged within him. Wait a moment, Sarah? Despite his awareness of Tai Miao's knack for extraordinary maneuvers, Lu Ziyan was still taken aback. Tai Miao, seemingly oblivious to the NPC standing behind her, remarked casually, "Is everything all right? It seems there's no place for a maid to bathe here. You mustn't catch a cold again." Chun Chun, rendered speechless by astonishment, could only watch as Lu Ziyan, straining to maintain his composure, stammered, "How did you call Sister Sarah here?" Tai Miao replied nonchalantly, "I want to ask my sister for a blanket and Sister Sarah just came along. She then turned to Sarah with a smile, thanking her for the blanket and inquiring if she could assist in pulling the two of them out, as they seemed unable to rise. Lu Zian closed his eyes in resignation. He knew it. He had known all along. Shi Miao was indeed capable of executing such seemingly absurd actions. Meanwhile, Chun Chun, lacking experience, exclaimed in dismay, "Don't come over here." Their anguished cries went unheard by the two at the entrance. Sarah, indulgently observing the exquisite doll-like figures before her, readily agreed. No problem. As she finally assisted them out, Chun Chun felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Having gleaned some knowledge of the manor's dark history, players often viewed NPCs with a different lens. Initially, compared to the childlike count and the seemingly normal butler, Sarah's imposing stature and robust physique made her a more frightening presence. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, she embodied the quintessential boss archetype. However, upon learning the stories of the past, players' perceptions of Sarah shifted. Though she aligned with the bygone era's supporters alongside the butler, she also exhibited a nurturing disposition toward the young count and his sister, despite her employer's disapproving attitude preventing her from openly caring for Count Blair. She would still offer him a glass of milk during late-night study sessions and leave a bouquet of roses on his desk. Though subtle, her kindness was genuine. It was precisely this understanding of Sarah's character that led Shi Miao to seek her aid. Yet, despite Sarah's compliance in rescuing the weary players, her distaste for Chun lingered. Initially, it was his eccentricity in wearing a mask that irked her. Even now, without the mask, her disdain remained unchanged. After exchanging pleasantries with Shi Miao, Sarah retreated to her quarters, allowing the players to swarm around, offering water and support. With Lin Hai and Ouyang Wei attending to Lu Zian and Chun Chun, Shi Miao shifted her focus to the kitchen. She needed to ascertain whether the specter emerging from a freezer was a product of the Spade Manor's narrative that had entered the survival protocol, if it was a demon summoned from pre-existing lore. This distinction was crucial for determining how players would combat the apparition. If the entity was generated by the system, it would be subject to direct management, providing avenues for evasion. Although formidable, such entities remained controllable. Even if they proved too powerful to confront, players could strategize ways to avoid them. For example, if the butler's fatal trigger involved damaging items within the manor, they could simply exercise caution to prevent any mishaps. Even if additional triggers existed, discovering the patterns would allow them to sidestep peril. Conversely, if the specters were summoned entities, they lacked specific fatal triggers, their violence dictated solely by whim. Take, for instance, the dismemberment worms that had appeared the previous night. They had only chosen to enter Sun Chao's room, who had already perished due to the butler's fatal trigger, thus preventing further casualties. Otherwise, given their stealthy yet devastating attacks, the morning might have revealed 2 corpses, one brought down by a single blow, the other torn apart. Currently, the known summoned entities that had risen from darkness included the peculiar disembodied head and the dismemberment worms. During yesterday's brief encounter, Shi Miao was unable to discern the wraith's attack patterns, making it a continued concern for the evening. Thus, she needed to ascertain the type of specter lurking within the freezer, as ignorance of its nature could lead to dire consequences for the other players. She questioned whether she could even enter. I'm in. Observing that her hand had indeed entered the kitchen, she cautiously withdrew it, then re-entered without any hindrance. It seemed the kitchen's access restrictions had been lifted after the freezer's wraith attacked the players. Shi Miao retrieved her broken horn dagger from her inventory, cautiously approaching the freezer. As she neared, a pair of pallid arms emerged, their bloodless, ghastly white skin indicative of death. These were merely disembodied arms, reminiscent of the previous night's severed head. Her eyes sharpening, Shi Miao swiftly retreated a step, then aimed and hurled the dagger with practiced force. Clang! Her years of honing her card-throwing skills granted her exceptional strength, enabling the dagger to pierce one of the arms clean through, pinning it securely to the ice. This particular item could directly harm wraiths, though its efficacy was uncertain. Fortunately, her luck held, as the dagger undeniably wounded the freezer's appendage. The arm, which had brazenly dragged Lu Zian into the freezer, now lay still, its life force waning. The other arm, seemingly connected, also ceased its struggles. Could it be this easy? Shi Miao wondered, approaching with caution. She had initially feared the arm was feigning weakness, poised to drag her into the freezer upon the dagger's removal. However, as she drew closer, she realized this was not the case. While her encounters with wraiths were limited, Shi Miao was familiar with their appearance upon demise. Describing wraiths as alive or dead was inaccurate, as most existed in a state of undeath. Nevertheless, the arms were rapidly approaching finality. Peering into the freezer, she discovered two complete corpses, curled up with eerie smiles and faint red discoloration, indicative of death by freezing. The freezer's arms had displayed considerable ferocity, dragging unsuspecting individuals into the icy confines, as evidenced by the two unfortunate corpses. Yet, they were also remarkably vulnerable. With caution and an offensive item, even those lacking Shi Miao's strength and precision could, with effort, vanquish them. The wraith's contradictory nature struck Shi Miao as familiar. The severed head from last night. Was it similarly inept yet eager? One reduced to a head, the other to arms. And then there were the insects in the dungeon, seemingly capable of dismembering humans. Shi Miao mused that she could connect the dots to the Devil's Trail. Due to the freezer arm incident, the players had little time to prepare dinner. After viewing the corpses, the others hesitated to consume meat. Chu Tinghai located some spaghetti in a cabinet and prepared a pot of noodle soup. Shi Miao skeptically picked up a strand of spaghetti. Cafeteria, Auntie's cooking? Even calling a strand was being generous to Chu Tinghai. She struggled to comprehend how anyone could render such resilient noodles so mushy. Her experience with human cuisine was limited to two extremes: the notoriously awful dishes served by the Qingmu University cafeteria and the delectable, albeit expensive, fare found in the player's recreational space. This creation leaned heavily towards the former. Though it may not look appealing, it should still be edible. Chu Tinghai defended weakly. He was admittedly unskilled in cooking, as his previous dungeons had rarely required it. And even if they did, a top-tier player like himself would never be expected to cook. He had only disguised himself as an ordinary player to assist his good friend. Moreover, Shangheng was actually quite adept at cooking. If he weren't currently preoccupied as the Count, Chu Tinghai would have summoned him to take over. After the meager dinner, it was time for the evening's task. Before knocking, Shi Miao contemplated using the spirit tongue pen. She knew what the Count desired, but was unsure if she could provide it. Count Blair was someone who had lacked love and understanding throughout his life. He didn't seek merely a beautiful rose, but rather genuine affection, be it romantic, familial, or platonic. The rose was simply a vessel for emotion. But the most beautiful rose was an unattainable ideal. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. How could one determine the most beautiful rose? Was it the one with the fullest petals, the most natural bloom, or the one still budding with potential? No one could know for sure, nor could anyone guarantee that their offering would be deemed acceptable by the Count. Shi Miao possessed the spirit tongue pen, which granted a 50 chance of making her words reality. Though the item had a 2-day cooldown, more than a day had passed since her last use. Thus, even if she were to pluck a random rose from the garden, place it in a gift box, and activate the pen's power, there was a 50 chance the Count would perceive it as the rose he sought. This should have been an easy decision. The spirit tongue pen had no negative side effects. Even if unsuccessful, the worst they would face was the Count's displeasure. Yet, as Shi Miao held the pen, observing the countdown timer, she reconsidered her initial plan. Chapter 47. Let the magic unfold in the familiar narrative. The Count, despite his imperfections, did not deserve to endure such a multitude of sufferings. From a young age, he was overlooked, and, as he matured, he became embroiled in conflict with his own sister, ultimately being cursed to revert to a childlike state. He is a soul desperately craving affection. Should he resort to the power of a word spirit pen, even if successful, it would merely represent another layer of deception and pain for him. Shi Miao wished to avoid this path. Her desire was for the Count to genuinely experience the warmth of care and concern to fulfill his long-held obsession. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing a response from within, she pushed the door open. This time, rather than immediately attending to her cleaning duties, She placed the roses she had prepared earlier into the vase on the Countess' desk. Earlier that afternoon, she had noted a small, empty vase on his tabletop. Though crafted with exquisite artistry, it stood forlornly devoid of flowers. The Count tapped his fingers upon the desk, his youthful face devoid of expression, questioning why she had suddenly gifted him flowers. Shi Miao lifted her gaze and offered a faint smile. The roses downstairs were in full bloom, and noticing that other areas of the villa were adorned with roses, she thought, "Do you believe my study should be no different?" Despite the Countess' tender age, Shi Miao detected the undertone of threat in his words. Undeterred, she replied earnestly, "The roses in other areas cannot compare to this one. It complements your noble aura beautifully. Trust me." The Count responded with a non-committal. Shi Miao continued, "My Lord Count, you have been working for quite some time. How about I perform a magic trick for you to help you relax?" Lacking experience in comforting others, her approach was straightforward, and the only means she could conceive to bring joy was through magic. Momentarily taken aback, the Count set down his book and regarded her with a leisurely curiosity. "Very well, perform." Shang Hung was aware that Shi Miao was a magician, and subconsciously, he felt she had performed before him. However, having lost that memory, he now viewed her magic with fresh intrigue. With his approval, Shi Miao smiled subtly, producing a piece of paper from her sleeve and displaying it before him. With her hands deftly intertwined, she swiftly waved in front of Shang Hung, causing the white paper to vanish, replaced by a resplendent rose, its petals glistening with dew. She placed the flower into the vase, allowing it to accompany the previous bloom, speaking softly, "One flower is too lonely. Let them be paired." Shang Hung instinctively straightened his seat. He could surmise the trick's mechanics, merely a matter of deftness in retrieving the rose hidden within her sleeve. However, his eyes, honed through rigorous training, perceived movements in a manner that transcended ordinary comprehension. Yet, he had failed to discern the exact method Shi Miao employed to execute this illusion. Noticing the Countess' burgeoning interest, Shi Miao pressed on. "In truth, my forte lies not in making flowers." "Oh, then what is your specialty?" Shang Hung feigned astonishment. Graciously engaging, prepared to see what the child would conjure next. The atmosphere was perfectly conducive, prompting Shi Miao to voice a long-held aspiration. "I excel in card tricks." She did not directly request a deck of cards. Although the Count consistently behaved like a typical individual, Shi Miao never forgot that he was the formidable boss of a horror game. The Count possessed his own fatal triggers. Despite the absence of any overt signs, a rigid and solemn Count would likely find it intolerable for a servant to request items from him. Even if this was not his fatal trigger, it could easily provoke his ire. Thus, she resolved to relinquish control to the Count, allowing him to voluntarily provide her with the playing cards. Of course, Shang Hung perceived her subtle stratagem with clarity. Had the true Count Blair been present, he might have been beguiled by her flattery and display of skill. Alas, before Shi Miao stood not the genuine Count Blair, but Shang Hung. Shang Hung was well aware of the child's infatuation with playing cards. He recognized that all her words were merely a pretext to obtain a deck, and all her warmth was but an illusion. This realization should have led him to feel deceived. Yet, upon recalling her dejected demeanor at the trading post, his heart softened, leading him to forego exposing her ruse. After all, in the 19th century, playing cards had yet to become commonplace enough for even maids to master. Although Shi Miao possessed some historical knowledge, her understanding remained simplistic. Nevertheless, Shang Hung maintained an air of ignorance, indulgently stating, "There is a deck of cards in the second cabinet on the left. Feel free to retrieve it, but do not disturb the other items within." As he spoke, he produced a small key from the drawer of the desk and handed it to Shi Miao. "Go ahead." Unbeknownst to her, every action had been observed by the very person she held dear, yet she cheerfully accepted the key and unlocked the cabinet door. While doing so, she took note of the lock mechanism. The proliferation of locks among the common populace only began in the late 19th century, originally a symbol of aristocratic wealth and power, given their initial high cost and relatively poor security. From her perspective, if an adept individual encountered the lock, they could easily manipulate it with a wire. Coincidentally, She could unlock such a mechanism within mere seconds. It appeared that on the night of the blood moon, she could return and seize her prize with ease. Though myriad thoughts cascaded through her mind, her hands remained focused. She donned a pair of white gloves and delicately retrieved the deck of cards she had coveted. The moment her fingers grazed the cards, a system notification chimed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations! Player Shi Miao has discovered an A-grade growth-type item, time cards. Her intuition had proven correct. The deck was indeed an item, and a high-grade one at that. With an impassive demeanor, she withdrew the cards, instinctively shuffling them to test their feel. The colors and values of the cards adhered to the conventional black and red scheme, the box crafted with elegance, and the cards themselves fully deserving of their collectible status. The back of the cards featured a design of a clock face and roses, strikingly beautiful yet not excessively ornate. She commenced with several basic flourishes, her fingers nimble as she applied gentle pressure to the cards, which began to whirl in her hands as if imbued with life. Chapter 48. The past of Shangheng. Shi Miao collected the cards, standing at the table with a beaming smile. Let us begin with a card throw for the gentleman. This action was quite fundamental. With some practice, one could master it effortlessly. However, while it was simple to learn, it appeared remarkably impressive. Shi Miao positioned the entire deck against her palm, secured the edges, and swiftly fanned out the cards, extracting the topmost one with a flick of her fingers. That card soared through the air, only to descend due to gravity and angle, before she deftly caught it. The young girl, clad in a wine-red dress, exuded an air of poise, and the playing card in her hand seemed enchanted, behaving exceptionally well. After finishing her display, Shi Miao maintained the fan position before Earl Blair, indicating for him to draw a card. The Earl casually selected one, committing it to memory before returning it. Shangheng was quite curious about her next move, and upon hearing Shi Miao's request, he chose a card, which turned out to be the King of Spades, a fitting choice for his current persona as the Earl of Spade Manor. Perhaps the name of the quest was intertwined with the suit of the cards. Otherwise, it wouldn't bear such a title. As he pondered, Shi Miao swiftly shuffled the deck, aligning the cards once more. With a flick of her wrist and a deft movement of her fingers, the card that had been at the bottom now appeared at the top. Shangheng felt he could predict what the little girl was about to do next. The card at the top must be the one he had just drawn. However, to his surprise, Shi Miao said, "You may take a guess at the suit of the first card." Spades? Shangheng ventured. Although Shi Miao prompted him to guess, he sensed that her actions were merely a facade of suspense. At its core, magic was a psychological game. By understanding the audience's mindset and swiftly replacing props within their visual blind spots, one could execute a splendid illusion. Even though this deck of cards belonged to the boss, and Shi Miao could not manipulate it, Shangheng could not fathom how she could discern the card he had chosen. Nevertheless, he believed he had anticipated the direction of the trick. Yet, Shi Miao shook her head, placing her hand upon the cards. It is hearts. Upon revealing the card, Shangheng was met with the striking image of the King of Hearts. "Dear Earl, in my realm, this suit carries a special significance," she began, raising her gaze. "It symbolizes love, an exquisite and invaluable essence. It may represent romance or familial affection. Yet, to be honest with you," she subtly observed the expression of the boss across from her, "I, too, find myself perplexed by the essence of love. But I think perhaps not understanding it is acceptable." She extended her hand, meeting Earl Blair's gaze, and with a flick of her fingers, the holographic sheen on the card shimmered under the dim candlelight. Before Shangheng could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Shi Miao had effortlessly seized another card. Encountering someone worthy of love is indeed a fortunate encounter, yet remaining true to oneself is equally significant. Shi Miao's focus remained on the Earl, her cerulean eyes reflecting his small figure. She turned her hand, revealing the newly acquired card before Shangheng. It was the King of Spades. "Do not dwell in the past. You have done nothing wrong." The girl's bright countenance radiated an extraordinary gentleness. She gently offered the card to the Earl, urging him, "Be a bit happier. Dear Earl, you have done remarkably well." Suddenly, Shangheng found himself at a loss for words, an unfamiliar wave of emotion washing over him. Though aware that Shi Miao's words were directed at Earl Blair, They stirred something within him, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, an entirely pleasant sensation. No one had ever told him he had done well. Shang Hung's parents occupied prominent positions, constantly under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. From a young age, he bore an overwhelming weight of expectations and pressures, not only required to complete conventional academic pursuits like any ordinary child, but also to undergo rigorous physical training. Despite his commendable achievements, he had never received praise for them. Those around him, family, teachers, and mentors, consistently conveyed, "You can do better. This is not your limit." Yet, even if Shang Hung truly excelled as they claimed, possessing remarkable talent and physical prowess, he was still human, a being yearning for recognition and affirmation, an adult struggling to endure the exploitation and manipulation of authority figures. A child still in the throes of emotional immaturity craved validation even more. Shang Hung had never anticipated that the accolades he longed for in his childhood would resonate through the words of a girl several years his junior in adulthood. The transformation of his body into that of a child made his emotional fluctuations particularly pronounced. His acting skills were never exceptional, and before Shi Miao, he found it impossible to conceal his instinctive reactions. The reason Shi Miao had yet to realize that the Earl was, in fact, him, was largely due to the child's exterior. However, gazing at the girl's sunlit smile, Shang Hung felt increasingly precarious. He had never confided his past to anyone, yet his experiences bore striking similarities to those of Earl Blair, perhaps even more devoid of affection. Now, Shang Hung was indifferent to the neglect and criticism he once faced. Yet confronted with such a warm smile, he felt an instinctive urge to withdraw, convinced he did not belong and was unworthy. Yet he could not flee. He was Earl Blair now. Feigning composure, he responded, "I understand." However, despite his efforts, Shi Miao sensed something amiss, hesitantly raising her gaze. The Earl's reaction seemed not to align with her expectations. Though she was uncertain how the boss would respond after witnessing her performance and listening to her heartfelt words, it appeared his demeanor was far from what she had envisioned. Earl Blair's bashful yet touched expression starkly contradicted the persona of a nobleman in charge. Moreover, this demeanor inexplicably reminded Shi Miao of a player she had recently met. From the outset, she had felt a strange familiarity with Earl Blair. Yet when pressed to articulate where she had encountered him before, she found herself at a loss. Chapter 49. Is it you, Teacher Shang? At that moment, Shi Miao chose to temporarily set aside her doubts and focused on progressing through the game. However, upon reflecting on the expressions and body language of the Count, she found him increasingly suspicious. Although the child's appearance initially prevented her from identifying Shang Hung, it now sincerely conveyed his emotions. Under Shi Miao's unwavering gaze, his ears flushed crimson. This bashful demeanor, easily stirred to blush and sentimentality, was oddly reminiscent of Shang Hung. Once she embraced this notion, the vague familiarity of the Count's face seemed to find its origin. Shang Hung's exquisite phoenix-like eyes were a rarity, even more so within the European narrative backdrop. Taking a step back, Shi Miao endeavored to leave herself an avenue of escape and tentatively whispered, "Teacher Shang?" Shang Hung, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, chose not to deceive Shi Miao any further. He lay down, his tousled hair shielding his eyes, murmuring, "Yes, it is I." Only then did Shi Miao notice that the young boy was perched upon a chair, with several books stacked beneath him. This was an all-too familiar sight. Unable to suppress a laugh, she exclaimed, "So even the short ones find ways to appear taller." Shang Hung remained in his prone position, his voice muffled, otherwise. "You wouldn't fear me." Knowing that the current Count Blair was indeed Shang Hung, Shi Miao felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. What is there to fear? It would only make it easier for you to deduce that the boss of this instance is me. Shang Hung raised his face, about to speak, but was reminded that despite his diligent portrayal of Count Blair, Shi Miao had still recognized him. He felt a pang of frustration and once again contemplated feigning death. Amused by his rare, childlike demeanor, Shi Miao pulled a chair closer and sat down. "Why do I feel like Teacher Shang? Your body has turned into a child, and so has your mind." Shang Hung replied, "Is it too childish?" "No," Shi Miao said, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at the young boy beside her. "You're just adorable." In his adult form, Shang Hung would have merely reacted slowly after being teased, shy, and prone to blushing. Though he possessed a face as gentle as jade, exuding warmth, his demeanor was typically aloof, making his shyness all the more pronounced. However, these were reactions of the adult Shang Hung. In his juvenile form, even though he endeavored to maintain composure and rationality, he could not help but exhibit the emotions unique to youth when alone with Shi Miao. Yet, the playful and tender atmosphere did not linger for long. As the heat in his ears subsided, Shang Hung regained some semblance of Count Blair-esque composure, sitting upright. "Let us discuss the issues of the instance." Shi Miao responded with an affirmative hum. "Are you taking on another supervisory task?" Shang Hung replied, "Yes." Shi Miao refrained from questioning how it was that they had fortuitously ended up in the same instance again, instead pondering which anomaly might have been introduced into the scenario. First, she ruled out herself and Lu Ziyan, leaving a few possibilities. Could it be Qin Shun? No, if high-level players could blend in like that, I would. Shi Miao hesitated. Her perception of high-level and elite players had been significantly influenced by Shang Hung. In her view, high-level players were expected to be independently capable, reliable, and composed. Even if their character might not be entirely virtuous, their strength was undeniable. "And how about you?" Shang Hung asked, curiosity piqued, diverting the topic once more. Shi Miao pouted. "Then I suppose I shall give up on playing here." A jolt of alarm coursed through Shang Hung. Though he could not definitively ascertain whether Shi Miao had emerged from the Doomsday Stage instance, he was certain she differed markedly from ordinary players. Otherwise, she would not have been classified as a high-risk individual upon entering a novice instance, prompting the system to assign her a supervisory task directed at top-tier players. Thus, he attempted to rein in the spirited and competitive child, clarifying he is not, and high-level players are not like him. Feeling fatigued, Shi Miao surveyed her surroundings, retrieving a cushion. "That's good. It must be Lin Hai, right? Do you want a cushion?" The Count's chair was indeed quite comfortable, yet Shang Hung had not made proper use of it, choosing instead to sit on the books stacked beneath him, which appeared rather uncomfortable. After a brief moment of indecision, he ultimately conceded under Shi Miao's eager gaze. "Yes." Placing the cushion atop the books before sitting down, he resumed speaking with Shi Miao. "You need not concern yourself with Lin Hai. He will not impede your progress. However, speaking of progress," Shang Hung hesitated, realizing that to advance, it was likely necessary for the Count himself to emerge. After handing the cushion to Shang Hung, Shi Miao busied herself, picking up scattered playing cards from the ground. Upon hearing Shang Heng's words, she continued her task. "How can we make him appear? He should be able to see everything happening now." Shang Hung affirmed her statement. "He can see, but his body has been retracted by the system, so we must devise a way to bring him forth." "Retracted by the system?" Shi Miao pondered. "How should we resolve this?" Shang Hung replied candidly. "I have never encountered this situation before, but if we wish to compel the system to release him, we will likely need to accomplish certain tasks that only the Count himself can resolve." "Only he can resolve them?" The former S-rank instance boss raised an eyebrow. "That makes it manageable." Observing the young girl's unwavering confidence, Shang Hung felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Yet, before he could inquire further, Shi Miao was unwilling to divulge more. Thus, Shang Hung could only wait apprehensively for Shi Miao's next move. His foreboding was confirmed in the dead of night. Standing by the window, he observed the chaotic scene in the garden for a while before succumbing to concern for Shi Miao's safety and deciding to venture downstairs. "Shi Miao." Shang Hung felt a headache coming on. "Are you chasing bugs?" The events unfolding in the garden were enough to astonish any onlooker. Lu Ziyan was frantically watering the flowers with a large bucket of blood, while Shi Miao trailed behind, engaged in a game of tag with dismembered insects. Outside the garden, there was also Chu Tinghai, a curious high-level player, with nothing better to do, would occasionally slice his own skin to produce a fresh batch of watering liquid, waiting for Lu Ziyan to take it. Chapter 50. The true Count returns. It remains a mystery what exactly these three players did to provoke the relentless pursuit of the dismemberment insects after Shi Miao. Lu Ziyan was tasked with ensuring that the rose bushes did not engage Shi Miao, and thus, the roses, which were originally a formidable threat to players, became Shi Miao's weapon against the dismemberment insects. These insects were drawn by the scent of humans. Yet the fragrant aroma of the roses in the garden disrupted their sense of smell. Consequently, these already dim-witted creatures were utterly bewildered. Unable to find target, they flailed about chaotically, causing significant damage to the roses and leaving the garden in utter disarray. One could only imagine that if the true Count Blair were present, he would be infuriated to the point of vanishing. Shi Miao's thoughts were rather straightforward. Upon realizing that Lin Hai was a high-level player infiltrating their midst, and knowing that the true Count could not return unless they completed the dungeon, Shi Miao's instinctive response was to fight poison with poison. What issues could only be resolved by Count Blair himself? Undoubtedly, it was the very malevolence that haunted the dungeon. Count Blair's sister had successfully summoned demons and dismemberment insects. If Shi Miao's assumptions were correct, the severed heads and dismembered arms in the freezer belonged to her beloved. The demons took her life, while the insects claimed her paramour. After paying a heavy price, the demons fulfilled her wish, rendering Count Blair incapable of managing the estate, albeit by reverting him to a childlike state rather than killing him. This led Shi Miao to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Count possessed a means to confront or evade the demons and dismemberment insects? If so, then utilizing the power of the dismemberment insects to undermine the dungeon itself would not only spare the estate's belongings from destruction, but also compel the system to release the Count to rectify the havoc. Was this not a case of killing two birds with one stone? With this notion in mind, Shi Miao sought out Lin Hai. Her reasoning was simple. As a high-level player, Lin Hai surely possessed numerous evasion tools. Indeed, her assumptions proved correct when Lin Hai revealed an item called herring canned, which, while repugnant, was remarkably effective in masking human scent. Shi Miao coated the other players with the herring, leaving herself as the sole human target, and then entered the rose garden, inviting the dismemberment insects to pursue her. Having long been targeted by the system and often the first to encounter danger, the insects quickly focused their attention on Shi Miao when they could no longer detect the scent of the others. The next steps were quite simple. The garden was replete with roses, whose petals contained oily cells that continuously secreted a fragrant oil, effectively obscuring Shi Miao's scent. The insects, unable to locate her, were drawn to the faint aroma wafting through the air, floundering about like headless flies. Their capacity for dismemberment stemmed primarily from their exceptionally sharp mandibles, which wreaked havoc upon the delicate petals, yielding devastating results. It must be said, Shi Miao's strategy was remarkably effective. In mere minutes, the garden appeared as if ravaged by a tempest, with many rose petals lying in tatters. Hearing Shang Heng's voice, Shi Miao continued her frantic evasion. "Do you sense anything? Is the Count about to emerge?" Shang Heng replied, slightly dazed. "I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. I might need to switch soon. That group on the right is approaching. Run left." With that, Shi Miao quickly altered her course. Chu Tinghai had joined her unnoticed, squatting nearby to tease. "I must say, this little one of yours has quite a knack for cleverness." Shang Heng swiftly distanced himself. "Stay away. You smell terrible." Chu Tinghai's irritation flared. Who was to blame for his foul odor, if not for accompanying Shang Heng's little companion? Oh, but it seemed the girl might not even fancy this sharp-tongued ice block. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Shang Heng had collapsed, pale and sitting on the ground, supporting his head with his small hands, looking quite pitiable. Chu Tinghai was taken aback. Was it really this severe? He had some inkling of Shang Heng's pain tolerance. After all, he had once taken 2 arrows from a top-tier player without flinching. "It's not pain, just dizziness," Shang Heng murmured, massaging his temples. The frail body of a child had poor endurance. Had he known, he would have commenced training much earlier. Chu Tinghai hesitated. "Well, you started training early enough, didn't you? What? Did you want to join the team right after learning to run?" As the destruction in the garden escalated, Shang Heng felt the dizziness intensifying, nearly obscuring his vision. Yet he remained concerned. Soon the true Count would return, but would he truly refrain from acting upon witnessing the devastation of his garden? Shi Miao had only just completed the novice dungeon and lacked powerful weapons. There was no escape for her. "Please look after Shi Miao," Shang Heng implored Chu Tinghai. I'll compensate you with an A-grade item once I return. Chu Tinghai, unable to tolerate the request any longer, reassured him. Rest easy. I can handle protecting someone in a D-grade dungeon. Just focus on surviving. Shang Hung glanced at Shi Miao, who was hiding amidst the roses, and nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Sensing something, Shi Miao lifted her head. The garden's foliage obscured her view of the outside world, yet she felt an inexplicable intuition that Shang Hung was about to depart. A beam of white light illuminated the darkened area, and within the glow, the visage of the young boy began to transform. When the light dissipated and tranquility returned, a blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky, as if hastily affixed in place, catching everyone off guard with its ominous arrival. A piercing scream echoed from the villa. Shi Miao recognized it as Ouyang Wei's voice, but there was no time to dwell on that. For beside her, and Lu Zian, the dismemberment insects, undeterred by the fragrance of the roses and the herring, gradually encircled them, forming an inescapable trap. Just as Chu Tinghai reached for an item to rescue them, he found himself immobilized, completely unable to move. Chu Tinghai muttered, "Damn it." Behind him, the true count slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 51. The fate of Ouyang Wei in the vast expanse of the Starry Sea. The light marking the Spade Manor began to flicker erratically. This Starry Sea lies at the heart of the player's leisure space, constituting the very core of the survival plan. Although players are aware of this location within the game, they are unable to reach it. It resembles a true universe, with each dungeon manifesting as a tiny star, twinkling amidst the endless cosmos. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that some stars shine brightly, while others have succumbed to darkness, a phenomenon orchestrated by the system. Those stars that have dimmed signify one of two possibilities. Either the dungeon boss's obsession has dissipated, rendering it incapable of sustaining an entire dungeon world, resulting in a permanent closure of the dungeon's entrance, or the dungeon has been so severely damaged that even if the guardian boss remains, it cannot support a new wave of players. Regardless of whether they shine or fade, such occurrences are ephemeral. A moment can bring forth new stars from darkness or lead to complete annihilation. The flickering light signifies a change in the boss's power or obsession, causing alterations in the core storyline of the dungeon and leading to its upgrade. At the moment, the star belonging to Spade Manor illuminated once more. The designation of this dungeon transformed from D-grade to C-grade within the system's vast data. As the blood moon descended, Shi Miao realized her success. The true Count Blair had materialized. Aware that the return of the Count would inevitably bring peril, she inhaled deeply upon witnessing the swarm of dismemberment bugs before her and produced a card concealed in her pocket. Brother Lu, protect Lu Zian. They cannot detect your presence. I will carve a path for you to find Lin Hai. In her words, she displayed a complete disregard for her own safety. Lu Zian was astounded by his determined little sister. Why did she always shoulder the most perilous tasks? Just as in the previous dungeon, when she sought the mirror, he fainted after merely touching the lake's water. Who could fathom how Shi Miao had endured for so long? Do not think of driving me away. Lu Zian gritted his teeth, realizing that they could not detect him. I will stay back to fight alongside you. Shi Miao paused, clutching the playing card, and then smiled radiantly. Thank you, Brother Lu. Yet, it was only during the actual confrontation that Lu Zian comprehended the vast disparity between himself and Shi Miao in terms of combat prowess. Without a suitable weapon, Shi Miao was merely slightly stronger, but now, armed with a nimble and effective playing card, it was as if a blade had been unleashed in her hands. Each throw of the card resulted in dismemberment bugs falling to the ground. Lu Zian felt a surge of alarm and instinctively quickened his movements. While most players found themselves ensnared in various dangers, desperately striving for survival, Chu Tinghai, rendered immobile, helplessly observed as the Count Blair underwent a subtle transformation beneath the moonlight. His visage shifted from that of Shang Hung back to his own, and even his physique began to elongate, reverting to the true form of the adult Count Blair. The European facial features were strikingly defined. High cheekbones, deep-set eyes, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He was a man in his 40s, ruling over a prosperous domain, yet deeply wounded by his family. Chu Tinghai felt a sense of impending doom. immobilized and confronted with the true visage of the boss. He feared he might succumb to a debilitating state. He could hardly resort to using talents or high-grade items to preserve his life in such a low-level dungeon. The thought of such a revelation would be utterly humiliating. However, the Count seemed to disregard him, not launching an immediate attack. A low, gravelly voice emanated from Count Blair. "I detest those who stab from behind." He slowly turned his gaze toward the villa. There, Chun Shun was concealed in Shi Miao's room, gasping for breath. Once the footsteps outside faded, he retrieved a small bell from his pocket. Meanwhile, just 3 steps away outside, Ouyang Wei had been dragged into a painting, leaving behind a trail of blood and tears. What had transpired was not overly complex. Due to Shi Miao's audacious plan, remaining outside was fraught with peril, yet staying inside the villa did not guarantee safety either. Thus, Ouyang Wei and Chun Chin sought refuge together. Ouyang Wei hoping they could look out for one another in the event of danger, while Chin Chin viewed her as a potential scapegoat. As the blood moon rose, the restrictions on the malevolent entities were lifted, and the 2 players were caught off guard by the paintings on the walls. The paintings began to actively attack the 2 within the villa. Just as Chun Shun was captured by the ankle and suspended in mid-air, Ouyang Wei instinctively reached out to grasp Chun Shun. However, while Ouyang Wei aimed to save Chun Shun, he regarded her merely as a source of sustenance. Chun Shun possessed 2 items capable of pushing others. One had been used on Lu Ziyan, and he reserved the other for this moment. Without hesitation, he employed the item on Ouyang Wei, seizing the opportunity created by the painting's distraction and the blood flowing from her hand. While he awkwardly scrambled to his feet and dashed toward Shi Miao's room, he recalled that due to Shi Miao's extraordinary maneuvers, the paintings dared not enter her chamber. Behind him, Ouyang Wei stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she desperately called out to Chun Shun, attempting to rouse his conscience. "These are merely the ghosts of a D-grade dungeon. If we persevere, I will surely survive." Yet, Chun Shun had no conscience. He plunged headlong into Shi Miao's room, completely disregarding Ouyang Wei, who had just attempted to save him. In utter despair and fury, Ouyang Wei was ultimately dragged into the wall by the painting, meeting her demise in a meager D-grade dungeon. Meanwhile, Chun Shun, who had successfully evaded death at the hands of the painting, felt no sense of satisfaction. He remained acutely aware of the ultimate goal for entering this dungeon. Merely completing it was insufficient. He sought the item that would allow him to escape his dire circumstances. Yet now he had not even glimpsed a high-grade item. As the situation spiraled beyond his control and the hope of finding a high-grade item dwindled, Chun Shun could no longer afford to gamble. Until that night, he had never envisioned that a D-grade dungeon could transform into such a terrifying spectacle by the second evening, rendering him utterly defenseless. Chapter 52. Fated Destiny in such a perilous environment. The quest for advanced artifacts proves exceedingly difficult, unless one could concentrate the wrath of all the malevolent spirits upon a single individual. Fortuitously, Chun Shun possesses an artifact capable of attracting the attention of these specters. Shi Miao had long been destined for death. From the very beginning, she had been targeted by the NPCs, surviving only through sheer luck. Perhaps it would be better to resolve his predicament by sacrificing her. After all, her power was not insignificant. Even if all the animosity of the spirits were directed at her, she might yet survive. With this thought in mind, Chun Chin fervently searched through Shi Miao's chamber. The artifact he possessed was a bell that required a strand of hair from a player to be bound to it. A gentle shake would suffice. After a careful search, he triumphantly located a hair. Elated, he quickly tied it to the bell. However, the more anxious he became, the more prone to error he was. The hair slipped through his fingers, and after 3 attempts, he barely managed to secure it. Just as he was about to lift the bell to shake it, a searing pain shot through his wrist. Chun Chun trembled as he gazed at his wrist. His hands had been severed by a blade, blood gushing from the wound, instantly soaking the hands that lay abandoned on the table. The pain was so intense that he could not even utter a cry. His voice had seemingly abandoned him. The abrupt transition from hope to despair was overwhelming, just as he believed he was on the cusp of transferring all calamities onto another. Reality cruelly delivered a slap to his face. "I have a sister," just as duplicitous and repugnant as you. A voice he had never heard before echoed from the doorway. Chun Chen's body was racked with pain, nearly convulsing, but this was far from the end. The Count sauntered in, his gloved hand devoid of warmth, yet imbued with formidable strength. Chun Chen's feeble struggles resembled those of a newly hatched chick, utterly futile against the butcher's blade. He was unable to retrieve any artifacts due to his severed hands, left helplessly watching as the Count disarmed him of his arms, grasping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. The Count, with a firm grip on Chun Chen's neck, dragged him toward the garden. The prolonged lack of oxygen caused Chun to begin rolling his eyes uncontrollably, his chest feeling like a ruptured windbag, each breath a dull ache. The pain was unbearable. Chun felt he was on the brink of death. Yet, he should not die like this, not when success was so tantalizingly close. He was a player with immense potential in the survival game. Even in the face of a fleeting pursuit, he had a solution. If only he could enter this instance, he could alter his fate. Wait, to change his fate. Just before the Count callously cast him into the garden to be devoured by roses, Chun suddenly realized. Altering the pursuit could very well mean that he would perish within this instance. After all, no one would pursue a corpse. However, despite his newfound understanding, escape was no longer an option. He had harmed too many. His initial trepidation gradually dulled into a sense of correctness in his actions. Yet, one cannot tread by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. When he encountered a boss who harbored an intense loathing for those who inflicted harm upon their companions, Chun fate had been predetermined from the outset. The bloodthirsty roses surged toward him, drawn by the scent of flesh, their roots ensnaring Chun. Sharp thorns piercing his body, greedily siphoning his lifeblood. The defiance in Chun's eyes finally extinguished. He was dead. The Count observed Chun's struggles diminish, and only after he had succumbed did he exhale softly. He was no longer the yearning child who sought love and understanding. As for his sister, Count Blair felt no guilt. His methods, though harsh, were justified. How could his sister fancy a mere stable boy? Such a disgrace to the Blair family. Not only that, her actions had incited his wrath. Count Blair took measured steps toward the place where Chu Tinghai was supposed to stand. High-tier players often possess hidden cards. Chu Tinghai refrained from confronting Count Blair directly, not wishing to expend his vital artifacts in a low-tier instance. However, once the Count had departed, freeing himself from confinement would be a trivial task for Chu Tinghai. Though he was uncertain of Count Blair's intentions post-departure, he had no time to ponder. Chu Tinghai hurriedly grabbed a bucket of watering can and dashed toward Shi Miao. Upon nearing, he was surprised to see that Shi Miao and Lu Zian were not nearly as beleaguered as he had imagined. Lu Zian, inclined toward support roles, had no advantage against the swarm of insects. Despite just emerging from an instance, one's strengths and talents were easily discernible, and it was evident that Lu Zian excelled in assisting Shi Miao's attacks. Logically, he should have been covered in wounds by now. The dismembering insects had a straightforward method of attack. They would opportunistically gnaw at a player's body, each insect following the previous one closely, creating a complete line of blood. Thus, when a complete bloodline was formed, a part of the player's body would be severed. Yet, Lu Zian bore only a few minor wounds, with blood loss insufficient to agitate the flowers in the garden. This was solely thanks to Shi Miao's output. Players in a survival plan possess diverse roles, facilitating immersion into the game. Mages, melee assassins, ranged marksmen, support, healing nurturers, and intellectual strategists who contribute through reasoning rather than combat. Typically, players with high intelligence assume command roles within a team, their combat prowess generally lower, necessitating careful protection from their allies. Chu Tinghai had initially believed Shi Miao to be a player of a similar role. However, the girl before him defied all notions of low combat ability. Clutching a mere playing card, akin to wielding a dagger, with insect corpses littering the ground, she continued to slaughter without a hint of concern. Was this truly the delicate, fragile girl he once knew? He should have anticipated it. Anyone who could capture the attention of the icy and perverse Shanghong, accompanying him to meals and pursuing instances, was certainly no ordinary individual. Chapter 53. flower picking. Even though Shi Miao possessed a formidable combat awareness, her current abilities remained limited, and the pace at which she could clear the encroaching roses was inherently constrained. However, with the addition of the advanced player Chu Tinghai, the situation was nearly transformed in an instant. Chu Tinghai retrieved a long whip from his inventory, igniting it with a flick of his fingertip, flames roaring to life along its length. The red-haired youth wielded the whip with great force, and the blinding light engulfed the area, swiftly incinerating the swarm of dismemberment insects. With the majority of the threat neutralized, the remaining few insects were easily dispatched by Shi Miao, who hurriedly declared, "Flower picking," before placing them into the gift box in her room. She felt a twinge of revulsion towards these grotesque creatures, which led her to utilize only a single card. The Three of Clubs. This habit had been cultivated during her time in the apocalyptic stage. Every card she played could be reclaimed. However, despite any enhancement, it remained merely a piece of paper, often becoming soiled. Thus, Shi Miao's deck was gradually diminished. Yet, this was of little concern, for she possessed an abundance of playing cards, with her true treasure lying in her unique talent, cursing. In the realm of magicians, they could transform their spoken words into reality, both on and off the stage. In a sense, Shi Miao's talent paralleled that of a word spirit, though her abilities surpassed mere props and were considerably more challenging to counter. Consequently, any player encountering Shi Miao would silently lament their fate. However, few players had actually seen her. In Shi Miao's recollection, the apocalyptic stage had existed for a decade. Yet the total number of players who had entered barely exceeded 100, and those who had approached her were fewer than a handful. For this reason, her playing cards had not been excessively depleted, and with ample magical props at her disposal, she hadn't felt the need to replace her attack card. However, the time card served as a unique prop that, unlike her talent, diminished with each use. Shi Miao longed to be frugal, but she had no desire to retain a card that had been used against a horde of repulsive insects. She briefly felt a pang of sympathy for the discarded Three of Clubs before promptly turning to pick flowers. The watering can only maintain their docile labor, while the act of flower picking naturally provoked the roses. Towering 2 meters high, the roses advanced menacingly, their roots swelling into tree-like bulges, obstructing the player's retreat. Their sharp thorns glinted mercilessly, eager to teach these audacious intruders a lesson. Shi Miao would not indulge their foul temper. Without hesitation, she produced the scissors that the system had placed in her wardrobe. The gift box was simply too large to carry, yet a pair of scissors was easily manageable. Since Shi Miao had realized that the core of breaking the Count's obsession lay in offering roses, the scissors had never left her side. This foresight held significant importance at this moment. Although the D-grade dungeon was considerably more challenging than the novice dungeon, it remained the lowest tier among advanced dungeons. The system would not overly hinder players after the main storyline was initiated. Thus, the scissors proved remarkably effective against the roses in the garden, allowing her to easily sever them. Initially, Shi Miao tested the waters by casually snipping a flower, only to discover that the fluid oozing from the cut was not a transparent slime, but rather a rusty, blood-like substance. It was evident that the bones buried within the garden had indeed become part of the floral fertilizer. Angered by the assault, the roses grew even more furious. The rose-filled garden had initially been quite difficult to navigate, but due to the earlier chaos caused by the trio, many of the roses had been damaged, creating spaces for evasion. Shi Miao had no intention of directly confronting these endless roses. Instead, she adeptly evaded their attacks, swiftly reaching the rose she had previously set her sights on. This particular bloom was a budding rose on the verge of blooming, its hue a vibrant red. As the branches closed in behind her, Shi Miao's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding an imminent strike. The roses in the garden grew increasingly frenzied, the blood moon overhead appearing to draw nearer, its size visibly expanding. She could no longer afford to delay. After evading the pursuing roses for a few laps, Shi Miao seized the opportunity, swiftly cutting the falling branch, ignoring the potential for injury from the rose's sharp thorns. She grasped the flower and dashed toward Lu Ziyan. Although Chu Tinghai had not brought scissors, he had sufficient points to purchase a pair from a system store. While not as effective as the scissors provided by the system, they sufficed to resolve the issue. Lu Zian, on the other hand, was in a dire predicament. Without scissors or enough points to acquire them, he could only hide and wait for Shi Miao's assistance. Spotting Lu Zian's position, Shi Miao called out, "Catch!" As he turned, she hurled the scissors towards him. Her aim was as precise as ever. Lu Zian raised his hand to catch them effortlessly before turning to sprint toward the rose he had chosen. Meanwhile, Shi Miao, having completed her task, began her frantic dash towards the exit. Without the diluted blood to soothe them, the roses, awakened by pain, became utterly frenzied. They extended their branches, recklessly growing upward and outward, their thorns etching deep grooves into the ground, swiftly creating an impenetrable vacuum zone. Once Shi Miao burst out of the garden, she paused to catch her breath, leaning against her knee as she glanced back at the villa. Having been preoccupied during the frantic moments, she had not considered the events transpiring within the villa, but now that she was temporarily safe, she couldn't help but recall the earlier screams. That had been Ouyang Wei's voice, observing Lin Hai and Lu Zian, who had successfully collected flowers but were still struggling against the rampant growth of the roses. Shi Miao sighed. Even if the two within the villa were still alive, given the current state of the rose garden, they had no chance of picking flowers to complete the final task and achieve victory. Ouyang Wei and Chen Shun were doomed. Truthfully, Shi Miao had anticipated this outcome long ago. In some respects, she had even indirectly facilitated it. Prior to the night's operation, she had privately approached Ouyang Wei, informing her of the night's significance and urging her to join in the flower picking. After all, with the sardine props, they were unlikely to be detected by the dismemberment insects, making it no more dangerous to hide outside than to remain within the villa. The most perilous role was hers to bear, while the second most dangerous task was assigned to Lu Zian. Chapter 54. The assault of Sarah. However, Ouyang Wei firmly declined. She could never believe that a D-level instance would culminate in a final confrontation on the second night. She suspected that Shi Miao was merely deceiving her, intending to use her to attract the attention of the malevolent spirits. Thus, she chose to remain in the villa, ultimately paying the price for her decision when the blood moon arose. In truth, Shi Miao had long since deduced how to navigate through the instance from fragmented clues. Yet she refrained from voicing her conclusions at that time. On one hand, she indeed lacked sufficient evidence and was reluctant to present an uncertain conclusion. On the other hand, her silence was deliberate. She had observed Chun Chen's targeting of her from the very beginning of the instance. After living for over 20 years, she was accustomed to being feared and respected by others. Never had anyone considered using her as a mere stepping stone. Shi Miao regarded herself as embodying a villainous mindset. When others treated her well, she would naturally reciprocate. However, when confronted with deliberate malice, she would not let it slide. Initially, she contemplated allowing Chun Shun to unwittingly step into a death trap to be slain by the instance's malevolent spirits. Yet, after grasping the background story of the instance, her thoughts took a turn. The Count of Blair had been betrayed by someone close to him, which transformed him into a child, consumed by anger and unresolved obsessions, thus entering the survival program. Therefore, if he were to witness someone committing murder right beneath his nose, the consequences would be dire. She would not actively harm others nor tarnish her own hands with blood. However, those of poor character would ultimately face the repercussions of their deeds. Shi Miao, we got it, let us go. Lu Zian's booming voice jolted Shi Miao from a reverie. She looked up and smiled faintly, concealing the darkness in her eyes. Then let us return to the villa. On their way back, the trio encountered the Count, who was dragging a barely conscious Chun Shun by the neck. They quickly concealed themselves within the Count's blind spot to observe furtively. Chun Shun appeared to have succumbed to temporary unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss, with the Count holding him as one might a feeble chick. Is the Count heading to the garden? Lu Zian queried in a hushed tone. Shi Miao gave a barely perceptible nod. It was evident that Chun Shun could not be saved. Even Chu Tinghai, a seasoned player, dared not confront the boss for long, let alone the two novices, Shi Miao and Lu Zian. Moreover, even if there were a chance to save him, None of the three wished to risk their lives for someone who had previously attempted to harm them. Thus, they cautiously circumvented the area and continued toward the villa. However, just as they were about to reach the villa's entrance, Chu Tinghai turned back and gestured. It indicated the presence of someone. After finding suitable cover, Shi Miao cautiously peered out toward the villa. She noticed the butler pacing at the entrance. Evidently, anyone wishing to enter the villa through the main door would have to pass by him. The butler's prowess was well known. Sun Xiao had met his end without even a chance to struggle. Lu Zian pointed toward the laundry room. There was a small door. It was likely guarded by the maid Sarah, though her attack power remained uncertain. Yet, there were no other options. They were not yet skilled enough to scale the walls. Nor had they awakened any climbing talents, rendering them powerless against the villa's solid exterior. Shi Miao crouched back, tugging at the two youths beside her, signaling them to follow her a few steps away. Their current position was precarious. The butler could discover them at any moment, making tactical discussions impossible. Once they reached a relatively safe corridor of the estate, Lu Zian lowered his voice to ask, "Do you think we can defeat the maid Sarah?" Chu Tinghai responded, "As for you, Lu Zian, after some consideration, Sarah could probably take you down with a single punch." Lu Zian was momentarily speechless. However, noticing the look of exasperation on Lu Zian's face, Chu Tinghai added, "I should be able to handle her. Here's the plan. I'll hold Sarah off while you two grab the gift box, and don't forget to bring mine along." This was indeed the best course of action. After swiftly finalizing their escape route, they made their way toward the small door leading to the laundry room. Their movements were light, drawing no attention. Sarah was indeed present. She stood by a large wooden tub filled with freshly laundered clothes and a washing stick, leisurely hanging the garments on a drying rack, humming an inconsequential tune, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within the estate. Chu Tinghai glanced back, noticing Shi Miao subtly shaking her head. Sarah appeared to differ slightly from the Count and the butler. Perhaps they did not necessarily need to engage her in combat. Shi Miao cautiously edged along the wall toward the doorway, her movements deft and silent, successfully avoiding detection by Sarah. Just as Sarah bent down to retrieve another piece of clothing, Shi Miao seized the opportunity to rush into the villa. By the time Sarah sensed something and glanced toward the entrance, the girl's figure had already vanished from her line of sight. Seeing that Shi Miao had succeeded, Chu Tinghai and Lu Zian prepared to mimic her movements and slip inside. However, as they emerged from their concealment to sprint toward the entrance, Sarah, still half-bent, unexpectedly turned her gaze directly upon them. The maid was even more imposing than the two male NPCs within the estate, and when her large, emotionless eyes fell upon Lu Zian, he felt his heart plummet. Sarah grasped the washing stick, and her previously carefree demeanor vanished. Chu Tinghai quickly reacted, shoving Lu Zian aside as he drew out his whip, charging forward. Run, just as we discussed. They had previously strategized how to distribute roles should a confrontation arise. Chu Tinghai, being a top-tier player, possessed ample survival gear, and holding off a minor boss in a D-level instance for 30 minutes was certainly within his capabilities. Lu Zian, suddenly enlightened, realized he had experienced too few instances. The shock from encountering malevolent spirits often rendered him dazed, requiring reminders from others to recall the necessity of escape. This was something he needed to improve upon, but that was a concern for another time after they returned to the safety of the player's leisure space. Prompted by Chu Tinghai, Lu Zian refrained from saying more, seizing the opportunity created by his companion and sprinting toward the villa. His physical condition was commendable, even without enhancements like the advanced players. His speed was impressive. Yet, despite his swiftness, he narrowly avoided being struck by the oncoming Sarah, only saved by Chu Tinghai's whip that intervened just in time. Chapter 55. The gift box. Without even a moment to express his gratitude, Lu Zian hastily dashed into the villa. Upon witnessing his successful entry, Chu Tinghai wielded his whip and forcefully redirected the attention of the furious maid, Sarah, back to himself. Sarah roared in anger, her body swelling ominously as if she might burst through her maid's attire. Chu Tinghai shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Curse it! The system should not arrange for such grotesque apparitions. Gritting his teeth, he continued to grapple with her, though unease gnawed at him. The scenario had evidently reached its climax. Yet, as Ouyang Wei had surmised, a D-class exploration instance should not culminate in a final battle on the second night. Exploration instances typically require the accumulation of substantial information to complete, and he had heard whispers of the Spade Manor instance, which was generally expected to last about 5 days. Given the high repetition rates of lower-tier instances, the discussions in forums ought to be reliable unless this instance had leveled up, reflecting on the actions taken to lure out the true count. Even Chu Tinghai felt a pang of regret, his attack slowing for a moment, nearly resulting in a blow from Sarah's weapon. He forced himself to dismiss such thoughts and focused intently on confronting the looming specter. Let level up. He had experienced instance upgrades before, nothing extraordinary. Yet, how could it be normal? Shi Miao was merely a novice who had just cleared a beginner instance. How could she have instigated an upgrade? Chu Tinghai was on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Shi Miao and Lu Ziyan successfully reunited. Noticing that only Lu Ziyan had returned, Shi Miao quickly deduced the recent events and wasted no time, leading Lu Ziyan as they rushed up to the second floor. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of chaotic bloodstains scattered across the floor. From these traces, it was not difficult to surmise the terrifying events that had transpired within the villa. Yet, the true peril on the second floor was not this. Lu Ziyan took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart, though he found it beyond his control. Shi Miao, his face paled as he attempted to shield her from the prying eyes of the oil paintings lining the dim corridor. You can retrieve 3 boxes on your own, can't you? The corridor was flanked by an array of oil paintings, their frames now reduced to grotesque close-ups of faces, as if they were stepping out of the canvas into reality, on the verge of breaking free from their confines. With only faces remaining, the features were exaggerated, the bulging eyes tracking the movements of the pair ascending from the first floor. The nearest painting had already begun to extend its arm toward them. Unlike the previous day, when blood was needed to ensnare players, the arrival of the blood moon had significantly enhanced the painting's abilities, allowing them to reach out directly to seize the players. This is my question to you. Shi Miao emerged from behind Lu Ziyan, her wrist flexing as she flung a card with force. With a sharp sound, the card pinned the advancing arm to the wall. Shi Miao understood Lu Ziyan's intent. He wished to emulate Lin Hai, holding back the paintings while she seized the opportunity to retrieve the gift box. If Lu Ziyan indeed possessed greater strength in this regard, Shi Miao would not contest him. However, given the sheer number of paintings, her chances of success were far greater. Armed only with a long knife coated in poison, Lu Ziyan had little advantage against the paintings, especially considering his numerous injuries. Having traversed 2 instances together, Shi Miao was acutely aware of his weaknesses in both character and combat prowess. Hence, she resolved to provoke the paintings, drawing their ire toward herself, compelling Lu Ziyan to procure the gift box. As anticipated, the expressions of the injured paintings contorted in an instant, glaring at Shi Miao with fury and malice. An increasing number of paintings reached out towards her, even those further back joining in this near ambush. Observing Shi Miao's struggle to evade their grasp, and seeing her dwindling supply of cards, Lu Ziyan could hesitate no longer. He plunged into the room. Shi Miao, too, shed her constraints. In a decisive moment, with no time to ponder the consequences of her actions, she seized the opportunity to fling her cards, pinning the bloodied arms to the wall. Her movements were light and fluid, deftly avoiding the attacks of the paintings. Yet, within moments, she realized this strategy was insufficient, perhaps due to the blood moon's influence. The blood that had previously incapacitated the paintings now merely allowed new arms to sprout forth quickly. In a moment of carelessness, one of the paintings seized her ankle, yanking her down to the ground. In a desperate struggle, she was pulled toward the wall, her knees striking painfully, skin breaking and bleeding from the force of the tug. Realizing she could not escape, Shi Miao drew her jagged dagger and plunged it into the bloodied arm restraining her. As the arm recoiled in pain, she swiftly rolled to her feet, extracting the dagger and targeting the core of the painting. If attacking the manifestations proved futile, perhaps it was time to assault the paintings themselves. Yet this course of action only resulted in more wounds upon her body. Originally a mage skilled in ranged attacks from the safety of the crowd, she now found herself forced into close combat, hacking and slashing at the paintings. With each swing of her blade and kick to evade their strikes, what felt like mere minutes stretched into an eternity. Alone, she could only contend with one painting at a time, while the seemingly endless assault of the others threatened to overwhelm her frail form. In no time, she was covered in injuries, her dress stained dark red with blood. Fortunately, just as she was on the verge of complete exhaustion, unable to even grip her dagger, Lu Zian burst from his room, clutching 3 gift boxes in his arms. Chapter 56. The emotionless one. He clutched a gift box under one arm, held 2 more in his left hand, and then reached out to half-drag, half-support the weary Shi Miao to her feet. Keep moving, just a bit longer. To be frank, Lu Zian was genuinely startled by Shi Miao's disheveled appearance when he rushed out with the gift boxes. The young girl looked as though she had been submerged in a pool of blood, her hair stained crimson, rendering her a sight of utter disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and intended to flee. Naturally, Shi Miao summoned the last vestiges of her strength, striving to accompany him downstairs. However, as she turned, her movement faltered. Not far ahead on the staircase stood the imposing Count Brawler, grasping a cane, silently observing their pitiful state. "Miss Shi Miao." The Count smiled faintly. "How about accompanying me for a stroll?" Regarding the unfolding situation, Shi Miao would aptly describe it as a cross-realm social gathering. Or rather, a boss negotiation. Under the ominous glow of the blood moon, the ravaged rose garden exuded a somber beauty. The Count slowed his pace, remarking, "Miss Shi Miao, you've rather made a mess of my garden. Should you not consider some form of compensation?" His tone betrayed no discernible emotion, prompting Shi Miao to cautiously inquire, "What sort of compensation do you seek?" The Count turned his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps you could share your story. For instance, how did the infamous boss of the apocalypse stage find her way to me?" Shi Miao's pupils dilated, her fingers instinctively curling. "You know me?" The Count nodded. "I know a thing or two." Shi Miao found herself perplexed by how Count Brawler had come to know of her. The apocalypse stage was unlike any conventional realm. It lacked a defined narrative backdrop, and even the bosses were vying for their positions. The clown Eric hailed from the late 19th century, the magician Shi Miao from the modern era, while the black cat Ilo originated from the future, all set against a medieval backdrop. If one were to draw connections, it could be said that Eric and Count Brawler might share a common origin, yet that too seemed incongruous. Until now, Shi Miao had never heard of different realm bosses exchanging information. Perhaps sensing her confusion, Count Brawler, who had initially appeared nonchalant, grew earnest. "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that you are unaware of how you arrived here?" Shi Miao nodded in honesty. There was no point in deceit. After all, in terms of both information and strength, she could not surpass Brawler, and thus could only comply. "I truly do not know. It felt as though I fell asleep and awoke in a realm. This is my second experience within such a realm." Count Brawler was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Just as Shi Miao recalled, all the monstrous beings in the previous survival plan were only aware of the information pertaining to their respective realms, entirely ignorant of others, and had scant knowledge of the overarching survival plan. They remembered only who they were and what they had endured, and beyond that, they were in the dark. However, all of this changed with the departure of a particular realm boss. Both players and bosses firmly believed that monsters could not leave their designated realms. Indeed, even the survival plan harbored this belief. In a sense, the monsters were laboring for the survival plan without recompense, trapped in an endless cycle of confronting their past traumas. Yet, even if their obsessions dissipated, those unwilling to maintain their realms did not retire. Their souls were harvested by the system as energy, converted into points for the players, while their bodies faded into the void, forgotten and unremembered. Monsters who departed from the survival plan effectively ceased to exist, devoid of even their souls. Yet, one named Shi Miao escaped this fated existence, and it was said that her worth surpassed that of hundreds of other realm bosses combined. This was because Shi Miao was a being devoid of obsession and emotion, yet capable of generating boundless energy. Among all timelines, beings, and monsters, she was the most extraordinary. She resembled a perpetual motion machine, As long as she existed, she could provide ceaseless energy. But now, this invaluable machine was lost. For reasons unknown, the monitoring system of the survival plan had failed to locate Shi Miao. Every monster entering the survival plan was forcibly bound by a soul contract. Yet even so, the system could not detect her presence in any corner of the game. Uncertain whether Shi Miao had fled to the real world or another realm, the system made an exception and disseminated her basic information to all realm bosses, seeking their assistance in apprehending her. However, the boss of the first realm, Qingmu University, Shun Qing, never revealed her whereabouts, even when tempted by the system's alluring rewards. Now, Count Blair fell silent. He had taken notice of Shi Miao from the very beginning. The system, unlike humans and monsters, could only rely on programmed searches. Any being capable of emotion could easily discern their kind. Thus, even if Shang Hung had not intervened in this realm, Count Blair would have sought ways to have Shi Miao assume the position closest to him, enabling him to observe this runaway of his kind more closely. Though the developments had diverged from his expectations, Blair had witnessed everything that transpired with Shang Hung and Shi Miao, including that magical performance. Having long surpassed the age of needing affection, he understood that what was lost was irrevocably gone, an obsession that could never be alleviated. It was precisely for this reason that the Spade Manor, a D-grade realm, continued to exist. However, Count Blair's character was rather amiable. Due to a curse, he could only reclaim his adult form on the night of the blood moon. Prior to that, he was confined to a child's body, his strength diminished as well. Blair would choose whether to accept the roses plucked by players on this night based on their conduct in the preceding days. Those who behaved well and genuinely sought to help him alleviate his obsession, even if lacking in strength, could earn his approval. As for duplicitous players who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, they would meet a fate akin to that of Chun Chun. Each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Chapter 57. The Spirit Pen. Did you know that, in the eyes of the system, you are a self-serving specter? Blair gazed at the girl, disheveled from the fight, his voice slightly hoarse. Initially, I believed you to be akin to my sister. Blair had assumed that Shi Miao would be colder than any creature or specter. Yet, she exhibited more humanity than many of the living. Shi Miao paused, recalling her former self. The repetitive nature of her life and the similarity among players had long extinguished her thirst for knowledge and curiosity for an extended period. She had indeed adopted a Buddhist-like detachment. She felt like a soulless entity, adrift on the stage of an apocalypse for so long that she could scarcely remember how she had arrived at this instance. But when did the change begin? You have lost a fragment of your memory, asserted Count Blair, and you do not even recall the loss itself. Shi Miao lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her bright eyes. You are correct, she replied softly. In truth, during her last instance, when she glimpsed peculiar images in the mirror, doubts about her memories had begun to surface. However, the continuity of her recollections and the consistency of her mindset and habits led Shi Miao to believe that perhaps the mirror had erred. Yet now, Count Blair's words illuminated the fact that she had indeed undergone transformation, particularly in her emotional depth. Her feelings were now exceedingly rich, rekindling a curiosity that had long been dulled by time. Might it be conceivable that she was no longer 21 years old, having completely lost a year's worth of memories, thus failing to notice the anomaly? Observing Shi Miao's genuine ignorance, Count Blair shook his head in resignation. Well, I had not harbored much hope. Please show me the gift you prepared. He had lingered in the Spade Manor for far too long. The hatred and resentment of you were almost forgotten. His parents, who had never valued him, had passed away early, and his sister had perished in a fire. As for his sister's beloved, he had been torn apart by a parasitic creature, reduced to a solitary head and a dismembered arm in a cryogenic chamber. Even he was condemned to confront wave after wave of players in the guise of a child, only reverting to his true form during the final battle. On the night of the blood moon, Count Blair lifted his gaze to the crimson full moon. The night would soon pass, and he would revert to his youthful appearance. Nothing would differ from before. He awaited Shi Miao to produce the delicate gift box, only to discover she had extracted a pen, an A-grade item, the Spirit Pen, usable once every 2 days, with a 50 chance of manifesting her spoken words into reality. The last time Shi Miao had wielded the spirit pen was just after leaving Tsinghua University, and now it was precisely 2 days later, allowing her to use it once more. Her previous attempt involved stating her height, which had predictably failed, yet, upon returning the pen to her inventory, a line of text had appeared. The ratio of players who witnessed and believed in the spirit must exceed 2:1 for it to succeed. Upon reading this, Shi Miao immediately grasped the reason for her failure. She herself had lacked belief in her height change, thus the spirit could not succeed. Only if more than half of those present believed her words could her spirit succeed. Turning to the garden, she spoke softly, "I cannot provide you with the emotions you desire, so initially, I intended to prepare a dessert for you." "Oh." The Count glanced sideways. And then, Shi Miao replied honestly, "But I cannot cook. At most, I can offer you a warm cup of milk." Count Blair paused, the usually stoic figure finding amusement in the girl's candor. A cup of milk as a gift seemed rather perfunctory. "Well, I shall prepare for you the most beautiful rose." Upon hearing her words, Count Blair and Apo's gaze fell upon the garden. The once lush garden had been so ravaged that its original splendor was unrecognizable. Finding even a single complete rose would prove difficult. "You truly do not wish to leave, do you?" Count Blair could not help but remark, although he harbored no anger towards Shi Miao for her destruction of the garden. Should she merely pluck a rose to fulfill her obligation, he would not allow her to depart. For him, sincerity was paramount. Yet, Shi Miao gestured behind her, and Lu Zian and Chu Tinghai, who had been lingering in the distance, approached. The girl held a beautifully crafted gift box, her voice resonating clearly in the tranquil manner. "This rose in my hand is the most exquisite in the entire garden. 53-100, success, although your statement may seem improbable. Since both you and Lu Zian firmly believe it to be true, Lady Luck has smiled upon you, allowing your words to manifest." Shi Miao extended the gift box to Count Blair, noticing the disbelief etched on his face, and offered no further explanation, simply stating, "You know, I am a magician." "The role of a magician is to deceive," Count Blair retorted without reservation. Shi Miao remained unperturbed. "Perhaps I am not deceiving you. Perhaps I truly possess magic." The confidence exuded by the young girl stirred something within Count Blair. Perhaps her claims held truth. After all, she was the most unique boss within the entire survival plan. Even having lost her memories, her mere presence before him attested to her capabilities. It was possible that Shi Miao was indeed misleading him. For magicians excel at discerning the hearts of others, subtly shifting perceptions while the audience is unaware, rendering everything a mere fabrication. Yet, the sincerity and earnestness in Shi Miao's gaze were undeniable. Though she presented a disheveled appearance, the bloodstains could not obscure her innate pride and allure. Despite her lack of worldly experience, Shi Miao embodied the innocence and naivety of youth, while simultaneously radiating the grace and elegance of a young woman. Her composure lent weight to her words, making them trustworthy and convincing. A fleeting doubt passed through Count Blair's mind, but he ultimately chose to believe in Shi Miao's assertions. Anticipation stirred within him for the rose she had presented, yet he wished to conceal his curiosity from the ordinary players, thus prompting Lu Zian and Chu Tinghai. "What are your gifts? Present them quickly, so he may send you away from this instance while he unpacks his." Lu Zian and Chu Tinghai exchanged bewildered glances, neither comprehending the extraordinary developments unfolding before them. Chapter 58. Recapitulation. It was only moments ago that they were engaged in a desperate struggle, fighting tooth and nail to preserve their lives from the clutches of malevolent entities. How had the situation metamorphosed into one where the dungeon's overlord was now urging them to fulfill their mission? Lu Zian vividly recalled the sheer terror that had gripped him upon first beholding the Earl. The Earl's gaze had been frigid, devoid of any warmth, regarding them as if they were already deceased, a stark contrast to his current disposition, relaxed, almost carefree, like a child eagerly anticipating a gift. While immersing oneself in the narrative's milieu would reveal the Earl's profound yearning for affection, was he not now their adversary? Despite their perplexity, they understood the paramount importance of the present task. Although Shi Miao's gift box remained unopened, Blair Earl had inspected the offerings from Lu Zian and Chu Tinghai. It was evident that they had exerted their utmost efforts to procure exquisite roses, and despite minor imperfections, their beauty was undeniable. Blair Earl refrained from critiquing the gifts, accepting them nonetheless. He then turned to Shi Miao, signaling her to commence the narration. Chu Tinghai, fearing Shi Miao might have misunderstood, whispered, "We need to recount the dungeon boss's past. If there are no glaring inaccuracies, we should be able to clear the dungeon." Shi Miao acknowledged with a hum, composed herself, and began her account. The master of the Spades Manor is Blair Earl, who was deprived of familial affection and recognition from a young age. As a staunch advocate of aristocratic privilege, he insisted on marriages of equal standing, a stance that clashed with his sister's aspiration for equality and pursuit of free love. As Shi Miao spoke, Chu Tinghai furtively tightened his grip on his long whip, poised for action. He had conquered numerous exploration dungeons, and he knew that beyond the initial perils, the recapitulation phase was equally fraught with the risk of being attacked by the boss. The reason these entities were eligible for the survival program, aside from their inherent strength, was often their tragic past or their profound wickedness. Consequently, the act of recounting their history could easily trigger a violent outburst. However, Blair Earl's reaction defied Chu Tinghai's expectations. The Earl listened impassively to Shi Miao's narration, his countenance cold but devoid of any indication of hostility. Unable to accept his sister's desire to marry a commoner, the Earl confined her to the manor for introspection. Unwilling to hold a grudge against her brother, the sister discovered an ancient book of magical incantations within the villa. Shi Miao continued earnestly, oblivious to Chu Tinghai's readiness. By studying the summoning rituals within the book, the sister summoned a demon. At this juncture, Shi Miao paused briefly. The concept of demons, such ethereal beings, seemed non-existent in her own reality. This realization further solidified another hypothesis she held regarding the survival program. The dungeon content within the survival program was indeed diverse, originating from different eras. Of course, the players themselves might also hail from different timelines, although it appeared that each group of players could only encounter humans from the same era. Shi Miao exhaled, refocusing her attention on the present. The demon fulfilled the sister's wish, transforming the Earl into an incompetent child, but in return, the demon claimed the sister's life as payment through a conflagration. The Earl interjected with a query, "What of my sister's beloved?" In truth, the players had not unearthed definitive evidence to ascertain whether the sister's beloved was alive or dead. Their exploration time was severely limited, and even the background information they possessed was largely based on Shi Miao's conjectures. Nevertheless, Shi Miao responded swiftly. The sister's beloved perished at the hands of the dismemberment worms. The head from last night, along with the arms in the freezer, belonged to him. This conclusion was drawn from the fact that both the head and the arms in the freezer were mediocre and prone to provocation. Within the narrative of Spades Manor, the sister's beloved occupied a significant portion of the plot, yet the only defining characteristic he possessed was his lowly status. It seemed that all conflicts stemmed from Blair Earl and his sister, while the beloved remained entirely in the shadows. But this was incongruous. It was implausible for someone to emerge unscathed from the midst of a noble family's internal strife. It was more likely that the beloved was a troublemaker who instigated conflict between the two sides, only to be eliminated by the demon or the Earl. Furthermore, the head and the arms in the freezer displayed malice and arrogance upon their initial appearance, and they would not have yielded had Shi Miao not subdued and intimidated them. On the first night, when she had limited information, Shi Miao found the variety of entities within the dungeon to be excessively diverse, and she was particularly perplexed by the appearance of the head. The dungeons within the survival program did not provide useless information without a purpose. For instance, if a teacher's surname was Wu, it implied a connection to Wu Xingnuo, who had suffered harm in the narrative. Similarly, the same reasoning could be applied to infer other connections. Thus, even without explicit information to confirm that the fragmented body parts belonged to the sister's beloved, Shi Miao responded with unwavering certainty. Blair Earl nodded gently. "Yes, the recapitulation is accurate. Your exploration was correct. Shi Miao, I wish to speak with you for a few more moments before sending you on your way." As Shi Miao also desired to converse with Blair Earl privately, she obediently walked a few steps away with him once more. Blair was still deliberating on his words when Shi Miao spoke first. I am aware that players can generally only enter the same dungeon once. Indeed, Blair Earl replied, raising his head. Thus, this is likely our final encounter. To such a shrewd individual, Shi Miao's expression betrayed her innermost thoughts, prompting Blair to add, do not entertain the notion of meeting again in the future. You are unaware of how you even managed to escape, let alone assist me in doing so. Shi Miao lowered her eyes, dejected. But you clearly yearn to experience the world outside. Blair was taken aback, a wry smile spreading across his face. I see that you discern that. I suspected as much from the moment you asked me how I managed to escape the doomsday stage, Shi Miao replied, her spirits still low. How long have you been confined here? Blair Earl found himself unable to provide an answer. He had been trapped within the game for so long that his memories and edges had been thoroughly eroded by the relentless passage of time. Initially, he had been rigid and severe, treating the players who ventured into his domain with utter disdain. At that time, Spade's Manor had been designated as a B-level dungeon due to its high mortality rate. But gradually, Blair had grown weary. He was tired of the monotonous repetition of his existence, and he no longer desired to revert to his true form only on the night of the blood moon. Chapter 59. The Spade Manor. End. The Earl of Blair yearned to glimpse the world outside, yet he found himself trapped, with no means of escape and no one to dispel his obsessions, offering him liberation. What he craved was genuine affection, yet within the confines of this realm, no one was willing to bestow upon him heartfelt sentiments, be it friendship or love. Even if there were a few players among the multitude willing to show kindness to a mere boss of the dungeon, they would not offer their hearts after a mere week's acquaintance. The blood moon cycled every 7 days, and such a fleeting span of time rendered his fixation inescapable. Upon realizing that he might be doomed to repeat the same existence for eternity, the Earl succumbed to apathy. He ceased to be troubled by the players' actions, delegating most responsibilities to the butler and Sarah while primarily observing the characters of the players, ultimately discarding those of ill repute. He had become, in essence, the moral arbiter of the dungeon. It was precisely due to the Earl's indifference that the Spade Manor dungeon plummeted from a B grade to a D grade. Had it not been for Shi Miao, perhaps one day it would even be deemed a novice dungeon. I have lingered here for 70 or 80 years, perhaps. The Earl sighed, self-mockingly adding, in the realm of Huagua, I would be considered an elder, and my passing would likely be celebrated. Shi Miao remained silent. Accustomed to the child in Appo's reckless behavior, Blair found her current demeanor peculiar and wished to restore her vivacity. Thus, he reached out and patted her shoulder, saying, I did not summon you merely to share in my turmoil. Bring forth the playing cards. Instantly alert, Shi Miao asked, Do you intend to take them from me? The Earl replied, somewhat exasperated, Do I truly lack such trivial pieces of paper? Did you not misplace several cards? I merely replaced them for your convenience. How can you be certain I can take the cards outside? Shi Miao queried, puzzled. Blair raised an eyebrow. I genuinely wonder if you're even a boss. Shi Miao remained half in the dark. The Earl sighed, realizing that he could not simply cast aside the rare company he had found. Despite her apparent foolishness, she could still be guided. Although age was seldom a matter of concern among spirits, by mere years, he could indeed be her grandfather. With patience, the Earl explained, if it is permitted by the dungeon boss for a player to take an item, then that player may indeed carry it away. This is also. He paused subtly, recalling the impudent youth who had previously handed Shi Miao the cards. He usurped my position and was thus automatically deemed the boss by the system, which is why you're allowed to take the items he granted you. Shi Miao's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Oh. She retrieved the deck, which was missing several cards, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your gift. Blair, being perceptive, recognized the girl was now intentionally flattering him. Yet, having been a noble for many years, he was accustomed to such adulation, remaining silent as he returned the cards to their original state before handing them back to her. The Spade Manor dungeon cycled every 7 days. Aside from the items gifted by the boss, everything else reverted to its original form, and he had merely expedited this process by a few hours. Enough has been said. It is time for you to depart. The Earl cast a glance at the girl beside him. If fate allows, we shall meet again. After bidding farewell to this batch of players, Blair flicked his fingers, causing the lingering remnants of the dismemberment insects to vanish, and the roses in the garden began to bloom anew. He returned to the villa and ascended to the third floor. There a skylight awaited him, through which young Blair and his sister often climbed to the roof to gaze at the stars. Yet, as adults, neither had returned to this place, for some things could never be reclaimed. The dawn light began to filter in, the blood moon obscured by clouds, soon to vanish entirely. Blair seated himself and slowly opened the gift box that Shi Miao had presented to him. To his surprise, within the box lay a splendidly vibrant rose alongside a letter. The rose was indeed breathtaking, yet Blair disregarded this exquisite gift, which had cost Shi Miao one of her precious spells, and hurriedly unfolded the letter, eager to discover her words. The contents of the letter were brief and somewhat hasty in their penmanship. This was hardly surprising, for all things considered. Shi Miao had spent merely 30 hours in this dungeon. The mere act of finding time to write a letter was astonishing in itself. The Earl began to read. Dear Earl Blair, greetings. As I write this letter, I was prepared to provoke you by destroying the garden in an attempt to draw you out, which is exceedingly rude. So I apologize in advance and hope you can forgive my recklessness. Upon reading this, the Earl raised an eyebrow. It was commendable that the young girl recognized the need to apologize. He continued onward. After learning of your experiences, I found myself in a period of turmoil. While I believe I can befriend many, for instance, I am friends with a little black cat. I am uncertain whether I can alleviate your obsessions since we have yet to meet. However, I wish to convey that you are the boss of this dungeon, and the entire realm can transform at your whim. So there is no need to confine your focus to people. If humans cannot bring us joy, then let us disregard them and play with others. As she penned her thoughts, Shi Miao's tone shifted from earnest to whimsical. She elaborated on the joys of petting cats, extolling the beauty of the rose garden, and recommending a book from decades hence, The Little Prince. Blair found himself amused by her words. The dull ache from his rejuvenated form momentarily forgotten. Yet, upon reaching the final line, he sighed and shook his head gently. Lastly, although familial ties have cursed you, friendship need not do so. I know an uncle named Eric, whose character resembles yours. I believe you two would connect well. If possible, I shall introduce you. Please remember to await my return. Each person's most cherished rose is unique. May you someday discover your own. Such a conclusion was something Blair would have never penned at the age of 10. Navigating across dungeons was not as simple as Shi Miao envisioned. Perhaps her innocence was a result of being spoiled by the uncle she mentioned, allowing her to remain blissfully naive despite her lost memories. One could hardly fault Eric for indulging her, Blair mused silently. Were he to have a daughter such as this, he would likely spoil her even more. Chapter 60. Personal Settlement. Ding. Congratulations to players Chu Tinghai, Shi Miao, and Lu Zian for successfully clearing the level. Commencing personal settlement. After being escorted out of the dungeon by Count Blair, Shi Miao once again found herself in the settlement space, awaiting the conclusion of the session. It took her a moment to realize that Lin Hai was indeed Chu Tinghai, a name that is remarkably distinctive. Like Shang Hung, he is among the elite players of the survival plan. It is no wonder that Shang Hung was certain the system would dispatch him to manage high-risk individuals, as few can rival Chu Tinghai's prowess. Having pondered this, she settled cross-legged on the ground. Although the area of the Spade Manor dungeon is not as expansive as that of Qingmu University, the exertion and frequency of combat required for a successful clearance demand far greater energy. While immersed in the challenges, Shi Miao had not felt fatigued, but once she relaxed, the desire to move faded away. She had sustained numerous injuries during her battles, primarily from rose thorns, and needed to address them swiftly to prevent inflammation. Despite the injuries being relatively minor, their sheer number was considerable. Comparing the points required for healing from her previous encounter, she had anticipated a hefty expenditure this time. To her surprise, however, it cost merely 600 points to mend all her wounds, a stark contrast to the 300 points spent previously for just a wrist and palm cut. It remains uncertain whether the system had been engaging in predatory pricing against newcomers or if the damage from B-grade items was simply more severe than that inflicted by ordinary monsters. Once Shi Miao had treated her injuries and changed into a clean outfit, the system and Oppo's settlement notifications reached their conclusion. Congratulations to player Shi Miao for successfully clearing the level and earning the title of King of Deception, along with a chance for a lottery draw. Due to her inability to dispel Count Blair's obsession, she received one less lottery opportunity than before. However, Shi Miao had come to accept this. Luck was not on her side, and additional lottery chances held little significance for her, serving only to exploit any weaknesses in common items she might find. For high-grade items, it was far more expedient to seek them within dungeons. Before her, the familiar sight of a colossal gasapon machine appeared. Shi Miao closed her eyes and made a random spin, resulting in an E-grade item. E-grade item, one-time aircraft. Utilizing this item grants a single flight opportunity, lasting 10 minutes. After using her lottery chance, the system continued to announce, "Congratulations to player Shi Miao for acquiring an A-grade growth-type attack item, time card." With a thought, Shi Miao retrieved the newly acquired time card from her inventory. The broken dagger had exhausted its uses during her confrontation with the oil painting and was now merely an ordinary dagger devoid of enhancements. Moreover, none of the remaining items obtained from the beginner's dungeon were attack-oriented. The arrival of the time card was a timely relief. The appearance of this card mirrored that of the one encountered in the dungeon, and after several cuts, she felt that its quality was on par with the previous cards. Shi Miao was elated. Not only was this card exquisitely crafted, but as an A-grade item, its inherent attacking capabilities were formidable. A-grade growth-type attack item. Time card. Every rose has its thorns, and so does the rose blooming on the dial of time. A mental attack item. When the target is struck by the card, they will gradually lose their sanity and, without the aid of a healing talent player, will descend into madness. The potency of this item lies in its dual capability to assail not only the body, but also the mind of the player. Since players with healing talents generally possess lower combat abilities, very few survive, and their talents may not even be applicable in this context. Thus, the special functionality of the card is indeed formidable. Coupled with the absence of a cooldown period, the time card serves as a powerful weapon. Shi Miao delightedly fanned the card, appreciating her remarkable acquisition. After practicing a few times and ensuring her hand speed remained consistent, she stored the card away and continued to listen to the system's announcements. Due to your participation, the Spade Manor dungeon has leveled up to C grade, and your point rewards have tripled. Congratulations to player Shi Miao for earning a total of 6,000 points. Congratulations to player Shi Miao for successfully clearing the C-grade dungeon Spade Manor, and the talent attribute function is now available. Please draw a talent card. The information conveyed by the system was rather overwhelming. Shi Miao had not anticipated that, despite entering a D-grade dungeon, she would emerge with a C-grade status. Currently, the known dungeon levels within the survival plan are classified as S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with C-grade representing a balanced level of difficulty among all dungeons. Just as novice players lack rights, C-grade dungeons serve as a watershed. Only those who successfully clear a C-grade dungeon through their own strength begin to glimpse the true nature of the survival plan, thereby gaining recognition from the system. Consequently, players who successfully clear C-grade dungeons are granted additional talent attributes. This talent skill is relatively straightforward to comprehend. For instance, the healing talent mentioned earlier, the judgment talent possessed by Shang Hung, and the prophecy talent held by seers. Humanity is a minuscule presence in the vast cosmos, with limited power and varying intelligence, often facing demise at the hands of monsters within dungeons. However, even with their limitations, each individual harbors unimaginable potential. The survival plan designates this potential as talent, transforming it into a controllable attribute. Thus, rather than viewing talent as the final mercy of the survival plan towards the players, it is more accurately perceived as a form of self-rescue through the utilization of one's own soul. Chapter 61. Talent Extraction. As for how that talent was chosen, Shi Miao gazed at the hundreds of tarot-like cards before her. a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. You have 5 minutes to examine the cards. Afterwards, all the tarot cards will be shuffled, and you may draw one at random. The system's notion of a random draw was undeniable for Shi Miao, yet her lips curled upward in anticipation. Was this akin to comparing eyesight with a magician? While she had no means to manipulate a capsule toy machine, this method of extraction seemed exceedingly simple for her. Seizing the moment, Shi Miao swiftly scanned the names of the talents displayed on the cards, successfully locating the one she desired: time control. There were numerous suitable talents among the tarot cards, but the cursed talent she was accustomed to could effectively be replaced by the word spirit pin, relegating it to a secondary status in her selection. What truly captivated her was the ability to control time. Many tricks relied on speed, and within that context, time became an essential element. Mastering time was an undeniably advantageous talent. For instance, in a PvP scenario, while both parties were engaged in combat, she could simply pause time, rendering herself invincible. Though she could not yet ascertain the precise implications of the time control talent, anything related to time was undoubtedly beneficial for Shi Miao. Thus, she confirmed the location of the time control talent and patiently awaited the system to shuffle the tarot cards. The hundreds of cards were flipped over, their identical backs rapidly exchanging positions before her eyes, moving with a dizzying speed. Everyone faced with such a shuffling method could typically maintain their focus on their desired tarot card for a second or two. However, the velocity of the exchanges was too rapid, and the intricate designs on the backs of the cards were overwhelming. Generally, maintaining focus for 3 seconds was the limit. Even with rigorous training, surpassing 10 seconds was a formidable challenge. The shuffling lasted 30 seconds. Consequently, before Shi Miao, talents had been drawn purely by chance. The 5 minutes allotted for card examination merely served to familiarize themselves with the available talents in the survival plan. Yet, this extraction method appeared to Shi Miao as an overtly transparent game. Finally, the tarot cards suspended before her ceased their frantic movement and were neatly arranged, awaiting her selection. Without hesitation, Shi Miao stepped to the left, her fingertip confidently pressing down on one card's back, declaring, "I choose this talent." The system prompted, "Are you certain?" Without a moment's doubt, Shi Miao replied in the affirmative. No sooner had she spoken than the card she had selected flipped over, revealing familiar words to her gaze. "Congratulations. You have acquired the time control talent. An exclusive talent training room is about to be unlocked for you, with an internal to external flow ratio of 5:1. Players may enter the training room at their discretion. Would you like to enter now?" Shi Miao clicked no on the screen. Her points were currently abundant, affording her ample time to strengthen her relatively weak physical capabilities and to delve deeper into the intricacies of the survival plan game. Since she did not intend to embark on a dungeon immediately, matters concerning talent training could wait until after her meeting with Shang Hung and Lu Zian. Upon concluding her personal settlement, Shi Miao entered the player leisure space. As she emerged from the portal, a familiar young man appeared before her, prompting her to murmur, "Teacher Shang?" Leaning against the wall, the youth had his gaze lowered, holding a delicate balanced scale which he swayed rhythmically. Upon seeing her, Shang Heng's eyes brightened, and he quickly tucked the scale away, approaching her with a smile. "Congratulations on clearing the level. Are you tired? Do you need a rest?" Top-tier players had little need for points or items. Thus, they typically bypassed personal settlements, accumulating several lottery opportunities to draw all at once. Consequently, Chu Tinghai had waited for Shi Miao to finish before intercepting Shang Hung, recounting the events that transpired at the Spade Manor. Although Chu Tinghai appeared carefree and unreliable, he possessed a remarkable intuition when he chose to be earnest. He quickly discerned that something was amiss with Shi Miao and directly inquired of Shang Hung, "Are you certain you want to interact with Shi Miao?" While peculiar individuals were no longer a novelty in the survival plan, it was extraordinary for someone to clear a sea-level dungeon solely through their own abilities after only 2 attempts. Shi Miao undoubtedly harbored a significant secret. Moreover, Chu Tinghai felt an inexplicable instinct that Shi Miao's secret might be one capable of overturning the entire survival plan. Engaging with such a person, even if Shang Hung was at the pinnacle of combat power, posed a risk of being dragged down into peril, leaving one uncertain of how they might meet their demise. Despite his deep-seated concerns, Shang Hung exhibited a surprisingly favorable attitude toward Shi Miao. With a soft chuckle, he replied, "I am certain." Since encountering Shi Miao, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Initially, he had merely aimed to fulfill his supervisory duties, vigilantly monitoring Shi Miao, whom he viewed as a high-risk individual, to prevent her from acting recklessly. Later, recollections began to surface, and as he sought to regain complete memories, he endeavored to draw closer to Shi Miao, even exerting effort to enter the Spade Manor for this very reason. His initial proximity to her was driven by ulterior motives, a desire to obtain something he yearned for. However, after witnessing Shi Miao's performance and listening to the young girl's words, Shang Hung realized his attitude had shifted. While he still wanted to uncover the events that transpired within the apocalyptic stage dungeon, the reasons for wanting to be near Shi Miao had transformed into a more genuine desire for closeness. He could not articulate precisely what he felt, but his inherent nature compelled him to pursue what he wished, ensuring he left no regrets, regardless of the system's constraints or the peculiarities in her manner. Even if Shi Miao were indeed the boss of an S-level dungeon, it would not deter his desire to connect with her. The true menace lay within the survival plan, not in her. After all, she was just a girl who adored performing and indulging in snacks. She deserved to be cherished. What else were girls for? Thus, after conversing with Chu Tinghai, Shang Hung settled into the leisure space, attentively awaiting Shi Miao's arrival. Chapter 62. While crushing CP at this moment, Shi Miao was oblivious to the events that had transpired earlier, her gaze solely fixated on his face. She felt neither fatigue nor the desire to rest. "Teacher Shang, I wish to dine." With her fervent admiration for handsome men, Shi Miao's intense gaze rendered Shang Hung somewhat flustered, prompting him to instinctively avert his eyes. "Then allow me to take you to a meal." However, instead of leading Shi Miao to the snack street, Shang Hung directed her towards the central district. Though the name of the player's leisure space within the survival program sounded quite down to earth, it occupied a vast expanse and boasted comprehensive amenities. As previously mentioned, as long as one possessed ample points, one could indulge in a life of luxury here. As the apex warrior of the game and an avid dungeon raider, Shang Heng's point accumulation was unimaginable for the average player. Furthermore, his prior ascetic lifestyle meant he had primarily expended his points on item exchanges, training, and daily necessities, leading to an impressive accumulation of points. To say the least, he had more than enough to lavishly support Shi Miao. At the heart of the central district stood a 30-story edifice where one could acquire rare items, savor delectable cuisine, and enjoy the most exquisite slumber, provided one possessed sufficient points. The interior of this towering structure was frequented by high-ranking players, whose transactional points could be described as astronomical figures in the eyes of lower-tier players. Yet, despite this, a multitude of elite players flocked to this venue. "Is that the Arbiter?" The Prophet Baiju inquired uncertainly, nudging his companion, the solar envoy Ansair. "Why is there a girl by his side?" Baiju's query was rather peculiar, leading Ansair to sigh and respond, "Is it truly surprising that Shang Hung has a female companion?" "Of course it is," Baiju replied without hesitation. While the Prophet did not shine among the top-tier players, being somewhat of a laggard, it did not imply he had joined the survival program late. His talent leaned towards support, resulting in a lack of martial prowess. Yet, apart from Shang Hung, he was arguably the most seasoned among the existing elite players. I have known him for some time, and he previously had no opposite sex around him. At one point, I even suspected he might be homosexual, Baiju confided in a hushed tone. However, I later considered that he might lean more towards asexuality. Ansair fell silent. "Do not dismiss it," Baiju exclaimed, sensing Ansair's disbelief. "Have you not seen the gossip section of the forum?" Ansair shook his head, revealing he, like Shang Hung, spent his days either entrenched in the training room or diving into dungeons, leaving little time for leisure or interest in gossip. To him, not only was the gossip section useless, but the entire forum seemed to lack value. Dungeons were inherently unpredictable. The strategies posited by predecessors were not necessarily accurate and could mislead subsequent players. Only through formidable personal strength could one navigate the challenges of dungeons with ease. Baiju sighed, evidently aware of Anser's habits, muttering, "No wonder you rank third. You train daily, neglecting anything entertaining." Anser did not dispute this, merely inquired, "So, what does the gossip section say?" His question successfully ignited Baiju's enthusiasm for sharing. The usually regal yet detached prophet drew Anser closer. "Come, take a look." Anser complied, lowering his gaze to Baiju's phone screen. Typically, players' operation panels were exclusively visible and touchable by themselves. However, with the multitude of players communicating on the forum, if all were presented visually through retinal display, the human eye would quickly succumb to fatigue. Thus, the survival program issued each player a mobile device, allowing them to select which features to display on their phones, making the forum a preferred option for many players. Returning to the matter at hand, upon merely glancing at the gossip section's headlines, Anser felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Why, he struggled to articulate. In such a perilous environment, can they still critique appearances and engage in matchmaking? Baiju corrected him. "That is called shipping CP." Anser responded, "Shipping CP." Only then did Baiju begin to elaborate, because regardless of the circumstances, humans possess an extraordinary ability to find joy amidst suffering. Life is already fraught with hardship. One must seek amusement, or else despair becomes overwhelming. Anser astutely seized upon this. "So you also ship CP?" "I did not before," Baiju replied, extinguishing the phone screen, his gaze ignited with fervor. "But now I can begin to ship." Following Baiju's gaze, Anser observed their surroundings. They were currently in a barbecue restaurant, renowned for its exquisite ingredients. It remained a mystery how the survival program procured such fresh produce. Nevertheless, even a player like Anser, who did not prioritize culinary indulgence, found himself drawn to this establishment when accompanying the prophet. However, their primary purpose was to discuss matters of significance, with dining being merely supplementary. Yet, the nearby arbiter and his companion appeared to have quite a different perspective. Shang Hung expertly maneuvered a pair of tongs in one hand and scissors in the other, deftly flipping over half-cooked meat while transferring perfectly grilled scallops onto his companion's plate. As for his companion, from Anser's viewpoint, the arbiter's companion remained obscured, but the silhouette suggested she was a young girl. Baiju covered his mouth, exclaiming, "How sweet!" He had become utterly captivated, while Anser, resembling a clueless straight man, calmly queried, "Have you ever seen the arbiter take care of someone like this before?" "No, which means it's genuine." Baiju propped his chin on his hand, appearing utterly smitten, given the enigmatic nature of the prophet's talent. Baiju maintained an aloof demeanor to deter too many from seeking his fortune-telling services. Yet little did anyone know, the one who truly embodied this aloof personality was the solar envoy, Anser, while Baiju, the prophet, was merely an enthusiastic shipper and a fervent admirer of beauty. Chapter 63. Eccentricities Teacher Shang. Shi Miao swallowed the food in her mouth and curiously inquired of Shang Hong. "Two individuals have been observing you, one with black hair and the other with golden locks." Shang Hong, having sensed their gazes, immediately deduced their identities upon hearing Shi Miao's description. "It must be the prophet and the solar envoy." "Oh," Shi Miao exclaimed, "do they have a fondness for you?" The girl's unexpected remark nearly caused Shang Hong to choke. "Of course not. Why would you ask such a thing?" Shi Miao paused, falling silent. In truth, it was her own affection that led her to gaze intently at others. For instance, she found herself captivated by Shang Hong, which prompted her frequent glances in his direction. After a brief silence, she added, "That black-haired one keeps smiling at you." Shang Hong cleared his throat twice, setting down his chopsticks. "You continue eating. I shall converse with him for a moment." Shi Miao obediently nodded. Although she was well-behaved, Shang Hong couldn't help but recall her earlier audacious question, prompting him to add, "He doesn't harbor any feelings for me. I merely wish to inquire why he keeps staring in our direction." With a piece of meat now in her mouth, Shi Miao's cheeks puffed up as she spoke. Her words somewhat mumbled, "I see. You go ahead." She resembled a small hamster, delightfully engrossed in her meal. Shang Hong, unable to resist, reached out to tousle her hair. Her hair was as soft as he had imagined, akin to fine silk, not only smooth but also shimmering under the sunlight. This gesture, however, was somewhat intrusive, leaving Shi Miao bewildered as she looked up. Is there something in my hair? Did I get something dirty? Yet, she had thoroughly cleaned herself while mending her body. No, Shang Hung reluctantly withdrew his hand. I shall return shortly. His demeanor was gentle with Shi Miao. Yet when he approached Bai Ju and Seer, his expression turned impassive. He rapped on their table. Are you challenging me? And Seer's eyes sparkled with excitement. A challenge? When shall it be? Though several top-tier players could match him in combat, only Shang Hung possessed the strength and integrity to avoid underhanded tactics. And Seer held great admiration for such individuals and relished the prospect of training alongside Shang Hung. Bai Ju interjected, calm down. The arbiter likely does not genuinely wish to fight. He was already aware that he had revealed too much. Shang Hung's instincts and perceptiveness were extraordinary. The moment he had stared, Shang Hung had discreetly turned his head to observe. At that moment, Bai Ju felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing that this formidable figure might approach him to issue a challenge. However, Bai Ju soon realized that Shang Hung had no intention of doing so. Rather, he was wholly focused on feeding the young girl beside him. Consequently, Bai Ju's attention shifted from solely observing Shang Hung to considering both him and Shi Miao, gradually leading him to ship the two. Recognizing his own fault, Bai Ju promptly apologized. I'm sorry, Shang Hung. I shouldn't have been staring at you. Shang Hung responded nonchalantly. If there is a matter, contact me later. Refrain from seeking me out for the next few days. Bai Ju was momentarily taken aback. The suppressed flames of gossip reignited within him. He cast a few glances at the girl, who was engrossed in her roasted meat, and after ensuring she was oblivious to their conversation, he teasingly directed his gaze back to Shang Hung. Come clean, where did you find this beautiful sister? Despite the minimal age difference between Shi Miao and Shang Hung, they appeared similarly aged. However, their temperaments were markedly distinct. The girl retained a childlike innocence, finding satisfaction in delectable food, while Shang Hung, having emerged from a bloody war, bore an unshakable aura of steely resolve, despite his handsome visage. These questions should be directed at Shu Tinghai, Shang Hung remarked, pausing to leave a parting comment before attempting to depart. Bai Ju, skeptical that Shu Tinghai could provide any insight, refrained from stopping Shang Hung, merely muttering in resignation. Just as Shang Hung exited, Bai Ju, unable to share his grievances with Seer due to his unfulfilled expectations, was approached by another individual from his team. Bai Ju immediately uncrossed his legs, adopting a posture that suggested he was well-informed. The player respectfully greeted Bai Ju and Seer, then addressed Bai Ju, Prophet, Lord Duan wishes to see you. Please come with me. The Lord Duan he referenced was Duan Zishuang, a common high-ranking player. Duan Zishuang had once saved Bai Ju during his novice days, prompting Bai Ju to frequently assist him with prophecies out of gratitude. However, as time passed, the original debt of gratitude had begun to wear thin due to Duan Zishuang's self-serving nature. Each time he prepared to enter a dungeon, he would request Bai Ju's predictions and insist on bringing him along, but the frequent use of such talents could be quite exhausting. Furthermore, out of fear that the prophet, a tool of great advantage, might abandon him, Duan Zishuang strictly controlled Bai Ju's social engagements, making occasions like today, when he allowed Bai Ju to step out, exceedingly rare. And Seer frowned. Bai Ju is resting now. Any matters can wait. The player remained unfazed. I am merely a messenger. Bai Ju's spirits, previously lifted, plummeted at the news. Did he mention the nature of the matter? The messenger shook his head. No, only that it is of utmost importance, and you must return at once. Bai Ju pursed his lips in contemplation before finally standing, addressing Seer, I will check it out. Let us arrange another meeting soon. And Seer regarded him. When shall that be? The prophet's schedule is full. I may not be able to secure another appointment. Bai Ju looked at him in surprise. To his astonishment, even Seer seemed to adopt a sardonic tone. Chapter 64. Team formation, however, Seer's sarcastic remarks hold little validity. Bai Ju indeed often finds himself devoid of leisure time, yet Seer is equally occupied. His busyness primarily revolves around rigorous training, monster hunting, and dungeon raids, displaying a relentless dedication akin to that of Shang Hung in achieving breakthroughs. Thus, Bai Ju countered, if I were to emerge tomorrow, would you truly be available? Ansair was momentarily rendered speechless. He had already scheduled a training session for the next day, and to cancel would be contrary to his usual principles. Observing his reaction, Bai Ju surmised that Ansair also had pressing matters to attend to. He rose, patted Ansair on the shoulder, and said, "All right then, let us discuss this later. I must take my leave." Consequently, Ansair quietly watched him depart. Once Bai Ju left, Ansair felt a sense of ennui. After casting a few glances at Shang Hung and Shi Miao, he too decided to take his leave. In stark contrast, the atmosphere around Shi Miao and Shang Hung was entirely different. Shang Hung was not one to indulge in gluttony. He was content with merely having his fill and showed little enthusiasm for dining. Yet, witnessing Shi Miao relish her meal with such gusto, he inexplicably found the flavors of his own food quite delightful. Had Shang Hung spent more time browsing short videos in the real world, he would have discovered that individuals like Shi Miao are commonly referred to as mukbang hosts. Shi Miao consumed her food with remarkable speed, yet her movements exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a true noble lady. As she swiftly finished her meal and began to dab her lips, Shang Hung also set down his chopsticks and inquired, "What are your plans next?" "I would like to train for a while before tackling a dungeon," she replied. "Oh, by the way, Teacher Shang," Shi Miao raised her gaze, "is it possible to form a team in the survival plan for dungeon raids?" Shang Hung nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it is permissible. The limit for team members in the survival plan is 5. Shi Miao rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Back at the Spade Manor, she had already coordinated with Lu Ziyuan to form a team for the dungeon clearance, prior to acquiring absolute combat prowess. Forming a team is indeed an excellent strategy to mitigate weaknesses. Lu Ziyuan possessed great endurance, but lacked the ability to discern the background of the dungeons, while her own strengths lay in intellect rather than close combat. Thus, if it were merely the two of them, the risks would be considerable. Firstly, they were lacking a healer. Lu Zin, despite his endurance, had no real combat experience against monsters, and both of them were newcomers, making them susceptible to pitfalls. However, having witnessed the example of Chun Shun, neither dared to recruit others casually. After all, while having a relatively weaker teammate is manageable, the emergence of a traitor within the team could indeed be fatal. Noticing that Shi Miao seemed to be contemplating, Shang Hung asked, "Have you already found teammates?" "Yes," she replied. "Lu Ziyuan, whom you have met." Shang Hung recalled the player with some familiarity. Although he viewed Lu Ziyuan's physical attributes as lacking, his character was commendable, and he treated Shi Miao well. While a weak foundation is not a substantial issue, improvement through training is always possible. However, he suggested, his combat ability does not exceed yours by much. Perhaps consider recruiting additional teammates? Shi Miao had indeed pondered Shang Heng's suggestion, but she faced the same predicament. The main issue is that I know too few people now and haven't encountered anyone suitable for a teammate. As for the Spade Manor, aside from herself and Lu Ziyuan, the only survivor was Chu Tinghai, a top-tier player. A few had survived from Aoki University, but that muscular brother merely coasted through with luck, displaying a timid disposition, while the white-collar woman and Su Shuren approached dungeon clearance with a conservative mindset. Shi Miao's desire to find teammates was valid, but the prerequisites included companions who were competent and willing to follow her lead. As Shi Miao pondered, she noticed Shang Hung lowering his gaze, seemingly saddened as he asked, "Am I not suitable?" "I am quite obedient." The handsome and graceful youth cast his eyes downward, concealing his inherent aloofness, leaving behind only a sense of grievance and vulnerability. Wait a moment. Had she misread the situation? Shi Miao rubbed her eyes and then looked again at Shang Hung. The expression of a forsaken puppy, laden with sorrow, invaded her perception once more, plunging Shi Miao into an odd silence. You would indeed make a suitable teammate. Who would dare claim otherwise? However, she was merely a player who had cleared 2 dungeons. Was she truly deserving of assistance from a top-tier player? She felt unworthy, while Shi Miao was confident that Shang Hung would heed her guidance, as he had never put her in difficult positions and always showed consideration. She was nonetheless taken aback by his words. You," she stammered, attempting to articulate delicately, "the disparity in our levels may be a bit significant." One had barely cleared 2 dungeons with a maximum record of only a C rating, while the other was already a top-tier player. Given such a gap, who would believe that a top-tier player would eagerly promote themselves? Yet Shang Hung retorted, "Do you not believe in your own capabilities?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Miao affirmed, "Of course I do." "Then do not dwell on such matters, Shi Miao." Shang Hung regarded her earnestly. "Finding teammates does not necessitate seeking those who are weaker than you. You should possess confidence in yourself." While Shi Miao was merely considering the level disparity between them, Shang Hung perceived a deeper truth. He understood Shi Miao's underlying assertiveness. A boss from an S-level dungeon inherently possessed exceptional abilities and pride, thus would never submit to inferiority. However, forming a team did not imply that she had to seek players of lesser abilities. Despite having only cleared 2 dungeons and setting aside her inner doubts, Shang Hung found himself contemplating the prospect of forming a team. His previous reluctance stemmed from a fear of betrayal, coupled with the fact that he had not encountered particularly suitable players. Most formidable players had already established fixed teams, while those without teams were predominantly lone wolves. The emergence of Shi Miao disrupted this stalemate. To speak candidly, Shi Miao's physical attributes were indeed lacking, yet her intelligence, with a starting value of 88, was remarkable. In all honesty, aside from Shi Miao, Shang Hung had never encountered a player whose initial intelligence value surpassed 85. While all physical attributes could be enhanced through training, the initial values could indicate a player's potential limits in a certain domain. For instance, amongst top-tier players, those with high initial intelligence values were predominantly puppeteers and seers. Chapter 65. Exposing him, these intellectually gifted players are inherently the core of their teams, the natural leaders. They possess the uncanny ability to navigate through crises, evading death and swiftly uncovering the narrative backdrop of dungeons, guiding their companions to victory. However, each intellectually adept player requires an exceptionally powerful team. Otherwise, they may easily find themselves in peril. A balance between intellect and physical prowess is essential within such a team. Lu Xian's physical condition is commendable, with remarkable endurance. Yet, as a newcomer, he lacks substantial combat awareness and can only assume a supportive role. As for himself, let not the issue of levels trouble you. The youth patiently encourages the young girl, "You are remarkable, so do not fear. You need only ponder one question. Am I worthy to be your teammate and support you?" It is now for Shi Miao to decide whether to choose him rather than the other way around. Shi Miao gazes at Shang Hung in astonishment. It is the first time someone has proactively informed her of her right to choose. Indeed, during the apocalyptic stage, both Eric and Ilyuo doted on her. Yet their relationship was fundamentally competitive, and her status as a boss was never relinquished by the other two. Shi Miao has steadfastly established herself as a boss through her own strength and intellect, fulfilling all roles required within a team. Confident by nature, Shi Miao has never faced an adversary, be it a monster or another player, that could surpass her. With her cursed talent, the girl dances with her fingertips. Akin to the Grim Reaper in a horror tale, mercilessly announcing the demise of one player after another. Shi Miao is acutely aware that she embodies the nightmares of many players, yet the confidence she once possessed has now morphed into anxiety. She is a monster. Even though she has donned a human guise, endowed with a heartbeat and body heat, and enters dungeons alongside ordinary players, she remains a monster, an outcast in human society. Though Shi Miao seldom allows herself to dwell on it, an underlying fear persists. She dreads the day when the truth will be unveiled, and all those around her will discover her true identity. She fears the disdainful gazes of her human friends and the prospect of being an outcast, whether among humans or monsters. Thus, she yearns to grow stronger, believing that strength will shield her from harm. Time and again, Shi Miao hypnotizes herself, asserting that she must become stronger to uncover the truth and continue performing her beloved acts with unrestrained fervor. Yet, all of this serves merely to mask her inner trepidation. At the tender age of 10, she entered the survival program, then still a child, naive and oblivious to many things, cautiously learning the survival rules of monsters, aspiring to become one of them. Ultimately, she succeeded, achieving the best she could. Yet, just as she had integrated into the world of monsters, she inexplicably transformed into a player. Shi Miao has no recollection of her escape, and thus has no inkling of the decision she made to disregard her fears and abandon her comfort zone. Perhaps she was unafraid at the moment of her decision. However, the loss of all her memories and a decline in her abilities have rendered her genuinely fearful. She fears abandonment, fears being despised. And now, Shang Hung tells her not to fear. It is time for her to make her own choices. You are not a fish on a cutting board, awaiting inevitable death and a buyer. You are yourself. You possess the right to choose. Whatever you say is what it shall be, and I respect your decision. So do not be afraid. Although aware that Shang Hung is not comforting her with personal experiences, but rather addressing the matter of forming a team itself, Shi Miao still feels a warmth welling in her eyes. But who is Shi Miao? She is the most formidable boss within the survival program. She shall not weep. Thus, the beautiful and proud mixed-race girl extends her delicate hand. Then I invite you to join me in forming a team to conquer the dungeon. Shang Hung curves his lips into a smile, taking her hand with great honor. When Lu Zian was summoned, he appeared utterly dazed. After completing the dungeon at Qingmu University, his points were rather meager. He had not even found a place to stay. Hastily resting for a while and familiarizing himself with the basic details of the survival program before diving back into the dungeon. Although Lu Zian was aware of the concept of forming a team, his understanding was rudimentary at best. It was only after Shi Miao had taken the time to enlighten him in the spade manner that he grasped the significance of teamwork. A well-coordinated team can easily achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Long before, at Qingmu University, after Shi Miao had rescued him in the teaching building, Lu Zian had come to regard her as a dear sister. In spade manner, he further appreciated her prowess, holding her in the highest esteem. Therefore, when Shi Miao proposed forming a team, he agreed without hesitation. However, he had not anticipated that Shang Hung would also be among their teammates. Lu Zian was unsure where he found the courage, but he pulled Shi Miao aside, hesitating before speaking. Sister. Shi Miao played along. Brother Lu, you must give me the lowdown. Lu Zian lowered his voice. During our time apart, has Shang Hung bullied you? Though we cannot match him. He repeated the phrase, finally recalling the latter part. But we can expose him. I heard that buying a top post in the gossip section isn't expensive. And since we earned plenty of points from Spade Manor, I could purchase a top post, and we could expose him. Shi Miao couldn't help but laugh. Where are you going with this? He hasn't bullied me. Although Shi Miao denied it, for the first time, Lu Zian did not believe her. Then tell me, how did you come to know him? Shang Hung is a top-tier player, the most formidable in the entire survival program. Lu Zian never imagined he would ever know him, let alone team up with him one day. Upon hearing Lu Zian's inquiry, Shi Miao suddenly remembered that he was unaware that Teacher Wu and Count Blair had both been portrayed by Shang Hung. You have known him for a while. He is Director Wu and Count Blair, Shi Miao explained. High-level players take on supervisory tasks, and he just happened to draw these two roles. After Shi Miao's explanation, Lu Zian finally connected the NPCs from the first two dungeons with Shang Hung and no longer worried that Shang Hung might have ulterior motives towards Shi Miao. However, he still harbored some concerns. The final question, Lu Zian discreetly glanced at Shang Hung, only to find Shang Hung seemingly sensing something, promptly lowering his head to feign ignorance. He is a top-tier player. If we ever disagree, we would stand no chance against him. Chapter 66. The virtuous wife and good mother. Lu Zian's concerns were not unfounded. For Shi Miao had once shared similar thoughts. However, she had now set her sights on a clear objective and was confident in her ability to keep Shang Hang in check, thus dispelling her doubts. Yet, the intricacies of her inner thoughts could not be directly conveyed to Lu Zian. She gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "So, brother, you must put in the effort. Whether we can avoid punishment depends on the strength of your fists." Lu Zian, help. Even if his fists were rock solid, they could not possibly rival. Wait a moment, Shang Heng could not have been this formidable from the outset. He must have undergone rigorous training as well, if he dedicated himself to improving his physical fitness. After all, he was in prime condition now. Surely he could not genuinely be outmatched by Shang Heng. A sudden surge of inexplicable competitive spirit and a touch of youthful bravado flooded Lu Zian's heart. With clenched fists and a determined gaze, he declared, "You are right." Shi Miao felt an invisible question mark hovering above her head. What was he referring to? Did she imply that they would not face punishment solely based on Lu Zian's strength? She was merely jesting. She certainly did not intend to engage in a confrontation with Shanghang. The reputation of Shanghang as a powerhouse was well-earned, even at her peak. She could only match him in the apocalyptic arena, never truly surpassing him. Yet, seeing Lu Zian convince himself with such fervor and enthusiasm, it was oddly fitting for the upcoming training. Shi Miao suddenly felt disinclined to inquire further about his thoughts, opting instead to pat his shoulder and say, "So, let's strive together." To truly form a team in the survival plan, 5 players were needed to operate together. With only 3 of them, Shi Miao and her companions were short of the required number. Thus they had to apply for a temporary team through the system, hoping to eventually recruit 2 additional allies. The difference between a temporary team and a permanent one was minimal, the sole distinction being that a temporary team needed to contribute 20 of their total points to enter a dungeon together. This, however, posed no significant issue. Although Shi Miao and Lu Zian's points sufficed only for basic living expenses, Shanghang's abundant resources rendered the deduction of points inconsequential to him. Yet, they would have to wait before diving into the dungeon. The priority for Lu Zian and Shi Miao lay in training. Despite the division of labor within the team, individual exercises were inevitable in the dungeon, necessitating that Lu Zian enhance both his strength and endurance. Since Shanghang could not simultaneously supervise both of them, he entrusted Lu Zian's training to Chu Tinghai. Known as the impersonator within the survival plan, Chu Tinghai was well suited to mentor a player like Lu Zian, who was developing into a supportive role. Chu Tinghai readily agreed to take on Lu Zian's training, and by the next day, he had taken Lu Zian under his wing. Meanwhile, Shanghang began his one-on-one training sessions with Shi Miao. The physical training grounds in the survival plan resembled a series of miniature worlds, albeit with civilizations that were relatively primitive and ecologically rich, ideal for physical training. Shanghang utilized his points to secure half a month's worth of access to these training facilities. Curious, Shi Miao inquired while observing him. Can half a month really yield significant improvements? She had heard that enhancing physical fitness required a gradual approach, often taking years to see noticeable results. Shanghang caught the key provided by the system and replied, "In this game, while half a month may not elevate your combat prowess drastically, it will suffice for the purpose of survival." Survival? Shi Miao pondered. Wasn't that simply running? There was nothing extraordinary about it. Why then did Chu Tinghai regard them with such a look of sympathy and pity when they departed? However, Shi Miao soon comprehended the reason behind Chu Tinghai's expression. Indeed, Shanghang was truly relentless and exceedingly demanding. Endurance runs, sprints, interval training, planks, high knees, squat jumps. These were all fundamental exercises, yet upon completing them, Shi Miao found herself trembling even while attempting to walk. "Brother, my dear Shanghang," she gasped, leaning on her knees. "Am I too late to back out now?" Retreating with a combat value of 23, Shanghang's demeanor was unyielding. Shi Miao attempted to negotiate. "But my intelligence value is 88. I am an intellectual player." She sought more bargaining power. Yet, seeing the exhausted girl who looked ready to collapse, Shanghang's heart softened. "All right, let's loosen your braid and take a 5-minute break." "Yay!" Shi Miao cheered, yet her eyes grew pitiful as she gazed at Shanghang. "But I am so tired I can't even lift my arms." With a sigh, Shanghang stepped forward, gently gathering her hair. "Do you prefer a ponytail or braids?" "Either is fine," she replied. Without further ado, Shanghang deftly restyled her disheveled hair, his skilled hands quickly mastering the technique despite having no prior experience. After securing her hair with a tight band, he glanced at the time. "All right, time's up." He paused briefly, nudging the small girl. "Now, behave yourself and stop being coy." "I'm not being coy." Shi Miao elongated her words, her face drooping as she wobbled back to her feet, gritting her teeth to continue training. When a full day of training concluded, Shi Miao found herself utterly drained, lacking the strength to rise, her throat filled with the metallic taste of intense exertion. although Shang Heng had carefully calibrated the exercises to Shi Miao's acceptable limits, ensuring they were not excessively strenuous. She was still utterly fatigued. Coughing a couple of times, she collapsed onto a large stone, too exhausted and sleepy to move. I will just sleep here. Yet, she remained silent for quite some time, without hearing Shang Heng's voice. Anxiously, she opened her eyes to sneak a glance at what he was doing. To her astonishment, she discovered that Shang Heng had exchanged points for camping supplies, including tents and food from a system store. A pot was even placed on the table beside him as he quietly assembled tent. Suddenly, Shi Miao sat up. Noticing her movement, Shang Heng finished securing the last stake and approached her. It's ready now. Come over and sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at the 2 tents he had set up. Teacher Shang. Yes, you are truly quite the homebody, Shi Miao could not help but exclaim. Simply virtuous. Shang Heng could no longer tolerate her flattery. If you keep this up, tomorrow's training will be doubled. If he did not intervene, she might even start spouting terms like virtuous wife and gentle and kind, which was simply absurd. Chapter 67. Points chips. Oh, Shi Miao silently complied, closing her mouth. But after a moment, she whispered again, so fierce. Shang Heng pretended not to hear. Though the training process was grueling and Shi Miao found it unbearable, she had to admit that Shang Heng's systematic training was remarkably effective. Within the confines of the survival program, with the right approach, one could indeed elevate human limits at an accelerated pace. By the end of the training, Shi Miao had transformed from someone who could barely manage 10 minutes of stair running at Tsinghua University to being capable of sprinting for half an hour without excessive fatigue. Shang Heng even dedicated 2 days to teach her the use of a wooden gun and archery. Despite the time constraints, Shi Miao had managed to grasp the use of these weapons, albeit with poor accuracy. Yet, it was a near miraculous improvement. As the saying goes, practice brings true knowledge. With the training concluded, it was time to assess the results through a dungeon expedition, paving the way for more targeted training thereafter. Thus, Shang Heng resolved to venture with them into a B-rank dungeon to test their skills. For Lu Ziyan and Shi Miao, the B-rank dungeon still posed a challenge. It was among the more difficult dungeons, typically requiring players to undergo 2 to 3 months in the survival program before daring to attempt it. Without the system's deliberate targeting, Shi Miao could have felt more at ease. After all, the young girl was bold and resourceful. Even if she were to be intentionally targeted and forced into a linear path, survival would still be within reach. However, Lu Ziyan's capabilities remained uncertain. He had always trailed behind Shi Miao in the first 2 dungeons, never showcasing his own strength, making it hard for Shang Heng to gauge his true potential. Nevertheless, Shang Heng was eager to probe their limits, confident in his ability to safeguard them in the B-rank dungeon. And with Lu Ziyan feeling adequately prepared, the trio agreed to embark on this challenge. After a few days of resting, they geared up for their next dungeon foray. Teaming up required them to click the buttons together. And as Lu Ziyan sat in the rented room, contemplating where to meet, he received a message from Shi Miao. Shi Miao, come find me at Center Villa West Garden, A276. Lu Ziyan, still in university, was taken aback, quickly typing back. Lu Ziyan, after half a month apart, you've moved into a villa? Don't forget your old friends and wealth. Meanwhile, Shi Miao, who was now residing in a villa, leisurely lounged on the sofa, idly swinging her legs. Beside her was a small cart brimming with neatly cut fruits and snacks. After savoring a large sip of milk tea, she slowly replied to Lu Ziyan. Shi Miao, it's not my wealth, and Oppo's. It's our teacher Shang who is affluent. Lu Ziyan, haven't you only trained for half a month plus 3 days of rest? How did you end up at Shang Heng's place? Shi Miao, that is not important. Not important? Lu Ziyan was exasperated with his foolish sister, stomping his foot in frustration. Not wishing to engage in an endless back and forth on social media, he quickly dressed and headed to the address Shi Miao had provided. However, upon arriving at the so-called villa, Lu Ziyan felt his initial indignation dissipate. The villas exuded an aura of opulence, far beyond his financial means. For comparison, his own rented accommodation was a cramped apartment with no property management, chaos reigning in the hallways. At this villa, they had a register, just to enter. His remaining annoyance vanished entirely when Shi Miao opened the door. Clad in a wine-red Gothic dress, she had traded her usual style for a fluffy pullover adorned with cat ears. Her curly hair, which she had braided, framed her face, lending her a warm and gentle demeanor, transforming her from a rebellious girl into a sweet and docile young woman. This gentleness was genuine, nurtured by the affection she received, making her appear languidly charming. "Hello, Brother Liu," Shi Miao greeted him with a smile. Liu Zian paused for a few seconds, taken aback by her cuteness. Fluffy, really quite adorable. Before he could finish, Shang Hung emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, casually remarking, "Why not come in? Next time, remember to ask before opening the door." What if a stranger were to come in? The first part was directed at Liu Zian, while the second was aimed at Shi Miao. Liu Zian fell into an odd silence. Why did this feel like a subtle parental admonition about not opening the door to strangers? Clearly, he wasn't into oppos. T alone in this sentiment. Shi Miao bristled. "I into oppos. Am already an adult. If you keep treating me like a child, I won't come anymore." Shang Hung paused. "Are you certain your social age qualifies as an adult?" Given her years away from human society, Shi Miao's psychological maturity was barely that of a teenager. "Shi Miao, Teacher Shang." Shang Hung wisely fell silent, stepping aside to let Liu Zian in. "Don't just stand at the door, come inside." Liu Zian, now bewildered, followed Shi Miao into the living room, where his sister promptly filled his arms with snacks. All the questions he had prepared vanished in an instant as he exclaimed, "Wow, there's snacks here too?" Shi Miao nodded, returning to her cozy spot on the sofa. "Yes, but they're quite expensive." Liu Zian, intrigued, queried, "How expensive?" "Perhaps the price of one bag is equivalent to a meal," Shi Miao replied uncertainly. Liu Zian gasped, looking at the chips in his arms with newfound apprehension. Were they merely a bag of simple chips? No, they were a treasure trove of points. Gazing at the cart overflowing with snacks, he glanced at Shi Miao and then at Shang Hung, who was busy in the kitchen. While Shi Miao sometimes spent points liberally, it was improbable that she had amassed enough to purchase such an abundance of snacks. The source of these treats was all too apparent. With a mixture of regret and delight, Liu Zian tore open a bag of chips, crunching away as he asked Shi Miao, "So what's the deal between you two? Why are you at Shang Heng's house? Shouldn't we have all returned home after training?" Shi Miao rested her chin on her hand. "It's a long story." Chapter 68. When the partner cares on the first day of her vacation, Shi Miao awoke naturally after a deep slumber. Although Shang Hung had always been indulgent towards her, he never compromised on training. Eager to shed her fragile physique, Shi Miao diligently trained for half a month. While engaged in practice, she felt fine, but once she rested, her motivation waned. After awakening, she hesitated for a while, unwilling to revert to her previous lethargy after just a few days of rest. She promptly made her way to the talent training facility. After acquiring her ability, she had not trained immediately, so the system had reserved a training facility specifically for her. This facility, designed for newly empowered players, allowed a maximum stay of 10 days. The passage of time within the facility was notably slow. Spending 5 days there equated to merely 1 day in the outside world, rendering it an exceptionally efficient training ground. Despite Shang Hung granting her a vacation, Shi Miao had never truly allowed herself to rest. Her idea of relaxation had always been indulging in good food, and after merely a lazy morning, she was ready to resume her training. Having never previously engaged with the ability of time manipulation, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed during her initial practice. She spent 3 consecutive days in the training facility, each day honing her newly acquired talent. As she had anticipated, time manipulation proved to be an extraordinarily advantageous ability. Upon first acquiring it, without any prior training, she discovered she could revert to a moment just 1 second prior. While 1 second may seem brief, it can be life-saving in critical situations. Through relentless practice, Shi Miao successfully unlocked an additional function of her ability, the power to pause time for 3 seconds. For a magician, 3 seconds is ample time to reshuffle a deck of cards. Shi Miao was thoroughly pleased with her training progress and was determined to continue. However, she neglected to remember that the essence of her ability lay in taxing her body, and thus the 10-day training allowance was, in fact, a limit. During her prior physical training, Shang Hung had taken excellent care of her, managing every aspect of her needs, so she had only felt fatigue without discomfort. Yet, in her solitary training sessions, her concept of rest was utterly absent. Consequently, after merely 3 days of utilizing her ability, she fainted from exhaustion. It was at this moment that Shang Hung arrived. He had estimated Shi Miao's sleeping schedule, believing she should be awake by now. But after sending several messages without a reply, he quickly sensed something was amiss. As a top-tier player, he enjoyed numerous privileges within the system, including the ability to check the status of friends in his contact list without their consent and to teleport directly to their location. Though he had never utilized this privilege before, that day, he thought to himself that it was an intrusion and decided to employ it. The exhaustion from overusing her ability was profoundly uncomfortable. When Shang Hung reached her, he found Shi Miao pale, her brow furrowed, as if she were cold, trembling uncontrollably, clearly in distress. He bit his lip, feeling a mix of frustration and guilt at having left her alone for just half a day to end up in such a state. It was normal for her to be unfamiliar with many aspects of the survival plan, but how could he have forgotten to advise her? After consulting the system regarding Shi Miao's current condition, he learned that overexertion in the training facility wouldn't harm her physically. A good sleep would suffice for recovery, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, once calmed, he surveyed the surroundings and found himself displeased again. The small apartment Shi Miao rented lacked sound insulation and a kitchen. While he could tolerate living in such conditions, it was wholly inadequate for her to rest properly. When Shi Miao eventually regained consciousness, she rubbed her bleary eyes to find a handsome face looming before her. She mumbled, glancing around in confusion. Her memory fragmented. Wasn't I training? No, Mr. Shang, why are you in my home? Shang Hung, unusually irritable, replied, if I hadn't come, who would have known you had fainted? After a moment of reflection, Shi Miao gradually recalled the events leading to her fainting. She had overextended herself in practice. Still dazed from her slumber, her voice was hoarse. Shang Hung, unable to bear the sight, fetched a cup of warm water and brought it to her side. As she reached out to take it, she found her hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to steady the glass. Thankfully, Shang Hung had not filled it to the brim, or would surely have spilled. Her first instinct was not to seek Shang Hung's assistance, but to steady her hand and hold the cup properly. Sighing, he placed a cushion behind her and reclaimed the cup, retrieving a straw from the system shop. After cleaning the straw, he inserted it into the glass and held it toward her. Don't overexert yourself, just drink this. Shi Miao obediently leaned down, sipping the water slowly. Her fair complexion had turned even paler from overtraining, and Shang Hung felt a pang of sympathy. Are you certain you can take care of yourself? Shi Miao fell silent, uncertainty evident in her voice. I should be okay, I suppose. Her lack of confidence was palpable, especially considering she had just fainted without Shang Hung's presence. She might have remained unconscious for an extended period. Shang Hung sighed, contemplating the idea of having Shi Miao move. However, having known her for only a few days, would she truly be comfortable residing with a male acquaintance? Wait a moment. He recalled that he had 2 adjacent properties in the villa's western garden. Once he ensured Shi Miao had finished her water, he opened his personal page to quickly review his properties. Just as he remembered, he indeed owned 2 well-furnished residences there, ready for immediate occupancy. Shi Miao, he closed his personal page and asked earnestly, I'm not entirely at ease with you being alone. Would you consider staying with me? What unfolded next was easy to surmise. So now Shang Hung is living next door, coming over daily to check on you? Lu Xian's expression was somewhat peculiar. Shi Miao hugged her knees, feeling a bit bashful. Yes, he doesn't allow me into the kitchen, claiming I'm still a patient. And the cooking fumes could make me uncomfortable. The poignant camaraderie of friendship. Lu Xian remarked dryly. Are you certain he's caring for you as a teammate and not as a romantic partner? Chapter 69. Game update. Lu Xian could not continue his conversation, for Shang Hung had already emerged, carrying a pot of tea and pouring a cup for him. Holding the teacup, Lu Xian was taken aback. In his memory, it was a custom of the older generation to serve tea to guests. His contemporaries indulged in sugary beverages during their playful visits. Wasn't Shang Hung only a few years his senior? How had he already embraced such a health-conscious lifestyle? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Do you often drink tea, a steamed one? Or do you not indulge in sugary drinks?" "No, I do not," Shang Hung replied without a moment's hesitation, then recalled, "You need not call me a steamed one. We are teammates now. Simply refer to me as Shang Hung." Shi Miao, quietly tugging at Shang Hung's sleeve, asked in a hushed tone, "What is sugary drink?" This question was one that almost no modern individual would fail to recognize. Shang Hung once more became acutely aware of Shi Miao's peculiar background, yet he refrained from questioning further and simply answered, "It is cola." "Oh, so that's what it is," Shi Miao, a mere 10 years old, acknowledged with understanding. Shang Hung then took the empty milk teacup from Shi Miao's hands and asked, "Would you like something to eat? We will soon enter the dungeon, and after that, there will be no opportunity to eat." Shi Miao stretched lazily and replied, "I'm not hungry. I'm already full." Shang Hung nodded, noting that her braid was somewhat disheveled. "Allow me to redo your braid." Perhaps due to Shi Miao's exceptionally smooth hair and the vigorous movements during training, her braids often became loose. The little girl, with her hands now dirty, had grown reluctant to style her own hair, leading to Shang Hung taking full responsibility for her braids over time. Thus, it was entirely customary for Shi Miao to slip on her slippers, move forward slightly, and turn her back to him, requesting his assistance. Lu Zian interjected, "Hello, do you remember I am still here? This is quite inconsiderate. I assent it." Shi Miao peeked her head around, puzzled, and asked, "What is wrong?" Lu Zian took a deep breath. "Wait, what has transpired between you two while I was unaware? Have I crossed over? Is it already a year later?" In his recollection, Shang Hung had always been aloof and taciturn, exuding an air of superiority. However, the man before him was now clad in an apron, making desserts, braiding hair, and even drinking tea. But Shang Hung's visage could hardly be likened to that of a father figure. He possessed an undeniable charm and scholarly demeanor. He sat there, deftly weaving Shi Miao's hair as if a celestial being meticulously painting a masterpiece, elegant and gentle, resembling an older brother. Yet, even as an older brother, something felt amiss. How had Shi Miao and Shang Hung suddenly grown so familiar? Had he truly only missed half a month? Moreover, this half a month had been filled with training. How had they become so close? Shi Miao, unable to fathom why her older brother appeared to be in a state of existential doubt, nonetheless answered earnestly, "I fainted from exhaustion previously, so Teacher Shang has been quite attentive to me. Sweet treats replenish glucose rapidly, and since I cannot make them myself, and he claimed to be proficient, the preparation of desserts proceeded seamlessly. As for the braids, I can manage, but I'm simply too lazy." After voicing her thoughts, Shi Miao hesitated, glancing at Shang Hung, "But I seem to have little to offer in return. Perhaps you enjoy magic tricks?" Shang Hung adjusted Shi Miao's posture, gently grasping her shoulder and skillfully braided her hair. "There is no need for repayment. As teammates, it is only natural for us to assist one another." Shi Miao responded with a vague understanding. "Oh." Lu Zian felt a peculiar sense of discomfort, as if witnessing his younger sister being subtly ensnared by a manipulative man. Surely, it must be an illusion. Once the braids were completed, they all prepared to enter the dungeon. They had previously agreed to tackle a B-level dungeon, so there was no need for excessive deliberation. However, just as Shi Miao was about to press the button for the B-level dungeon, the system's announcement suddenly resonated throughout the players and Oppo's recreational space. "Good afternoon, players. We have an important announcement regarding the opening of a special dungeon. Please listen carefully." Shi Miao withdrew her hand and exchanged a glance with Shang Hung. In that brief moment, they comprehended the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Special signified the unknown, indicative of potential peril. The system's mechanical voice dutifully continued. "The large multiplayer team dungeon, Screaming Amusement Park, will commence in 30 minutes. The dungeon contains numerous items and clues regarding the forthcoming survival plan's upgrade. Players wishing to participate should prepare accordingly. The dungeon supports both team and individual participation. However, individual players must be advanced, and if participating as a team, at least one advanced player is required for entry qualification. The same applies for temporary team formations. The flow rate within the Screaming Amusement Park dungeon is 1 compared to the player's recreational space, and players must remain within the dungeon for a full 7 days. Please plan your time wisely. Good luck to all. As a mechanical announcement concluded, silence reclaimed the space, as if everything had returned to its previous state. The only evidence that the prior events had been real was the button labeled Screaming Amusement Park that appeared on the dungeon selection page. Lu Zian, uncertain, asked, "Did the system just mention the upgrade direction of a survival plan?" Shang Hung nodded. "Yes, it has been upgraded once before." After a pause, he continued, "Many of the features in the recreational space and the current functionalities emerged only after that upgrade." Shang Hung had arrived at the survival plan during the game's update process. Due to the sudden game update, many top players struggled to adapt to the new dungeon mode, perishing within the dungeons. Meanwhile, veteran players who swiftly acclimated to the new version and a portion of emerging new players became pillars of the game until the subsequent introduction of 2 S-level dungeons reshuffled the player hierarchy. Shi Miao pondered, "Does the clue within the team dungeon imply that after this update, players will need to form teams to succeed?" Shang Hung affirmed, "Is highly likely." Furthermore, once the system updates, players will be compelled to enter dungeons within a specific time frame, necessitating our advanced awareness of the upgrade direction. Both Lu Zian and Shi Miao grasped his intent. Without knowledge of the game's update trajectory, the dungeon they were forced to enter would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Chapter 70. The Scream Amusement Park. If one were to enter without adequate mental preparation or understanding of the update's direction, they might find themselves oblivious to their demise. This indicates that within the Scream Amusement Park instance, they must venture forth and seek out the so-called clues. However, this instance may prove somewhat challenging for them. Shang Hung gazed at the currently unclickable button, which merely displayed a countdown. He continued, "The system mandates the standards for advanced players. This instance is likely classified as A grade." Shang Hung turned to his 2 teammates. "There is still time for you to consider. I can enter alone." Lu Zian and Shi Miao had already struggled in the B grade instance. Forcing their way into an A-grade instance at this juncture could lead to dire consequences, as he might not be able to keep them safe, placing them at risk of death. Shang Hung himself had to enter this instance. Yet Shi Miao and Lu Zian need not take such a perilous risk. Thus, he once again entrusted the choice to them, allowing them to decide for themselves. Shi Miao raised her gaze to Shang Hung. The game might necessitate a team to clear it, and such an update direction would be more detrimental than beneficial for him. After all, the enforced teaming would undermine individual prowess. Shang Hung's abilities were formidable. If paired with an arbitrary teammate, it could hinder his performance. Human nature is inherently envious. Many take pleasure in witnessing the fall of those who once stood high, relishing in the downfall of the exalted. Moreover, Shang Hung was not merely an elevated figure. He was a distinct and unconventional arbiter. His pride often served as a target for others' criticisms. While they feared him, they also sought to drag him down into the abyss, to keep him perpetually underfoot. This was not mere conjecture from Shi Miao. Even when she first entered the player's leisure space, the typically knowledgeable Xiao Ling Tong did not hold Shang Hung in high regard. Later, while in the snack street, she overheard many whispers, claiming he was cold-hearted and that his formidable skills would inevitably turn against his allies. Such notions were merely fabrications of despicable individuals, yet they spoke of them as if they were certainties. Thus, what Shang Hung required was not just companions to fulfill the teaming requirement for entering the instance, but allies who could aid him in overcoming it. "I will go. We are a team. How could I let you go alone, Teacher Shang?" Shi Miao's voice was resolute. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zian echoed, "Count me in. Shi Miao is right. There is no need to deliberate. We must go together." Shang Hung regarded his 2 teammates, his fingers curling slightly as he lowered his gaze. "Very well," he murmured. He placed his fingertips upon the newly appeared button, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then let us strive together." Beneath the azure sky, balloons adorned with various cartoonish faces and the enticing aroma of grilled sausages greeted their senses. These delightful and whimsical elements formed the entrance to the Scream Amusement Park. Such a scene should evoke joy and happiness. However, everything felt frozen, devoid of sound and motion. casting an eerie silence that sent chills down the spine of each player. Players gathered in the square before the entrance, warily scanning their surroundings. Shi Miao assessed the area and estimated that there were at least 500 players present. The number of participants in the survival plan was alarmingly high. Despite the stringent entry requirements for this instance, so many players had met the criteria and willingly entered. Shi Miao pressed her lips together and quietly retreated to a corner, striving to minimize her presence. She had not directly teleported to the same location as Shang Heng and Lu Zian. Whether this was due to another instance of the system targeting her, she could not ascertain. Regardless, the other players formed teams, while the few solo players were all prominent figures. Shi Miao, alone amidst them, felt conspicuously out of place, especially since everyone's attention was sharply focused. Leaving her little opportunity to seek her teammates, she could only attempt to lessen her visibility. Fortunately, the system did not neglect the players for long. The typically emotionless mechanical voice took on a peculiar tone, delivering a message that differed from previous ones. Welcome to the Scream Amusement Park. We wish you a delightful experience. This unusual initiation heightened the players' tension, yet the black text that soon appeared bore a familiar format. Instance name: Scream Amusement Park. Participants: 684 people. Completion requirement: stay in the amusement park for 7 days and experience 7 amusement rides. The amusement park is a place long yearned for by many children. Please enjoy yourselves. The Scream Amusement Park welcomes every visitor brimming with childlike wonder. As the system's announcement gradually faded, the cacophony characteristic of the amusement park finally surged into the players' ears. The Scream Amusement Park seemed to come to life in an instant, with NPCs springing into action. Staff dressed as whimsical characters began to hop about. In stark contrast to the NPCs, a vividly dressed clown approached, his face adorned with exaggerated makeup and a radiant smile. His grin, too ostentatious to be amusing, instead sent shivers down the spines of the players. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear guests, good morning. The clown removed his hat and bowed to the players before him. Even from a distance, Shi Miao could discern the emptiness of the clown's skull as he bowed. It was a hollow void, devoid of flesh. The clown's neck was merely draped with that painted visage, the flesh long since vanished. Shi Miao remained still and silent. Yet nearby, a male player from a 5-person team instinctively uttered a curse. Damn, that's terrifying. Despite the raucous sounds from the square, the clown immediately straightened and swiftly approached the player. Good children should not use foul language. With a beaming smile, the clown extended his hand, effortlessly tossing a colorful spherical object towards the male player. His movement was so swift that the player's companions could not react in time, but they instinctively drew their items, preparing to retaliate. Stop that ball. Chapter 71. Spherical object. It merely appeared to be a small leather ball, yet its construction defied comprehension. 2 or 3 players found themselves not only unable to halt its progress, but their very implements were annihilated by its tremendous force the moment they were produced. Aakak! Bang! With a resounding impact, the multicolored sphere unerringly struck the face of the foul-mouthed player. The surrounding players audibly inhaled, instantly comprehending the manner in which the clown's posterior had been so thoroughly eviscerated. Resembling a shot put, the sphere impacted with such force that the player's face was irrevocably caved in. Uttering a petrified shriek, he was granted no opportunity for evasion, succumbing to the blow instantaneously. His countenance was rendered a sanguinary mess, the flesh crushed inward, his eyes grotesquely engorged and ruptured, and cerebral matter splattered from the rear of his skull, besmirching his ashen-faced companions. Silence descended upon the assemblage. The severity of the consequence for a single impolitic utterance instilled terror in the hearts of the onlookers. The victim's comrades were rendered weak-kneed, and the remaining players dared not utter a sound, lest they draw the clown's baleful attention. Upon entering the amusement park, the clown declared, nonchalantly retrieving his hand and returning to his central position, one must conduct oneself with propriety, as that is what pleases. Reassuming his initial stance, his grin manic, he announced, welcome, everyone, to Shriek Amusement Park. I trust you shall all experience an unforgettable week. A staff member, clad in a feline mascot costume, advanced opportunely. The clown procured a stack of cards from the basket, presenting them to the players. Participation in the attractions is complimentary. Kindly accept these passes, and our staff will assist you with the registration process. Replacing the cards in the basket. He gestured for the staff member to distribute the passes and maps before proceeding with his introduction of the park. Shriek Amusement Park is divided into 3 distinct zones, the specifics of which you may ascertain from the maps provided. They contain all pertinent information. Observing that a significant number of players had already begun perusing their maps, the clown cautioned, "You are at liberty to select your preferred amusements, each of which is guaranteed to entertain. However, be advised that completion of 7 attractions is mandatory for egress from the park after 7 days." Shi Miao promptly received her pass and map from one of the numerous NPCs tasked with their distribution. The pass, of a similar composition to a bank card, bore no identifying information, save for a small feline paw print in the upper left corner and the inscription "Attractions completed" 0 in the center. The clown's insidious voice echoed, "We respect your predilections. Should you prefer not to engage with the attractions, you may submit a pass that meets the stipulated requirements upon the expiration of the 7 days." Shi Miao pursed her lips and clutched the small card tightly. The premise was undeniably insidious. The system was unequivocally incentivizing internecine conflict. While the initial inclination upon entering the instance would undoubtedly be to partake in the attractions and glean progression clues, Shi Miao surmised that such clues would prove elusive. After all, the survival plan was not a benevolent entity inclined to operate at a loss. When survival itself was far from assured, the acquisition of clues paled in significance. The imperative was to endure. The system stipulations would inevitably unlock novel strategies for the desperate players. The instance did not strictly mandate participation in the attractions. It merely required the submission of passes that met the stipulated criteria. Furthermore, the passes were not inextricably linked to their bearers. Consequently, players of superior martial prowess could adopt a Darwinian approach, allowing their weaker counterparts to engage with the attractions and then, upon the verge of completing the requisite 7 attractions, eliminate them and seize their passes. Thus, they would only need to complete a minimal number of attractions themselves to successfully clear the instance. While such a strategy would likely yield minimal insight into the game's future direction, it would substantially enhance the player's prospects of survival. The distribution of passes and maps was nearing its conclusion. Standing at the center of the throng, the clown offered another bow. "May your visit be most enjoyable." With that, he turned and proceeded toward the amusement park. In concert with the clown's departure, the formerly sealed gates of the amusement park castle slowly swung open. The NPCs from the plaza surged into the park, each assuming their designated roles. After a brief moment of quietude, players began to approach the gates. Shi Miao recognized one of them as one of the pair who had observed her and Shangheng dining at the barbecue restaurant in the central district, Ansel, the solar emissary. If she recalled correctly, his initiative emboldened others to follow suit, but Shi Miao remained stationary. Her combat prowess was the lowest in her team, and venturing alone into what was suspected to be an A-class instance would be tantamount to courting death. Shangheng, aware of her history of being targeted by the system, would undoubtedly deduce the situation upon discovering that they had not been transported to the same location. If she remained put, Shangheng would inevitably locate her. For reasons she could not articulate, Shi Miao's subconscious assured her that she need take no action. Shangheng would come for her. However, before her teammates arrived, she was approached by a statuesque beauty with fair skin and long legs. A woman who, while perhaps not a heartthrob for men, would undoubtedly captivate women. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, aloof dominatrix would be apartment. As if conjured from Shi Miao's most idealized vision of feminine beauty, the woman approached, a frown creasing her brow. "Are you paralyzed with fear? How have you managed to survive thus far with such timidity?" She attributed Shi Miao's immobility to the gruesome spectacle she had just witnessed. The sight of the beauty's furrowed brow was captivating. Shi Miao, a connoisseur of beauty, attempted to explain, but found herself involuntarily stammering. "And no, I'm..." Before she could complete her thought, the woman interjected, "Fear must be confronted, little sister. Come, let us proceed. Do not simply stand there." Shi Miao hesitated. Actually, I'm waiting for someone. Josue, where do you think you're leading my captain? A familiar voice emanated from behind her, averting the need for Shi Miao to formulate a polite refusal. Shi Miao's eyes lit up. Teacher Shang, she exclaimed, turning to face him. Shang Hung approached and gently ruffled her hair. Yes, I had heard that the arbitrators had formed a team, Josue remarked, appraising Shi Miao. But I confess, I did not anticipate that you were Lilicon. Shi Miao was taken aback. Why did everyone here either assume she was underage or label her a Lolita, while she had indeed been known as the maniacal Loli in the past? It was merely a sobriquet. Shang Heng's expression remained impassive. I'm not a Lilicon. Shi Miao is simply exceptional. She was singular and cherished, unlike any other. Chapter 72. Josue's mention of Josue was merely a casual remark. Her attitude toward Shang Heng was of little consequence to her. Initially, she had observed Shi Miao standing alone, and fearing that the girl might be too timid to enter, she had intended to offer her support, given the absence of any danger. The young girl possessed a striking beauty, with brilliant azure eyes that resembled those of a mermaid princess from a fairy tale. Although Josue understood that girls who had reached this point in the game were unlikely to be innocent, she couldn't help but be captivated by Shi Miao's exquisite features. Josue had long since shed her naive disposition, having encountered too many duplicitous female players before meeting Shi Miao. Yet, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the girl's enchanting appearance, a blend of Eurasian heritage and her stunning blue eyes. Unable to resist, she approached Shi Miao, inquiring about her situation. Upon discovering that Shi Miao's companion was Shang Heng, Josue felt a wave of reassurance. In her eyes, although Shang Heng was somewhat aloof, he was fundamentally decent, and anyone he chose to care for must possess remarkable qualities. Josue felt a sense of calm and continued to observe Shi Miao. The girl's natural curls appeared delightfully touchable, reminiscent of a kitten she once cared for. Unable to resist the urge, she reached out to tousle Shi Miao's hair, finding it just as soft as she had imagined. Satisfied, Josue withdrew her hand and playfully suggested, if you ever wish to escape their company, feel free to find me. I am Josue, a personal player with healing abilities. Shi Miao paused at the mention of healing talents before responding with a simple "oh." The girl's bewildered expression was utterly charming to Josue, who was about to reach out again to stroke her head, but was thwarted by Shang Heng, who maintained a cool demeanor and intervened just in time. With a sigh, Josue refrained from arguing with Shang Heng and exchanged a few more words with Shi Miao before gracefully making her way into the amusement park. Naturally, Shang Heng led Shi Miao and Lu Zian towards the entrance as well. After walking a few steps, he playfully pinched Shi Miao's cheeks, remarking with mild irritation, "Why do you let everyone touch you?" Shi Miao blinked, but Sister Josue has healing abilities. And so what? Shang Heng released his grip. Shi Miao, surveying her surroundings, suggested, "We could recruit her later. We need a healer on our team." Shang Heng paused, turning back to Shi Miao. With only 3 members in their party, they needed to be vigilant about potential candidates. However, Shang Heng was accustomed to working alone and had not considered this angle. Shi Miao's reasoning was sound. Given the unique nature of this dungeon, Sister Josue could only enter as a high-level player, and a female healer capable of achieving such a status must indeed be formidable. She hesitated briefly. She should be quite impressive. Shang Heng pursed his lips, acknowledging her strength, but noted that any team collaboration would require assessment. Shi Miao smiled, "Of course. I'm merely suggesting. Perhaps she would be a perfect fit." "All right, let's set that aside for now," she said, gently steering Shang Heng back, exuding a commanding presence. "We can discuss these matters later. For now, let us proceed through the dungeon." Shang Heng rubbed his nose in agreement and refocused on the task at hand. It was undeniable that if one disregarded the lurking dangers of their current world, the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary amusement park. Colorful streamers, balloons, and decorations adorned the area, echoing the whimsical sentiments expressed by the clowns. Yet, the absence of any abnormalities felt increasingly suspicious. After all, this was a special dungeon, uniquely designed to conceal secrets of system updates, and it was implausible that it was entirely harmless. Once this thought crossed their minds, players became more cautious, hesitant to touch or interact with anything, fearful of inadvertently triggering a trap set by a boss or other malevolent entities. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within Shi Miao's party remained pleasant. Having played the role of a dungeon boss before, Shi Miao had a high tolerance for unusual environments. Even after witnessing a horrific scene at the entrance, she remained unafraid. Conversely, Shang Heng had grown somewhat numb from frequently entering dungeons since joining the survival plan, maintaining an outward calm even as his mind remained alert. As for Lu Ziyan, his experiences were limited to 2 dungeons. Despite encountering terrifying sights, he retained a degree of innocence and, thus, felt little apprehension. As the group entered the amusement park and walked a short distance, they arrived at a 3-way fork in the path. The map indicated that different routes led to various areas of the amusement park. The park boasted 3 distinct zones: a leisure area, an area for large amusement rides, and a competitive experience zone. Detailed descriptions of these zones were conveniently printed on the back of the map for players' reference. Lu Ziyan quickly skimmed the densely packed text before turning to summarize it for his companions. The leisure area served as a place for players to eat and rest, featuring a buffet and hotel accommodations. The attractions in this area were relatively mild, including a Ferris wheel and carousel. In contrast, the large amusement rides section contained adrenaline-pumping attractions such as free-fall towers, haunted houses, swinging pendulums, roller coasters, and pirate ships. Finally, the competitive experience zone offered team-based attractions like forest shooting and aerial cycling. From a real-world perspective, the leisure area presented the least danger, while the large amusement ride section posed the greatest risk. However, within the dungeon, the inherent danger of each attraction could only serve as a guideline and could not be wholly trusted. For instance, the competitive experience zone could potentially mimic a PvP game mode, inciting players to turn against one another. After Lu Ziyan finished his overview, he looked back at the fork in the road, feeling a sense of dread regarding the decision before them. So, which way shall we go? Chapter 73. The amusement park Shi Miao contemplated for a moment, her fingertips hovering over the section designated for large amusement rides. With ample time at hand, the leisure area could await our visit after the midday meal. However, regarding the competitive experience zone, she hesitated, continuing, "I can't shake the feeling that the survival plan has orchestrated our entry as a team to potentially advance the PvP mode. The requirement of experiencing 7 attractions in 7 days appears deceptively simple. After all, many recall their childhood days where one could easily partake in 13 or 14 rides in a single day. Yet, this is a special instance. The criteria for success are likely more intricate than they seem, and to gather clues, we must traverse every area without exception. Indeed, the amusement park has accommodated over 600 players, many of whom are esteemed high-level participants favored by the survival plan. Nevertheless, the system itself is inherently ruthless. Launching this instance may very well serve as a prelude to a significant purge of high-tier players before a system update. The large amusement ride section visibly presents its dangers, allowing for psychological preparation. In contrast, the competitive experience zone, it is highly probable that it involves team competitions with a definitive victory or defeat. Currently, our team consists of just 3 members, and even with Shang Heng's presence, victory against a full high-tier team remains uncertain. Should the PvP mode unfold as I suspect, the competitive experience zone could culminate in a survival of the fittest scenario. Failure is not an option for Shi Miao, nor can she accept any attrition. Thus, after much deliberation, she resolved to first explore the large amusement ride area. Shang Heng and Lu Ziyan voiced no objections to her decision. Once she made her choice, the group promptly proceeded toward the large amusement ride section. Upon entering this zone, the first sight to behold was a roller coaster that soared into the clouds. Lu Ziyan stepped back, struggling to repress a curse. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Is there a gap in the middle? The roller coaster's track undulated dramatically, and from a distance, one could already envision the discomfort that would ensue in their necks upon riding it. Yet, that was hardly the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was that this contraption truly ascended into the heavens. The track came to a sudden halt at the peak, with a chasm of 5 or 6 meters yawning in between. Even if players devise a means to navigate this perilous gap, they would immediately confront a steep 90-degree plunge. The intensity of such a vertical drop would inevitably accelerate rapidly, and the gravitational pull would impart a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, making it exceedingly difficult for players to concentrate on the ensuing dangers. Shang Heng produced a pen and, with an impassive demeanor, marked an X over the roller coaster's icon. Although the number of players entering the instance was substantial, the amusement park's vast expanse and myriad attractions rendered their presence akin to droplets merging into the ocean, silently dissipating. Many rides remained dormant, and it was challenging to discern any issues from their outward appearance. After a thorough examination, Shi Miao's fingertip ultimately settled on the name of the large haunted house. Lu Xian's throat felt parched. Are we really going into the haunted house? Surely. It must contain real ghosts? Indeed, Shi Miao replied, treating it as just another foray into a supernatural adventure. At the entrance of the haunted house, several players were scanning their surroundings. Min Jie, a timid girl, inquired of the leading woman, "Shouldn't we consider another attraction?" She felt an eerie chill emanating from the nearby courtyard entrance. The tall woman, referred to as Min Jie, displayed impatience, asserting, "If we're here to play, this is no more perilous than any other option." An onlooker from another team chimed in, "Don't even think about backing out now." The timid girl shrank back, falling silent. Just then, a teammate's expression brightened. "Look, more people are arriving." Chapter 74. The bride. The newcomers were indeed Shi Miao and her companions. Even the adjudicator had formed a team. Min Jie couldn't help but exercise greater caution, softly advising her teammates behind her, "Stay away from them once we enter." The teammates responded half-heartedly. The haunted house, resembling a vast courtyard, appeared to embody a Chinese horror theme. As the gate of the courtyard creaked open, the stone lions on either side of the entrance glared fiercely. Illuminated by the crimson lanterns within, they exuded an unsettling aura rather than the intended majesty. Shang Heng and Lu Xian instinctively positioned Shi Miao in the center, proceeding into the courtyard, one in front and one behind. Initially, the path presented no anomalies. But once all players stepped inside the courtyard, the entrance door swung shut ominously on its own, sealing them in. It was evident that the door would remain closed until their adventure concluded. Despite the resounding thud, Shi Miao paid little heed to the door, focusing intently on the courtyard before her. As in a conventional courtyard, the entrance led them to an open space adorned with red silk ribbons and lanterns, while festive couplets graced the doorframe. Numerous tables and chairs filled the courtyard, and although no figures were visible, the sounds of animated conversation filled the air. It appeared to be a wedding-themed haunted house, likely depicting a tragic event where a family met its demise on the day of the wedding, with the apparitions possibly being the guests and the bride herself. Shi Miao strained to discern the guest chatter when a male player from her team voiced confusion. "Why is there nothing here?" Min Jie turned, incredulous. "You see nothing? Can't you see the red ribbons?" The male player looked bewildered. "What red ribbons?" In this shared setting, different players perceive different realities. Shang Heng stepped back, aligning himself beside Shi Miao. "What do you see?" "A wedding environment," Shi Miao replied swiftly. "I suspect the clues regarding the bride and groom might." Before she could finish her thought, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed her. Shi Miao staggered, struggling to articulate the most crucial detail she had grasped. "The bride's surname is Fu." Shang Heng immediately sensed something was amiss, steadying her shoulders and calling her name anxiously. "Shi Miao, Shi Miao." Despite her efforts to remain conscious, her rationality ebbed away like the tide. Her gaze became increasingly vacant, and her body went limp. Shang Heng acted swiftly, catching her in his arms. The girl was quite slender, lacking substantial weight, and Shang Heng felt a slight discomfort as he held her. "What is happening?" Lu Xian fretted, pacing anxiously. "How could she be affected so soon after we entered?" Shang Heng carefully cradled Shi Miao. This was his first experience holding a girl, and he was uncertain where to place his hands, perspiring profusely in this ominous setting. It was not merely an individual mishap. Similar incidents were occurring among other female players. Within mere seconds, all the female players present succumbed to an uncontrollable faint, leaving the male players exchanging bewildered glances. Fortunately, Shang Hung and Lu Zian were capable of managing Shi Miao between them, but chaos ensued among the other teams. Should we continue forward? Lu Zian hesitated, surveying the desolate courtyard. To the male players, it appeared as nothing but a dilapidated space long abandoned, leaving them unsure of what clues they were meant to seek. Let us explore the hall first, focusing primarily on the bridal chamber within the third courtyard, Shang Hung suggested, shifting his attention from Shi Miao to the courtyard ahead. He recalled the last words she had spoken to him. The bride's surname is Fu. This clue seemed somewhat nonsensical, yet it could aid them in discerning whether they were in the bride and Oppo's as familial home or that of her husband during their ensuing exploration. Before long, Shi Miao regained consciousness, only to discover herself bound with her hands behind her back to a chair. More alarmingly, she seemed to have transformed into the bride herself. In disbelief, she glanced down at her heavy, vibrant wedding attire, finally comprehending why everything around her was obscured by a veil of red fabric. That's a red veil. Within seconds, she grasped her predicament. Rather than panicking, she sighed and began to examine the type of knot binding her wrists. It was a tight knot, and she realized that neither her tools nor her innate abilities could be employed, as if she had been forcibly transplanted into another body. However, Shi Miao remained calm. After all, she was still uncertain of her location and whether it was imperative for her to navigate the plot for Shang Heng's side to progress. From the earlier exchanges, it was clear that the male players were perceiving the dilapidated haunted house as it existed in a normal timeline, while she was witnessing the courtyard before the tragedy unfolded. It was impossible to ascertain which side posed greater danger, but Shi Miao was resolute that her current appearance held significance. Thus, she composed herself, feigning unconsciousness once more. Soon, a female voice drifted from nearby. Is the Fu family's bride still not awake? Not yet. I say the Fu family is cursed for marrying a sickly one into our household. She even fainted during the wedding ceremony. Does she think our family is devoid of options? Alas, what can be done? The young master has taken a liking to the Fu lady, willing to marry her even in her frail state. Sigh, once the young master passes his exams, she will surely be elevated to the status of lady. Enough of that. Hurry and move her. The young master is eager for her. Wait, the young master said to serve tea first before sending her off. Moments later, Shi Miao felt her red veil being lifted and a pair of hands grasped her chin, attempting to force a cup of tea down her throat. Chapter 75. Back to the past in this scenario, the tea was evidently suspect. Although the unconscious individual struggled to consume it smoothly, if her chin was firmly held, some could still be poured down her throat. However, Shi Miao was not truly unconscious. She was acutely aware of her predicament. She had no intention of drinking the tea, but could not awaken prematurely, so she reluctantly parted her lips, albeit only slightly, in compliance with the maid's efforts. It was futile. She could not swallow, and forcing it was out of the question. They could only try to get her to drink a little. The maids had to obey their mistress's orders, yet the young lady of the Fu family was also their master, so they dared not be overly forceful. Pouring a bit of tea into Shi Miao's mouth, treating it as a task accomplished. Once the tea was poured, Shi Miao felt someone supporting her arms and lifting her into a small palanquin. Previously, to enhance her magic performances, she had diligently practiced how to convincingly portray a lifeless body, so now she adeptly resumed her old role, earnestly feigning unconsciousness. The tea had not been swallowed. It remained held in her mouth. Shi Miao planned to spit it out when she found an opportunity to be alone, as the chances of being discovered in the palanquin were too great. The jolting of the palanquin soon ceased, and she sensed that she had been carried into another room. While the starting point was unknown, she could surmise the destination. The silk bedding within reach was soft and comforting. She must have been placed in a bedroom. Outside, the sound of firecrackers continued unabated, and the thud of the door blended seamlessly into the cacophony. If one did not focus intently, it would be difficult to distinguish that subtle sound. Through the red veil, Shi Miao carefully confirmed that she was alone before discreetly expelling the tea from her mouth. The tea was clearly tampered with, bitter and pungent, leaving a faint burning sensation in her mouth. Perhaps akin to beer? After disposing of the tea, she hopped over to the table. However, her feet were bound, making it impossible to walk normally. She could only bounce. Yet, after just a few hops, she realized something was amiss. Wasn't her current persona that of a frail invalid? How could she move so fluidly? Shi Miao was uncertain whether the issue lay with her identity or if the haunted house was poorly constructed, failing to diminish her physical prowess. Yet, mere speculation would yield no answers. She exerted herself to grasp the teapot on the table and leaned in to inhale its scent. The foul odor emanating from the pot was unmistakable. The tea in this room was also drugged. With a sigh, she returned the teapot to the table, picked up a nearby teacup, and bounced back onto the wedding bed. The issue of the drugs could wait. Her immediate concern was to free herself from her restraints. While Shi Miao possessed considerable strength, she was not capable of shattering porcelain with her bare hands. Thus, she had to time her actions with the rhythmic sound of the firecrackers outside, waiting for the opportune moment to hurl the teacup forcefully to the ground. The porcelain shattered with a sharp, clear sound, causing her heart to sink. Despite her ability to deceive players through magic, this was largely reliant on flawed props and her extraordinary speed. Yet in the act of breaking a cup, no amount of skill could mitigate the noise without the proper tools. Instinctively, Shi Miao sat up straight on the bed, her demeanor grave, as if she were about to face execution. After a considerable pause, noting the silence from the maids outside, Shi Miao silently exhaled. She bent down with great effort, picked up a sharp shard of porcelain, and discreetly kicked the remaining pieces under the bed. No one could ascertain when the young master, as the maids referred to him, might arrive. Although the teacup was in plain sight upon entering, there remained a chance that an inattentive intruder might overlook it. If she remained veiled and the floor was clean, with her still bound, perhaps she could delay matters for a few precious seconds. Using the shard to cut through the ropes binding her was no simple task, as the awkward position made it challenging to accurately slice the cords. Moreover, her wrists had suffered from prolonged restraint, resulting in diminished blood flow, rendering her hands weak and ineffective. Nevertheless, Shi Miao's movements were swift, and soon she had severed the coarse hemp ropes binding her. Having practiced numerous similar acts in her performances, such as underwater unlocking and aerial rope cutting, she could execute them flawlessly under duress, making this task all the more manageable. She quickly freed her hands and feet, gently lifted the veil, and began to search the area quietly. This search soon provided clarity to her previous uncertainties. The individual most attuned to her body was, of course, herself. Shi Miao realized that she was not merely inhabiting her own body, but had directly transmigrated into another girl's form in a different time and place. Furthermore, the girl sent here for marriage was not the frail invalid she had initially presumed. Coupled with the fact that she was bound and drugged, was it possible that her role was to extend the life of the true, sickly Miss Fu? The male players were not faring particularly well. The courtyard was filled with dust and cobwebs. A mere touch left their hands coated in grime. Even those without obsessive cleanliness would find the scene repugnant. Moreover, attending to the female players while searching for clues proved excessively laborious, prompting many to abandon their teammates on the ground to search alone. However, neither Shang Hung nor Lu Zian entertained such thoughts. The courtyard was exceedingly filthy, and who knew when a malevolent spirit might emerge unexpectedly? They preferred to exert themselves rather than risk Shi Miao's safety. With nothing of interest in the courtyard, they decided to proceed forward. The area before the hall was quite spacious, leading Lu Zian to take a quick turn before returning. Seeing Shi Miao, who had succumbed to unconsciousness in Shang Heng's arms, he asked anxiously, if she remains in this state, will she be unable to use her props if danger arises? Chapter 76. Formation. At some point, Shang Heng had draped his coat over Shi Miao's shoulders. It seemed that her consciousness had returned to the past, rendering her unable to access her inventory. Both Shang Heng and Lu Ziyuan understood the implications of this situation for Shi Miao. She was not adept at close combat. If forced to engage, she was far more proficient in ranged attacks. Moreover, given that her consciousness had only returned to the past, it was highly probable that she was inhabiting the body of someone from that time, rendering any previous physical training moot. The bodies of women in ancient times were often frail, and now Shi Miao had to contend with such a body, unarmed and alone, facing the unknown. Shang Hung pursed his lips, his expression grave. There's no need to search the courtyard. Time is of the essence. You head to the hall while I search the back courtyard. The hall was in close proximity to the main group, allowing Lu Ziyuan to escape easily should he encounter danger. Lu Ziyuan nodded. Should I carry my sister, or? I'll carry her. Shang Hung replied tersely before making his way inside. At that moment, a player responsible for monitoring the female players cried out, Xiao Ling, wake up. Everyone come quickly. Xiao Ling is bleeding. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback and immediately turned to Shi Miao. Although the girl furrowed her brow and curled her fingers in an unsettled manner, she did not appear to have any significant issues. However, the player named Xiao Ling was evidently in a dire state. Blood began to surface on her skin, and blood flowed from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. A strong metallic scent permeated the air, indicating that she was bleeding profusely beneath her. The players accompanying her turned pale with fright, scrambling to retrieve healing items in a desperate bid to save Xiao Ling's life, only to realize that their efforts were futile. Despite their attempts to staunch the bleeding with numerous medicines, Xiao Ling quickly became drenched in blood. Crimson liquid gushed from her orifices and wounds, and it was unfathomable how a single individual could lose so much blood. Her limbs and body writhed in unbearable agony, her chest heaving violently as she resembled a fish on a cutting board, flailing helplessly. The significant loss of blood drained her vitality rapidly, in less than a minute. She breathed her last. All the players present were paralyzed by the harrowing sight, and Xiao Ling's teammates collapsed in despair on the ground. None could have anticipated that she would perish within mere minutes. Lu Ziyuan gasped, feeling a pang in his own skin as if he too were wounded. Bloodletting? Shang Hung diverted his gaze, cradling Shi Miao with even greater care. We should seek clues that lead to a massacre or witchcraft for a life exchange. Lu Ziyuan rubbed his goosebumps and, with a resigned sigh, turned away from Xiao Ling, following Shang Hung deeper into the premises. As they traversed the Spade Manor, he grasped a crucial truth. In a survival plan, preserving one's own life and that of friends was no small feat. The dungeon was fraught with peril, and human nature was treacherous. Morality held little value here. To attempt to save someone without adequate ability was not kindness but irresponsibility. Helping others was a matter of sentiment. And Lu Ziyuan recognized that despite having witnessed the darker side of humanity, he would not become truly cold-hearted and indifferent to suffering. Yet he understood that safeguarding his own life and that of his teammates was his primary duty. With Shi Miao potentially in grave danger, he could not afford to divert his attention to others. Resolute, Lu Ziyuan began to rummage through the items in the hall, seeking clues. The hall was not particularly spacious, populated primarily by wooden furniture that appeared unremarkable. Just as he concentrated intently, a malevolent gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of a painting on the wall. Instinctively, Lu Ziyuan stood up, cautiously scanning the surroundings as he inched toward the wall. His focus had been on the furniture, but the disturbance caused by the painting compelled him to glance at the wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a discrepancy in the wall's color, with reddish-brown splatters marking its surface. As he approached for a closer look, a sudden force surged from behind him, causing Lu Ziyuan's eyes to widen in alarm as he instinctively braced himself against the wall. The splatters seemed to represent a portal to another realm, unawares. His finger pressed into the wall, sending a jolt of pain through him. The bloodstains rapidly expanded, quickly eliminating any surface to steady himself against. Struggling to balance himself with one hand against the wall, he retrieved a long knife from his inventory, positioning it in front of him like a makeshift pole to stabilize his stance. Before entering the dungeon, Shang Hung had provided him and Shi Miao with practical tools, allowing him the option to flee if necessary. However, Lu Ziyuan chose not to escape. Fortune favored the bold. The hall exhibited little abnormality, and this newly revealed bloodstain had to be significant. To flee now would mean missing an important clue. Thus, Lu Ziyuan steadied himself against the wall, refusing to evade the encroaching danger. The chilling wind continued to seep into the hall, as an unseen force relentlessly sought to push him into the stains on the wall. While Lu Ziyuan wrestled with the unseen entity behind him, the bloodstains before him expanded, gradually revealing a distinct formation drawn on the floor in vermilion. Although the stains were extensive and their contours vague, it was evident that they outlined a human figure. Someone had once been brutally murdered before this wall. Judging by the volume and pattern of the spilled blood, it appeared that the victim had suffered a severed artery before being pinned to the wall, bleeding out slowly. Coupled with the formation on the floor, Lu Ziyuan felt he could surmise the tragic history that had unfolded in the hall. The commotion he caused soon drew the attention of the players in the courtyard. A piercing female voice, carried by the sinister wind, echoed in their ears, "Disgusting world. You all shall pay in blood for your sins." The wind rustled ominously, and the candlelight flickered as though something was stealthily approaching. Lu Ziyuan's expression shifted. His instincts kicked in, sounding alarm bells in his mind. He abruptly bent down, taking advantage of the moment when the vengeful spirit behind him faltered, driving its blade deep into the wall's stains. With no time to linger, he turned and fled. A hissing sound pierced the air as a thick, rusty mist enveloped the space in an instant, igniting a sense of panic within those present. Chapter 77. The Red Wedding Dress. As twilight descended and the candlelight flickered out, even amid a frantic escape, Lu Ziyuan sensed the presence of an additional entity nearby. It was all too apparent what that entity was. There was no escaping it. No escaping at all. Ha ha ha. You all must remain, bearing the agony of countless lifetimes for me. The ghostly laughter of the female apparition was laced with extreme anguish and madness, piercing enough to cause a sharp pain in the ears. The players in the courtyard had already rushed into the hall, while Lu Ziyuan himself was making a desperate dash for the exit. Seeing other players recklessly charge into the hall, he could not help but shout, "Don't go in! There's a ghost inside!" The vengeful spirit clad in red, who had met a tragic demise on her wedding night, was bound to be fierce. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that. Lu Ziyuan was acutely aware of his own limitations. He knew that he could at best flee without utilizing any tools against the female ghost, and facing her head-on was utterly impossible. In fact, aside from someone as extraordinarily strong as Shang Hong, even regular high-level players would find it quite challenging to confront the specter. Yet, despite his warning, some players still chose to ignore it and ventured inside. Lu Ziyuan found it incomprehensible that these individuals, who had been so cautious while he had been stalling with the stains, now rushed headlong into danger. Had they assumed he had neutralized the threat, interpreting his warnings as mere deception to hoard clues for himself? When it came to prudence, these seasoned players truly set the standard. As Lu Ziyuan entered the courtyard, he spotted Shang Hong standing at the flower-laden gate connecting the three courtyards. Calling out his name, "Lu Ziyuan, over here." Ignoring the other players, Lu Ziyuan swiftly turned and sprinted towards him. The back courtyard had been thoroughly searched by Shang Hong, and any potentially useful clues had been tossed into the courtyard. After catching his breath, Lu Ziyuan's first instinct was to check on Shi Miao, cradled in Shang Heng's arms. He had been alarmed by the grim expression on Shang Heng's face during his hurried approach, instinctively fearing that something had happened to her. Fortunately, Shi Miao appeared unharmed, yet Shang Heng's brow remained furrowed as he quickly made his way to a copper mirror. Curious, Lu Ziyuan followed his gaze. The mirror's clarity was poor, yet it still reflected the three figures before it. While he and Shang Heng appeared unchanged, Shi Miao was astonishingly clad in a resplendent red wedding dress. Lu Ziyuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. The opulent red gown, her pallid face adorned with intricate makeup. The mixed heritage did not suit such a bridal attire at all. He thought to himself, if his sister were dressed this way, she could easily impersonate the red-clad ghost from the front courtyard. In her past role, she had been that ill-fated bride. Shang Heng's voice pulled him back from his wandering thoughts. "What clues do you have? What happened to the bride?" Lu Ziyuan paused for a moment, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The habitual smile that lingered on his lips vanished entirely. The bride had been bled out. After freeing herself from the restraints, Shi Miao had stripped away several layers of her heavy wedding attire, leaving only a narrow-sleeved undergarment for ease of movement. Uncertain if she would need to disguise herself again in the wedding dress, she placed the ropes and the oversized sleeves on the bed and began to survey her surroundings. The bridal chamber yielded no information, and the only potential weapons were a small pair of scissors for trimming candles and a weighing scale for lifting the red veil. Shi Miao sighed, feeling as though fate was conspiring against her. The themes of a traditional Chinese wedding haunted this ghost house, and she had discerned her altered identity through subtle clues, leading her to deduce the overarching narrative. It was highly probable that the true Miss Fu was gravely ill, and the infatuated young master, in a desperate bid to save her life, resorted to sinister means, trading life for life. Now, she was ensnared in the role of the tragic victim, doomed to relive her final moments. If a solution could not be found, her consciousness would likely remain trapped here for eternity, enduring endless suffering. While the situation seemed dire, Shi Miao did not perceive it as an impasse. The means to break free simply appeared more arduous. Crouching low, she moved stealthily to prevent her shadow from being cast upon the window by the flickering candlelight. Her movements were silent, and she successfully acquired the weighing scale and scissors. While the scissors were her primary tool, she also needed to ensure that no other potential weapons could be seized by the young master. During her actions, Shi Miao discovered painful blisters forming in her mouth, which, upon contact, filled her mouth with a metallic taste. Additionally, her exposed skin bore an alarming array of blood vessels, which, when touched, felt swollen and tingly, their color growing increasingly vivid. In a flash, she recalled the tea the maidens had forced upon her earlier. Although she had purged it promptly, could the residual effects of the drug still be this potent? It seemed unlikely. More plausibly, the current world followed a predetermined course of events. No matter how cautious she was, she could only delay her fate, not alter the ultimate conclusion. Lowering her gaze, Shi Miao surmised that the so-called young master intended to extract her blood, having drugged her in advance to hasten her blood loss. Thus, the true conclusion was her demise. Must she coordinate her efforts with her companions outside to survive? Shi Miao was not fond of relinquishing her life to others. The notion of surrendering to fate left her uneasy. However, the present circumstances clearly posed a dead end for her alone. With a resigned sigh, she momentarily set aside thoughts of her troubling future, returned to the bed, and carefully donned her dress once more, concealing her makeshift weapons. She then retied the coarse ropes into a slipknot, patiently awaiting the arrival of the so-called young master. The rough texture of the rope chafed against her already fragile wrists, igniting a sharp sting. As the candlelight dimmed, Shi Miao dared not move, closing her eyes to quietly organize the known clues. Since the young master had brought the original bride home under the guise of Miss Fu, he likely valued his reputation highly. Consequently, when he struck, he would surely dismiss the attendants, acting alone. After all, whether it be bloodletting or other dark deeds, they were too sinister to be witnessed by others. He would only leave a trusted confidant by his side. Chapter 78. A desperate struggle. Shi Miao was acutely aware of her limited abilities. A single individual could scarcely contend against a multitude. However, with only the young master remaining, her odds of an unexpected victory had significantly increased. Just as she was on the verge of dozing off, a male voice resonated from the doorway. "How is Miss Fu?" The maid who had come earlier replied, "Young master, the young mistress remains unconscious and has yet to awaken." The young master acknowledged her words, stating that everyone had worked hard today and should return to rest early. With his good spirits, he decreed that no one would be needed to attend to them in either the front or back courtyards that night. The servants, delighted by the prospect of an early respite, joyfully withdrew. At this point, the young master slowly pushed open the wooden door of the bridal chamber, gazing at the girl slumped against the bedpost in a state of unconsciousness. "Sister of the Fu family, should there be a next life, do not blame me." He approached with measured steps, sighing softly. "You were so close to reaching. I'm certain you would willingly trade your life for hers." Shi Miao internally scoffed at such absurd reasoning. What kind of twisted logic was this? Just because of a close relationship, one should be willing to sacrifice their own life for another? Initially, she had thought the original owner of this body was a lowly orphan, overlooked by all. Yet, from the young master's words, it appeared that this girl was, in fact, a sister to the ailing Miss Fu. They were both of the Fu family. Even if there were distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children, the disparity in their fates should not be so stark. It was utterly preposterous. And Shi Miao had never encountered someone so brazenly deranged. Despite her indignation, Shi Miao refrained from acting hastily. She patiently bided her time. She awaited the moment when the young master would lower his guard, drawing closer to her range of attack. The dialogue she overheard earlier indicated that the young master was still an unranked scholar, whose physical strength was likely limited. If she were in her own body, wielding her tools, she could have dispatched him with a mere card at the moment he entered the room. Regrettably, she was currently trapped in the frail form of a young lady and could not utilize her tools. The disparity in strength between men and women was significant. Shi Miao knew that only an element of surprise could afford her success. The young master approached, intending to seize the bride's arm and drag her to the front hall, where he had prepared an array to absorb the vital energy of the Fu family's eldest daughter, weakened by poison. This would allow his beloved Ruqing to escape her frail and doomed existence, enabling them to remain together indefinitely. Unbeknownst to him, the woman he sought to ensnare had already undergone a transformation. As he drew nearer, the distance between Shi Miao and the young master shrank, providing her with the perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, she sprang into action. The hemp rope fell to the ground, and before the young master could react, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling onto the bed, swiftly mounting him. She tore away the red veil, crumpling it before forcefully shoving it into his mouth. With her hidden scissors at the ready, she struck. The young master was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unconscious eldest daughter of the Fu family would awaken, let alone attempt to retaliate against him. His shock momentarily dulled his reflexes, and before he could recover, the blade of the scissors had already sliced into his throat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he widened his eyes and hastily turned his head to evade a fatal blow. Though the wound was substantial, it narrowly missed a critical artery, preventing instant death. In agony, the young master thrashed wildly. His strength, though excessive compared to a woman's, surged more fiercely in his injured state. Shi Miao struggled to keep the veil from slipping from his mouth, preventing him from calling for help while also trying to restrain him, making her task exceedingly arduous. In such a precarious situation, the scissors became a lethal weapon, further exacerbated by her own weakened state from the poison coursing through her veins. The excruciating pain of her ruptured blood vessels shot through her nerves. Her lips turned pale, and her forearms trembled uncontrollably. Yet, gritting her teeth, she drove the scissors toward the young master's carotid artery, pushing the blade in an additional centimeter. Blood gushed forth, quickly saturating the bedding, rendering it impossible to discern whose blood was spilling. The commotion they created was considerable, however, as their struggle unfolded upon the bed. And with Shi Miao judiciously muffling the young master's cries, the sounds reached the ears of the servants as something altogether indecipherable. The head maid yanked back a curious young maid, admonishing her not to meddle in the affairs of the masters. Yet, the young maid hesitated. But there are no buts, the head maid insisted, lighting a candle. It is only natural for newlyweds to be carried away by their emotions. Despite her verbal reassurances, she felt a twinge of concern, knowing the frail condition of Miss Fu's body. She hoped their young master would not inadvertently exacerbate her illness. At that moment, Shi Miao finally buried the blade to its hilt. In the midst of the young master's eyes, filled with resentment and rage, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to push him away, collapsing back onto the bed. The bloodied scissors clattered beside the young master with a dull thud. They had pierced his trachea and carotid artery, and he clutched his neck, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably as he gasped for breath, muffled cries escaping his sealed mouth. He could not accept this fate. He should not perish in such a manner. The true villain was her. How dare this bloodbag resist him? As he neared death, his eyes turned a furious crimson, filled with a murderous glint. Ignoring the wound on his neck, he swiftly grabbed the scissors that had fallen beside him and, with the last flicker of life, lunged at Shi Miao. Even in death, he would drag someone down with him. Shi Miao, overwhelmed by pain, found herself unable to evade. The agony was unbearable. Although she had successfully injured the young master, she had gained nothing in return. The potent remnants of the drug in her system had reached their zenith. It is well understood that when one is injured, Blood platelets rushed to the site of the wound to form clots. This particular poison was likely designed to facilitate bloodletting, rapidly dismantling the body as natural clotting mechanisms, leading to the gradual rupture of blood vessels. Now, Shi Miao was ensnared in this merciless ordeal. To resist the powerful was already a formidable challenge. Compounded by her own frailty and the effects of the poison, she found even the simplest movements, including breathing, resulted in uncontrollable spurts of blood. Chapter 79. The slightly mad Shang Hang as the scissors loomed close. Shi Miao could only strain to tear her head aside. She had exerted all her efforts, yet the unchangeable fate remained. In the original outcome, the young master lived, while the original body met a tragic end. Now, to rectify the anomalies in the process, must this illusion compel the dying young master, who could never rise again, to take his own life first? Resigned to her fate, Shi Miao closed her eyes. The next moment relied solely on her companions. She hoped her teammates would not let her down. In the instant Shi Miao shut her eyes, a blinding white light swiftly enveloped the land. The icy edge of the bed vanished, replaced by a warm presence. The person holding her seemed startled. Their voice a bit hoarse. Shi Miao, wake up. With great effort, Shi Miao opened her eyes. Having been unconscious for too long, the bright sunlight caused her eyes to sting painfully. However, before she could raise her hand to shield her eyes, the dazzling light was blocked by a tall figure. Lu Zian. The typically composed young man had reddened eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. You're finally awake, Shi Miao. You scare me to death, do you know that? Though she was uncertain about what had transpired, Shi Miao instinctively felt the urge to apologize. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she was choked by the blood in her throat. Shang Heng, who had been holding her, shifted positions and gently assisted her to sit up, silently offering her a cup of warm water. Shi Miao reached out to take it. Although the body they inhabited belonged to Miss Fu, the lingering pain in her consciousness resonated within her own body. Her hand trembled uncontrollably. Witnessing the girl's hand quiver as if afflicted by Parkinson's, Lu Zian could not hold back his tears once more. There were 5 girls who entered the haunted house together. Apart from Shi Miao, the other 4 perished within the dark, foreboding confines. This included Min Jie, the captain of one of the teams. Not even an advanced player could escape the haunted house. The haunted house project was particularly ruthless towards female players, regardless of their exceptional skills, being stripped of their tools, trapped in another's body, and subjected to an inevitable cycle of death. It was a task deemed impossible, had it not been for his sister's remarkable resilience. Managing to survive for a considerable time, even in dire straits, might she have? Lu Zian dared not continue that thought. He was sobbing nearby, while Shang Heng silently brought the warm water to Shi Miao's lips, urging her to rinse her mouth. Shi Miao, not wanting to seem strong, obediently allowed Shang Heng to help her rinse, then took a few sips of warm water and a piece of fruit candy. After a while, she felt as though she had truly returned to life, her hands steadying, though her complexion remained pale. Yet, Shi Miao possessed a strong mindset. Even after enduring such torment, she quickly adjusted herself. Conversely, Shang Heng's expression bore no trace of relief. Teacher Shang, Shi Miao cautiously touched him, refraining from inquiring about the events that had transpired, instead asking the question that weighed most on her mind. Are you angry with me? Without hesitation, Shang Heng replied no. He was angry with himself. Shi Miao sighed in relief, finally mustering the energy to survey her surroundings. To her astonishment, they had exited the haunted house and returned to the amusement park. They were now situated in a quiet, secluded corner, with the haunted house sign faintly visible in the distance. Perhaps sensing Shi Miao's confusion, Shang Heng gently guided her to sit down again. Stay put, and I will explain what just happened. Lu Zian, having calmed his emotions, squeezed in beside Shi Miao, his voice still nasal. Yes, don't move around too much. Did I scare you? Shi Miao realized. Did I vomit blood, or did my skin tear? Surely the drug affecting my consciousness could not synchronize with reality. Could it? Silence enveloped them. Shang Heng stood up without a word, prompting Lu Zian to urgently grab his arm. Hey. No, you can't hit her again. If you do, the ghost will be gone. He had originally felt intimidated by Shang Heng, hesitant to converse with him. However, after witnessing Shang Heng's violent actions to save Shi Miao, nearly obliterating the ghost, Lu Xian's feelings towards him became complex. It has nothing to do with me. Shang Heng was unusually agitated. I must destroy that cursed haunted house today. Despite Lu Xian's attempts at persuasion, he could not dissuade Shang Heng, who hurriedly sought assistance. Shi Miao, you have to stop him. Confused, Shi Miao complied with Lu Xian's request, calling out to Shang Heng, Huh? Teacher Shang, weren't you going to tell me what happened? Shang Heng paused mid-step. The events in the haunted house were now behind them. The girl's voice remained as clear and melodious as ever. I'm perfectly fine now. Don't worry, Teacher Shang. After a moment of hesitation, Shang Heng was ultimately swayed by Shi Miao's words and chose not to return to the haunted house. However, the moment he sat down again, he silently pulled Shi Miao into his embrace. His actions appeared fierce, yet when he held her, he was exceedingly gentle, as if cradling a treasured possession he had regained. Treating her with utmost care, Shi Miao hesitantly reached out, soothingly patting Shang Heng's back. His voice emerged muffled from her shoulder. After you fell unconscious, we searched the courtyard for clues and signs of the ghost. The tranquility of the courtyard lasted only a few minutes. Once Lu Xian discovered the formations and bloodstains in the hall, the ghost in the haunted house manifested and began to attack the players. Initially, Shang Heng remained calm. Although the female players' consciousnesses were drawn into the past by the ghost, based on previous experience, the male players should have been able to help the ghost resolve its obsession, allowing the female players' consciousnesses to return. However, the speed of the female player's demise was alarmingly swift. After the first player, Xiao Ling, suffered a gruesome death, the remaining 3 female players perished within 10 minutes, each in a horrific manner. Shang Heng could no longer maintain his composure. Indeed, he recognized Shi Miao's capabilities and believed she could endure a little longer. Yet the agonizing fate of the female players was unbearable. If they suffered so greatly in reality, what horrors awaited them in the realm of consciousness? While Shang Heng typically exhibited patience in dealing with ghosts in the dungeons and took the time to explore their backgrounds, this situation was different. He resolved to forego a steady approach to resolve the ghost's obsession and instead decided to incapacitate the ghost, compelling it to release Shi Miao as consciousness. After sharing his plan with his teammates, Lu Xian, having confirmed Shang Heng's confidence in defeating the ghost, ultimately agreed with his strategy.